384. Disremember. Wyatt unbound Wendigo graves. With the rhythmic sway of the wagon, I delved deep into the reflection of my body, my mind immersed in the ancient text that speaks of untapped power within the human form. My focus centers on the intricate network of bones first, the silent scaffolding that supports the flesh and breathes life into the body. The teachings I've absorbed on the way to Onyx Gate across Northine hint at a mysterious way to manipulate ether, channeling it and storing a skill within the very marrow of one's bones. It also mentions more complicated methods beyond that, ways to manipulate very concepts. Those make no sense to me. As I focus, I let my mind wander to the recent passages I have read to deepen my understanding of what I believe I can grasp in some time. It begins with a firm foundation and ends with one. The human form has a vast sea of potential waiting to be untapped. So few know the ways to do so, however. Most either stumble upon the right path by happenstance or are birthed with the gifts to walk them. Delve deep into the marrow, into the origin of blood. Many misunderstand excavator. It is not pulling a skill from nothing, nor is it ripping it from one's own skeleton. It is imbuing your marrow with commands and orders. It is momentarily overcoming the weakness of one's flesh and bone, transforming it into a strength. After all, that is what we are best at. Transmuting vulnerabilities into strengths is mankind's hidden gift. Our hands are weak, so we created blades. Our eyes are feeble, so we built telescopes. Our bodies are fragile, so we crafted armor. Still, to do so, one must adeptly understand their bones. When I created this skill, I sought only to rip power from where there was nothing. It left endless wounds, most permanent, that will scar even my corpse. Over time, it grew more elegant. Excavator tears strength from where there should be nothing. Yet, there is always more. The way to prevent excavator from killing the user is to supplement it with another skill. Inscribe. Inscribing ether into flesh, blood, and bone allows it to be brought out later by excavator without significant injury. So, the first step is to find the deepest region of your skeleton. Then, you must inscribe it with little passages of ether. Nothing major. You will know you have succeeded when you feel something swimming within your skin. And never attempt excavator when there is not something inscribed. For all those who have ever tried, but I have turned themselves into a heap of cold flesh. I take heed of the warning of Lewis Fern and begin. With closed eyes, I visualize the pathways of my own skeleton, seeking the reservoirs where this latent power might be harnessed. I aim for the depths of the bones with my senses, yet he never detailed what it was like to reach them, only that they have no end. Yet, despite my intense focus, the secrets of manipulating my marrow elude me. The depths remain evasive, slipping through my mental grasp like water through clenched fists. Frustration simmers beneath the surface, but I strive to maintain my composure. Anger never helps when trying to master a new aspect of ether. Abruptly, the wagon comes to a halt, jolting me out of my meditative trance. A voice outside calls for me to come out, breaking the profound silence that had enveloped me. The sudden interruption annoys me, but I open my eyes to the world outside the confines of my contemplation without any sign of it. I've made some progress in the past month since leaving Gravecross, but I don't have any clue how long this skill will take to learn. I do know that I need to learn Living Strand, however. I suppose, though, it is a Zill. Not only that, but it is one that is so mind-numbingly complex that it borders on impossible. Because, from what I understand, it is two in one. Excavator and Inscribe are each only two halves of a whole. The latter implants skills for later use with intricate weaves of ether, while the former tears out anything hidden in the depths. From the text, it is pretty straightforward later on what happens if one uses Excavator without Inscribe. The ether within one's frame, the saturation that is built up, is forcibly ripped out. The sensation and effect seem to be 1,000 times worse than the careful manipulation required to cure one of acute ether saturation. Reluctantly, I rise from my seated position and step out into the landscape, greeted by unfamiliar surroundings. The sun hangs low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the terrain. Only partially wanting an explanation for the interruption, I peek out from the wagon. Earl meets my eyes and points ahead. He is walking alongside the wagon with the paved road, something only commonly found within the depths of the territories like we are now. Look, we're coming up to Onyx Gate. It's just over the horizon. His voice is filled with excitement, as he's always wanted to come here. Yet he keeps his tone down nevertheless. There could be people watching us, keeping tabs on us to inform Eli Weiss. I don't think so, because of how we traveled. It was nice and slow to get some relaxation and while also letting Earl put some work in. Yet, there is always a chance we were found out anyway. So, I reach out and pull him toward me. Come in here. Earl nods and hops into the wagon, sliding beside me and the sleeping Elizabeth. She's been up late every single night drawing out plans, creating ideas for our invasion into Onyx Gate. Silas is on the opposite side of me, reading a book in silence while Primrose files her nails in the back of the wagon. I pet Dakota with one hand as I let Bonfire man the wagon. He's still hanging in there somehow. The timetables that everyone else gave were utterly wrong. Each and every day, I worry I'll wake up and have to kill him, yet the bastard is still kicking. Not that I'm complaining. I don't want him to die, let alone turn into a monster. But it is inevitable. Shaking my head, I hold up the plans to Earl, making him read them aloud. I know he will memorize them after just 2 readings, but I need him to look at them first. He's been so busy creating weapons and tools for us all that he hasn't joined Elizabeth at all in planning. Again, it's something I'm okay with as she's plenty capable, but I still want his input on any ideas or routes. First order of business. Get into Onyx Gate. All plans and ideas are null and void if we cannot successfully infiltrate the city. Ideally, undetected by Eli Weiss. This will be the most difficult part, and it doesn't end with us simply entering. Our ether must be hidden upon nearing the city. We cannot be found even after getting inside. That will fall to Blodwin. Earl nods at me while taking a pause for air. Then, he continues with the words on the page, neatly written to be easily understood. While he speaks, I find Primrose paying close attention as well. With Blodwin's mute, we will have to get past the guards undetected. There are 2 options here. We either pay our way in and pray that no one recognizes Bonfire, Wyatt, or Primrose, or we sneak our way in entirely. Option B was chosen for its higher likelihood of success. After the duel in Kingstown, the Wendigo's face is known throughout the territories on posters and newspapers. Plus, both Bonfire and Primrose are renowned in their own rights. Earl turns back to me with a raised eyebrow, obviously wanted to ask a question, but I point back at the paper. Keep going. Hold your questions for later. She worked hard on this. Over a month of meticulous planning. Actually, my friend nods before continuing once more without any sign of annoyance. The walls of Onyx Gate surround the entire territory and are guarded by Sigils at every point. However, manpower isn't infinite. There will be points with fewer Sigils. We will exploit this. Upon investigation of the number fielded by the hunter organizations that guard the walls, there are approximately 10,000 to maintain the wall. A high number, but not when it must be stretched thin over the miles of wall. Furthermore, many of these will be low Sigils, easily tricked or shrouded by our skills. At this point, Primrose interrupts, pointing at the sleeping girl. She doesn't seem entirely satisfied with Elizabeth's role in this. What about her? Is she just going to sleep through this whole damn thing? Are we supposed to carry her or something? I nod and answer her quickly before taking the sheet from Earl. Yes, she has planned this whole thing out so that we do not even need her. In her own words, she's expendable. Now, of course, I don't believe that. But the fact remains that she's put this thing together that won't even require her expertise. I place down the sheet of paper on the small table set between us all and run my finger along the text. Primrose follows along, and I can't help but be so proud of Elizabeth. A year ago, she couldn't read or write. Now, here she is detailing explicit and complicated plans and wording. My words don't stop until I lay out the whole thing for everyone, even the crazy man outside the wagon. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting shadows over the looming wall, my 6 partners and I slink toward our chosen target. The section of Onyx Gate before us is a formidable obstacle, standing over 20 paces tall and just as thick at its summit. This is where it all begins. Tomas and many of the remaining soldiers of Bent, along with Blake, are to follow us, but such a large group cannot possibly sneak into Onyx Gate. They'll have to wait for Maddox to finish his ransacking of Kyun. A small bit of air leaves my nose at the prospect of aligning myself with that man. It can wait, though. There are priorities. We've meticulously timed our approach, waiting for the shift change after sundown, ensuring only a pair of guards stand watch at this isolated section. Glancing behind me, I find the mind of this operation crouched beside Silas toward the back. I meet Elizabeth's gaze before shitting back the focus. The chosen spot, tucked away in the middle of nowhere on the northern side of Onyx Gate, is our gateway into the city. The darkness provides a cloak for our movements as we take a collective breath, preparing ourselves for what is about to happen. If we mess up, we'll have a whole city against us. Not immediately, but it will be fast enough that it will not be easy for us all to escape. Bonfire and I likely can, but everyone else? Not quite. Beside me, Primrose readies herself, shifting into the gaseous form that allows her to move with the night wind. With a silent signal, she hurtles toward the two guards perched atop the wall. The darkness works in our favor as they remain oblivious to her presence while her form provides zero noise, thanks to the wind. Swift and silent, she wraps around one guard, suffocating him. The man struggles vehemently, and his partner stands with a choked gasp that stops partway. He stops because I focus my mind on him with insight, thrusting my will into his thoughts. It isn't effective at damaging someone, nor does it last very long when they're fighting against me, but it works for what we need it to do. At the same time, I extend my arm, the chains reaching up and over the wall to sap away the strength of the guards, tightening their fetters. Manipulating ether while contesting the guard's mind isn't easy, but the man, caught off guard in the enveloping darkness, succumbs to the intrusion, his body bending under pressure. I force the man to kneel and stare at the ground without moving. The goal for this isn't to kill them. We need them to be alive and think something abnormal happened. My recent practice with my skills has come in handy, and I launch myself to the top of the wall with the same chains used to weaken the two. Meanwhile, those behind me climb in a similar way. Earl has made sets of maneuverability tools after seeing how I move with my chains, fueled partially by Primrose's compressed gas and something else I don't entirely understand. Pointed wires tuck into the wall before hauling Silas, Elizabeth, and Earl up to us as well, with the undead carrying Dakota. Elizabeth stares at all of us while glancing at the slight damage left on the wall. She doesn't seem pleased with the effect of Earl's jumpers, but the woman doesn't comment on it. I meet her focus and reiterate what's next. My voice is calm and quiet, making the overall noise as soft as possible. There aren't any trees nearby, but that doesn't stop the paranoia. We have 1 minute before another set of guards should be walking past here. Give me time to affect their minds, find any important information they might have on them, and then we go. Everyone nods silently before moving to do as I ask. Meanwhile, I crouch beside the kneeling man. I can see him trapped behind his own pupils. Warna? I don't think I could have done this before the enhancement to all of everything. I think this is meant to be the actual path of philosopher, but between Blodwyn and my absolutions, I've mucked it up a bit. A controller, one that is careful and precise while strengthening and weakening others, is what I'm supposed to be. Investigators, manipulators, orators, all of the above. That is what a philosopher should be closer to than a simple brawler like me. They are meant to be the free ones while contorting all others. I should lean into it. More ways to solve a problem never hurt. Reaching forward, I touch the man's shoulder, attempting something I don't really think is possible. However, I've had it happen to me before. If I can manipulate their body and their ether, I must also have a grasp on their mind. And so, I tighten the man's chains as profoundly as I can, the man quickly changing from a second sigiled unit to a human with the finesse and strength of a toddler. Then, staring into his eyes, I repeat the same sentence again and again. You are drunk, so drunk that you passed out and forgot the past hour. I repeat the phrase as I pour alcohol into his mouth. The man's eyes quickly glaze over before closing entirely. I'm not 100% sure it worked, but I continue to do the same thing to the other guard. They do seem pretty out of it though, and time is ticking. It should be enough. We did tests with this on Primrose, and it was pretty effective, affecting her short-term memory, but not her long-term. I assume my impacts on the mind are far lesser than my mother's might. Ony, after all, is far wiser and more experienced with all this. I am but a toddler trying to emulate what she has done from personal experience. Standing between the two unconscious guards, I find the others already climbing down from the wall toward the inside of Onyx Gate. Searching my surroundings, I see a bit of light along the wall heading this way. Shit! I crouch down as deep as I can go and set the two how it would look if they passed out drinking on the wall. The plan isn't perfect and has a few holes, but we're betting on the incompetence of humanity. Not all of them are all that competent. Two low Sigils getting drunk on duty? It's not impossible. Hell, according to Silas, it's common. Most, however, keep themselves from getting pissed drunk, but again, not unheard of. Slinking away, I slide off the wall and land with a quiet roll punctuated by silence. Then, I shuffle forward toward the streets and buildings only a few hundred feet from the wall, following my friends. We stick low to the ground and rapidly cross the gap between the wall and the genuine city, cloaked under the shadow of night. Blodwin's mute is still silencing our ether from any possible augurs or sensors, but an observant watchman could likely find us if we play this wrong. So we stay along the earth, taking our time to reach a building. Once we get to it, I close my eyes against the wall, listening within with focused ears, using temper to block out my other senses. Father, why can't I go to the parade today? You are always so protective. What's going to happen? I just want to have fun with my friends. The voice is obviously female, and I remain quiet as the father replies. The situation isn't that simple, dear. I just want you to be safe. Okay, don't go out for the night. You can hang out with your friends during the day. School is canceled, remember? The father shifts into an annoyed tone, and I even hear the man stand up. He strides through the house before locking a door, not letting his daughter get a word in. You are not to leave tonight, okay? Please, Earhart. The daughter sighs and pouts before sitting roughly on a chair. I can hear her feet dangle through the air as they scarcely scrape against the floor with soft movements. Fine. I smile as I hear the two prepare for bed, their conversations shifting toward the morrow. They won't be going anywhere, and the plan was to find someone to stay for a night before investigating further. This family has a cellar. Perfect. 385 slicker moves. Primrose, venomous Gatron. The city of Onyx Gate's nocturnal cloak shrouds me as I weave through the labyrinth of tall buildings, their ominous structures emitting wisps of smoke and fumes into the night sky. These factories are essential for the creation of all the necessities of war and life. And it is for that very reason they are such a prime target to Elizabeth. At least the constant noise from the workers and the equipment helps hide my traces. I'm not exceptional at stealth, but I've learned enough through my time with Johnny to get the job done. According to Earl, within these are mountains of substances just waiting to catch fire or explode. A perfect target for later when we need a distraction. Staying close to the shadows, I move with feline grace, keenly aware of the watchful eyes that patrol the heavily guarded streets. Anytime I have to cross an alley into the light of sight, I turn my form into a speeding gas to hide as much as possible. Thankfully, when combined with stealth, gaseous is utterly silent. And as I cross 8th Street, I find a larger-than-usual factory standing before me. It's heavily guarded, yet this emergency entrance only has a single man at it. The manager must think this backside is safe due to its proximity to the estate's housing. A thin smile curls as I creep forward. My target lies ahead, oblivious to the imminent intrusion as he lies slouched with his Colt across his arms. The weapon is a long rifle, and I can effortlessly tell that it packs a punch. Wish I could take it after this, but alas, I cannot. There is too much for me to do. Yet I'm not here alone. I snap my fingers lightly, the prearranged signal for Wyatt to act through my eyes. He placed an insight on me before I left as I'm the stealthiest and most likely to succeed without Virgil. A moment later, I sense a subtle bulge within my gaze as he takes control, a connection formed in the shadows. The guard shivers for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Then, he twists and unlocks the door with his keys for me. How kind, Wyatt. Sadly, it will only last a few more seconds at most. My smile widens as I dart across the thin gap, careful not to stay within the lights of the city for too long. With a deep breath, I stride past the controlled man, a duffel bag heavy with explosives slung over my shoulder. The weight of the bag serves as a constant reminder of just how important this is. Elizabeth's plans have a dozen parts, and this is one of the most important. So, I cautiously navigate the dimly lit corridors as Wyatt follows behind me in that other body. Another steel door looms before me, the gateway to the central portion of the factory. Before entering, I turn to the man under the temporary influence of my friend. Make sure he seems mad. I instruct him grimly in hushed tones, my voice whispering amid the nocturnal symphony of the nightlife within Onxie Gate. Unlike the wilds or the borderlands, there is little wildlife to hear like birds. There are only other people, and it's this vast concentration of humans that worries me so much for Wyatt. He's too emotional, too caring. Still, the man listens to me serenely as I hold the handle of the door. We don't know the consequences if someone under your control dies, but he must not be able to report this. Do whatever it takes. Don't harbor any empathy for the man or his family. I need time to plant these, and you don't have much time in there. So whatever you do has to be big. Remember, the end goal is Eli. Most of these people will die in the coming civil war. Anyway, a silent nod from the controlled guard acknowledges his understanding. I stare at him for another second to confirm his emotions, and he raises the Colt in his hand, clasping over the bolt to make sure it works properly. Then, he checks the lever action's ammunition before speaking softly. I understand. Weiss needs to die. The instant he finishes, the crazy bastard rips the door open, sprinting through it with a reverberating howl of madness. Bullets fly wildly as I quickly lose track of him within the depths of all the machinery and tools of the factory. I crouch low as I follow past the door. My eyes search for the telltale signs of what I'm looking for. An explosives factory like this would very carefully protect the actual components that are flammable along with the ones that are readily explosive. However, Elizabeth and Earl are confident that the other parts will be far less guarded. After all, who would expect a detonation from the water storage or the bathroom? Frantic footsteps resonate against the metal surfaces of the factory, and I pause abruptly, hearing people right above me. Glancing up, I lower my body even further to reduce my chances of being seen. At the same time, I use my ether to coat my body, eliminating all sound, smell, and vibrations from my movements. My skin nearly jumps out of my flesh as shots echo out with painful moans. For a second, I worry that Wyatt is already taken out, but I shake my head. Even in a weaker body, he'd last longer than half a minute. As the decoy distracts and draws the attention of the guards, I move again stealthily along the edges of the factory. Shadows become my allies, concealing me as I dodge past sprinting guards, slipping into the narrow gaps between machinery and hugging the shadows of doorways. My heart races in tandem with the pounding footsteps around me. While sprinting past a slightly open section of the factory, I halt due to the sounds on the other side of the door to my right. Slowly, I shift toward it, my body pressed against the cold metal of a door. Gunfire reverberates through the air, courtesy of Wyatt not too far, but that's the least of my worries. A pair of mighty footsteps approach the door. Shit! Seizing the moment, I leap to the ceiling, transforming into a wisp of gas to remain hidden. A guard storms out, a long chain-linked blade in hand. This one is different than all the others, though. It must be the owner or something. The scars on their face tell me they are by no means weak. If Wyatt's decoy is to die to any of them, it'll be this one. Still, I can hardly keep my ether stable due to the situation. I'm not as experienced as Virgil is in all this. I've just done it a few times. That creepy bastard has probably done more missions like this than monsters I've even killed. Nevertheless, I hold my breath, my form blending seamlessly with the shadows until he departs, leaving me an opportunity to slip into the room from which he emerged, labeled storage. Within, I search hastily, ducking and weaving to remain concealed from patrolling guards. However, as I dart through this section, there seems to be a far lower number of guards. The majority of them must be dealing with Wyatt. The factory is a cacophony of gunfire and chaos. After all, he's still doing his part. Good. Seconds pass as I rapidly grow worried, but I locate the prime target before the bullets stop. The water tank. This unsuspecting container holds the key for the explosives remaining hidden for a long time. Who knows how long it'll be until Maddox strikes. We've only been here a day, but the man is already making remarkable progress through Kyun. Elizabeth thinks he'll make it to the walls within the week. However, both she and Earl agree that he won't attack immediately. Maddox will wait for another god to die, for when the chaos of a god's fall racks the lands and leaves them in confusion and disarray. Only then will Maddox Adkins attack. I set the explosives in place with practiced precision, working swiftly to complete the mission. I've spent enough time with Earl and his tinkering creations to know my way around them. After all, I know I won't get much stronger than I am now. The man he's more than just an intelligent mind. Not that I'll let him know that anytime soon. If I am to die, I'd rather it be without attachments. Hurts fewer people that way. I shake my head as I focus wholly on my task instead of such unnecessary things. Another guard sprints past the room I'm in as I work, and I hide behind the tank. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to notice me at all. So I quickly finish planting the charges that can be remotely detonated by having Wyatt cancel his figment or whatever he calls it that Earl put in the charge, keeping it from exploding. The moment I do so, however, the gunfire stops. Sighing, I retreat into the shadows, my heart pounding with anticipation. Shit, he's gone. Not that we expected him to last this long, though. Still, I would have preferred more time. There are no windows or easy escapes this deep into the factory. Slow and steady. I seriously hate that Virgil up and disappeared on us. I know he did it to become an angel, but still, this would be his time to fucking shine. Wyatt Graves. I cradle my head tightly as Earl places a cold pillow-like thing on my head. The pain of dying from insight seems to go beyond simply entering my mind. I can feel a pang from the depths of my soul, one that won't go away all too easily. Grunting, I stand from our place in the cellar. I turn to Silas, who has his legs resting on an empty keg. The undead man is far more relaxed than Elizabeth, who is carefully creating a map on the wall of Onksy Gate, or Earl, who is tinkering with the final aspects of the jumpers. You and me are up next. Silas nods. Then, he pulls out a coin from his pocket. The man sighs shortly before flipping the coin into the air. You owe me 10,000 for this. I laugh and cough at the same time and agree sheepishly. That's so much money. Still, no matter how much it would be worth it. There's a part we are still missing. Onyx. I wish to find Onyx Mui, the true form of the demon who raised Wyatt Graves. The coin flies into the air, spinning rapidly before shifting colors and then settling the air with a dark bronze from the gold it once had. At the same time, I spot the shimmering coins along Silas fade away, sinking into his flesh. Damn, his sigil is weird. Shrugging, I take the wished coin as he hands it to me with reverence. Silas clasps his hands around mine before tapping them roughly. Be careful. Do not be seen. And do not lose the coin. Any passing fifth or sixth sigil could recognize the rarity of it, while an angel would instantly know it's a blooming power. I nod to Silas before creeping out of the cellar. The coin in my hand practically hauls me out of our hiding place, after all. While I depart, Elizabeth gives me a quick glance and a thumbs up. Her lips mouth a sentence as I gently close the cellar door of the family, who has no idea we are even here. Find her. I swirl ether within my form to keep myself silent, wishing that I still had a dumbrel. At the very least, though, I have enough skills to make up a bit for the loss of the bulwark. With the coin clenched tightly in my hand, I'm yanked through the city streets with a force that defies nature. Silas' wishes are always odd, and this is no exception. Its relentless pull, paid for by thousands of coins worth of gold, propels me forward at inhuman speeds. Or, more so, I'm forced to not fall behind. Its actual pulling force is little. Only its speed is dangerous. I grit my teeth as I speed up to keep pace with it. Still, I have to be absurdly careful not to be seen. I slow down whenever I get close to any large buildings or groups of structures. But thankfully, the coin mainly carries me through unpopulated sections. My surroundings blur into streaks of color as I struggle to keep up without making so much of a racket I'd be found instantly. The movements of the wished coin are precise, leading me through the city with unwavering determination. It's a straight line, piercing through plains of grass, something I was unsure even existed within these great walls. Still, I don't entirely dodge the city, for the true challenge lies not only in matching its incredible swiftness, but also in avoiding prying eyes. I weave through alleys and side streets, taking advantage of the tumultuous environment that obscures my movements. Even in the depths of night, Onyx Gate is alive and breathing well. Unlike most other places, the nightlife isn't filled with crime. I find people moving amongst their lives, laughing and living it up while I speed past. Newspapers fly up as I hurtle past a couple, but they don't even manage to spot me. For a moment, I wonder what it'd have been like to have been born within these walls. What kind of person would I be? Would I be kind? Rude? Would I have ever even gotten a sigil throughout my whole life or coasted on the efforts of others? I don't know, honestly. I don't hang on to the thought for very long. However, and focus on my goal. Chaos reigns within the depths of the city. Primrose's stunt, with my help, didn't upturn the whole city, but it did enough that it increased the patrols within the heart of it, leaving the outer portions more susceptible. This is something that is only capable of happening since Maddox is so far away. I'm almost certain, and so is Elizabeth, that if Eli doesn't believe any threats to be within Onyx Gate, all the available sigils will be sent to the walls to hold back Maddox. Nevertheless, the coin pulls me in a direct line toward its target, and I fast find myself standing on the outskirts of a massive field. Trees at the edge of the landscape, and a sprawl of buildings stands tall on the other side, something I can only see when my eyes are bolstered by temper. I take a moment here to catch my breath, assessing the situation. My muscles whine in protest as I hold the coin back from soaring forward, but I don't have a choice. Trees are over there, meaning Weiss's eyes there. An estate's living quarters and buildings must be over there. How clever. The estates are surrounded by trees, giving Eli Weiss a clear view into their lives. Or at least there is a high chance that he can see through them. Many believe his power lets him see through all trees, but I doubt it's that extensive. He probably has to mark the trees or something. Regardless, I don't see a reason why these wouldn't be marked. They're in his territory after all. What a forward-thinking man. I have to respect his intellect, even if I hate what he has done with it. But what do I do next? I can't risk going toward those trees. Sighing, I walk along on the far edge, barely able to see the trees at the end of my vision. Yet no matter what side I go on of the estate, there are trees. It is wholly protected by the 12th prime. Damn. What now? I need in. Perhaps I need to think outside the box. If I can't go through the forest, can I go under? No. That'd take far too long. What then? I squint my brows and think deeply. A dozen possibilities pass by my mind and are all rapidly crossed out except for one. I could go over. If I go high enough, then the trees shouldn't be able to see me. The only problem would be the crash and getting that high in the first place. Yet, my figments are far less restricted. Indeed, I could make a more extensive form of the ballista and send myself into the air. Or is that suicidal? I don't think so. The might of the ballista, when enhanced by my new standing, is incredible, but I should be able to handle the force when sent into the air. As for landing, I can soften it with my chains by extending them to latch onto the centermost house. There is no way I'd do this alone, though. I need Earl to figure out how to shoot myself over. Damn, maybe things would be a bit easier if I was better at math. No, I'd have to be Earl good to figure this shit out. I guess I'm heading back. You want to fly in there? From the air? From a ballista? Yes. Moron. Oh, I've got a similar, but better idea. I'm sure it'll be just as fun as you imagined it to be. The coin in my hand rumbles with unearthed potential as I keep it still. With my other hand, I carefully guide the ether in my mind to create this catapult, as Earl called it. It comprises 5 main parts, each using a figment of my madness. The pull on my ether saturation is almost not worth it, but I push through, crafting the large construct. It took me nearly 6 hours to memorize the structure he made within one. Smart bastard. How does he even know how fast things fall? So stupid. Despite my faux anger, I smile and climb into the makeshift catapult. It's small and cramped, yet the power cannot be ignored. My old ballista could probably send me hundreds of feet forward if all the energy was transferred properly. This is going to be fun, at the very least. Not fun, not fun, not fun. Spiraling in the air, as I plummet with breathtaking speed toward the vast estate sprawled below, I struggle to get a breath in. The world rushes past in a blur as I seize a quick note of the landscape, my eyes scanning the many buildings and the surrounding trees. Instinctively, I zero in on the most prominent structure at the heart of the estate, surrounded by a thicket of trees. I close in on the center place, attempting to get as far from the trees as possible. Ether blows out of my arms as I use gaseous ether for a slight push in the air. A knot tightens in my stomach as I recall the last time I fell from such heights, an experience that nearly cost me my life. The memory lingers as I brace myself for impact. At the same time, I call for Blodwyn to do his thing. Mute falls into place as I lose that extra sense of my own ether. Just as one can hear one's own voice, I lose the ability to hear my own ether, only becoming able to sense it while it is moving. Nonetheless, I don't falter or panic. My body hurtles toward the chosen building, and in a planned but still desperate bid to control my descent, I extend chains from within me. The falsely real metallic tendrils snake out and latch onto the central structure, the largest one, arresting my downward trajectory. The sudden resistance slows my fall just enough to alter the course of my descent. The building's exterior rushes past, and I brace for impact. In a last-ditch effort to minimize the inevitable collision, I release the chains, allowing myself to crash into a bundle of bushes instead. The impact jolts through me, branches snapping and leaves rustling. A rush of pain courses through my body, but the alternative is far less forgiving. My eyes scan my body as I feel my left leg jutting out in an odd position. Leaning back, I sigh while hidden within the foliage, breathing heavily. Blodwyn gets to work while I spend time simply breathing and listening. The whole place seems quiet. According to Earl's investigation when I saw him, this is the Shaw estate, one of the oldest estates to ever exist, dating back all the way to the time of the First. I don't know what secret has got them to be so influential even this many years after, but I know I won't underestimate them. It is basically a requirement to have an arca for an estate to be won. So, I carefully rise to my feet as they are repaired and search for my mother. 386, Annexing Forgotten Things. As I navigate the auspicious and quiet grounds of the estate, my every movement is a careful act in flowing my ether for stealth. It's a skill I've neglected for the most part as I've been far more focused on direct combative skills, but I put all my concentration on it as I search for my mother. The cloud-like streams of ether lessen my noise and lighten my feet. I crouch low, concealed in the shadows of early morning, and observe as a passerby strolls past. The bushes near where I crashed become a sanctuary, the perfect cover to remain unseen. I hold my breath, utterly quiet, until the footsteps fade into the distance. As the estatesman retreats, I open my palms slightly, finding the wish coin within, jiggling toward them. How odd! I grip tightly onto the coin once more before shifting my position slightly. Squinting at the fading back of the man who merely passed by, I lock onto him. With precision, I rise and start following, matching their pace with a silent grace. I'm not by any means talented in ambushing, assassinating, or tracking, but I've spent many months alongside Virgil. Many months. And if I were to place a bet, there is not a man, woman, or creature alive with creature skill at any of those three things compared to him. Okay, maybe that's not true. Clarence Love has to be close, and there is probably a demon out that isn't far off either. Regardless, he's good. Very good. Remembering his many pieces of advice and partial guidance, I try to imagine myself as him. I would prefer to use insight and take total control of this person, but with the pain in my head, I don't think it's a wise course of action, mainly because this person is a six-sigiled. They are by no means weak of will to reach that level. I'm not sure if it'd last longer than a few seconds, even if I was uninjured. With Blodwyn's aid, however, they are unlikely to find me as long as I am careful. Even the hints of ether, such a low-level skill like stealth would reveal to those sensitive to ether, are hidden, making an act as though it is more effective. I tighten my gaze as I leverage a loose insight, only seeking to see through the man's eyes as an early warning system. The moment I do so, I praise my own thinking as it saves me. Darting to the side, I vanish behind a pillar the moment the person's eyes start to shift, my movements as imperceptible as the wind with Blodwyn's help. Shadows from the rising sun hide me as Blodwyn contorts our flesh, letting us fit behind such a thin pillar. My bones crack marginally from the shifting, but the noise doesn't leave my form. The man, however, stares behind him. I watch with a rapid heartbeat as his focus falls down to the ground where he stepped. He doesn't turn around all the way, but squints closely at his own footsteps, the ones I followed in, thanks to Virgil's old wisdom. With a swift head shake, the man returns to his stride, and I breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Thank you, Virgil. And so, the pursuit continues, my steps synchronized with theirs. Using their eyes, I can move whenever they're to shift their glance, so that I am not found. It is meticulous work, but not necessarily problematic. Silent as a phantom, I trail them into the heart of this estate. Fortunately, or I suppose as expected, there are no trees within the grounds of the estate. No powerful family would want someone watching them, even while inside their own homes. But that's not the only thing that is missing. There are no other people. It is just this man. How bizarre. I'll have to keep my guard up. We walk for several minutes, passing nearly a dozen buildings before reaching one similar to the one I crashed by. It's smaller in stature, but far more grand in design, with looping engravings and jeweled edges. I prepare myself as I glance at the coin once more. It's still in this direction. Breathing softly, I wait for the man to open the door and walk inside. The instant he does so, I slip in beside him undetected. But it's close, so very close. At any moment, he could look behind him, but at this point, I'd have a clear advantage, not even counting the sigil difference. My heart races as I stare at the man's back, only inches from me, as I keep close to the now-shut door. All he has to do is twist a little or step back, and I am found. I clench my fist just in case, seeing as this might be the building where Onyx is anyway. Yet, the man doesn't twist or notice me at all. Instead, he walks toward the depths of the building, leaving me to admire it. The interior unfolds before me without a stressful guide, revealing a surprising emptiness. No guards patrol the halls, and no butlers attend to unseen tasks. Only this lone person, now beyond me, roams the spacious interior. Confusion grips me, but I trust my instincts and continue tailing them after a few moments of hesitance. They move through the building with an air of familiarity, each step echoing in the silence of the deserted halls. Of course, it makes sense that this person would know their home, but what is this Shaw doing? Where are their family? Is it just him? I've heard much of this family, but now that I think about it, I can't remember what I know them for. Regardless of the odd situation, I shadow their every move with confidence. I'm not worried about being trapped or killed by an estate because of my current strength. Between Blodwyn, Lily, and I, there is no way a mere estate can hold us. Perhaps if it was one with an active pillar, there would be an issue, but not the Shaws. They haven't even ever had a pillar amongst their line. My every step is deliberately set in their footprints, just as before, without a sound or blemish. We continue together, like a shadow, and it's enshadowed through the building. Down a flight of stairs, beyond a long hallway, into a grand room, through another hallway, up a set of stairs, and finally at a pair of double doors. I slide close to the wall, careful of what is inside as the person opens the doors at once. The room and its contents are revealed to me at once through both of my sights, and I can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness. On EY, my mother is lying down at a table, playing with a cube in her hands. The demon size makes me wonder how she even got in here, but I toss away the thought as I see her contort to face me. Her entire form shifts, becoming a significantly more petite version of herself. In a split second, Onyx is hardly any taller than I, no longer that menacing demon she once was. Did you like the guide? I had to be careful. Too much activity or sound outside will draw attention. I turn and face the guide and realize that they aren't moving at all. Their face is cold, callous, and emotionless. What did she do? Onyx? I thought we had a deal. My mother claps her hands together and steps toward me with an unseen joy. She strides right up to me before clasping a hand onto my shoulder. I nearly leap backward from the movement, but I manage to keep myself still. Yes, this one is not dead. The last Shaw. How far they have fallen. At least I got this adjust skill from their library. The minuscules in the ether that human found are incredible. I raise an eyebrow and look at the man as Onyx rambles off by stepping past me, not finding Shaw's face to ring any bells. Still, the title she gave him is eerie and cannot possibly be correct. He's an estates man, right? How can there only be one? I thought they were vast families. What do you mean by that? Onyx waves her hand at me to follow her, so I do. The Shah does so as well, striding alongside the two of us like an emotionless butler. I pay close attention to her words as I remember the book that Johnny read with reverence many months ago. It had to do with time. Time as a concept. It was written by a Shah, I believe. Or was it? I have a hard time remembering much about that text. The Shahs. They had one great man in their long history to hold them up, and due to the respect he placed upon those who came after, his family was treated the same as the powerful. But that respect does not last forever among creatures with short lives and even more fickle memories. Tyler Shaw is to be the last Shaw. A pity to see such a great man's bloodline end in such a way. Her words only spew more profound confusion from my heart. Who is this man? Why is he so great? Who are you talking about? This Shaw? What did he do? Onyx stops walking entirely and glances at me in confusion. She pauses for several seconds, opening and closing her mouth before finding herself without any words to speak. I'm sorry. Matters regarding the Time Warp Delver are bizarre, to say the least. Even a vast mind can have facts ripped from it by the vestiges of the Sandy River. It makes sense why your race would forget him entirely. Even his name, despite the fact he was even more infamous than your almighty first amongst the urges of reality. My mother walks into a room and tosses the cube in her hand onto a table, letting it bounce lightly with a metallic tone as I realize it is made of thousands of tiny triangles. She sits at another desk before searching the insides, brushing aside all the dust as if she owned the place. I still don't understand what she's talking about, however, and probe deeper. This time-warped delver, he was a Shah, correct? Onyx nods, tossing aside a great many things in her devoted interest in the items of the Shahs. Her inquisition for whatever is in here is bizarre, even for her. Yes, the only of his family to hold any prominence. I search for his name in the back of my head, only to feel a searing pain run through my mind. I clench the desk for a moment as I struggle to even remember the man's last name. It's a pain that quickly fades, but it reappears any time I reach for the memories regarding the man. Still, I sputter out another question. What are you looking for? Onyx ignores more and more objects, even some artifacts that were left here, as she answers me slowly. The man forgotten by time left behind two objects. One was for his protege, and the other for his family. That cube is the one for his family, but I bet that after his protege passed, the other returned here. I edge my hand toward the cube in curiosity, as it doesn't hold any chains or ether that I can see, but Onyx stops me with a raised hand. I would recommend you do not touch that. I never met the time-warped Delver, as the human lived long before my birth, but according to Leviathan, he was the greatest mind the sky had ever flown over. Eli Weiss is but a dunce compared to him. Do not touch his things wantonly. My curiosity only grows further and rises to incredible heights with all this mystery around this man. I step around the desk to help look within it as I provoke Onyx with more questions. What do the two things do? And why is it so hard to remember him? Onyx smiles as her hand slides against the top of a drawer, ripping out a portion of the desk to reveal a small bag, at most the size of a palm. She pours the contents of the bag out as a completely ordinary hourglass falls into her palms, which are cloaked by protective ether. The cube is indestructible. It is known that not even Vincent or the previous primes could break it. No one knows how the Forgotten Year made it. As for the hourglass, it bends time. As long as it falls, the one holding it will pass through time dozens of times faster than the outside. Only the wielder cannot move during this time, either. As for why he is so difficult to remember, no one knows. There are many theories, however, and I am keen to think it has something to do with the battles that created Pain Peaks. I trust Onyx's words as she's lived through multiple human lifetimes with an unwavering memory. Anything she's heard once, she will likely remember forever. Plus, Onyx has been strong for a long enough time to have heard bits and pieces of these secrets to build her own ideas. As I ruminate on the long-gone man and begin to consider the ability of the items, Onyx passes me the hourglass. I catch it after a split second of bewilderment. My mother smiles at me with the teeth of a demon as she stands from her seat. Be careful not to use it too much. Time The sandy river is not as kind as the cardinal. If one is to meddle with its power too much, they will pay the price. Not even desolation would be able to escape. Use it in small, careful amounts to train your ether, develop skills, and the whatnot. There is little opportunity to grow, so little time to advance where you should be, so I found some more for you. Holding this thin hourglass in my hands that still shows no signs of being supernatural in any way, I disregard that fact. I approach Onyx and broadly extend my arms. She stares at me oddly, even as I wrap them around her. What are you doing? I peer up at her with a smile. Hugging you as thanks. Her eye narrows on my face, as if searching for a lie or hint of deceit. There is simply none to be found, however. I mean the hug. And why would you do such a thing? I chuckle softly before stepping back with an answer. Because you are my mother, and you gave me a gift. The demon doesn't seem to be able to comprehend my words and turns around with a snort. Then, she walks away from me and Tyler Shaw without a care in the world. Where are you going? You haven't even told me how to use the hourglass. Onyx waves her right hand softly as her body expands once more to her standard form within the first room I saw her in. She lies back down on the table, returning to her respite. I pause my search to welcome you. There are still many things to do, and only the depths of the Shaw's bunker can hide the rumblings of my ether from the damnable tree. Don't worry, I'll release Tyler when I'm down here. He still has a job to do after all. The estates have toyed with his family for far too long. Soon the last Shaw will strike back. I notice how she completely ignored my comments earlier to drag the conversation elsewhere. But I disregard that oddness for now. Instead, I tap the hourglass on the table. This thing, I want to know how this works. With more time, I can do way more preparation for this coming war. How do I use this thing? You still haven't told me. Otherwise, I rise and meet mine for a moment. Then, she closes them as the veins around her eye socket begin to tremble and even make squelching noises. My worry ascends for her, but I can acutely tell that she is moving ether carefully despite the dangerous look. Search into the depths of it. If you cannot find the ether, then that is on you. The Time Warp Delver was a pioneer of ether, and the hourglass should hold some secrets to learn from. Now, leave your insight thing within my mind. I can make a connection using it that will extend dozens of miles. This way, we can communicate from afar. I quickly do, as she says despite the pain of moving my ether in the way she asks. And my mother's face tightens despite her closed eye. Dear little one, be more careful with your soul. Your ability does not use your mind. It uses your soul. That does not repair even nearly as quickly or as wholly as the mind. Still, as I sense it, something doesn't feel quite right. Her words make me grasp toward my head with a wandering focus, but I can't help but hold on to the same confusion as her. What doesn't feel right with my soul? The demon, still with her trembling and flowing veins, asks me another question in turn. Have you figured out your tomb yet, little one? I shake my head before speaking aloud, nearly cursing myself for the stupidity, as she can both see with a closed eye and read my thoughts at the moment. To my answer, my mother surges with motion abruptly, returning to a sitting position as she stares directly at me. I'm almost sure it has something to do with your soul, little one. I can't put my finger on it, but it doesn't feel normal, even for a strengthened one such as yours. It's missing something, some part of it. Perhaps that's why you resonate with your sigil so heavily. It touches onto the base of the soul, while yours is so uniquely different. While her voice finishes, I can't help but reach with my hand to caress my temple, feeling a rising worry. My tomb has something to do with my soul? Does my father know? Probably. Killian Graves would have to know. He is a Graves, after all, just like me. And from what I know, if Onyx is correct, then I think I'm the first Graves with a tomb that doesn't affect the body or mind, but instead the soul. I wonder why that is. Shaking my head, I listen to Onyx continue, detailing her preparations for Maddox's arrival. As she speaks, though, her voice is far more relaxed than usual. Even her shoulders are lowered as her eye falls onto me without annoyance or discomfort. It simply is watching me. Beyond her own actions, she goes in-depth into all the forces that are coming, mentioning that there are some hidden human angels that may appear. Things are about to get heated. Very fucking heated. 3 strategists are meeting in one place to do battles with their mines and pawns while a roaring tsunami is coming from the southwest. I wonder which strategist will prevail, or will it be the tsunami? If I am to decide, I only want the rat of a prime to die. 387, the bigger they are. Virgil Wraithbone. I hit the ground running, slamming my feet against the sand beneath my heels before sliding under a hurtling rock heading toward me from behind. Tendrils of nightmarish ether contort through my flesh, giving me the speed needed to outpace this monster. Still, just because I'm faster than it doesn't mean I'm out of the proverbial woods yet. Twisting, I glance behind me to fire off another shot from falling rain, only to grimace in pain from the kickback. The cluster of speeding projectiles slams into the angelic monster that is hurtling toward me, but it hardly slows it down. Shit, these weapons aren't enough to strike down this big one. The big one behind me, an ominous cloud of swirling stones and sand guarding a solid core of muscle-like tissue, trails me relentlessly. It would be a silent predator in its pursuit of me if it weren't for the crashing, deadly stones seeking my life. My failed attempt to kill it hours ago has only stoked its fury, and now I am the hunted. The landscape of the waste born from Vincent Harvey morphs into a battlefield, and I navigate the treacherous terrain with every morsel of my focus, each step a precarious dance with death. But this is a dance I have made many times, one that I consider to be, at this point, a regularity. When I left behind my family after stopping at Gravecross to advance to angelhood, I debated on simply killing a creature and stealing a Nidal to make the leap. That god, Pomola, she gave me a gift, one that I will not refuse but will not take advantage of. I will earn my place just as all others have. I will not simply allow Wyatt to carry me to the stars and beyond. I'm a man myself. I have my own pride, and it will not allow me to be a weight boosted by a child, even if that child is one of those dearest to me. My pupils slide along my missing sleeves. The depths of the waist give me all the nightly boons I would typically have while simultaneously hiding me from the sun. Still, the feather rests along my wrist. The gift of Pomola is not as simple as making me worthy. There must be another stage, or step, or figure that it will bestow. Nevertheless, I will earn my place. I dodge clumps of earth that materialize into enormous creatures to join in the chase, their forms emerging from the monster's malevolent influence. Sidestepping with a rope of nightly ether that diverts a rock, I narrowly avoid the crushing force of their impact. My eyes stay vigilant as I continuously check behind me, scanning the surroundings for the next threat. Approaching a ravine, I gauge the distance as sand cascades down its slopes in massive heaps. It seems as though the world itself is being sucked into the vast ravine, never to be seen again in the clutches of the depths. I would rather not join it. I flick my hand outward in response, taking hints from Pomola's dying form to manipulate my ether. In an instant, a sword-like feather of absolute darkness intertwines with my right hand. Beneath a heaving grunt, I hurl it behind me to slow my pursuer just a bit. A harrowed call is all I hear as a response to the wind. With a burst of speed, I sprint along a crumbling ledge, each footfall seemingly defying gravity. The precipice of life quivers beneath my weight, but I push on and take the leap. Time seems to slow as I bridge the gap. It was not a good idea to come here, the place where I nearly died, the place where I came closest to death in all my time on this giant rock. Even a god said that I should not be alive, kept afloat by an abnormality to reality. Still, I will not be useless. I will be powerful. I will not let down Vernon. He saw me as a hero, a man who could accomplish anything he set his mind to. There are few greater motivators than a little brother or a little sister urging you on. Aaron's cynic face and Nora's sickly face remind me why I'm here. In the air, with stones flying after me at near bullet speeds, I tighten my gaze. Ether explodes from my form as night whips extend far beyond my frame, grasping onto the other end of the ravine. Then a bone-deep impact shakes me to the core. Still, I don't have even an instant to rest. Another shattering rock lands only a few feet from me, and another creature is born from the explosion of stone. I roll over, kicking myself forward as I duck under another projectile, narrowingly eluding it. These bastards, simply becoming an angel isn't enough. I need to become something more. I've never been talented at ether. Neither have I been proficient at leading or commanding others to replace that. I don't have brains, brawn, or talent. What I do have, however, is a very unique set of skills. Gritting my teeth, I push my body to the limit, weaving through the onslaught of obstacles with a fluidity born of relentless training. My limbs react instinctively, dodging, leaping, and twisting to evade each impending danger. This angel is faster, stronger, and more durable, but it is not without weaknesses, and it does not have my experience. The monster's relentless pursuit fuels a fire within me. I can do better. I must do better. There's no room for hesitation as my eyes catch a figure through the swirling winds, a giant of insane proportions. A moment of doubt creeps in, but I cast it aside, recalling my training. In this world of sand and death, safety lies in confronting the most dangerous challenges head-on. I press forward, my night whip straining my flesh and muscles to allow me to steer through this chaotic landscape. The monster's rage on my rear becomes my crucible, pushing me to scrape by each perilous encounter. A weight has always rested on my shoulders, and as I am once again alone in the darkness, I recall what it was once like to struggle every day without a single hand to guide me. I was alone for a very long time. Even when I thought there was one person there, he wasn't. He had been dead for a long, long time, unbeknownst to me. This solitude, I pushed myself forward, leaping over a sandy rock made into motion by the angelic creature behind me. I don't know its name or form. All that I do know is that it is no longer my target. That gore giant, it is my new target. The bigger, the better. The grander they are, the more substantial the growth it will require to kill them. I can kill this one behind me. I am sure of that. This thing? I do not know, and that is what locks my senses into place. It is akin to the focus one receives upon hearing awful news, the stare that has no end but harbors no beginning. It simply exists, capable of judging and deciding in an instant without regard for feelings. As I approach the colossal affliction of life, known to Wyatt as the Gore Giant, a monstrous amalgamation of flesh, blood, and sand, I feel the ground quake beneath its immense weight. Each and every step throws sand into the air that glides against my skin hidden by mask. It would seem the skill doesn't work if the sand is thrown against me. It's a passive defense, not an active one. Makes sense. Still, the slight nibbling of the sand forces a growl from my throat in response to the pain. The stony angel behind me propels me forward with relentless speed due to the need to outrun it. And I can sense more creatures converging, joining the frenzied chase beyond simply its children formed of rock and sand. Hundreds of mindless crimlimes raise their arms like undead born from coffins as they slide alongside the angel. Quick as a shadow, I kick off one pursuing crimlime with a boot glazed with lightless ether, launching myself into the air with a practiced agility. The many obstacle courses and forced marathons under gunpoint chafe through my mind. My past was brutal, inhumane, and agonizing, but I would be lying if I said it was not effective. The heels of my boots graze against another monstrosity, its surface akin to rough stone. The friction slows me abruptly as I scrape against it. In a half-crouch, I burst forward, evading a reaching arm to sprint alongside its enormous body. One thing most of the creatures within the waste share is size. Only the crimlimes and a few other rare species are not magnitudes above humanity in stature. I can only wonder where Vincent pulled all these bastards from. Leaping off yet another, I slide beneath a looming fourth, my movements resembling a man seeking death by how narrow the paths are. The scraping sand above slices a shred of my hood off, the fabric fading into the sand. This is the artistry of the Wraith, a nickname earned through years of evading and confronting the deadliest foes before they had ever even seen me. When I first met Wyatt, people did not call me this, however. For a long time, I was called Ghost or Shadowed or any other genre of dark-like name. Even the others who worked under the estates were scared of me, but rarely did Wraith land in my ears. Only after growing alongside the young man did the name truly stick. Conscious of conserving my energy, I flicker through a lethal slam from a rocky aberration, an elusive afterimage of my silhouette left behind to distract them from my backside as I appear beyond the creature, resuming my rapid sprint. The monsters multiply, a nightmarish horde, but I press on, moving faster than ever before. Adding more and more creatures to the chase is a fool's errand in almost every situation, but the being I'm fixated on will turn them all to simple rubble. Only careful dexterity and agility would allow one to climb such a behemoth. When I first saw Behemoth, I wondered if I could kill him. As I am now, I cannot. Even if he let me strike him 1,000 times without repercussions, I'd still fail. I need to form a weapon to slay even the mightiest creature, to fell even the most disastrous disaster. And I need to do it all without even a trace of my shadow being seen. My every stride echoes with purpose as the gore giant looms ahead, its steps shaking the very foundation of the earth. Its shadow, formed by the vestiges of the sun within this place, falls upon me. Unlike most shadows, however, I don't feel any comfort at all. A shiver runs down my spine as I witness a gargantuan eye formed of clawing hands and smashed together pupils in a distorted harmony of chaos twist bizarrely before fixating on me. Like the collaboration of 1,000 damned souls, the focus of the gore giant is aimed toward me. I nearly pause in a mixture of horror, surprise, and raw, unadulterated chill. A coldness burrows into my veins as I stare at the creature that could meet even Behemoth in size. Yet as I stare at it and it stares back at me in turn, I find no reason not to continue. The things in this world that can catch my shadow are few and far between. Such an unwieldy monster cannot do that. A surge of confidence courses through me as I near the colossal creature, with the thoughts spiraling in my mind. As I approach, the monsters trailing behind me seem to sense the impending danger and retreat, unwilling to face the Regent's monumental might. Even the angel does, not to mention the mindless crimlimes. I take a moment to reconsider after witnessing the angel flee. Perhaps this thing is more threatening than I thought. As far as I've been able to tell, virtues are the limit of creatures within these wastes. At most, this gore giant is a virtue, right? Surely. If it were a dominion, then how could there be multiple throughout the wastes? And why wouldn't they leave the wastes? I should be able to escape from a virtue of this size if I fail to kill it. A dominion, however, could most likely catch me with the powers that come with that stature. A triumphant smile graces my lips. This is my moment. Simply becoming an angel is not enough. I redirect my focus to the next challenge, darting toward the Regent's colossal legs. With each step, the creature shakes the ground, and I weave through the shattered stones that are sent flying by its towering limbs. Still, I do not relent and approach its massive foot, bereft of any covering other than the swirling sands of blood that cascade from it. Sprinting with all I have, my night whips cracking my bones from the sheer force they are binding me with, I flip my daggers into reverse grips. The wind howls around me as I leap onto the monstrous gore giant, my daggers gripped tightly in each hand, poised to begin my climb. Tendrils of consolidated night extend from my body, wrapping around protruding chunks of flesh, providing the leverage needed for my ascent. My every movement is a concentrated balance between blades and shadows. But the gore giant is not a mere monster. It is an angel, perhaps even a virtued one. The being shows me that in less than an instant, it is a living nightmare of conjoined flesh, blood, and sand. As I begin, only reaching the Regent's ankle, a nightmarish appendage of curled and knotted blood along an old, wrinkled man's arm nearly knocks me off balance. I quickly find myself hanging by a thread, my dagger the only thing keeping me from the abyss below as I am thrown backward. The Regent's flesh writhes, responding to my intrusion with a malevolent sentience. Even more sprouts from nearby, seeking my life. Humanoid claws, twisted and grotesque, emerge from the mangled form, reaching for me with an insidious intent. They grasp at the air, seeking to tear me from my precarious hold. I don't wait a moment to act, kicking off the flesh I'm hanging from. And as I soar backward, I focus my gaze on a point in the air. Darkness gathers as ether flows from my pupils down to my heels, concentrating on a tiny platform large enough for a single boot. Landing, I reorient and launch myself once more toward the gore giant. If I had the ether saturation of Wyatt, I could simply leap to the top without ever touching this creature. But I do not. It is only thanks to the improved saturation after my brush with the Pale Lady that I can be so free with my skills to not fear falling unconscious after an hour of running for my life. Most, even those with a stalwart heart, would shrink at this being bearing down on them. Yet, I have seen worse. There will never be a worse, more harrowing, more torturous feeling than sinking a blade into the heart of my dear younger brother. Since burying him, it has been hard to even feel fear. In comparison, this world is dull now, a light robbed from it. And with less light, there are fewer shadows to shirk from. A pale gray has washed over my senses, in some ways a bad change, in some ways a good. Leaping horizontally to dodge more grasping limbs and tendrils of sandy, bloodied flesh, I consider what Vernon's death truly means for me. I've spent nearly a year coming to terms with it, but the pain has never gone away or lessened. It is my fault, pure and simple. If I was stronger, if I was faster, if I was better, he would be alive. And it is that regret, that gnawing, pounding need within that pushes me forward. Not again. Never again. Not Aaron. Not Nora. Not Victor. Not anyone else I care for. Not anyone else that looks up to me. I can't bear it again. Not another death. It is one thing to be alone. I have always been alone. I find comfort in the silence, in the dark, in the places where people would rather not venture. I find solace in the road less traveled. It is a gift that I have. Solitude does not affect me as it does others. But it is a vastly different thing to be lonely. And there are less than a handful of people who keep me from feeling that way. Undeterred by the grasping claws, I press on, my heart pounding as I face the relentless onslaught. The humanoid nails continue to emerge, springing from the Garregent's form like sinister blossoms. I dodge, weave, and parry, each move fueled by the adrenaline of survival. My ascent becomes an arduous struggle, simply seconds from the start, a relentless battle against the grotesque limbs that threaten to dislodge me. Every inch is fought for, every foot sweat for, every region bled for. The night whips I have carried for years prove themselves essential as usual, helping me pull myself up with a strength born of desperation. Ever since learning Willful Strand, their reach has increased exponentially, allowing me to grasp far beyond where even the hands reach. No matter how I am struck, even as I fall nearly 200 feet to catch myself with a dagger wrapped with a night whip, I remain focused on the goal, the top of the gore giant, where its weakness must lie. It must be there. The climb is fraught with danger, and I can feel the exhaustion setting in. Yet, I have faced countless creatures, and never once have I encountered one without a vulnerability placed near its eyes, even ghosts or other planers. The region that houses a soul, no matter the kind, is always a weak point. Pain soars within my shoulder as I catch myself once more, the many rapid descents forced by danger gradually adding up. It is scarce that crimson leaks from me as my night whips seal the wounds shortly after they arrive, but the impacts beneath remain, bruising bone, shocking organs, damaging vitals. Even still, I am making progress. My eyes scan my surroundings to find myself planted a quarter mile from the earth. From here, I can no longer see the ground due to the sands, and my only basis for my height is correlated with my position on the gore giant. Plunging my blade into the Garregent's hip, I leap upward once more with it as leverage, narrowingly evading a tendril with gnashing teeth. But as I catch myself once more, I feel a swooning wind above me, as if the sky itself is buckling. I glance upward, realizing the gore giant is finally making its move. This is where the real fun begins. Come on, you big bastard. Bring me to your head faster. I keep my pupils primed, scanning the vast sands that block my vision, even while I avoid the reaching hands like that of the damned wanting salvation. Seconds pass before I see it. A palm, one so enormous that I can hardly see myself being the same width as the seam of flesh in the palm, crashes toward me like a meteor. This is it. Flipping around, I dig my heels into the hip of the giant that acts more like a wall to be mantled. Necrosis and wet sharpen my heels as I push the skills beyond their usual capacity with Willful Strand. allowing the blades of ether to sink far enough to be used as a platform. I need to be fast, so swift that it believes I am dead. Something this large would hardly be able to tell when it killed a creature of my size, especially not one with a power, virtue, or dominion to easily sense with its. And as the hand approaches, the very air cracking under the pressure and speed of the slap birthed by a creature that could go toe-to-toe with behemoth in size, I take a leap toward that hand, placing faith in my burgeoning power. 388, the harder they fall. Virgil Wraithbone. The Garregent's monstrous palm surges towards me, an open, all-consuming maw that threatens to crush anything in its path. The air crackles with its sheer force, the sand upon it sizzling from the heat it transfers from simply moving. The sound alone is deafening, breaking any barriers that are held within the air. I summon all ether within my core, coursing it in the skill I've grown most familiar with, Flicker. It has been the thing that has kept me alive throughout the worst of the past year, and I only have it thanks to an abnormality of life, as a god would call him. Flickering through the palm, I phase through the colossal appendage, expecting to emerge unscathed on the other side. Cloudy vistas of the otherworld glaze my mind as I retether myself immediately to this world, finding a foothold to return. Yet, unlike the seamless transitions of my previous flickers, this one is different. Agonizing pain courses through me, searing and burning, digging into the deepest recesses of my flesh. An involuntary groan escapes my lips, a rare expression of pain. Usually I can keep my body under wraps, but not this time. My ether, usually a source of strength, now feels like a double-edged sword, cutting through me as I bear the brunt of the skill. Yet, despite the pain, I cling to my power, unwilling to relinquish the safety it provides even with the torture. I reappear on the other side of the palm an instant later, daggers in hand as before, and latch onto it once more. The act reopens the blazing heat within me, but I force my muscles to contract, lifting me higher. The agony only increases as I continue. Still, I refuse to yield, even as little bloody fires emerge within the depths of my veins. This being, and all the others, the plane they come from is unlike any other. It is brutal, it is terrifying, it is absolutely inhospitable to life, yet it still breeds it in its own way. Peering upward as the gore giant returns its arm to its side, I find the monster to have forgotten about me. Perfect. Still, I grip on with all the strength I can possibly muster as wind cracks and slices open my skin like dozens of lashing whips from the pace the gore giant settles with. My hands tighten on my daggers as my teeth clench against each other. Nevertheless, I keep quiet, not a peep leaving my mouth. The slip-up from before was against everything I've ever learned. Never again. The ascent continues from an even higher location, the Garregent's pulsating form now beneath me. Every single reach of my arm feels like a promise to the limits I'm willing to push, the pain a reminder that strength comes at a cost. I've watched Wyatt break himself 1,000 times to grow stronger. I've always thought it was naive and that true power is found within mastering techniques, skills, and strategies. He hasn't proven me wrong, but I neglected a whole avenue of strength I could have searched for. For a long, long time, I've been more capable than him, but not anymore. Right now, he'd win in a frontal battle. Sure, I might succeed in an assassination against him, but that's a hard maybe. He's so tough. I wouldn't doubt him surviving a decapitation if Blodwyn was fast enough. I need to do something more, something drastic, to keep up in any meaningful amount. No one else has pushed himself like he does, other than Leninhall, and that drive is what explains the difference he exudes. There is power to be found in spontaneous, forced need. The vast majority of my breakthroughs in strength and power come from training or preparation. I'm not at all like Wyatt, who can force himself to do something incredible at the drop of a hat. But I need to do it at least once. Or, even with this God's gift, I won't see myself as worthy. And not seeing myself as such a thing is far more dangerous than any enemy. The self is the greatest foe, slow and steady. That's been the tale of my growth. A continuous climb with many dips and dives, and just as many rises and plateaus. It's about time I find that spike. With each upward leap or stretch of my arms, I ignore the searing pain, my focus unwavering. The gore giant still doesn't seem to have noticed me, however, leaving my climb untested now. My daggers must be nothing more than the sensation of sand grinding along a human's face in the desert. Hardly noticeable, not worth any mention or attention. And I have set myself to kill this thing? Even the gap between me and a shiver runs through my body while I recall that mission. Even that gap was far less substantial. Have my skills risen that much to the point I could take down a giant such as this? No, but they must. I have my own pride. I can be unseen. I can be ignored. I can be alone. I can be looked over. But I cannot be useless. Many years ago, I resigned myself to be nothing more than a shadow of those who were greater. A weapon for them to wield, a shield to defend them, and a cloak to surround them. I feel my muscles relax, my tendons unwind, and my mind loosens further with each and every morsel of pain that assaults me during my ascent. I commit every possible portion of my mind to the arduous task of climbing the monstrous gore giant. Gradually, the biting winds and sands in the air fall to the wayside as time fades, my focus turning it all null. The pain in my innards intensifies, a warning sign of the toll this relentless ascent exacts on my body, but I ignore it. Sometimes, a little bit of madness is needed. Too much rationality will leave me restrained, unable to advance further. There are many mysteries swirling around my close friend, but there is one thing I know for sure. His struggles, the constant limit testing, and the never-ending battles, they have all bestowed on him a strength beyond any others within his age. It is beyond the vast majority of all of mankind. Pressure creates diamonds. That is a common fact. Still, the compacted trash must be capable of withstanding that pressure. So, I continue, even when I sense nothing above my hand to grab onto. I leap upward, landing dexterously on the top of a sweeping platform made of flesh. Scanning the area with my eyes, I quickly realize that I am on the Grimdark's shoulder. But the gore giant, like a colossal sentinel, senses my intrusion once again. Its head turns slowly, grotesque pupils fixing on me as I take a moment to convalesce at the top of its shoulder. The air thickens with a profound presence that bears down on me, and my legs buckle beneath the weight of its gaze. A crippling pressure crushes me from above, and I don't possess the strength to refute it. Falling to my hands and knees, I feel the fleshy limbs reaching out from the creature's surface, seeking to pull me into its grotesque form. I close my eyes for a moment, falling into the darkness I enjoy so much as the world seems to collapse around me. Madness. Wyatt has spoken of it much. But what is it? His madness is the lack of fear he holds, facing any obstacle head-on, as if death doesn't even faze him. But what could my madness be? Am I even mad? No, I don't believe I am. Not yet. I've always kept myself sane, rational, and reasonable. Yet, when I think of all the figures who stand at the top, not a single damned one fits those affixes. If I have to lose one, rationality. Despite the pain and the fact my legs are sinking into the flesh below, I reopen my eyes, their shaking stilled by an inexplicable sense of peace that washes over me. I cannot fail. There are people who depend on me. This peace is not born of resignation, but of unwavering confidence that overflows through my limbs. It is not that I cannot afford to die. I cannot die. The Grimdark's neck looms above me, and I realize something profound in this moment of clarity as I allow my sense of pride to bloat. The strength of ether comes from belief and practice. I cannot practice anymore. I was not born to fight, but to kill. By any means necessary, I must achieve my goals. I have never been a good guardian, a sensible protector. I can kill this thing. Only I can kill this thing. The idea sets in and infects every aspect of myself in but a singular moment. I ignore every portion of my mind that tells me it is impossible, that it cannot be done, that I am simply committing suicide. Those parts will only make me fail. For my ether or skills to grow further, I must be whole of mind. With newfound resolve, I act swiftly. My daggers strike with precision, severing the grotesque limbs that seek to ensnare me. But they are not alone. Night whips lash out from all over me. Yet unlike usual, they hold tinges of my belief. Each of the whips ends with tiny edges, slicing as they move with the sharpness of the most well-kept knife. I rise from my hands and knees, standing tall on the Gregent's shoulder as I cut the invisible threads of flesh that I find connecting me to the giant's pupils. I've called them whips for too long. Striding forward, my first footfall denoted by a stagger, I settle upon a name. Sanedges. 36 of the blades of pure darkness cloak me, acting where my two arms cannot reach. These blades go far beyond where I can with my human limbs. Willful Strand allows them to go 100 feet from where I stand, and I rapidly pick up the pace toward the Gregent's face with this advancement. I was not wrong. This is the way. It is risky. It is stupid by nearly every metric. Yet there is no time. The man I seek to chase breaks all notions of what it means to be powerful, to be talented, to be chosen. I am none of those things. Yet I must become them all by the virtue of effort. The Gregent's maw opens toward me, revealing an endless cavern of twisting and gnashing flesh as a calamitous roar leaves its throat. The sound is so loud that it no longer can be heard. The mere vibration appears in my sight, forcing me to squint to hold any vision at all. Noises cease to exist as I am sent hurtling backward, only to catch myself with my Sanedges into the monster's flesh. I glide, nevertheless, opening a ravine of blood to wash down the giant before the scream even begins to falter. Welts, bruises, and open cuts appear on my flesh as I try to defend myself, yet it is pointless. I can only wait. It is something I am well accustomed to, no matter how uncomfortable the position is. I let my blades of night plunge further into the tough bastard, giving me more leverage to work with instead of being sent tumbling over the edge. Still, as I feel the pressure wash over me, I wait observing, and the moment I see its mouth begin to close, I rush forward, pushing with everything I have. Each and every Sanedge grapples onto a piece of flesh, ripping me onward alongside my own steps. Space disappears beneath my speed as I reach even more profoundly into my flesh. This is not enough. I can see a distant shadow through the sand. Its other hand is coming fast. In the very depths of my core, a feeble light resides. It is always frail, a poor little thing that possesses little radiance. Yet I rely on it at this very moment. I reach for something, a piece of the world I never imagined I would even grasp the edge of. Living Strand. It affects objects, both those made of ether and those not, allowing the effects of ether to last nearly indefinitely for most. A piece of my brain lunges for that, to make a certain skill last longer, to make it more potent. Time feels to pause as the light within my core resonates with my call, my plea. It bulges out, coursing through my veins with a force unlike any other. I very rarely use this since there are so many restrictions. Yet it is time I remove those restrictions. My confidence holds no bounds as I set my eyes on the impossible, Adzil. I have always been careful, cautious, and conscientious with my every action in a fight or leading up to one. Everything is calculated, a ballet of death. Not anymore. It is time I leap into the water and learn how to swim. The looming shadow above grows larger as my Sanedges slice more and more of the hands and tendrils, reaching to rip me into the abyss of the Gregent's innards. This skill I am to transform came from my 5th sigil, the homage to Vernon. Yet, I use it so scarcely because of the situation it leaves me in afterward, crippled and powerless. Illuminate leaves my core, entering my flesh, yet I don't let it simply leave my body. I force it to stay within me, swirling like a tempest. I bear my will upon it, hoping it will do as I want. Yet it does not. The light that originates from nowhere, but the dark moves on its own, seeking the outside, wanting to spread. Sighing, I release my grasp on the skill, but do not raise my hand toward the gore giant. If I can't use it as a weapon, I will use it in other ways. Ether is based upon belief, upon creativity, and upon practice. It will obey me. Instead, my palm rests over my very own heart. Living Strand is about faith, about confidence, about all the darkness and light within the depths of a soul. It is the soul. It is the beginning of the most incredible techniques, the things that cannot possibly be imagined, only done. The shadow changes from a looming threat to a falling, visible one. The air above me shudders under its weight, and I meet the Regent's gaze as the light crashes into my heart. Illuminate falls into the beating organ, and it gains its own will. The light disseminates through my veins, filling each and every capillary. It becomes alive, even if only barely. A blinding light bursts from my veins, making my skin seem see-through. But the effect is not simply visual. With one step, I vanish, reappearing at the base of the Regent's neck. Yet, all my shadows are gone. From necrosis to my new sand edges, they're all gone, banished by the light. I lament their loss for only a moment as I dive toward the Regent's neck with my daggers. A storm of steel is unleashed as I strike with reckless abandon, accelerating so fast that I work better with 2 knives than dozens of shadowy blades. Flesh falls to the wayside as the gore giant strikes toward me again with a howl. With every few strikes, a dagger shatters from the raw force applied to it, and with each broken knife, I draw another one to replace it. The sound assails me, reverberating both from the air and the neck I'm cutting. It shakes even the light crashing within me, growing brighter with every passing moment. The bits of illuminate only seem to strengthen as they impact each other within me every time I attack or am hit. A veritable dawn emerges on this giant's shoulder as its hand falls toward me once more. Yet, just like last time, I cannot be caught, only in a different way. A flicker sends me through the monster's hand and scathe as my light returns the previous favor, scorching its flesh in turn. The clouds of the otherworld appear, but the usual visions and spirits do not appear. They hide from me and my light. Those spirits are scared, terrified even. This time, however, I don't grasp onto its hand. Instead, I kick the air behind me. With a twist of my boot, a platform appears beneath me. Only it is made of light, not night. I quickly gain familiarity with this new change and double down on it. Tendrils of solidified light emerge from my back, born in the exact same way I would with my sand edges. The only difference is that instead of pulling ether from my core, I shape the light left behind my illuminate as it becomes moldable. The instantaneous skill becomes something that lasts for over half a minute, a metric based upon the fading luminance within. I land beside the Regent's ear and quickly climb inside, finding it spacious enough for me to walk with a crouch. But as I move inside, I am assailed in every direction by countless limbs cutting, scratching, stabbing, and grasping for my life. My tendrils of light slice the abominations of flesh, but I notice the light within starting to die out. The collisions aren't enough to keep the light going. I push harder, swing faster, and kick with more effort, but that only buys me a few more seconds. The light dwindles. This Zill isn't something that can last forever. Stumbling forward in the ear canal, I cut past a wall of flesh and bony sand to realize that despite my light, the things I touch or cut lose their shadows entirely. That would be interesting and something worth studying in any other situation. Instead, I saw my way through the flesh, even as wounds begin to pile up to the point they affect my performance. I walk slower, strike with less strength, and my light grows so dim that it barely illuminates the path through the ear. Still, I continue onward. Abruptly, however, I lose my balance and fall down, stumbling my way until I realize where I am, a gargantuan, pulsing glob of meat in before me. As I flip my daggers into forward grips, though, my light dies out, leaving me in the darkness. A profound weakness suffuses me as I fall to a knee. The light left me dry, and without any physical strength, as for a scarce few moments, I nearly became light. Shadowless has left me behind, but I am not done yet. A primal, near bestial groan comes from my lips as I lift myself once more. It is such a force of effort that I feel teeth creak and crumble. My every muscle, my every bone cries in protest as I refuse to listen to it all. I can kill it. I sputter out my own confidence, reaching a hunched-over height. As I do so, I twist to the side, cutting a hand of flesh sharper than any steel that seeks my throat. Almost there, just a little further. This creature has a brain, and as such, if I destroy it, it will die. Perhaps it will even have a sigil for me to devour. Or maybe the devastation left in its wake will leave some for me to take. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, though. Falling rain leaves its holster as I stagger, wobbling back and forth. My finger pulls the trigger toward the brain as I crash into the pulpy skull around me. Limbs grasp for me, nails dig into my flesh, and the recoil from the lumen fractures my wrist. I stumble back, nearly falling over, but my ankle twists, locking me in a debilitating position as it falls into the palm of a tendril. My heart drops, as even the depths of my instincts know how dangerous of a position this is to be in. It is almost certain death, even if I kill this brain. I could flicker, but that would only make things worse as the light is gone. Images pass through my eyes, yet they are not of my family. They are of my past. A single face turns to dozen, then to 100, then into so many I can't possibly remember them all. A whole decade I spent killing. I was only a third sigil for most of it, not wanting to go further for what it might mean, but that doesn't mean I wasn't effective. I had to have killed close to 1,000 people. Eli Weiss said they were bad people, ones that deserve their sentence. Even if he is right, I still snuffed out 1,000 lights. I killed my best friend. I killed my own brother. I cannot imagine that any one of those I killed was any worse than I. I am a monster, a creature that is capable of shutting down any emotions, acting akin to an unfeeling machine whenever I need to. I became what they trained me to be, a killer, the best ever seen. Even Eli Weiss admitted in our interaction that I am more dangerous than Clarence Love's silent sting. That, if we were to compete, he is confident my trail would possess more corpses even if Clarence would win in a duel. If I am to be emotionless and focused, perhaps I allow my madness to sink into that instead of rationality. I twist the Colt in my hand, aiming it toward my leg. This wound is not likely to be one to regrow with time. I am hundreds of miles away from the nearest human. I will not have any medical aid. I might even be gone for so long that this will stay with me forever. There is a chance I return in time for a doctor to recover it, but that isn't guaranteed. Yet, my heart doesn't waver in the slightest. I pull the trigger. An explosion rends half of my leg from my body, a burst of blood filling the entirety of this cavern, but my leg doesn't fall off completely. I pull the trigger again, and with that, my leg leaves me in my calf. Staggering forward as tendrils sink into my back, I place the Colt over my head, facing down the length of my back. Again, I squeeze my finger. Blood trails down my back as some of the bullets shred my flesh with a mere scrape, even bolstered by Titan night whips. I dive forward with one leg, leaping ahead and flipping myself over with my hand. Then, I flicker into the air, placing a platform of darkness to hold me for a moment as I turn my Colt toward the brain. 100 tendrils, arms, and snapping jaws reach for my life from the ground, like a scene from a painting. Despite the blood streaming out from me, I keep pulling the trigger, unleashing all the remaining rounds in the chamber. And with each round, the attacks grow more frenzied and frail. By the final round, a hand latches onto my bloodied back. I'm hauled to the floor in but a moment, ignoring the nails cutting me, the jaws gnawing through me, and the hands tearing me apart. I reload the Colt. Then, blasting with falling rain, I crawl my way out, kicking and thrashing to reload and unleash another volley onto the brain. By the time the second volley starts, however, weightlessness fills me. With the sinking of my gut, I feel a sense of accomplishment, a profound, life-altering achievement that spreads from the feather imprinted on my wrist to the totality of my body. That warmth counters the awful cold as my world spins precipitously. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. 389 spelled grains. Wyatt Graves. In our dimly lit cellar, I observe with keen interest as Elizabeth trails her finger over the map, her movements deliberate and purposeful. The atmosphere is tense, charged with an uneasy alliance born out of necessity. Elizabeth Earle and I have argued a dozen times over what should be done with Maddox. We don't fully trust the pirate captain leading us to perform this covert assault on the estates, but desperate times call for desperate measures. The enemy of my enemy is, for now, our reluctant ally. Even if what he might be doing on his way here is heinous, we don't have much choice. I'll deal with the heartless bastard when the time comes. The map sprawls before us, detailing the nearby territories in-depthly. Onyx gave me the map before I left the Shaw estate, knowing that I had little knowledge about this section of the world. The Horde, as the people of Onyx Gate have been calling Maddox's crew and allied bandits, have traversed halfway through Keon on an expedition to Onyx Gate, where the estates lie. I listen attentively as Elizabeth's finger hovers over a particular region, marking the invasion route of our tenuous ally. Her touch is light, yet there's a gravity to her gestures as she points to the area that will soon be under attack. Maddox was last seen in Kindred. Since he's heading straight for Onyx Gate, only stopping to invade cities within 5 miles or so, he should be going for Tillen next. From there, we won't have any more updates, as there are only small towns. Places with too feeble a population have escapees to relay this information. Much of her information comes from the fruits of my labor of using insight to control other people's bodies and listening in on the news or reading the newspaper, since we can't effortlessly leave. Yet, at Elizabeth's words, Primrose's nose curls with disgust. She stares right at the tiny that Elizabeth is labeled as Horde with her hand clenched. Are we really just going to let him through like that? Elizabeth, you better than any of us understand what is happening in Kyun right now. They're not simply passing through. To keep his men in check, Maddox must be willing to let them do whatever they please to those they conquer. Silence falls in the room as I can't bring myself to look at Primrose. She's right. Maddox is vile. Yet, the 5 of us in the room share a common disdain for Eli Weiss, the proclaimed prime and leader of the estates, a mutual hatred that transcends any reservations we might have about joining forces with a pirate. Maddox, with dozens of ships at their command, is a necessary evil. Though, even if we wanted to, it wouldn't be easy to dismantle Maddox's brigade of death. He might be the only angel, but each of his many ship captains under him can easily tie Primrose in strength. Several of them would bear a threat to me. I open my mouth, finding my voice to answer in Elizabeth's stead as she doesn't seem able. We will deal with him, Primrose, only after. We can't deal with 2 enemies at once like that. I doubt we can bring down Eli without Maddox's aid. We need him, but the moment Eli is dead, I leave the rest of my words unsaid, letting her finish them for herself. Me reassuring Primrose seems to calm her down. Those foreigners beneath him may not be as extensively trained as a hunter of the same stature would, but they've indeed survived worse than those hunters due to their rough lifestyle. Elizabeth nods to me with thanks and returns to her speech. As the woman continues to trace the invasion route, her gaze flickers with a mix of determination and caution. As I was saying, Maddox will be here soon, and we won't even know the exact time. Therefore, we must be ready within the week. The room buzzes with palpable urgency as Elizabeth, under candlelight, meets each of our gazes. She's been putting this whole thing together like the most intricate puzzle in the world. Yet, she's not the only one. Alongside Elizabeth are 2 far more experienced strategists, Eli Weiss and Onyx. Now, my mother might not be against us, but her plans are challenging to pin down. She hardly elucidates anything to me, too, leaving me in the dark for most of it. So, we have to work against 2 instead of 1. Plus, there is no telling who else might show. Humans are not the only race in the world. Additionally, I won't take Anawai's warnings lightly about the hidden humans. The wastes might have separated us from the other races, but it won't work forever. There are ways around it and even paths through it, though none are safe. My close friend takes a deep breath, her ponytail bobbing along with her motion. Then, she places both her palms on the table with enough force to shake the object all of us are resting against. We have the bombs ready within the factories. Earl has devised enough weapons to aid in the physical conflict while Wyatt has made contact with Onyx. From here on out, the 2 most essential parts are to have an agent within the bounds of Primary, the region where most of the estates live in the north, and to make contact with Tomas. He should be on his way or nearby. I am bringing this up to everyone because whoever will enter Primary will be under the most risk possible. If you are found, not even Wyatt could escape alive. Elizabeth's eyes slide against each one of us, first landing on me, then moving on to Primrose, Earl, and Silas. We all remain quiet for a few moments as I realize just how hardened her gaze has become. A year ago, none of us could have possibly imagined she could be doing this. As if responding to our silence as agreement, Elizabeth continues. I believe Earl stands the best chance of staying hidden within Primary. Between his tools, wit, and ordinary appearance, I think he could remain undetected long enough to do what we need. Primrose pipes up almost immediately, throwing her arm in front of Earl to propose a question. And what would he need to do? How would he be better than me? If I didn't know her better, I would have thought she was hurt by Elizabeth's decision not to pick her, that her pride was damaged. But I know better after spending many months with her. Primrose is defending Earl, not her own ego. She's venomous, not arrogant. I glance at Elizabeth as she scratches one hand with another, a telltale of her nervousness. Regardless, I merely watch, believing in her to stand up for herself. Someone must investigate the surroundings, traps, tools, weaponry, artifacts, and manpower within Primary in detail. The information we have as of now is only speculation. The start of any attack begins with knowledge. If we know where to strike best, we can be twice as effective with half the work. Earl is ideal for this. Primrose nods along with Elizabeth, but she still isn't convinced. I get that, but why is he ideal? Elizabeth, patient as always, points to the side of the table where a dozen recent inventions of Earl lie. She uses the pile as proof of her claims, because he will be able to make a plan to do it once he is there. I cannot create it as the landscape and situation is beyond me, nor can I do the job with my meager skills. Earl is a trap layer, a forward thinker, and that makes him best for this. As for reuniting with Tomas, I think you and Silas should go, Primrose. The venomous woman finally seems to calm down as Elizabeth continues to explain herself. I nod along and find that she makes perfect sense. We need people to meet with Tomas to prepare his group to fight, no matter how many he brings, but we need to guarantee that at least one will make it. And Silas said by himself, if a pawn is needed to be sacrificed, I am willing. I try to talk him out of it, but he refused to relent. If a situation arises where they cannot both escape, Silas will stay behind to buy Primrose time. The undead sure are stubborn. I do suppose that he has been with the living long enough, though. He has even told me that he is growing less and less fond of this world. The dead are not meant to be with the living. His time up here is making him more irritable, more annoyed, and more lonely. Our differences make him feel desolate and empty. Or perhaps it's simply the gift that does so, while simultaneously providing him with undeath. Elizabeth continues the plan, detailing the beginning of the actual stages of the siege to the Primrose to give to Tomas as Earl prepares to leave. I hardly have the spare focus to observe him collect his tools, decide which are needed, and then depart in a hurry. There is no time to waste. I have profound difficulty in understanding the details, however. All the specifics of war and battle fly right over my head. I'm never good at the big picture. At least Elizabeth knows that, though. You have a single job, Wyatt. You must grow stronger this week, but you have to do it silently. You cannot be spotted. Eli Weiss can, absolutely, under no circumstances, even at my or Earl's peril, find out you are here. I know that is harsh, but it is the case. If we are to do this, it cannot be half-cocked. I nod slowly at her, finding little reason to argue, even if doing so hurts. Still, I ask her what she will be doing as Silas and Primrose sneak out, heading toward the river that goes under the wall. With her gaseous and Silas' lack of a need to breathe, they can simply go under the river's rushing waves to escape Onyx Gate. Only the journey there will be rough. Elizabeth's reply is simple, yet it contains even more information than I expected when I thought of the question. I'm going to find a place to set up my rifle. With some extra tuning from Earl, it can reach up to 2.5 miles away. At the same time, I am going to consistently check Earl's dead drop for any new information using one of the children in the city. A few dollars can get a kid to do just about anything that isn't obviously harmful. I nod to her plans, only worried that she might get caught. But I can't really blame her or ask her to change the plan. She made it. I just have to trust her. And so I do, and simply get started with training my ether. After all, I still haven't mastered living strand or plasmic ether. I help Elizabeth prepare her things before waving goodbye as she sneaks out from the cellar, leaving Dakota and me alone here. Well, not entirely alone. The family above us in their house is still there, none the wiser that we've been down here the past week. Plus, Bonfire is passed out in the corner over there. The fox, who is no longer the tiny little guy he once was, lies down beside me, watching me curiously as I retrieve a cushion from the ground and sit on it. Dakota raises his head, seeking me to pet him, and I do so with a smile. I'm glad you're still here with me. A few more scratches, then I have to get started, okay? I keep my voice down like always when we are inside the cellar. I hope the others are able to remain undetected. We aren't as overzealous with caution as we were when we first arrived, as the hunters and sigiled within Onyx Gate seem far too preoccupied preparing for Maddox than searching for any insider threats. Still, we are all careful nonetheless. Earl gave everyone a variety of tools to help us traverse Onyx Gate unseen, like his jumpers. Still, we each also have smoke bombs, canisters of sleeping gas, and clothes that can mimic our surroundings partially, making it harder to be found with the naked eye. Not that I have many of them, as most are redundant for me. A moment passes, and I pull back my hand from Dakota. The fox whines quietly, knowing better than to be loud, but I shake my head. I need to get this show on the road. For the first time since getting the hourglass from Oniwai a week ago, I hold it up to the air, and I dive within it, letting my ether flow toward it as I sense it as profoundly as I possibly can. I've been told that the hourglass is crafted from near-invisible ether by Oniwai, the bits of the substance so minuscule that they are almost impossible to detect. Armed with this knowledge, I allow my mind, soul, and ether to flow over the object. Yet with every passing second, my confusion mounts. This is no ordinary artifact or naturally occurring phenomenon. I can't sense any sigil within this thing or coalescing ether like a crossroads might have. The hourglass is simple. It is made of raw skill crafted with precision and mastery of ether far beyond anything I've ever seen. That is, if Oniwai is telling me the truth, as, even an hour later, I still can't detect even a whiff of ether within this thing. It's almost as if this object is a real thing, a genuine item. Not having any other options, I start to follow the tiny grains of sand within the hourglass, my mind navigating the intricacies of this peculiar object. As I delve deeper, my sense of time begins to fade. The hourglass becomes a macrocosm of sand, a captivating world that draws me in. It seems to extend forever, the sands having unending clarity and depth. The grains of sand offer no apparent power or effect, yet I persist in my exploration. My focus intensifies as I plunge into the minute details. Just as I would focus on my ether to separate tiny bits, I narrow my gaze even further on the sand like that of a magnifying glass. Still, the individual grain of sand I focus upon grows in size until it, too, becomes a world of its own. It has limitless dunes and rifts. It continues seemingly forever. My confusion only heightens as I plunge even more profoundly. Time loses its hold on me as I become enraptured by the mysterious worlds contained within the confines of the hourglass. They don't have stars, suns, moons, or life, but they are worlds of their own, vast, unique, and beautiful. After an untold and unknown number of magnifications, as I let temper isolate more and more of my senses, I detect a hint of ether. This faint pulse is almost imperceptible, yet it is there nonetheless. It is so tiny that I can hardly feel it, but it sparks a new wave of curiosity within me. I had no idea ether could be used like this. I thought it had to be controlled in streams or threads, continuous motions that would create effects. This seems to be tiny, individual motes of ether that have been separated from each other to harmonize and create a new phenomenon. Finding this tiny mote of ether, I latch onto it, pulling it with my mind, and the moment I do, I feel something shift within the depths of my soul. It's impossible to describe, truly, but if I were to, it feels like I have jumped into a vat of swirling syrup, the entirety of reality slower and more fragile than I figuring that the hourglass is working. I begin to rotate ether within myself. As I do so, I am pleasantly surprised to find Blodwyn is affected by the motes within the hourglass in the same way as I am. Desiring to learn Excavator, I follow along the guides that Johnny gave me in the past. I push ether into my bones, letting it settle, yet I don't give it any old command. Living Strand is not all that dissimilar from instinctive ether. Time passes as I wait, letting the ether calm, hoping that it grows a life of its own with my will pressing upon it, but not ordering it. Alas, it does not. Still, it is as expected. I repeat this dozens of times, doing precisely as Johnny did to learn the strand. After several hours, I feel a tug on the sand I made a connection with. Returning my focus to it, I find the granule of sand vanishing into nothingness as the ether that composed it rejoins the firmament. I sigh as I realize something about this hourglass as I search around, discovering the clock to have only moved a single hour in the 4 or so I have spent. The time it can accelerate is not infinite, and much of it has already been used. If one mote gives me 3 extra hours, then I should have tens of thousands of hours remaining at the very least. Still, the idea that it would run out eventually hangs on my shoulders, even as I find another mote. I need to master this damn thing, and then I must move on to plasmic ether as well. So, I close my eyes and get to work. 390, smooth smouch. Earl, miracle maker Garner. I stride purposefully through Onyx Gate, leaving the clamor of moving carriages behind as I make my way towards the depths of the city, towards Primary. People, for the most part, ignore me, and I do the same to them. The streets, for the most part as well, are simple, with only a few guards sparing me any attention. The many food hawkers and tradesmen make me smile as I continue on my way. There is even a goldsmith's workshop along my path, something that excites me even though I'll never get to see the inside. But as I approach the looming edifices that mark the entry to Primary, the atmosphere tightens, buildings squeezing closer together like tightly packed bodies in a grave. Alleyways disappear entirely, becoming hand-sized gaps between constructs. No human could possibly fit in there, but other things could. I need to save those thoughts for later. Maintaining a stoic exterior in my suit just as Virgil would, suitcase in hand, I walk with a poker face that belies the nervous storm churning within me. Inside, anxiety courses through my veins, and I struggle to suppress the beads of sweat threatening to betray my composure. Under my continuous asking, the retired assassin taught me several ways to help seem inconspicuous, but I feel most of them are pointless in actuality. I listened to him intently, but simply paying attention to his words was not enough. My hands shake with tremors as I try to calm them. A quick glance at the guards through one-way glasses, specially crafted to shield my shifting eyes from their scrutiny, reveals their watchful presence. However, they don't seem to care for me at all. I suppose I am only one in a million here, perhaps even less. A man with dark glasses isn't very unique. At most, there's something to look at. So, I continue forward toward Primary, convincing myself that I am fine. As I do so, I go through my plans to get inside again. Elizabeth left this part to me, believing that I would make something more suitable for the situation on the fly. Whether she's correct or not remains to be seen. Closer now to the divider between the rest of the city and the suspicious confines of Primary, I find myself before another towering wall, almost identical to the one that surrounds all of Onyx Gate. It is just as formidable a barrier, too, reaching over 20 feet into the air. Inhaling a deep breath to steady my nerves, I step towards the imposing gate where guards scrutinize the entries, which, in this higher-class part of the city, are few and far between. There are only 3 people at the gate currently, and even from here, I can tell that the 3 are no slouches. The first and second men have blades sheathed at their hips that, from my keen eye, are obviously high flam blades, 5th flam at the very least for both of them. Powerful men. And the woman behind them is even more incredible, with a 6th Mark Colt at her hip. My mouth almost waters at the thought of dismantling the weapon to figure out how it works with 6 barrels, but I discard the idea. Approaching the gatekeepers, I keep my gaze forward, avoiding any suspicious glances. I don't even look at the 3 figures and stand patiently in line as I go over the plans I made on the way here. Racking my brain for a strategy to navigate the insanely tight security, I go over the main plans I considered one final time. As I do so, I peer upward, impressed by the imposing wall based on solid stone. Strategy 1. Blend in with the crowd. I consider attempting to merge seamlessly with the few individuals waiting for inspection. However, the guards are obviously well trained with weapons aimed toward us at all times, and any subtle deviation might raise suspicions. I'm scratching that plan. It's too risky and likely to fail. Strategy 2. Utilize the shadows. Timing my approach during a shift change or transition when guards are likely to be occupied with administrative tasks. As darkness falls, shadows may offer additional cover, allowing for a discreet passage through the gate, just as we did to enter Onyx Gate. Yet, I shake aside this one too. I don't have Wyatt or Primrose to act fast enough to clear any threats in the way. A repeat of our entrance into Onyx Gate is not possible. Strategy 3. Feign confidence. Striding forward purposefully, I consider acting as if I belong, exuding an air of authority. Yet, I discard the idea. Too many eyes are watching, and a lone man in a suit whose identity is unknown is almost guaranteed to get shot. But that is only if I am a random man with an unknown identity. If I were to pose as someone important to Eli, I might be able to slide through. Yet I'll have to prove it. And how will I do that? An ale. Eli Weiss would know about the ale in my eye, but I highly doubt he'd spread that information to mere guards. They are more likely to think I'm an important figure that should be let in. But what if they report my entrance directly to Eli? That's the main thing that holds me back from this plan. The first 2 men continue through the gate after being checked and approved. My hands shake further as I step forward, lining up directly with a guard, rifle in hand, and directed toward me. There is no malice in his eyes. He is simply doing his job. Swallowing, I nod to the man. He simply blinks back. Okay, how would I go about preventing my arrival from being reported? I could simply say to not notify him, but I think that would only garner suspicion. Oh, I know. I should tell them to notify him, only to say to him that I am someone else. Oh ho ho. There is one other man currently on the surface who would be able to create an ale or any equal piece of technology. As far as Wyatt knows, the 10th Prime is still standing, though he might have faded by now. It's a gamble worth taking. After discarding the initial strategies and refining my thoughts, I settle on the final one, a not-so-daring but still risky plan. As I stand before the gate, I take a deep breath, mentally rehearsing the plan as the woman in front of me continues forward. No one alive, other than Vincent and Canyon, should know what the 10th looks like. This will work. It will. Identification and purpose for entering primary. The guard eyes me suspiciously, a silent tension hanging in the air as he scrutinizes the false identity I've conjured. I'm in a suit with a case beside me, heavy and prolonged. He follows along my body, the attention focused on where weapons might lie. The imposing figure in front of me, muscles straining against the uniform, exudes an air of authority that makes my heart race. I steady my nerves, reminding myself that the success of this ruse hinges on maintaining composure. Identification. The guard repeats himself with an apparent demand not to be taken lightly, his voice a low growl that reverberates through the gate area. The shifting of guns nearby and their clacking movements force me to take a deep breath, suppressing the unease clawing at the edges of my resolve. With practiced nonchalance, I shrug my shoulders, hefting my suitcase to fit onto the counter before me. Arnold Pilner, here to deliver Eli Weiss a gift. I manage to squeeze out the handful of words confidently, offering a feigned smile that conceals the turmoil beneath the surface. The name carries weight when leaving my mouth, a legendary figure whose true name is known only to a select few. It's a calculated risk, however. If this person knows the name instead of the Prime, I may be screwed. The guard squints, a furrow forming on his brow. Threads of ether escape from his shoulder, the fabric of his garb crossing over with deadly tension. The ghastly strands dance in the air, pointing toward me like 1,000 spectral needles. Shit! I maintain eye contact, doing my best to radiate an air of confidence despite the subtle telltale signs of my deception. The guard's gaze lingers, his scrutiny intensifying, and for a moment, time seems to hang in precarious balance. The success or failure of this gambit rests on the guard's decision. And why would the Prime need to receive your gift at such a time? He is swamped preparing for war. Common folk like you have no place speaking to him. I almost bite my lip at the slight he forwards to me, but I don't take it personally. I'm sure there are hundreds of people who try to get on a Weiss good side simply for the fact he is the Prime now. Sighing as though this is simply annoying to try and relieve my nervousness, I twist my suitcase around to case the guard. He is already reaching for it, but I deliver it to him without resistance. The guard opens it slowly as I explain the contents. Those are ales, objects that possess the ether and power of an artifact, but none of the negative effects. Seeing as you frequent or live here, you must know them. I have created 3 for the Prime after being inspired. Nearly everything I say is a lie, but I speak the truth about the ales and their power. All the other things I have within the suitcase are hidden in compartments that cannot be found without tearing it apart. Nevertheless, the guard reaches for an ale, lifting it to his pupil as he shudders toward the eyeball within the vial. A voice comes from behind the wall, a hidden figure taking notice. I glance around, finding that woman with the 6th mark Colt missing. It must be her. I see. Arnold speaks the truth. All the colonels have one. Let him through. Finally, after an excruciating pause, the guard grunts to his superior and steps aside, allowing me passage through the gate. The ether threads retract into the fabric of the man's clothing, a silent exhale escaping me as I continue on my way. Yet, my relief is short-lived as I compute what the man said about the ales. All the colonels have one? Damn it. That means Weiss learned how to distribute them to weaker people, perhaps even better than I. I need Wyatt's angelic blood to sustain mine, and the vials within my suitcase will only last a month. If all the colonels have one, each angel will probably have 2. That will be the first piece of information put into the dead drop. But how will I get back out to deliver the information? I'll have to use a courier of some kind, I suppose. Hopefully, Primary has those. Before I step all the way past the counter, however, I pause, not letting them do it first. I twist my head and face the guard. Be sure to let him know that I'm here and waiting. Arnold Pilner. He'll know me? I notice the guard's hand freeze in the air in the middle of heading to press some sort of button. Then he nods toward me with a smile. Of course, Mr. Pilner. I'll let him know right away. As I step through the guarded gates in a primary, the sheer magnitude of the renowned onyx stone architecture envelopes me. Every structure, formidable and dark, is a testament to the ingenuity of the first, who crafted this city with his hands. Onyx stone, or onyx to the common folk, the fabled material that birthed the city's name, adorns each building, its abyssal black hue casting an imposing aura over the surroundings. Primary is where the man's hands touched. The rest of Onyx Gate was made long after his death. This, however, bears his genius. The layout of Primary is a stark contrast to the city I left behind. Here, buildings are sparse, giving each structure room to breathe. The limited number of constructions, most no taller than 2 floors, only heightens the sense of isolation. It's an enclave of miniature fortresses, with onyx stone serving as both shield and facade due to its extreme toughness and durability despite its light weight. The vast spaces between each building make it clear that distance is both a luxury and a product of how difficult it is to dig up and mold the onyx. Navigating through the wide streets, I head towards the nearest open field beside the wall without any trees, a seemingly inconspicuous location that provides a momentary reprieve from the dark structures. Soon, I'll have to find a place to hide. Time to get started. Opening my suitcase, I reveal the 3 vials, each containing a solitary eyeball suspended in a dark red liquid. The grotesque display only makes me move faster, grabbing the eye with a pupil of dirt. Carefully, I examine the surroundings, ensuring no prying eyes witness the macabre contents of my suitcase. Then, I reach and take the one that I will be needing the most for the time being, Kiro's dust. Alongside Kiro's dust, I grab a vial of Wyatt's blood. His angelic nature seems to be twice as potent as others due to Blodwyn, making his blood consume half as much for the same effect. And on the case of Wyatt, I've been investigating how to get his ability to loosen the chains of others to work to my advantage. I have a lot of thoughts, but I simply don't have the time to experiment with them. Perhaps here, I'll have the time to think in between investigations. What if? No, I need to focus, but there is a chance he can hurry the process of advancing sigils. The absence of people in the immediate vicinity grants me a moment of secrecy, and I proceed with caution. My goal is clear, but the path to achieving it demands finesse and discretion. At any moment, Eli could come out to find me. I need to be gone by then, so I dip the eye into the vial of Wyatt's blood as I force ether into it and cut my own hand. Sanguine fluid falls onto the floating eye as I take control of it for a moment. This method of usage is something I only recently discovered with Wyatt's blood, as his vigor is so potent, but I reckon it should work with a virtue or higher as well. It does have a significant disadvantage, though. Once the blood that has dripped onto the eye dries, I lose control over the ale. For now, however, it is better than putting it in my head. I need options. Like this, I can bear as many powers from angels as I have ales made from them. Closing my eyes, I contort the ale, commanding it to work for me. I smile as I feel the dirt underneath my feet shift, sending me beneath the ground. Cool soil wraps around me like a coffin, even restricting my breathing. Regardless of the danger, I don't panic. Carefully, I control the eye, covering the top of the vial but keeping it in my shirt pocket. I shift through the dirt like it's water, heading toward the more central buildings. Eli is least likely to think that someone would hide near the Harvey estate. Arnold, were he to arrive, would just go up and see him. So, that old man is going to be confused as hell when he doesn't show up. Still, I doubt he'll think of the truth. I don't know what he'll reason this to be, but he is least likely to suppose it is me. Once in the center of the city, I take advantage of the blood from Wyatt and explore Primary, searching for the stairway. With it, we could enter the underworld simply using the Death's Lantern instead of also finding a crossroads. Time quickly flies as I search, sadly to no avail. So I return to the center of Primary. But that's all right. Anytime I need to go beneath the surface, I'll continue my search. For now, however, I take another ale, moving stiffly through the slight abode I made beneath the rocks. Listening GY, one of the other ales from way back when is activated the same way as Kiro's dust. Unlike it though, this one is more passive and nonsensical. I place the eye to the ceiling above me, and the vibrations above are revealed to me. Whoever or whatever had this eye, probably not a human by its larger than normal size, saw through vibrations and sound, not light. And so, I sit quietly as I gather data, using my other hand to prepare for the final ale. Skinless pupil. I've been meticulous in concealing this one from everyone, knowing how vital this could potentially be. The less who know about an ale like this, the better. And sure, these things come from Eli, but I've done 1,000 checks, 1,000 guarantees. These ales were not placed with any backdoors or loopholes. Not even blatant weaknesses. Weiss had to put decoys amongst the genuine threat do. Skinless pupil, however, is special, so very special. It comes straight from a Skinwalker, one of the rarest kinds of demons. I can look like anyone I desire and shape my flesh to match or mirror any person. It even allows me to change my height and weight, just not too much. There are ways to test if someone is a Skinwalker, but I doubt it will work through this, as it is simply something that tests if someone has human blood or not, which I do. It's perfect for this, and one of the reasons why I was so willing. Not even Elizabeth knows I have this. A secret can only be guaranteed if no one knows it. Still, I do wish I had told them. Nevertheless, it is better to be safe than sorry. The flesh on my arm ripples and molds as I listen to those above, viewing their bodies as the vibrations in the earth. In only a moment, I spot a man who appears to have some kind of status in Primary. And in only a scant few seconds, I look, feel, and speak identically to him. 391 of the First Water. Wyatt Graves. My mother laid out the ether available to those of the Seventh Sigil quite extensively. Now, there is always a chance that a power goes beyond the typical limits like I have done in the past as a lower sigil, but it only becomes exponentially more difficult to do so. After all, I didn't even have a clue about Living Strand before becoming an angel. Only at this point do I realize just how talented Alexos was. And it is while reading the notes I took while listening to her that I understand how his illusions must have worked. I had no hope of uncovering the secrets of Excavator anytime soon without Anawai's help. Upon reaching the Seventh Sigil, 2 new ways of manipulating ether are accessible, though the first is a requirement for the second. The first, named Living Strand by humanity, is about imbuing objects with a semi-consciousness, whether made of ether or not, and whether the thing imbued is living or not, as many times people do it to themselves. Sometimes this involves a special connection to the ether. Sometimes it merely involves a special connection to the object. Living Strand is 99 times out of 100 only achievable by angels due to the effect of the sigil molding together with the soul. This is also the point of ether, where new skills using it become near impossible to develop due to its difficult-to-control nature. The ones that are made, however, are able to go toe-to-toe with the zills of non-angels, creating a vast gap between mortals and angels, specifically old angels who have had the time to master many of such skills. The next portion I wrote down, however, is what fills me with a deep-seated determination. The seventh sigil is the first point where not all people get the manipulation of ether that is detailed. Most angels reach Living Strand, but less than half go beyond that. Living Strand has a second stage, where it condenses and turns into a type of plasma called plasmic ether, not dissimilar to gaseous ether. This plasma typically has three types: fire, lightning, and dust. Fire has strong instant strengthening properties upon one's ether. Lightning speeds up the activation of skills and their velocities, and dust creates ether that lingers far longer and is hard to get rid of. Others exist, but are rare. The rare forms of plasmic ether catch my eye, and I can't help but desire them. They are far more powerful than the basic types, though, as Eli Weiss said, they are rare. Vincent Harvey is famous for his Sainted Mist, and so is Leviathan. Sainted Mist and Auroras are two of the rare types that Eli Weiss knew of, the latter a brand that she has mastered herself. The Aurora she can create simply by moving her ether impacts each and every one of her skills just as gaseous ether would. It makes the ether expand in size while simultaneously keeping its power, as if it wasn't spread out. Only it bears a hefty weight on her mind. Without it, however, she would have died underneath the battle of gods in Blackreach. So, after seeing the power she can wield with one and the strength boasted by two others with rare plasmic ethers, I want one. I want one really bad. Regardless of what I want, though, Onyx doesn't know what determines one's plasmic ether. Some angels believe it is an innate talent, the credence given by those who boast the kinds of being absurdly powerful. Some even think it is simply luck. However, others, like my father, who told Onyx his theory, believe it is based on the soul and how one has grown throughout their life. Glancing over at Bonfire, who is sleeping soundly, I think of what type he'll get. Surely, it'll be fire. There's no way he gets anything else. Explosive strength is what he's known for. It's built into him from his core. He's been sleeping a lot lately. I think the time is gradually approaching, or maybe the dullness is driving him mad in a different way. He's been an eventide for months now. As far as I know, that's the longest someone, particularly a human, has lasted before succumbing to the mother below. Vernon lost in moments. Bonfire has held on for months. Nevertheless, I know he's losing. He's waking up less and less. Each time, he is more disoriented than the last, more frantic, more desperate. Emmett Knox hides it well, not wanting to worry me, but I know what it is like to fight a war within, one that you do not believe you can win. I'd love to spare him some of this hourglass to help him grow more adept with ether, but it'd only kill him faster. Time is not his ally. It never has been. So, instead, I simply take multiple grains, focusing on them while compelling time to distort. One grain at a time speeds up time by a multiplier of 4 times. That means I could turn a single week into 4. That is not enough. To learn these skills takes most years. I know I'm relatively talented, and that full, concentrated training is far more effective than gradual learning, but still, it won't be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Furthermore, I need to not only understand them, but master them. This is why Onyx gave it to me and not her. I can raise in strength far faster than she due to my ineptitude with angelic ether. For my mother to become more potent with a substance, she'd either have to become a dominion or learn their techniques. 2 grains turn an hour into 7, 3 an hour into 9, and 4 into 10. Any more grains at a time is only a waste since there are not infinite pieces of sand from the hourglass. Eventually, it will run out. Otherwise, I wouldn't even go beyond the 1 to 4 time ratio. But 10 weeks? I think I can do something with that. Living Strand, here I come. I just have to watch out for time's shadow. The shifted time creates a profound silence. Everything is so slow around me. The falling and rising of Bonfire's chest is so incredibly peaceful that I feel my eyelids sink in reciprocation. Nevertheless, my focus doesn't wane. The concept of infusing semi-consciousness into the ether that courses through my veins holds a promise of strength, one that I must have if I have to get revenge for Edward. The ticking sands of the hourglass echo in my ears, the little grains shifting as I use them, while delving into my own flesh. However, Onyx advised me to focus not necessarily on my ether as a whole, but instead on a single skill. And among my diverse set of skills, I hone in on the newest addition, Infiltration. Chains forged from the very fabric of my soul stretch out from my flesh. Like me, they are affected by this altered time and cannot move either beyond simply being conjured. This skill has quickly proven formidable, yet the transient nature of its manifestation poses a significant limitation. They don't last all that long, are relatively flimsy compared to my own strength, and are difficult to control. They also consume an outrageous amount of my ether, far too much to use without strain. I only manipulated so many in Kingstown because I was so excited about discovering it. Living Strand has the vast potential to transcend these constraints. Stationary within the temporal manipulation, I watch closely as Infiltration wraps my arm with the metal wrought from my soul, materializing with a familiarity born from countless repetitions. Since I became an angel, I've made it a point to master this skill. Day in and day out, I've fiddled with it, learning its ins and outs, seeing as the other boon from my advancement, Gasp of Freedom, is so similar to its predecessor. Mastery has granted me control, but the gradual decay remains an inevitable outcome. Furthermore, it is hard to use the chains while fighting up close. Only at a distance do they genuinely shine due to my inability to split my mind so heavily, even with Ironheart. The challenge lies in imbuing these chains with a semblance of autonomy, a slight consciousness that can adapt and endure beyond my direct influence. Drawing upon the fetters with more ether, I delve into experimentation. I channel my focus, attempting to channel partially conscious ether to infuse the chains with a vitality of their own. Though I don't honestly know what I'm doing, simply fiddling with the pieces here or there. I test out a thing here or there, changing how I see and use my ether. Progress is slow, painfully slow. Still time, tenfold in speed, stretches the moments into elongated periods of concentrated effort. My chains cannot move in this augmented time, making advancements even more elusive than they should be due to my goal. Nevertheless, I never pause or slow. The moment a grain of sand is expended, I draw upon another. On the third day of reality and the 30th of practice, I feel something, a slight spark, an incongruence between my ether and I, emerges. I can feel the streams that split off from my very chains distort, moving partially on their own while still following my guide. I wish to smile, but I cannot, with my face locked into eternal concentration due to the hourglass. I push the ether faster, hoping that this will evolve into a piece of living strand. And it quickly begins to, as I sense the chains change. The colors of my chains shift rapidly, like a kaleidoscope, glimmering brilliantly into this cellar. I can see Bonfire's eyes open slowly from his slumber at the sight, but the instant excitement fills my body. A horrid, dangerous, downright awful sensation creeps up from my stomach and into my brain. Blodwyn, is something wrong? I ask my companion, but he doesn't know either. Blodwyn growls out an unknowing shrug. What the hell? Why does this feel so wrong? Not willing to risk my own ether leaving me, I pull back, wishing to stop the flow of Infiltration, but the moment I do, time ceases to exist. Bonfire stops moving. Blodwyn eliminates his omnipresent hum. The air ceases its gradual movement. Even the sands within the hourglass pause wholly as if time has been flipped upside down. Fuck, I thought there would be a warning. Onyx told me there'd be a warning. I open my eyes wide as my vision partially cracks, revealing a scene of golden waters that would have stopped my heart if Blodwyn were still beating it. The excess use of the hourglass plunges me into a disorienting kaleidoscope of fractured reality. My vision shatters further into a myriad of cracks, revealing glimpses of an ethereal landscape that transcends the boundaries of my understanding of sigils and ether. Within this fissure, I behold the legendary river of time, a place of cosmic significance, eclipsing even the revered bridge of the gods. Golden sands, timeless waters, ageless beach. Words fail to capture the essence of this otherworldly river. It defies the conventions of existence, flowing ceaselessly in every direction, composed solely of golden dust that moves with the fluidity of a liquid. The power emanating from the river is palpable, vast, and incomprehensible, like a force that shapes the very fabric of reality. It goes beyond sigils. It goes beyond ether. It simply is, amidst the fractured reality. A call echoes through the cracks, a summons that transcends the frozen moments of manipulated time. The pull is undeniable, drawing me toward the river of time. It tugs at my hand, a force that seems intimately connected to the very sands within the hourglass. Shaw, what the fuck did you make? No, the second didn't make this. He only made the hourglass, not the sands. He stole the latter from the river of time. As I feel myself being dragged toward the cracks in reality, I refuse to succumb to the inevitability of the pull. A determination surges within me, a resilience against the inexorable force trying to claim me. Frozen within the manipulated time, I resist the draw, clinging to my sense of self and purpose. Still, within the halted reality, I move, my body sliding across the floor toward the air that is broken like a mirror. It wasn't my vision that was affected. It was reality itself. As I slide toward the hole, however, the hourglass in my hand cracks wholly, shattering into 1,000 pieces. And from the sand, actual sand, unlike Vincent's infinite insects, a hand emerges. The hand shifts forward while I am still paralyzed in time and clenches around the holes in existence. Then it clenches them closed in only a moment. In awe, I remain staring at the hand. Sand falls from it, only to rewind backward, returning to it so that none ever truly leave. The palm twists to face me as if intelligent. It then glances at the hourglass shattered below me, and before my very eyes, it speaks without a mouth or lungs, merely echoing itself through the sands. I can hardly understand what is occurring, let alone do anything about it. An anomaly. How intriguing. Death should have taken you long ago. And yet, even with a negative time, you remain interesting. Very, very interesting. It has been a long time since I last saw a Voyager. What year is it, pray tell, child? I can't even speak, as I'm so lost by his words. I try to answer him, convinced it won't even work due to the altered time. Yet it does. We just entered 1682 days ago. The hand crinkles in reply to my words, as if hurt by them. It seems to possess a life and emotions. But as the sand falls more and more, my eyes bear witness to its fetters. Midnight purple, the same as a Turn and Tunyon. A dominion, a demigod, the highest level a mortal can reach, where all but Vincent have stopped their ascensions, no matter how great. What the fuck did Onyx give me? If my heart could beat, it would be hammering away right now in preparation for my life's most significant, grandest fight, yet the palm of sand simply twists away. It hovers toward the wall of the cellar before facing me once more. Its voice is calm, reassuring, and as wise as a tone can be. The words echo through the air without an audible origin, but they sink deeply into my ears without hesitation. Thank you for releasing me, child. I would introduce myself, but I don't remember my name anymore. I don't even remember when or where I come from. I only remember that there is something I must do. For a long, long time, I have attempted to break out, but it seems none of my children managed to use the tools I left behind for the final push. To you, it has been many years. To me, however, the number does not exist, it is so large. Before I leave, however, I can give you a gift, as it would seem I took away the spare time you were owed. A line of sand flies toward me from him. I flinch to dodge it, unable to move anymore, but it reaches me all the same. In my caution, the forgetful figure speaks to me once again before entering and leaving through a solid wall. Fret not, it will not hurt you. You saw more time, yes? Here is 3 months. It is all I can bestow until I find the rest. Time hastens, but only to a crawl, almost wholly frozen instead of utterly halted. Bonfire's pupils hardly shift despite his panic. Meanwhile, I move at only a slightly faster pace, thanks to my own speed. What the fuck was that? Who was that? Was that the Forgotten One? The Prime without a name? The time-warped Delver? Even he forgot his own name? How did he get there? How did I free him? Voyager? The rest? What is happening? I calm myself, taking a deep breath despite how long it takes me to do so. At least I can move. Plus, my ether circulates at a normal pace. All of this is so bizarre. Time manipulation? This is far, far beyond anything Johnny could possibly do. Time Warp Delver. That book of Johnny's has to be connected. What was the author's name? I swear I read it and committed it to memory. Where did it go? No, I need to focus. He gave me time. I should make the most of it. I can worry about this man when I have someone I can speak to. As of right now, I'd only be thinking in circles. Finding my resolve again, I reconjure my chains, and I fall back into the gradual practice. To reach that same point, however, nearly 2 weeks pass. After calming Bonfire down a week ago, due to the altered time affecting our communication, I stare with rapt attention at my chains. I feel something changing, something not of my own accord yet still aligned with me. It's like the ether attaches to my soul, but not my consciousness. Onyx must not know the full truth of the ether manipulation. I suppose only I would do to the sense I have over my own soul from the Philosopher's Sigil. As my soul intertwines with the Infet, I witness a subtle transformation. The chains, once subject to a predetermined fate or my direct control, exhibit a resilience that defies their fleeting nature. They resist decay. It's hard to notice as they already faded somewhat slowly, but I do see it. From minutes to days, they turn more solid, more substantial. Their radiant and multicolored links display a tenacity that extends beyond the confines of my immediate control. Excitement courses through me as my soul weaves a subtle connection. I let it occur independently, careful not to force anything, imbuing the chains with a newfound vitality. Infetter, once bound by my design, now exhibits a semblance of autonomy, a flicker of consciousness that allows my chains to adapt and move in ways I had only dreamed. A slight smile grows on my face as I watch the fetters twist on their own like curious animals searching for food. It is slow, but still faster than my own movement due to the ether's speed once leaving my body. I watch the soulful metal on my wrist stare at me as if it has eyes. Then it curls around the entire of my left arm, conjoining with my flesh yet not falling into it. Like that of a tamed boa, it rests peacefully despite the danger it holds. Living strand down. Plasmic ether to go. 392, bucket of bloody blades. Linen, crippled monster hull. The seconds without struggle are seconds spent idle. The seconds spent idle allow others to catch up, to pass by, to supersede you, Lenin. Never exist without a struggle, for all will progress beyond your mark if you are idle for even a single night. I tread silently through the aftermath and ongoing chaos, having the man who is closer to me than my actual father running through my brain. Every damn day, I miss him more and more. I miss his wisdom. I miss his proud smile. I miss his encouragement. It had been months since I saw him last before his demise, a death that is sorely brought to mind by my surroundings. This city that was once prosperous and serene is now being reduced to smoldering ruins, which affects me far less than his passing. Yet, I cannot do as he always asked of me. There is no more struggle. Not now, at least. I have no more arms. So, instead, I simply observe the flames dance along the remnants of Till End with an insatiable hunger, consuming the pieces of what was once a peaceful haven. In the depths of the territories, only a few miles from the border of Onyx Gate, the people who have lived here all their lives must have thought the world was wholly peaceful. Tears run rampant alongside the blood on the stones. Pain screams of horror and disbelief line the air, and there is no one here to save them. No one. They have no idea. It has been peaceful here for centuries following the third cementing Kyun, Onyx Gate, and Gravecross as eternal havens for humanity. The noises refuse to cease, however, even as hours pass. The cacophony of destruction echoes through the air as Maddox's pirates and bandits revel in the wanton violence they've wrought. At least he sets a few rules. No rape and no fighting over spoils. According to Timothy, his second-in-command now that his son is dead, this is to reduce the baggage. They don't want men fighting each other, and they don't want anyone growing attached. However, Autumn has whispered to me that she believes her father still has some bit of heart left in him. How much of that I believe, I don't know. But as far as I can tell, These waves of scum follow those rules in fear of their leader. I'm a silent observer, simply a man missing both his arms. I am unable to help, rendered powerless to intervene in the atrocities unfolding around me. I could fight. Even without arms, I could kill a few with just the force of my kicks, maybe a headbutt here or there, but I would quickly fall, wasting any possible life I have remaining. The pirates and bandits pay me no heed. My presence here is sanctioned by Maddox himself, a twisted privilege that affords me a hollow sanctuary amidst the brutality. Not that many of these bastards could stop me even if they wanted to. I might be crippled, but only those few forerunners could stop me on their own, even without arms. Though there are hundreds. They don't need to be alone. Still, I don't act. I lost. I lost the fight. Instead, I maintain a calm exterior as the city burns and the air thickens with the stench of charred dreams. My mind has already embraced the inevitability of my fate. I am, in a sense, already dead. My beating heart just hasn't realized it yet. It pumps blood despite the fact that I am merely waiting for my death. No arms, no swords. What is the point? I could save a few here and run away, but I'd be chased down and killed by the sea's shadow. If I were a coward, I'd take that way out. But I cannot. It would be spitting on everything Edmund ever taught me, on each piece of him that he delivered to me through his time. Laura obtained Edmund's heart, a caring peace that could not stand by while evil things were taking place. Edward stole his father's drive, an ambition to protect engraved into his very blood. If he lost his arms, he'd still be a guardian. Wyatt, even the little gremlin, was bestowed a piece of our shared mentor. Wyatt walked away from Edmund with the old man's view of ether. Few, very few, are taught to see the ether within as streams of water. It's not rare, per se, but how Edmund teaches it is unique. It affords one greater control and knowledge over the substance. I try to comprehend it, but I could only garner some of the meaning. And based on the kid's talents, I'd say he improved on it even beyond the old man. As for me, they got his kindness, his protectiveness, and his outlook. I bear the darker things, the bits that only I can. Edmund lived a long life before he even gained his first sigil. He has killed many monsters, men, and a few demons before he touched ether for the first time. His life was nothing but sorrow and strife. After he earned his power, nothing really changed. The Bloodhound is a name that holds many meanings. It describes his powers, his skills, and his sharp senses, but it also represents the pieces he hides from everyone. The part he hid from everyone but me. The harsh, severe, desperate man that hid beneath it all. He rarely bared his fangs, but when he did not do so lightly. Edmund would never kill himself. He would fight to the bitter end. Perhaps I should simply wait for my time, but still, what point is there if I cannot wield a blade any longer? To teach? Like him? No, I do not have that brand of patience. My feet carry me across flickering embers toward the other side of Till End. I feel several stairs fall onto me as I step past, and I pause for a moment, seeing 8 ruffians beating an old man to steal the jewelry in his hands. The bandits eye me with a mixture of curiosity and confusion as I stride past them. I deliver the bastards my cruel gaze, and many of them retreat in fear. A slight smile falls upon my lips even as they realize my weakness. Still, their violence is only momentarily interrupted by my presence. I don't strike them or stop them entirely, though. I merely watch, taking note of their faces. They call out to me with mocking tones, but their words fall on deaf ears. Minutes pass as the brutality only spreads. I become a spectral figure, drifting through the chaos with a detached awareness, untouched by the atrocities unfolding in the wake of the raid. No one attacks me. Maddox's decree shields me from the rampant violence, casting me as an oddity among the marauders. The stares I receive are laden with questions left unspoken, but I offer no answers. However, after many bandits pass me by, a voice calls out to me. "Lennon, why don't you come over here with us?" I turn, finding Cedric, one of the captains of the minor ships, a 6th sigiled. He waves toward me with only the tiniest bit of care. Behind his mocking eyes, I find a seething hatred. Unlike when the others taunted me in the past, I don't ignore him. He, on his lonesome, is an actual threat when I don't have my arms. So, I follow him without a word. Nevertheless, the scum doesn't let the spit in his mouth dry. We found someone who was asking for you. Figured we'd bring you to him. I raise an eyebrow as my stomach curdles into waves. I can look past people I don't know suffering in search of an opportunity, but can I neglect someone I know? I'm not sure. Hopefully, they simply know my history. No sounds leave my throat as I step in line with Cedric. But in only moments do we reach the boundary of a burnt-down house. In front of them stands 4 of the other captains of the smaller vessels, but they are not the only figures. 3 motionless bodies lie on the street while a shivering, trembling old man kneels beneath the barrel of a Colt. The old man sees me, and the instant our eyes meet, my stomach sinks. I know this one. I have fought with him before, only he retired due to his wounds. Dale Hartright. He is a good man, stalwart and honest. Lennon, what are you doing with these? What happened to your arms? A second after Dale bursts out into noise, he is clocked alongside his skull with the Colt. Timothy shouts into the man's ear with a not-so-veiled threat. Incarnadine trails down the aging face of Dale from the pistol whip. Shut up, old man. Where are your Colts? Your claymores? Show them to us, and we'll let you and your family go. Better not rattle about, or you'll end up like him. Dale simply glares at them, the stubborn old bastard unwilling to give them an inch. He knows what will happen if he does. I give you anything, and you will kill me anyway. Timothy smirks, shifting the barrel of his Colt toward the unmoving female form beside Dale. Gray hair and wrinkled skin show proof of their long marriage, but the blood running down Esmeralda's face ignites a pang in my heart. You give us nothing, and you will watch them all die in front of you. I don't move to stop them. There will be no point. I know explicitly what I'm capable of. With multiple of Maddox's forerunners here, even if I kill 1 or 2, Dale, and I will still die. After all, Dale only has a 3rd sigil. It has been many years since we last fought together. Many years, so many that Edmund was still serving alongside us, as he did in between sessions of students. No! My eyes crinkle as I watch Dale scream in defiance to his wife's spasming body. A wide hole rests in her skull and opens the depths of the earth beside her now cooling corpse. Reddened eyes and tears stream from Dale's face as he turns to me. Do something, Lennon. Please, please. I meet the man's gaze. I find the hope in them. I notice the despair. I accept his emotions, adding them to my own. That is all I can do. I'm not a coward, but I am not stupid. He ain't gonna do shit for your family. He's our cripple. Maddox took him himself. Now, show us where they are. Timothy mocks me and threatens Dale's son while the other men chuckle and push each other about. It seems they already searched through the house based on the shit tossed all about. Regardless, there is so much they could be doing other than standing around watching. How stupid. Men like this will fall in droves to Eli and his schemes. I don't like the man, but I do respect his personal strength and intelligence. He would never let his men be so inefficient and wasteful. Dale bites his lip as he opens his mouth, finally deciding to give up his hard-earned things as they point the Colts to his children. The 2 are barely in their teens, wide-eyed and terrified. He stretches out a bloodied and scarred hand, covered in soot, while holding onto a tiny key. Behind the house, underneath the front of the tree, there is a lockbox, 2 Colts, a claymore, and a concoction. Take them and leave us, please. I listen to Dale's plea, but as I glance at Timothy, I already know what will happen. A breathless sigh leaves my body. The bastard takes immense pleasure in this. Wait, no, stop, stop. I gave you what you want. Closing my eyes, I shut off the sight of flowing blood. But as I do, Timothy grabs my face, opening my eyes with his hands. I attempt to raise my hands to fight back, but I quickly realize my error. Still, I manage to see Dale's open brain and the children's oozing hearts for a moment before I slip away from Timothy. I glare at the man as he laughs. What? Would you rather see my face than your friend's torn-up mug? How kind. Stay here. We're gonna go dig up the good stuff. The 7 steps away merrily opposed to the rest of the world. They revel in this madness, this violence. As I stand here, I notice my hands are shaking, trembling so badly that it feels like they're starving. But I don't have hands. What am I feeling? Exhaling, I stride to Dale's body. I kneel beside my friend. His corpse is like all the others, both friend and foe. Meaningless. Once the life leaves their body, nothing is left behind. Not the soul, not the mind, not their power. The body means nothing in the end. I am sorry. That is not good enough. I search around for the voice that sent the words into my ears the instant after my apology. But the man I find is the last possible being I could have imagined. Edmund. He stands a mere 2 feet from me, looking down at me. His face is the same as always. It is caring yet stern, harsh yet understanding, brutal yet calm. But he's not real. I know that. He is simply a figment of my own mania. I'm that self-aware, at least. Losing my arms has not been good for my mental state. My one and only mentor throughout my life is not the first thing I've seen, but it's the first to speak. Most of the others were only moving shadows or flickering candles, a disoriented face here or there, or perhaps an odd noise. Nonetheless, I asked for his aid, as I always do. His wisdom had no end, as bottomless as a pit could be. Then what should I do? Edmund crouches down beside me, his salty hair thin to his head while he does so. Even his hat sits unmoving on his frame. It's so odd to see him again after all these years. I was the last to see him, other than Wyatt, of course, before he died. He told me about his fight with Edward and the argument they had. I went to find Edward afterward, but things went to shit too quickly. Stay alive until those lungs stop alternating, until that heart stops beating, and until that brain stops thinking. You are alive. Do you hear me? There is no surrender. That is not a word you should know. Strike it from memory. If you wish to truly bear power in this world of ours, to do something of worth, you must take every morsel you can. Waste not a moment. As long as you are alive, you are without end. Edmund's voice comes out of his mouth, but it is merely a speech I heard long ago during training. Nothing new. Not even my crumbling sanity can bring him back to reality. I laugh aloud to myself. A chronic and infectious laughter that refuses to end. A swordsman without arms. How ironic. For several minutes, all I can hear, all I can feel is the laughter seething through me without a hint of joy. There is only exasperation, pain, and desire in my chuckles, in the manic giggles that tear through me. Then a voice comes back to me, a familiar one with new, questioning words. The simple appearance of the sentences I've never heard freezes my laughter in place. An apology is never enough. Neither is revenge. Only you can decide what is. To you, what does it mean to be alive? Truly? To breathe? To eat? To walk? To protect? To see the sun? Or to wield that blade of yours? To seek something far more significant than yourself? The pinnacle of power? Stand up, my boy. This pain you're feeling? The heartbreak? The desolation? It is nothing compared to the joy beyond the brink. Man is both the claymore and the blacksmith. You know this to be true. To sharpen, you must first break. The words echo within me as Edmund's shadow fades, leaving me only with Dale. I don't even have time to ponder why he was able to speak to me before pounding footsteps quickly reappear as the vice captains and captains head back toward me, lined with new weapons. I feel a crack resounds within the depths of my body, of my soul. I have no place to go, no people to ask for aid from, no family to call my own. I had nothing but my blades. Now, I have nothing, and yet, I cannot simply fall. The ballad will not end here. Even my father would be disappointed. Not that he would understand how far I've gone. Still, he would comprehend the heartbreak. There is much more story to tell within these weary bones. He'd be furious if I left it unwritten. Even if I do not have hands, even if I do not have arms, I will be the author of my own destiny. I must embrace the bad, the sour, the awful segments I have inherited. The need, the desire. I have held very few fears throughout my life, and the greatest one was of myself, that I could, if pushed, become the monsters I've sought my whole life to remove from reality. In a way I have. The bloodied man before me shows that I have done so little in the end. I am Edmund's student, greater than any other. I am an angel, greater than any mortal man alive. I am a swordsman, greater than any being alive. And yet, I failed this man and his family. I am selfish. It is something I know all too well. Beyond that fear, so many call me a monster. It is never something I have taken seriously. My goals, They're so high that even the shadows of the monsters that cast them are nigh invisible. They only show themselves upon the stormiest days, when even the sun refuses to take a peek into our world, when chasms are ripped open miles wide, and the deaths are in the thousands. The thoughts and perspectives of everyone else don't affect me in the slightest. I am as unwavering as the steel in my hand upon the most heated battle. And yet, I hold myself back in fear of what I can become. I am supremely confident, even to the point of self-annihilation. And still, I keep myself from my true potential. I worry that in the end, my blade will turn inwards toward my own people. But are they even my own people? We fight amongst ourselves just as much as we battle the outermost threats. I have to accept the truth. My path is mine alone, that of a lone, unbowing blade set against the unending tide. I have a few friends remaining, but many are weak, long ripped from my path. Only a scarce few remain. There are many ways to wield a blade. There are many ways to power, despite what all others think. A road is opening before me. I can feel it. The trembling in my chest is a clarion's call for the darkest road. But a light still calls to me nonetheless. My vision turns white, then red, then black. A veritable sludge of darkness overwhelms me as I feel a familiar sensation, the transportation of the cabin. However, I refuse its call. With a simple grunt and nudge from my mind, it recedes without a bit of hesitance. Glusgabe knows all, and he knows this. I need nothing but my own soul. My blades may crumble, my body may fail, my mind may break, but my soul is immortal, unshakable, impervious to all, bent, broken, but unbowed. The harder you strike a blade, the more it warps, unless the blade seeks to be hit, to temper itself. Edmund's words are my own, the pieces and parts of me that have been shaped by him into the finest steel. If there are many paths to travel, I will only take the most difficult. Lennon Hull gives no quarter, not even to himself. The instant I throw out my thoughts into the darkness of my mind, everything freezes for a moment. The rain, only beginning to fall as I crouch here with my recovering sight, halts in the very air. And with it, everything changes. A piece, some hidden part of me, a connection to a greater being, something that I know without knowing that every living thing has shatters. And with it, the world at significant returns to me fully as my vision returns from the abyss. Yet I feel different. So different. The colors are more refined. The air is full of vitality. And around me, within a few dozen feet, I can sense all, including the tiny motes of dust or the minuscule streams of blood within the dirt. My heart settles once more as I watch Timothy stride toward me. The other vice captains split off, heading toward their own crews while Maddox's second stares at me. I can see the humor in his gaze. He believes I have given up. A tiny whisper, that of a departing man, threads into my ear. It is my own thoughts, yet they bear the voice of another. No mercy, not to yourself, not to anyone. I nod to myself, staring forward at nothing at all, peering right past Timothy. As if raising my hand, I command my body, yet there is a new segment to my body than there once was. An untried part has been added to my soul, conjoining deeper with my sigil. My dominion reaches for Timothy, and in but a moment, the man falls in twain, as if he was never fully put together in the first place. I stride toward the man, observing him closely as organs spill out from his two halves. He screams, he roars in pain, and he calls for help. It does not matter. Figures come rushing to his aid, only to fall like petals to my blade on a calm autumn's day. It is just like my practices. The ground becomes sticky with crimson, but this time, it is not the life of innocence that causes it. This is nothing new. This is simply another way to swing. I have no need for blades anymore. I am my own. By the 30th man, however, a pain sparks in my head, warning me of my transgressions. Dominions do not require any ether. After all, they are merely a part of the angel's body, of their soul. But like any other body part, they require energy to move, only that this energy is wholly soulful. It is based upon the sigil and the soul, yet it boasts the ability to move without ether. How odd. I thought it was always an exaggeration, but no, it is the truth. My feet carry me forward as my sleeves wave freely in the wind. More bodies float toward me, only to intertwine with the blood already soaking the streets. Bullets fly at me, only to clatter noisefully against the ground with twice the sound than that which was sent. Ether comes at me as well in wide varieties, only to split in two each time. I gradually ignore these figures and look at the sky clouded by the smoke from the raid. Winning is not the end. Losing is not always death. It is picking the blade up once more that matters, even if one's fingers to do so are gone with the wind. If death is to be my lot, Lennon Hall shall be the author, finisher, and final denominator. After all, triumph is only granted to those willing to pay the price. The greatest things born of desire can only be found on the other side of fear. And I will meet any quota, even if the price is my very self. The latter half goes unsaid as a waterfall crashes in front of me, and a grand figure clad in a dark blue suit stares me down. He doesn't seem afraid of me despite the crimson river of his men behind me, though the sea shadow doesn't even seem the slightest bit peeved. His gaze is half impressed and half disappointed. How odd. Is that so? You are remarkable, Lennon, but I do not wish to fight you again. We both already know the result. Instead, how about you seek a different challenge? Onyx Gate is ahead, waiting for its first challenger in a millennia. I allow my eyes to slide along Maddox Adkins. He pivots and points behind him toward the faraway boundary of Onyx Gate. I cannot see the walls from here, but I know they are there. He is baiting me. He wants me to be the icebreaker. Still, I grin at the man, my lips nearly splitting from newfound strength. I am not dumb, but I cannot lie. It would be fun to be the first to lay siege to Onyx Gate in a whole millennium. He's also right. Our fight is already settled. I would win. As such, there is no point in fighting. An unworthy foe is not a foe at all. So, I walk past Maddox without a word, following the clever man with my eyes. He knows I can't turn this down. My sigil and I have joined each other too intimately. Before, I could resist the urge partially, but I cannot any longer. A soldier must fight. War must wage. Blood must spill. Desire binds the heart. Conflict's unending dance blossoms. Life begins in red and ends within the crimsons. None can escape the call of the most captivating flower. And so, many fall within the face of chaos and its eternal edge. Yet, not today. Today, this one stands tall a while longer. After this, Maddox, I am coming back for you to settle the debt on my arms. I match the sea shadow's tempo without even glancing back at him. Always on his toes, he spouts a load of bullshit toward me. He doesn't understand. We are not the same anymore. Of course you may. Just be ready when death comes for you. I scoff and twist just enough to see his oceanic pupils. They don't frighten me as they do others. They don't bring me even the slightest smidgen of pause. I have seen far worse. Death will not kill me when she comes for my head. Oh, Captain. She will only show me what I have done before I remove hers. 393, Raising Cain. Earl, Miracle Maker Garner. Using Oscar Trink's face and body, I slip back through the exit of primary. The guards care far less for influential figures who come through, letting me leave with only a slight questioning. I do suppose it makes sense, though. It would only trouble and slow the Forerunners down if they had to be patted down at every entry and exit from the capital. Plus, for Skinwalkers, non-angel ones at least have to kill the being they want to walk into the skin of, and they saw Oscar enter only a few hours ago. He doesn't even know I'm using his facade. Careful not to seem too suspicious, I stride my way through the city with a cigar in my mouth. It's hard not to wrinkle my face, but Oscar always smokes when leaving primary. I think he hates the scent inside, or perhaps simply the atmosphere. For someone not from the estates, Oscar Trink is quite impressive. A forerunner by his late 20s, already holding an absolution. If we had more time, I want to try to get him to join us. But I do not have nearly enough charisma or mind control to do it within a week. Not that I'd want the latter at all. Still, from my observations, I can tell he holds a grudge against the estates, though. I'm not sure what it is, but from my observation, I'm confident that even if he is asked where he was, he'd get angry about it. That anger would afford me some level of protection. Nodding my head slightly with the trailing smoke, I step past a seemingly random mailbox, bumping into it slightly. As I do so, I take advantage of my early gamblers and my hands move so swiftly that the note I have set for Elizabeth slides in with no issue or visible indicator. Still, I don't show any sign of the suspicious activities I'm partaking in as I continue through the street. I chose Oscar to be my bait for another reason. He often goes on walks through the city simply to do so. There are no other reasons. The man merely likes people. I smile, wave, and chat as I make my way through a few blocks before heading back as my cigar wanes. Re-entering the city proper is only a bit more complicated. The guard asks me a few questions, and I answer. Then we joke about my evening walk and the fact that I had two today. I sure did have 2 evening walks, Alfred. Regardless of what is happening, though, I cannot show the slightest bit of my genuine emotions. It's so tricky. Whenever I feel like I'm about to break, I simply laugh it off and act jovially, hoping it will throw them off of me. It seems to always work. People enjoy a smiling face, notably if that face is handsome and belongs to a powerful man. Once stepping foot into primary again, I immediately turn to head deeper into the bounds of the city. I'm running out of time for this ale. Skinless Pupil is incredible with its versatility, but it is still limited by its nature. It's not a true power. Whoever this ale comes from, or whatever, could likely transform permanently while I'm restricted to 4 hours. The jealousy isn't all that thick. Okay, maybe it is. I'll have to be more careful with how I use it from now on, though. I'm running low on Wyatt's blood after 4 days of this. If I want to be helpful during the attack, I have to stay unfound. And as such, I need to find a new way to scrape out information. In only a few moments, I reach my hideout, a scarce hole in the ground beneath the house of a forerunner who has gone on missions most of the year. The chance he comes back is not 0, but it's enough to gamble on. I do take a lot of risks, but they are calculated. It is a balancing act. The risk cannot ever outweigh the reward in the end. It's a cruel math, but one I'm gradually becoming more and more used to. Still, there are a few other ways while I ration my angel blood. Listening GY can be used to only a small extent from down here. That is unless I find a way to improve how it works. Kiro's dust delivers me back to my sanctuary, but I don't let it bring me there all the way at once. Angel blood is not something I will be getting more of until after this war. So, I crawl beneath the house in the dirt, weaving a clandestine web of wires and rivets as I go. Tiny pieces of metal litter the dirt floor as I meticulously craft an instrument to pierce the veil that separates me from the city above. My fingers wrinkle with precision, shaping each component with purpose. It's long, arduous work, but it is worth it if it prevents me from being found. The most difficult part, though, is making this thing in the dark purely off-feel. Hours pass in the sweaty, damp darkness under the house, but it eventually forms. A contraption designed to amplify vibrations that hit the ground and transmit them through a network of wires. A smile creeps across my face as I envision the potential of this simple amplifier for listening GY. With keen anticipation, I connect the final wires, securing the device that will serve as my ears beneath the earth. Then, I use another bit of blood to activate listening GY before leveling it with a piece of metal as the end. Instantly, the vision of the ale increases significantly from before. Sound does travel better through metal than dirt, after all, and from what I can tell, sound is the same as vibration, only at a different level. As I peer through this vision, however, I spot a familiar face. Clarence Love. The silent scorpion steps into a house a few streets away, the distance only reachable because of my contraption. The parts were complex to gather here, but not impossible using Oscar's body. I stare at him with rapt attention as I see him sit at a bar across from another figure who is missing one of his eyes. Twisting the eyeball while my heart races, I let the noise of their conversation reach me. Clarence seems unhappy about meeting in this bar with this man. Maddox is only a bit away. Should we really be wasting time at a bar? Preparations are not easy, you know. The Sea Shadow is not our only attacker, after all. The other man, however, laughs off his worry, seemingly confident in himself and the estates. Relax. We Grimes know how to treat a threat. All will be dealt with between Eli's roots and our covenant. A covenant? What are they talking about? Who is this? They say they are a Grimes, but who can speak with Clarence like this? Their patriarch? Nevertheless, Clarence doesn't seem so convinced. Very well, Tyson. Remember, the estates aren't invincible, even with their many artifacts. When a true powerhouse comes, you will all fall over like grains of sand. What is it you would like to speak about? I squint so closely, I almost can't see anymore as Tyson Grimes unveils the purpose of his visit. Eli Weiss is a man who cannot be allowed to stay at the top. He treats every human like a pawn to be moved, and the estates disapprove of this. If you were to... The remainder of Tyson's words go unsaid. To my surprise, however, the underground tree's most trusted ally doesn't rebuke or attack the Grimes. Instead, he simply sighs remorsefully. No, Tyson, I'm sorry. Not even for you, my friend. Not even for you. He might be evil to you and your covenant of a millennium, but he is a necessary evil. Until another akin to Vincent rises, we are on our own against the atrocities that walk these lands. Tyson Grimes' head falls, and he becomes silent for several moments. After nearly a minute, however, he speaks again after embracing the bar around them. They will not be happy about this. They might. Clarence Love stands abruptly, leaving the bar with haste as he curses Tyson. We might be brothers, but even if we were of blood, I would still not budge. They can go so far as to awaken the slumbering. Hell, we'll probably need whatever old men still lie inside their coffins. The slumbering? What is that? I try to listen further to get more, but Clarence leaves Tyson in the dust, leaving the man behind in the bar. Sighing, I trace some notes. The slumbering. Awaken. Old men. It seemed like a warning as well as a difficult thing to do. Probably has a high cost. What could they be talking about? It can only be one thing. The angels we know of are not all that there are. We already thought that could be the case, but now it's definitely confirmed. Not just that, we have an answer where they are coming from. Slumbering angels must lie beneath the estates. That has to be it. Why else would they still exist? Not every estate has an angel. Even now, Parker Callahan is from the Callahan estate, and Sylvia is married to Vincent's great-grandson, who is obviously a Harvey. Clarence was adopted by the Grimes when he was young due to his talents, so he is technically one of them. Joseph is a Dewey who married and changed his name. Of the current pillars still alive, I think Eli Weiss might be the only one who is not from an estate. Fucking hell. Are they going to rebel and kill Eli? Do they loathe him that badly? This is huge. I need to let Elizabeth know this as soon as possible. Elizabeth Stroudwater. An hour after stressfully and cautiously getting the letter from the dead drop, I open it, straining my eyes to read in the dark. There is very little room on each one as we had to keep the size down for covertness. The words within, however, shake me to my core. Estates may be planning a rebellion. They hate Eli. He must know this. He must have plans for this. We'll try to find out more. Clarence seems to be on his side. More angels beneath the estates. Slumbering, with trembling hands, I set blaze to the parchment, removing it from this world after committing the text to memory. Then, I stare at the wall of the alley I've been living in. This changes so much. The estates are finally making their move. For a while, I thought that they were simply boastful and not nearly as powerful as others make them out to be on the high end. After all, from the many angels we've run into, only Kai Vincent was of the estates. Ed was too, but his wife with the name of Dewey died long ago. But that only means that the remaining ones are all from the estates. Of course, they would be. Each and every one of them are from the safest, most secure places in the territories, disregarding Clarence, of course. He's only adopted, not inborn or married. Plus, he's damn hard to kill with his skills and training. It makes sense he would be so far out. Now, we will have to deal with the estates in their totality. This is something I suspected a while ago, but I was not envisioning more to come from the shadows of the estates when I first laid my plans. Their Arcus and their bearers are guaranteed to be threats even to Wyatt and Tomas. Still, this piece of news means I need to change some things. We can't come out of the gate like we did before. If we want to be the last one standing, we have to wait for our moment to strike. My hand shifts on the trash in my hands as I detail another segment. Tomas should come in the north while we strike from the southeast. The repositioning will be tricky, but it will keep us from being lobbed together with Maddox. That madman is on a warpath, and I do not want any of us to be trapped in the middle of it in the slightest bit. Wyatt Graves. Elizabeth returned today to tell us something. I don't know what, though. Time is acting even weirder now. There are minutes where things speed up, and others where they slow down even further. The aberrations make it more difficult to master my ether, but they don't throw me off the pursuit. Instead, they only make me greedier. Still, I want to know why she came here. I can't spare the effort to learn it from Bonfire. The man woke up to listen to her, and I think it's been 5 actual days since I entered this slipping time. For me, it's been far longer. I've consolidated in Fetter to become living manacles. They seek out, lash, restrict, and can even kill my enemies on their own. Of course, they follow my directions, but the ether born from my soul can move on its own as well. But then again, I haven't been able to truly test the ether out. It could always be weaker than I imagined. Living manacles is the skill I've focused most on until the past few days in warp time. Since I felt my progress on living manacles was waning, I've swapped to mastering excavator. I was torn between learning plasmic ether or this Zill, but for short-term power, excavator is far more substantial. Even if I were to grasp plasmic ether, I'd still have to shift all my skills to meet the new standards of the ether. Sure, I'd become more powerful across the board, far more of a boost than gaseous ether did, but I'd need months to do that, not the few weeks I have left in this altered time-space. So, realizing the elusive nature of plasmic ether, I begin my practice for the other skill I've been wanting to learn for months: excavator. As I start, I realize something important now, that I have an understanding of living strand. Excavator doesn't simply use that ether manipulation technique on its own. It is a symbiotic fusion of living strand and all the other lesser techniques. The spirit is to force pre-crafted skills, formed of ether, into the very marrow of my bones. Painful, risky, and insane. Nonetheless, it must be done. Living strand will take over and inscribe the skills on its own, braiding and tightening carefully throughout my body all at once. The ether is to flow through my veins, out my lungs, and then back inside. From single strand to willful strand, it's all needed. I'm amazed Johnny learned this thing in the time he did. It's so fucking complicated I feel like my damned head is about to explode. Despite that, I press on, with deliberate intent. I weave the living strand, a thread linking the ether to my soul. But it's not enough. I push further, combining single strand, using multiple paths of ether at once individually. I create many new streams of ether, but none of these possess a valid destination in my body. They have a need for one, but that is up next. They simply move throughout my body. Merely doing the first and seventh kinds bears upon my skull a sweltering headache. More! I can do more. Gritting my teeth, I force a half-dozen streams of ether, still connected to my soul, toward the skill I'm hoping to inscribe. Many strand blooms as the amount of ether flowing in my body doubles. Again, the balance is delicate to keep it all going simultaneously, yet I barely manage it. It is like juggling 10 different objects, each with a different limb that cannot crash into each other, or it all will detonate. Still, I don't relent. I force onward, reaching for braided strand. But the instant I do, my head explodes with pain, and I lose grasp of all the streams at once. Damn, I'm not good enough. Not yet, at least. I still have a few more weeks in this altered time. I only hope I can learn how to do this thing before I run out of time. Who knows when I'll get another chance like this? No one. So, I set myself to it once more, starting from living strand again. Once I fail. Twice, I fail. Thrice, I fail. I fail, fail, and fail. But every time I mess up or move my ether in the wrong direction, even if I hurt my innards from doing so, I learn a valuable lesson. Excavator seems to be the most fantastic training tool for combining ether. It gives me so many ideas for new skills and improved skills that I can hardly contain my excitement. Days pass rapidly, and the time manipulation only grows more abnormal. The power must be running out. Nevertheless, I ignore the oddness and delve once more into the skill. Living strand is the first, then single, many braided. The instant the first basic types are embedded, I take a deep breath. The challenging part is coming up. The searing headache hardly concerns me as I move on a steel strand. Ironically, steel strand is comically easy to do as an angel. Nearly every stream of ether I pull is made of it, even if I don't try. It's so embedded into me. It's a piece of cake. That is when it's on its own, at least. I grunt in pain, only for the sound to be distorted to 1,000 times longer as time remains extended around me. In the middle of their motion, I convert a dozen strands heading for burdenless into that of a higher quality, touched by my mind. It's a difficult thing to describe how it works, but I reckon a level of focus or observation changes how ether works. The emotions in a mind give a level of power that is impossible to achieve without them. After Steel Strand, I move on to Steam Strand. With my faltering mind, I force the conglomeration of ether to tighten, to squirm, to grow in stature. It takes multiple minutes, stretching into nearly an hour, but it obeys me nonetheless. I almost allow myself to smile as I reach the final step, but I don't. I've gotten here too many times already to be happy. Willful Strand is always the most challenging part, no matter where I place it in the order. First or last, I fail on it every time. But this time, I refuse to merely give up. Staring at my ether, I command it to obey, not ask. I force it to move, to contort, to stretch, to gain a fragment of my emotions and will. The ether, a mismatch of concepts that are struggling to stay together, resists me. The ether tries to shake off my will to move on its own. It wants to do something other than excavator. I do not take that resistance lightly. So, I bear down on it, crushing it without remorse, forcing the false life to live under my rules, my commands, my world as it squirms. A sense of relief fills me as I feel the ether finally relent. It slides down into my bones, and I watch with amazement as it coils around my skeleton like a boiling river, half water, half gas, and dives into my bones. A profound fullness encompasses my body as I feel myself fall backward, slamming my head on a chair. Keeping the noise down, I grin so broadly that I forget about my head pain as I stare at my arms. Looking closely at my arm, so closely that it would let me see the individual grains of sand within the hourglass, I find tiny chains wriggling, fighting for their lives. Perfect. 394, coming to scratch. The moment I complete the intricate dance of mastering excavator, the altered time shatters like glass around me. I stagger forward, catching myself on the cold stone floor of the dim cellar. A ravenous hunger gnaws at my insides, an immediate reminder of the passage of time within this temporal anomaly caused by the time-warped delver with his return. I haven't eaten in nearly an entire week. My muscles are slightly weathered, but my mind, it's never been more clear. I ignore the looming thoughts about the hand and the man who likely composes it to stand up. My legs are slightly shaky from moving so little, but I feel. But before I can voice my exhaustive newfound strength, the very foundation of the house above trembles. The distant staccato of gunfire ruptures the air, reverberating through the earth beneath me. Alarm seizes my senses, and I glance at Bonfire, who awakens from his slumber with a start. He sits up without hesitation, as if he hasn't had any issue fighting the internal war. Dark blue fire bursts forth from his palms, casting an eerie glow in the cramped space. Underneath the bed, Dakota stirs, his senses attuned to the impending turmoil. I watch as the fox crawls toward me, and I pet him while the trembles continue. The cellar we've hidden within for nearly 2 weeks now echoes the chaotic war of the world unraveling above. I meet Bonfire's gaze as I pocket the hourglass. I give it a long glance as it is utterly empty of sand. Sighing, I toss it to the side. The time-warped delver's arrival must have eaten through the rest of it. It's starting. You ready? My friend wipes his face with a scarred hand before nodding, the sleep wholly gone from his facade. I can see the antsiness in him. He needs to be let out of this place. Been ready? I nod to him, stepping toward the cellar door, as I hear shouts above from the family who resides within it. My head tilts as I listen closely with echo. Stay away. There is nothing for you bandits here. If you want gold, go into the city, you cowards. A shuffling of feet and an explosion of a gun follow the father who owns the house's words. Gunfire echoes through the air above again, snapping me to action. Without a second thought, I sprint out of the cellar, determination pulsating through every sinew of my being. These people don't deserve to be attacked. What is Maddox doing? I can let some things pass because I am too far and incapable of preventing them. But right before my own fucking eyes? No way. The lives of the family who have unknowingly harbored us for many days hang in the balance, and I cannot stand idly by. If I did, then I wouldn't be me. Emerging into the chaos above, I witness an elderly man, the widowed father, kneeling in front of his broken shotgun. Unsigiled and defenseless, he faces a merciless onslaught. A dozen sigiled bandits from Maddox's armada of violence, each adorned with colored phantasmal chains, surround him, seeking to plunder his home and possessions. Thankfully, the highest is only a fourth sigiled, a mighty foe once upon a time. Now, in an instant, my resolve solidifies. Chains burst forth from my form with a life of their own, propelled by an urgency to protect the innocent. The depths of my soul order the projectiles, and like bullets, they streak toward the attackers, finding their mark in the throats of each assailant. The fourth sigiled twists, attempting to dodge with all his strength, and he succeeds. But he doesn't evade the second one, nor the third, seeing as the second doesn't kill him instantly. Maddox's followers, armed with an array of colts and claymores, crumpled to the ground in less than 2 seconds from my exiting the basement. Amid the dissipating echoes of violence nearby and the heightening of death waybound, I extend a steadying hand to the shaken family. You're safe now. Take their weapons and head west to Gravecross. They welcome refugees. The father looks up at me in shock, his hands still filled with incessant tremors. He stands slowly, hauling his daughter to her feet as blood drips down their faces unhurriedly. Earhart, the young woman, seems paralyzed by the situation, and her father takes charge. Thank you. I am Rorsch. This is Earhart. I will wait for my wife, though. She is a colonel. We can't just up and ditch our whole lives after some bandits. I meet the old man's gaze as another quake shakes our balance. He doesn't seem to understand. These aren't mere bandits. The war has arrived. By morn, either the false prime will be alive, or there will be a new leader of humanity. Rorsch's eyes widen at my words, and he twists to glare at the city far away in the distance. Wetness builds at the creases between his brows. He understands now. A forerunner, no matter whether they have family or not, will be integral to the war. She isn't coming back for them unless she directly disobeys orders. That is not something I can see happening if they work under the estates. I reach out and place a hand on the man's shoulder as all my chains sink back into my flesh. The living manacles within me are exactly that, living, even if they do not possess their own thoughts or souls. With shiver, I can't imagine them not exploding from my form the instant I am under threat. With every day, I grow more powerful. Eventually, I'll catch up to him, go to Gravecross. I would offer to aid his wife, but that is a commitment I cannot afford to make. She will likely be my enemy, and I will not have the spare focus to worry about anything more than killing Eli. The old man sheds a plethora of tears, the liquid intertwining with the crimson before his home. But he doesn't hesitate any more beyond a simple sigh. Come, darling, let's go. Earhart only looks up now, disjointed and anxious as she struggles to comprehend what is happening. I offer her a simple smile before turning away. We can't waste much more time. We need to be there now, or else Elizabeth's plans are threatened. As we step away, though, Bonfire and Dakota hot on my heels, Rorsch calls out to me. His eyes are thrust open in shock, as if realizing something that is far beyond his station. What's your name, young man? I wave back to him, being brutally honest now that I have the power to protect my own skin. Wyatt Graves? I don't hear the man's response as I wrap Bonfire and Dakota with living manacles, the soulful chains moving before I even formulate the thought. Multiple carry each of them far more efficiently than I could with my arms. Put me down. I am just as fast as you are, if not faster, damn it. I'll incinerate your favorite socks. The corner of my lip curls as I enjoy seeing Bonfire act like his old self, even if just for a little bit. Still, I ignore his plea. I can't have him exhausting himself on the way there. I am hungry, though. Oh, my manacle just caught a bird. Huh, I'll have to watch out for that. I think I may have a little too much control over them, if that makes any sense. Cook it. Emmett Knox stares at me incredulously as I sprint across the terrain of Onyx Gate, barreling straight for the core of the city. He is furious at being relegated to an on-the-go oven, but he doesn't refuse. He's hungry too. You fine. You only caught one. What about me? This one provokes an entire bout of laughter from my lungs. And to return his words, my chains spark out again, catching a rabbit diving into its warren. These chains? Yes. Here. You can have the rabbit. I like poultry, sprinting across the vast plain with a morsel of meat in my mouth. I fix my gaze on the not-so-distant city ahead. Watching such destruction while filling my belly is odd, but I must. Blodwyn works better when he is sated, and truth be told, so do I. Fires erupt like angry stars against the night sky, gunfire incessant in the air. My pace quickens, each step sending tremors through the earth beneath me. Bonfire coughs up some of the pheasant I caught from the sudden jerk, but he doesn't complain. Instead, he shovels more food into his mouth. He ate during the week-long break, but he's still a hungry bastard, taking some from me. Dakota whines, and I give him some of my rabbit. I'll have to catch another in a second. As I approach the inner city, I notice Maddox's bandits scattered around, looting the outer houses with impunity. Gritting my teeth, I resist the urge to confront them. The city takes precedence, a burning desire eclipsing the pain of ignoring the marauders. Revenge is, as they say, a hiltless blade, sundering both the deliverer and the receiver. That's fine, though. I can atone after for letting others suffer. In the end, it will be better for all with Eli dead. The unfolding chaos deepens my resolve, but shock and awe seize me as a colossal wave of air, reminiscent of a crescent moon, cleaves through nearly every building in the city in an upward arc. I stagger, nearly to a halt, under the weight of what I witness, the raw power behind this act unfathomable. The destruction begins at the ground, tearing through structures with an unforgiving force. Closest to the wave, buildings crumble from their foundations, a dozen stories collapsing in chaotic descent. Further away, the impact doesn't lessen, but instead moves at a rising diagonal, hitting fewer buildings, but the devastation is no less profound. Someone or something has laid waste to the city. But who? Maddox uses water, and none of Eli's men hold such power. Where did this person come from? Is it the blinded man? No, he doesn't have such explosive force. Only one figure I know alive could possibly do such a thing, but he's crippled without arms. Unless, did Maddox help him regrow them in exchange for his help? That must be it. Lennon is selfish and supremely battle-hungry, but he wouldn't do such a thing unless forced to, right? I just have to believe in myself for now. Yet, driven by a purpose that transcends the carnage, I press on, my heart heavy with the weight of a city nearly reduced to ruins. With only a few minutes, we near the opening streets of Onyx Gate, and I let my companions down. Dust, smoke, and fire strike hot the moment we enter. Gunfire is simply continuous, with no points of a bullet not being fired. The echoes enter my ears, never leaving. Dakota shrinks back. The noise is too much for him, and even bonfire seems uncomfortable. I spin around, finding dozens of buildings already burnt down. The charred remains smoldering. This is war. Something alerts my senses, and a living manacle exits the skin on my neck, only to meet the sundering force of a bullet. My chain doesn't falter, but is knocked aside as it deflects the ambushing projectile. Pivoting, I gaze in the direction the bullet came from. At first, I don't see anything through the smoke of the fallen buildings, but after tempering my eyes, I catch a glimmer of magenta. An angel. But which one? And already, I just entered. Though, to be a marksman like that, they have to have good vision. They must have been waiting specifically for me. Marksman? Among the pillars? No. There is a reason why Johnny was so famous, even as a sixth sigiled. There are no known shooters like him. It can only be one of Eli's hidden angels. But I thought there was only one left, and that one seemed to be more like a brute. I'll have to keep my eyes out. It could possibly be something more sinister going on. Maddox is quite brave coming here as the only angel in his armada. But I suppose he isn't the only one at the same time. He is relying on Bonfire, me, and the other people that are to come here. I raise my voice so that Bonfire can hear me as I keep my eyes stationed on where I last saw the fleeting figure. You and Dakota should go find Elizabeth. She'll give us the updated plan. I'll put my insight on you. The factory will explode, but at this point, with that slice of air, it won't matter. I think she'd make the same call. Bonfire nods, but I can tell he wants to fight. I lay a hand on him, careful not to touch his fire, as I reassure the trembling pyro. You'll get your fight, and we'll find Abraham. Okay, just find her. Let Dakota help. He is quite the sniffer. For now, I'll go chase after that angel. My friend returns me a smile, and he shakes my hand, grabbing my arm with both his palms. Okay, make sure you come back to us quickly. Eli is the goal, remember? Then we go into the underworld as soon as possible. I nod to him before leaping away with my living manacles, trusting Dakota to have understood our conversation. He's rather intelligent now, and while I feel bad about constantly leaving him behind, he just can't keep up. He's only a fox. I love him dearly, but it's the truth. He's only a year-old kid that I found after killing his parents for food. I had no heart to end him, so I kept him. I'd prefer if he were safe than forcing himself to keep up with me. The chains from my body hurtle me through the air as I glimpse Bonfire sprinting through the fog, Dakota right behind him with flickering darkness around his fur coat. Good. He is still improving. Swinging through the city, I pursue the elusive glimpse of magenta, slicing through the dust and smoke veiling the fallen buildings. My chains, sinuous and metallic extensions from my flesh, propel me at a speed surpassing any sprint I could do on the ground over the debris-strewn terrain. As I soar, a sudden volley of gunfire targets me again. This time, the bullets possess an unprecedented velocity and force. A chain morphs defensively, attempting to shield me, but the steel projectile devastates it, penetrating my shoulder. A jolt of pain courses through me, but Blodwyn kicks into gear as the regenerative nature of his ether expels the intruder with swift efficiency. The right. Listening to my companion, I follow his directions. My heart begins to drum in a thunderous rhythm, the adrenaline surge propelling me forward. The mere beat of Payne's Forge pushes away some of the smoke near us. I hold back from having Blodwyn push us to use his Zill, as he can't hold it for long. It's best if we save it for when we need it. Eyes fixed on the assailant's direction, I engage in the most dangerous game of cat and mouse in my life. A relentless chase ensues through the decimated city, the marksman persistently attempting to end my life. We pass by hundreds of more minor skirmishes, gradually getting closer to primary. But we don't ever reach it, skirting around the edge of the most brutal conflict. A dozen close calls follow before I see my attacker land in an open square devoid of debris due to the absence of nearby buildings. I hit the ground, facing the enigmatic gunman, a figure draped in grasses and foliage, brandishing a time-worn, single-shot rifle. The incongruity of the ancient gun against the devastating force it unleashed moments ago leaves me grappling with whether or not he was the one who shot at me. Each bullet had the power of a cannon, at the very least some more. Did it really come from that old thing? The hooded figure, seemingly unfazed by our situation, unveils his visage, revealing a weathered face etched with a cryptic smile as he raises his eyes to meet mine. In an orchestrated display of surprise, two companions materialize beside him, descending gracefully from the surrounding trees. I step back quickly while sending a warning to Blodwyn. Get ready. We might need your tsavuk. Each of the old man's companions clutches an artifact pulsating with shimmering power in their hands. The first is a whirling eyeball, and the second is a twisted, gnarled finger. I wouldn't be so cautious if it weren't for the fetters wrapping around the artifacts. Or I should say, Arcus. Magenta chains warn me of their power. Who are you people? Ideas swim in my head about who they are, but I ask anyway. With Arcus, they can only be statesmen or Eli's subordinates. But that old man, they can't be with Eli. You know who we are? Or at least where we side graves. Side with us. We want to kill both Maddox and Eli. They are impudent and arrogant, and the two of them are going to get us all killed at this rate. With you by our side, there is much we could do. I weigh the offer for only a second before making my decision. No, definitely no. I made a promise to Blodwyn to destroy the estates. That lords over anything else here. Graves do not break promises. Plus, just the way the man speaks rubs me the wrong way. Nonetheless, I probe for more information. I thought the estates didn't have any angels besides the pillars. The older man scoffs, lowering his hood before caressing his archaic Colt. It doesn't even have a sigil? It's not a Colt at all, only a regular rifle. This guy, he's a threat, a serious one. Whatever he did before had to be his power. But what is it? Force amplification of some kind? I'm not sure. Earl could more easily figure this one out than me. You are young, Graves. Do you genuinely think humanity didn't hide some of its strength? Wars are broken because of the hidden daggers in the dark. My family would never allow our people to fall. Nodding as his point makes sense, I stumble slightly at another massive tremor that spreads through the city. Then, I squint at him before glancing at the other two, similarly cloaked to hide their visages. Sixth sigil, both of them wielding Arcus. And which family would that be? The old man puffs out his chest slightly, unable to hold his pride. Grimes. My teeth grind as I remember what happened to Cassidy Monroe years and years ago. The Grimes. They weren't the main perpetrators, but some of the men after him wore their marks. Furthermore, the Grimes did have an angel in the end. Their recruitment to Kai only led to him being set up to die. What if I were to say no? The angel from the Grimes family clasps one hand around the handle of his rifle, raising it ever so slightly, as if to warn me. Then we would have yet another enemy of humanity to slay. His self-righteous attitude infuriates me as I feel Blodwyn bristle in anger. He knows. You don't speak for all of humanity. You only speak for your powerful families. The Grimes shakes his head and nods to his companions. They, in turn, hold their Arcus aloft, preparing to fight. See, that's the thing, Graves. We do. We hold all the power. As such, we make the decisions. We control what happens. You and the rest cannot be allowed to choose, or you'll run us off a cliff like you are doing right now. Is that so? I chuckle lightly to myself as my heartbeat accelerates. They already shot at me, and their names end with Grimes. This couldn't end any other way. Now, you used to hold all the power. Things have changed recently. 395, Botheration. I rush forward, but a bullet streaks past my cheek an instant later as my living manacles scarcely deflects it to the side. The force throws me off, and I stumble to the sides. My cheek throbs from the unexpected cut, a thin line of warmth seeping down my face as the hooded figure, cloaked in grasses and dirt, reloads his firearm that belies its antique appearance. He pops it open like a shotgun, sliding a shell in to replace the one wasted before raising it to face me once more. The gun's report echoes through the chaos of Onyx Gate once more, and bullets fly at me with incurable precision. I grip my teeth and leap forward while instinctively summoning living manacles to ward off the relentless assault. Yet, just as I'm about to advance, the air behind me erupts in a powerful shockwave, the force slashing open my back with a searing pain. Stumbling forward as the pain gets me unaware, I notice the man with the whirling eyeball displays the true extent of his Arca. Some kind of air controller? Wind? Not sure yet, but it really fucking hurts. The bits of air basically explode into my back, creating tiny pockets that make it hard even for Blodwyn to heal quickly. The ominous artifact spins with an eerie glow, unleashing terrible winds once more. I wince in pain, twisting to dodge another windy blade, not caught off guard by the unexpected assault this time. Before I can recover fully, a grasping vine snakes toward me from underneath my boots, and with a desperate sidestep, I narrowly avoid its entangling grasp. However, the maneuver unwittingly leads me into the path of a speeding bullet that pierces my chest. A living manacle happens to be in the path of the projectile, but it only slows it down. The impact sends me sprawling backward, a violent cough expelling blood from my lips. Gasping for air, I roll to a stop, my body aching from the combined assault. I lock eyes with the enigmatic trio the moment I regain my footing. The odds, it seems, are not only unfavorable, but increasingly dire. I can do this, though. We can do this. Pawn 'em. Save your ether in case we have to go further. It's going to be a long, long night. I receive a mental nod from Blodwyn as I inhale a deep gasp, the ether in the air flowing into me. But that is not all. The energy in the very air seems to plummet as my skin grows cold and the fires around halt their growth, receding in size and intensity. Like a towel, the streams of ether fill my lungs and promptly flow to my veins, inundating me with strength. But this time it's different. My power has grown exceptionally. No longer does it feel as though I am about to explode every second. In fact, it feels like the air will only come out if I desire it. I could even breathe a second gasp. The feeling of freedom, of being able to go anywhere, see anything, and do any task fills my very core. I press my foot down into the ground, and the dirt beneath me sinks in, the force too much for the earth. Then I stare ahead at the Grimes angel. Kicking forward, I speed ahead again as Blodwyn pushes the bullet out from our chest, the lead getting caught on my ribs after breaking two. The instant I dart forward, however, another bullet meets me, raising my arms with living manacles intertwining over my flesh. The impact flips me head over heels. But I'm not sent flying this time, as my own force is close to that of a bullet. With a burst of resolve, I spring back to my feet, chains reconstituting as I once again engage the trio in this chaotic dance. The hooded figure continues to fire with uncanny accuracy, the old rifle barking with each shot. Their aim, seemingly prescient, anticipates my every move. The bullet somehow always ends up where I'm moving, even when I use arbalest. As I dash toward the two others, one wielding the whirling eyeball and the other the gnarled finger, the hooded marksman ensures I'm met with a barrage of bullets. Sidestepping, I summon chains to deflect the bullets, yet their rhythmic cadence multiplies my frustration. How are each of these bullets so strong? How is he shooting so quickly? I stumble again, but less so this time. Gradually, my heartbeat is picking up in pace and power. The two enigmatic figures, whom I can only assume are Grimes as well, with their artifacts, prove to be elusive, making it difficult for me to even get close. They may be sixth sigiled, but with those Arcus, they might as well be weak angels. The wind from the blades slices through the air, wherever I'm not expecting, slicing toward my legs to slow me as the vines reach out like sentient entities simultaneously. Both of the Forerunners use their Arcus with great skill to slow me down together and push me into a space to be shot by their elder. I attempt to predict their movements, yet each feint or sidestep is met with a swift bullet, as if the angel across from me can see the future. The only time I end the moment unhurt is when the bullets land against my skull, the hard shell of Podum holding firm against the force. Nevertheless, I decide to change tactics after making very little progress and bleeding a whole lot more. I'll focus on the Forerunners for now instead of the angel, feinting toward the hooded marksman and then abruptly shifting my focus back to the one with the eyeball with a trio of arbalests in my heel. Conjoining the skill to higher degrees delivers me a flash of pain, but with my newfound strength, nothing breaks, unlike the last time I did this. I practically teleport to the Forerunner with my speed as I bring my hand down toward them, a dozen chains joining me. The element of surprise buys me a fraction of a second to close the distance without simply being shot, but the instant I reach the one with the eyeball, a bullet enters my back. However, it is only to be expected. This angel does not miss, and he takes every opportunity. So I will too. My hand falls onto the Forerunner's shoulder as he twists to dodge. The figure is fast, incredibly so for a sixth sigiled, as the winds shove him to the side, but a single one of my chains grazes him. Immediately, I restrict the man's fetters, weakening him in every way. Another bullet detonates into my back. A blooming lotus must be the only way to describe the flesh on my rear, but I don't hesitate or retreat, trusting in Blodwyn to protect me. Taking advantage of the opening, I twist away from the vines that are reaching toward me as well and slash at the gnarled finger bearer again with the blade in my right arm. All the while, living manacles encroach on the man's life from every direction, making it impossible to dodge. The Forerunner recognizes his impending death, and he acts just about how I'd expect any foe who has reached such a level. His eyes steal over and stare me down. A silent grunt leaves his body as my chains pierce a dozen holes into his body, and my blade enters his chest. I reach for his arca as yet another bullet strikes me, nearly blowing my hand off. Still, a tendril of flesh extends from the side of my arm, catching the whirling eyeball just as the dying man's eyes flash with a cruel light. Fuck, I should have known better. Simply taking an artifact from someone isn't enough. 100 searing explosions of air wreak havoc on my body and annihilate the man as he seals his own fate. I fall to my knees as blood falls in rivets from my every pore, the only part undamaged being my skull, thanks to Blodwyn. That is until another piece of lead strikes my head. My vision shakes as I tumble, rolling over the blood and gore on the earth below me. I look up again the moment I can, but everything is still trembling, hardly comprehensible from the impacts. Blodwyn says something, but I can't understand him. Nevertheless, I can feel that his tendrils are still holding onto the arca, so I try to stand, stumbling as more roots grab onto me, sinking into my flesh. Against my recovering mind, living manacles wage war against the vines as yet another bullet hits me. I fall back down, holding onto the grass with my palms. Fuck! I reach for my ether, but everything is so foggy. Instead, while I struggle to even think a thought, I watch, blearily, as Blodwyn takes grasp of the Arca. And as another piece of shrapnel seeks my soul, a blade of wind intercepts it, deflecting it to the side. A few more seconds pass as Blodwyn takes over. I stand, not even taking a moment to glare at the two across before running away. Blood washes the ground red as my companion retreats into the chaos of the city. The two chase us, but Blodwyn refuses to be caught. Mirroring me, fleshy hooks extend from my left arm, sinking into the few remaining buildings as we swing away. I'd be impressed with Blodwyn if I could see clearly what he's doing. Regardless, I watch with as much focus as possible, and my vision gradually gains granularity as my hearing does. Help, please! Blodwyn asks for my aid, and the second I can understand him, I give it. Pain's forge beats once more, delivering speed to our shared form as I build arbalests in our feet. We kick off the side of a building with the skill just as a bullet lands against our skull. Bottom resists with dangerous cracks, and we fall toward the ground. On the way down, I retake control as I force my living manacles to hurtle me forward again. I take us right toward where I sense bonfire. More and more bullets grace me with their presence as Blodwyn's most excellent skill gradually nears destruction. A pounding headache fills me, but I push on, moving as quickly as I can toward my friend. And the second I see bonfire through a window, I twist back around, only to find that my pursuers are gone. Seeing that the Grimes is gone, I sprint into the nearby building where Bonfire, Dakota, and Elizabeth, who they found, stare at me with profound worry as I hit the ground, seeping red. What the hell, Wyatt? Are you okay? Elizabeth rushes toward me as Bonfire lights himself ablaze. He spins around, searching for any threat. However, he finds nothing as I cough out my answer. I found an old angel and two people with Arcus. Here's one. Just give Blodwyn a few. We'll be fine. The whirling eyeball falls into Elizabeth's hands as I see her complexion change. She recognizes this thing, doesn't she? Are you sure? We can. I cut her off as the bone on my head recedes, and Blodwyn returns to focusing on recovering our flesh now that bullets and vines aren't constantly entering us. It's hard to do either of those two things, and he does them both quite well, I must say. We'll be fine. Do you know what this thing is? I think it might be from a Grimes or a Dewey. I add the former, as I've heard about the Deways having Arca. I know the others must too, but I don't know any specifics. Elizabeth nods as I rub Dakota's head to reassure the fox. He must be so worried. One of my oldest friends retrieves a sheet of paper from her bag as she reads from it. Tempest pupil, rooted nail, gourd of suffering, eerie ear, rotted liver, and the scathing tibula are the Arcus we know that the estates have. It adds up. The Grimes have the first two. The Deways have the terrifying gourd, the Callahans with their quiet selves have the eerie ear, and the Boyles have the liver and the tibula. Which ones the Harveys have are beyond us, though. I nod along with her, hearing this all for the first time. She must have recently gathered this information. Still, she isn't done, shifting to focus on me. But what do you mean by an old angel? The only angel the Deways should have is Joseph, who married into them for more power. As for the Grimes, after Kai's death, oh, I get what Earl meant now. I raise an eyebrow as Elizabeth lightly slaps her head. She gets it now. They're hidden angels. She then steps to the side, placing the back of the sheet of paper on the wall before listing out several names on the sheet. Nevertheless, I stay silent. She's put obvious work into this. Earl sent me notes about slumbering angels, and he told me to investigate any and all angels who did not die in combat. Billy Grimes, Keely Dewey, Johannes Doyle, and Jefferson Callahan were the only angels to have disappeared or died of old age in the past century. Which one did you meet? I shrugged, not entirely sure. My first guess is Billy Grimes because they are known for manufacturing weapons, but I instead described the man to her. He had an old, ancient rifle that hit like a compressed cannon, covered in grasses and almost always hooded. Seriously fast, too. He could keep up with Blodwyn and me easily. He only retreated when he saw Bonfire. Elizabeth scratches out a few names as I list out the man's features before landing on one. Billy Grimes. Billy Grimes, known as the falling lead when he was active. He is not known for long-range shooting like most marksmen. Instead, he's known for enhancing his own bullets to be used up close and personal. Before Johnny, he was the premier gunslinger. It must have been him. Damn, Earl was right. They did hide angels. And this one, he's a massive threat to those of us who can die real easily. A single stray bullet from him, my stomach sinks as she explains the situation. Thankfully, Billy ran away. But why? Is he afraid of Bonfire? Wait, maybe his bullets can't hit the intangible? That doesn't make much sense. If he had such an apparent weakness as a pillar, he would have died long ago. He probably just didn't want to fight both another angel and me. Nevertheless, I'd call that a win. I mean, I got the Tempest pupil after all. True, one of his rounds could kill you or Earl quite quickly. Keep that pupil with you. I'm not sure about the negative effects, but I think you'll need it tonight. It conjures terrible winds wherever one desires. I know. It's a famous thing the Grimes have had for over a century. Elizabeth cuts me off as she beholds it, uplifting the eyeball with her hands. As she does so, she asks me one last question before sliding the eyeball into her pocket. It seems it doesn't have any negatives unless held for a while or used. Not too bad. What do you reckon Earl could make with it? I shrug. I have no clue. Earl, to me, can make anything he sets his mind to, but what he makes is often random. It should, at the very least, be more effective than an ale since it is an Arca. Bonfire, obviously antsy to fight or do something other than stand still, shifts from side to side. I pat him on the shoulder as Elizabeth steps out of the building with a hand in her pocket, likely on the Tempest pupil. We're going now, don't get too excited. My friend grins at me as a tiny bit of silver fire comes from his cheek. I step back as he raises a hand and slaps it away, forcing abyssally black fire to replace the silver. I can feel my heart sink as I gradually learn more and more about Bonfire's survival. It's done at the cost of his own body. He burns away the silver by burning it with the black flame born of his own flesh and blood. Despite how much I hate what's happening to him, there's nothing to be done. A god, one greater than all others, is devouring him from the inside out. So, instead, I trust him to last a bit longer and motion him to follow. Striding out of the building, I follow Elizabeth as she walks through the street filled with rubble and bodies. She must have hidden here while the battle passed through. We're going to wrap around Primary, where the battle is the harshest. There, we will meet with Tomas and Blake alongside the rest of the bent soldiers. Earl is still in the depths of the city, but he should be fine. Come on, let's hurry. We don't have much time, or the war will already be over by the time we get there. I follow her without a second thought. With each step, the cacophony of war surrounds us, the clash of steel, the roar of flames, and the cries of those caught in the crossfire. My heart pounds, matching the rhythm of chaos echoing through the streets. I guide Elizabeth through the streets first, using living manacles to protect her and Dakota from any stray gunfire. The city is a battlefield, and we weave through the fray with urgency, sidestepping skirmishes and avoiding the desperate clashes between families and the marauding bands under Maddox. Still, though, I've not seen the captain himself or his second. Neither have I caught a glimpse of Autumn. The path is fraught with peril as we go around the interior wall, careful not to get caught up in big fights. We slide under broken buildings and leap over fallen debris. My gaze remains fixed on the distant wall on the north side, a barrier between the besieged citizens and the imminent threat. As we near the north side of the wall, I hear unified shouts and commands, a discordant sound compared to the rest of the city. Controlled chaos. Tomas, sprinting ahead, I bring my friends with me until we cross onto a street where nearly 50 soldiers, Tomas, Blake, Sky Swain, Primrose, and even Silas, are fighting alongside each other as one unit. I wave to them and then point to the north wall, as it seems they have things under control. The inhuman wolf crashes forward, crushing a bandit's head with his jaw and another with his fingers before his power recedes. In less than 5 seconds, a well-built man stands before me as his soldiers wash around us, killing any stragglers. Good to see you, Wyatt. I smile at Tomas as I give him a short hug. Likewise. This all your men? Tomas nods to my question as they progress forward cautiously, clearing each foot of the street before crossing over the rubble. I follow behind them as I notice something. The old army of marshals had Sigils range from 1st to 6th. It was a capable force, even if lackluster in a few aspects. This one? Not a damn man is beneath the 4th. Several new 6 Sigils exist, too. Over a dozen, in fact. With that many, an angel is not unlikely to come from them. He'd be so proud, though. The death it took to reach this is heartbreaking. From a couple of thousand men down to, at most, 100. Any other group would have long broken, shattered by the losses and low morale. But not his men. Marshal damn near raised each and every one of these soldiers, teaching, guiding, and giving them a place to live when they didn't have one. To these men, dishonoring his legacy is far worse than death. We hold ourselves to an impossible standard, seeing no way other than to follow it. 396. No odds the flesh. Amidst the absolute anarchy of the city, I stand witness to the brazen but calculated assault on the towering wall. Dozens of soldiers ascend using equipment that Earl made, grappling hooks, and even a few with maneuverable jumpers. They climb with deadly precision. All the while, they are shot at, and their gunfire and unleashed sigils tear through the guard station at the top. I even spot a familiar face as I sprint to catch up after speaking with Blake. She's right behind me, following my heels with a surprising speed. Apparently, Johnny gave her Edward's heirloom, Bonebeak. It is usually a congealed drop of blood, but it can dive into the flesh and enhance a person's vigor and physical attributes. It does so at such a level that her body is practically equal to an angel's. Sturdy, virulent, and hard to kill. That familiar face strings his instrument as the air resonates with the explosive notes of a guitar, a symphony of destruction that shatters a section of the wall with resounding force. Debris crumbles to the ground, and I leap up after it. My living manacles extend from my flesh, serving as both weapons and tools to vault onto the wall. Swift and lethal, I dispatch any guards unfortunate enough to be near enough to my landing to cross my path, ensuring they pose no threat to our takeover. Beside me, Blake induces fear into these guards with the many undead that follow her, rushing after the men while she joins in and beats them to death with her lively necrotic fists. Surprisingly, in mere moments, our forces claim this section of the wall, a strategic foothold in the ongoing battle. This is where we will retreat if we must. Plus, it will act as a sniping point for Elizabeth and the other marksmen. That is if she decides to stay here. Amidst the bloodied stones, I find my friend, the general, engaged in a brutal confrontation. His teeth, unnaturally canine-like from his power, rip into the throat of the only 6th sigiled here, sealing their fate. We exchange a brief nod as Tomas spits out gore. Good. The plan's working out quite well so far, but it's only getting started. Oh, there are also other races here, too. I think they are here to either take advantage or guarantee Eli's death. Regardless, we should kill them. I nod to Tomas as he returns to ordering his men. I observe for a few moments as they quickly set up a station with ammo, medical supplies, and defenses. Meanwhile, I also help Elizabeth and the rest climb up. The craftsman is a bit off-put by the dead bodies, but he recovers only a few moments after recoiling. The Oldham wouldn't have recovered at all. Tomas spins over to me as he hands me something with the utmost respect. My eyes widen as I see the vial in his hands filled with a crimson liquid. The fill I am. Why do you have it? Tomas merely nods to me as he places it in my palms. It's yours. Edward had it when he died. Now it's yours again, though his wife will probably want it back after this. She gave it to me. I wanted to wait to give you it for when we had a moment of brevity. Now I need to get back to organizing our advancement. I stare at the fill I am with a rumbling earthquake of emotions within the depths of my heart. And Edward, the father and the son. I've watched both die. I'll do this. I'll protect the grandson. I make a silent oath to myself as the world seems to wage a war against itself. Outside the wall, the echoes of gunfire persist as the guards continue their determined efforts to reclaim their territory. Eli has trained his men well. They don't give up even after all this. I wonder, how many of them are roots? Probably a non-minor amount, but that is a future worry. Our conquest is far from complete. and the clash intensifies as we brace for the inevitable counterattack. The air crackles with tension as the battleground shifts. Tomas shouts into the air as he strides to the inner side of the wall. "Get ready, Team A. You're with me. Team B, you secure the wall. We need a checkpoint for wounded and retrieval." Half the men split without even the slightest discussion amongst each other. I spot Richard lined up on the wall, tightening his vest that holds the contraptions for Earl's jumper. He got one of them, I see. Makes sense. He's pretty powerful between his enhancements and his acoustic attacks, but he has minimal movement capability. The tool will iron out most of his weaknesses. The resounding clash of weapons echoes through the air as I descend from the wall first, landing effortlessly on the ground below. The fall hardly even gives me a jolt at this point, my frame so reinforced from all my trials and tribulations. The soldiers follow suit, their grappling hooks and agile leaps ensuring a swift and coordinated descent. Several, however, do just as I do, landing roughly and being able to handle the fall. I return them a smile before continuing onward. We rapidly form a determined group as Tomas crashes beside me, and bonfire soars over my head. He lands after a moment of flight, but of course he has to show off. With the inhuman wolf and the shattered flame by my side, we lead the charge through the inner walls of Onyx Gate. Our broad presence, thanks to the rugged soldiers and Tomas' fame, strikes fear into the hearts of Maddox's roaming bandits, who scatter like leaves in the wind at the sight of our united force. Unlike outside of Primary, the pirates don't even try us. These must be the more experienced ones. That sounds about right. As we progress deeper into the city and the buildings gradually grow tighter and more compact, Tomas' gaze sharpens as he spots a group of Nahullo warriors charging toward us. They seem oddly determined to kill us. Tomas raises his hand as he kneels slightly, fur rising from his flesh as his power comes to fruition. Then he sinks his hand down toward the ground. Fire. His command is simple and succinct, but it is followed thereafter by a quick burst of gunfire. The Nahullo warriors that merely failed to notice us as we approach from afar fall in clumps as nearly half die at once. Now, attack the paleskins. Battle erupts once again as I dart forward alongside the soldiers and my companions, and we engage the Nahullo head-on. The clash of weapons, the whirling flames from bonfire, the unerring accuracy of Elizabeth's rifle, and the lethal precision of my chains create a storm of chaos on the city streets. And those are just the fighters I take notice of. Martial soldiers are mighty on their own. The Nahullo recover quickly, not losing any motivation. They retaliate, but they fall far too soon after losing half their number. I watch as Blake stabs the last one with her blade, made of ghostly ether. Despite the Nahullo's initial ferocity, our combined strength proves overwhelming. They were strong, nearly equal to us in number, but between our swift bombardment and our superior sigils, it could really only end this way. We only have one casualty, and the man isn't dead, only severely wounded. I turn to face Tomas and Elizabeth for our next destination, as I have no clue how the innards of Primary work. Yet I don't make it all the way around. Pain lances through me as a dozen steel blades pierce my flesh, catching me off guard. I stagger back, grappling with the shock as my knees give out, shards of metal already embedded in them. Glancing to my side, I already find Bonfire in a similar situation as blood drips from his arms. Right over my kneeled form, Tomas engages a Nahullo angel, their clash a whirlwind of steel and bestial claws. Damn it, those four are back. And why didn't Shiver warn me? Am I not that experienced with it yet? Probably none of those wounds were life-threatening. They only exist to slow me down. While my wounds throb and Blodwyn races to heal them, Bonfire faces off against two formidable demons from the quartet, each seeking retribution for their earlier encounter. The air becomes charged with the crackling energy of Bonfire's flames, Bemela's ice, and NATO's radiance. Despite my injuries, I gather my strength, bringing my body to a half-stand. As I do so, though, Timmy waves her arm from atop a nearby building toward me. "Hello there, Blodwyn. I don't like being tricked, you know? Thought I'd teach you a little lesson. Don't play games with pygmies. We're the ones who make them." I grit my teeth in anger as bullets fly toward her from the soldiers, but I wave my arm, preventing them from firing anymore as I catch the lead with my chains. "Stop! She can control metal. Go help your general. What are you doing here? I thought we were over this. The soldiers listen to me as Timmy laughs with a piercing pitch. She raises her hands into a clap as she mocks me. You thought we were past our skirmishing? No, dear. Not nearly. You'll be seeing much more of me. For now, eat some metal. Enodra. As Timmy finishes, Enodra calls out in the Nahalo language, and dozens of more Nahalo rush out from nearby buildings from hiding, falling into a deadlock with the soldiers and the rest of the group. Blake and Primrose are strong, but there are Nahalo in this group just as formidable. The clash intensifies with Tomas locked in a fierce exchange with the Enodra, neither giving ground. Both are purely physical combatants, but Enodra has a carcass to defend her, while Tomas only has his thick skin. In the periphery, I catch glimpses of Bonfire as I dodge and deflect metallic shards, flames dancing around him as he fends off his adversaries. This quartet proves to be a formidable yet annoying challenge, their coordinated attacks testing the limits of the group. Martial soldiers are held back from helping Bonfire due to the repercussions of his attacks, while Tomas and Enodra move far too swiftly for anyone to help other than Rich. Battling through the pain, I inhale a deep, rejuvenating breath, ready to retaliate. Power fills my very core as I leap toward Timmy. The quartet's unexpected emergence was no accident. It was a setup, a trap laid to cripple our advance. My speed is a tad slower than usual due to my legs not wholly recovered, and it shows. Timmy evades me as she steps off the building onto a platform of metal. Then, she waves at me before sinking toward Enodra. I reach for her with living manacles, but her metal acts just as my chains do, guarding her body under her armor. Interesting group you all have. We will meet again. Thanks for killing Enodra's mother's enemies. Chain of command is such a bitch, isn't it? And with her shout, she reaches down to pick up Enodra, while those fighting around us scream at the quartet in hate. What? How could you? You bitch! Despite the outcry, Enodra forces Tomas back momentarily before leaping up to take Timamy's hand. Then, they speed toward the other two under Bonfire's raging onslaught. It's better to just let them go, even if they are a nuisance. I hate that we've helped them with this, but we don't have time to chase them down. It's so frustrating though. Now Enodra's family will be even more influential in the Round Table. Not that I know how much this actually helps her. Bonfire, come back! My friend isn't pleased about it, but he listens to me, backpedaling while the quartet escapes after leaving the bodies of Nahalo. Turning around, the three of us rejoin the fight to kill the rest of the Nahalo here as they howl in betrayal at Enodra. Again, we drop this group as we did to the last, but not without damage. Several soldiers head back to the wall already, carrying wounded. I let out a deep breath, careful not to destroy anything with my gasp of freedom. Then, I stride over to Tomas as he scratches scabs on his skin. Those are from sword strikes, right? Yep, they sure are. He does heal quite fast. I guess if he didn't, he'd have died on that train. Tomas waves goodbye to his soldiers before twisting his hand to round us all up. I stand beside him as he reloads the Colt he used earlier. We'll go a bit slower now. I wasn't expecting such large groups of other races. I can't imagine how they got it. Doesn't make any sense. Unless... Elizabeth picks up Tomas' words. Unless this is all part of Eli's plan. He let them in without retaliating. Nods fill the street as we all continue onward. We proceed with the utmost caution, our senses heightened after the earlier ambush. Battles echo in the distance, creating proof of the unrest within Primary, while ones even further hint at the battles still taking place outside Primary in the greater city. Despite the urgency, we move deliberately, ensuring the path ahead is clear before advancing. Soldiers clear corners with their Colts and Claymores while Elizabeth guides us through with the maps provided by Earl. As we traverse the wide streets, encounters with fleeing bandits become routine. Some choose to run, while others meet their end as we press forward. Maddox has so many fucking scumbags underneath him. I feel like I've seen 100 die already today, and yet there are even more. At least this portion of the city seems mostly clear of civilians. Who knows where they were sent? But they are few and far between. The bandits, though? Where do they all fucking come from? Shaking my head, I resume my stride after killing another. These people are worse than demons. Killing is one thing, but they've gone far beyond that on their way here. A brief confrontation with a man wielding a powerful artifact puts Tomas' nerves on edge, but I don't even spot the man. The inhuman wolf simply tells me to watch out for a man with a liver in his hands. I reassure him that I will as I look all over for any signs of the man. However, time presses upon us, and the urgency to locate Earl, who can guide us to Eli, so that we can kill him once and for all, intensifies. Of course, we could simply find Eli, but I imagine that is easier said than done. I'm sure he has 1,000 contingency plans for this. Elizabeth stops her strut and puts her hands on her hips while addressing us all. This is taking too long. At this rate, we won't find anything, whether it's Earl or Eli. I scratch my head as I glance around, not seeing any better way to do this. Well then, what do we do? Elizabeth spreads out her hand into 5 fingers as she points them toward the depths of primary. We should split up for groups. Stay close enough to hear any commotion. If we find Earl or Eli, we reconvene and meet up. Reluctantly, Tomas acknowledges the necessity of splitting up. I can see he hates the idea as it puts his men at a higher risk because he won't be there to protect them. And it is Richard who speaks up, the musician reassuring his general. His voice is smooth, if defiant. Sir, don't worry about us. We're here to get revenge for Marshall. Eli Weiss led to his demise more than even the bastards that did him in. Tomas nods slowly, breaking his remaining soldiers into 2 groups. As he does so, I separate myself into a group with Bonfire, knowing the man is nigh uncontrollable. Tomas joins the 4th group with Blake, Primrose, Dakota, and Elizabeth. Keeping tabs on the groups, I realize that Richard is the head of one, while another 6 sigiled named Denise is the head of the other. With the groups made, we set off, searching for either Earl or Eli. Whichever we find first, I'm okay with. We just have to find one or the other. 397, settled beneath. Earl Miracle Maker Garner. I breathe heavily as I lean on the wall to my right, out of breath and trembling. I was in the middle of investigating this mausoleum when the bullets started to exchange out by the walls. And something found me when I panicked to escape. I need to get out, or else I can't use my ale to hide in the earth. But as I open my eyes fully to the dark hall, I pause in shock. The colossal hall unfolds before me like a plane beneath the moon. Its towering pillars reach toward a ceiling shrouded in shadows, so high that it defies reason, at least 100 feet. I came in the back way and never made it to this side of the building. Still, I don't let myself halt too long. It's still after me. I lost it for a little, but it's still coming. Why is it here, though? It doesn't make any sense. I was almost sure this place had no traps or guards. A man here, or there is understandable. But this, shaking my head, I move with the utmost caution. I hug the walls, each step taken with deliberate care to avoid creating any kind of noise. The sheer scale of the building, stretching over hundreds of feet lengthwise, adds an imposing layer to the challenge at hand. Why is it so damned huge? Fuck. I stay low, transforming my ether into cloud-like shapes on my feet. It muffles my footsteps, but it doesn't turn me invisible. Every inch of my surroundings is scrutinized as I navigate through the darkness, a silent oath weaving between the massive pillars of the mausoleum. I don't even know who is buried here, but based on who or what is guarding it, it has to be a past prime. I reach behind me toward my pack laden with gear to steady it when I shift. Yet, despite my efforts, my heart maintains a relentless cadence, audible proof of the tension that courses through my veins. It is the part of my body that is hardest to command or control. Still, I don't cower. I've learned my lesson from doing so. Nothing gets done on one side of fear, while all is achieved on the other. Suddenly, a guttural growl pierces the air without me mucking it up, freezing me in place. Swiveling my head around, dread grips me as I lock eyes with Harvey's guardian beast, the Tinahoe, a fearsome hybrid of wolf and ferret, tamed by the 11th prime during his youth. Why it's not the only one to tame a sigiled animal, but because of how rare it is, it does speak volumes of their owners. The Tinahoe is powerful, a 6-sigiled beast born with that very strength, and it has had many years to hone that power. Awareness of my vulnerability intensifies as the guardian beast fixates on me. My brain works into overdrive to shake off the fear. This thing will kill me. The internal scream prompts swift action. My instincts kick in as I feel the lead leave my muscles and dart toward the nearest exit. The stealthy pursuit transforms into a desperate race against time in an instant as I'm stuck in a long hallway without any place to hide. The monumental pillars cast elongated shadows in my wake as I scramble forward. Each heartbeat reverberates in my ears as I strive to escape the looming threat that shadows my every move. With each beat, however, a profound crash rocks my world as the beast behind me lunges to catch up with me. My mind races, grappling with the improbability of its presence outside the confines of its home. It's only supposed to be within the Harvey estate. Why is it here? No, I need to focus. Instead of getting lost in thought or fear, I pivot around a pillar as the Tinahoe surges toward me and sprint towards the door. However, the maneuver is not enough to circumvent the tinny howl wholly as its claws reach around the pillar toward me. So I approach my hips with my right hand. My jumper springs into action as I point my hips upward, clicking the unlocking mechanism with my thumb. Hooks shoot out and latch onto the towering pillars as I nudge the metal with my ether, guaranteeing the perfect focal for their impact. Then, weightlessness uplifts me, and tension hauls my body forward, transforming my evasion into a wild swing through the immense mausoleum. I abandon the subtlety that marked my earlier movements, urgency propelling me forward. Wind flaps in my face and my clothes as I spin around the pillar, using the momentum to get closer to the door. The distance to the exit narrows as I race against the Tinahoe's pursuit. Glancing down, I find the beast below me still. Its orange eyes seem to yearn for my soul. As I begin to lose height, I unlatch the cables and reinitiate them on another pillar. Swinging again to gain more height, I prevent the Tinahoe from lunging at me again. Recklessly abandoning stealth, I forsake the shadows for speed. Even when I get out of here, I'm just gonna have to keep fucking hauling it. This thing would chase me forever if it could. At least, that's what its face seems to tell me. Nevertheless, the door looms ahead, my only escape, and I hurl myself towards it. As I do so, I retrieve a sheet of Crimfear from my pack. The weight is what makes my pack so unwieldy despite its thinness, but I bear it against my shoulder. Momentum propels me through the entrance with the sheet of metal, and I crash into the open air. The sheet of Crimfear warps slightly as I feel weightless once again, the impact surely cracking my clavicle or scapula. My body tumbles down a series of gargantuan stairs, each step towering over 2 feet tall. I reach, attempting to regain my balance or composure, but the swiftness of my jumper's leap toward the door refuses any recovery. The descent is brutal, bones colliding with unyielding stone. Blood trails down my nose, and bruises blossom on my body. I roll to the bottom, my gaze instinctively rising to meet the eyes of the Tinahoe still poised above. I cough heavily, bloody flakes falling onto my hands. It hasn't even hit me, and I already have some internal damage. Shit, I know, physically I'm weak as all hell, but still. It hurts to see the massive gap. A jumper is only enough to buy some time. Soon, it will figure out to stick at the cables. The Tinahoe strides down the steps as I crawl backward, gradually returning to my feet. But as the beast arrives at the final stair down the hill where the mausoleum sits, I hear a shout that fills my whole body with relief. Earl! Twisting, I discover Wyatt and Bonfire running toward me from atop the hill on the other side of this valley. Similar stairs ride up the other hill toward them as I stand in a circular construct. It's made of the dark stone, Onyx, that Onyx Gate is so well known for, but the stone is so intricately carved that it sends a shiver down my spine. Nevertheless, it pays dividends to be a gambler. After all, I've been frantically using reshuffle for the past 5 minutes nonstop. I smile as much as I possibly can at the moment and wave at my friends as I scramble toward them. I probably have far more panic in my voice than I want to admit. Help, please! Yup. Wyatt and Bonfire speed past me with such momentum that I nearly fall over, and before my eyes can follow their movements, both are upon the Tinahoe. Chains emerge from Wyatt, wrapping around and piercing into the beast's earthen-like fur. It rages with a fury, lashing out toward Wyatt, but he retreats just in time to dodge it. As he does so, Bonfire explodes with a righteous fire of a brilliant black, though it is tainted with more silver than before. I continue to watch in awe as the two take down the Tinahoe without much trouble. Neither even gets the slightest injury before the beast becomes a charred mound of meat. I know they're strong, angels and all that, but still, it's terrifying to see the actual difference between us. I picked the right path. There is no way in hell I can keep up with that. Especially not Wyatt. Bonfire started halfway here. After all, at the 4th sigil when we met him. I've stood witness to every step of Wyatt's journey. It has been arduous, perilous, and fraught with risk at every turn, but I'd be lying if I said it was slow. Barely over a year, and he stands at this level of strength? Incredible. What was that thing, Earl? I've never seen or heard of anything like it. Wyatt's question rips me from my thoughts as I crouch and stare at the Tinahoe's eyes. They haven't even seen the craziest part yet. We should go. That's the Tinahoe, the mini-life ferret. I catch Bonfire's eyes widen as he recognizes it. And because I know the man, I step in front of him with broad arms and a frigid voice to cool his temper. No, you will not test its immortality. We will be leaving now. Bonfire sighs, and I notice Wyatt's confusion. Shaking my head at his lack of knowledge, I shamble away from the body before the Tinahoe revives itself. No one knows how it works, but the damned thing never dies. It can be put down, but it will come back eventually. Come on, I'll tell you about it later, Wyatt. I doubt it'll chase us when it revives, anyway, as we'll be too far. I assume you're here to learn Eli's location. Both of my friends nod with a short pause, and I take that as proof that I should keep talking. However, the tall stairs to the top of the hill are not easy to climb for my bruised bones and are too awkward for the jumper at my hips. Regardless, I make my way up without complaint. Good? Well, not so good. I came here to make sure Eli wasn't hiding in the depths of the mausoleum, as this was one of the last possible locations, but I'm pretty sure he's not. If he were, there'd be more than just the Tinahoe. Plus, I wouldn't have gone as deep, and there would have been signs before I even entered. I think the beast is a decoy. Eli Weiss has to be in the Harvey estate. There is nowhere else he could be. His own house is empty, devoid of life. So, we'll head to Desolation's old house. Wyatt's head sinks in thought as Bonfire simply nods approvingly to my words. I squint at them both before giving up. They'll think what they want. For now, I need an update on the current situation as we head toward the estate. Wyatt's going to be a little annoyed to indulge my questions. Eli, Underground Tree Weiss. Shockwaves demolish entire sections of primary as the bladeless monster heads toward Vincent's home. Maddox is not far behind him, trailing alongside the devastation. At the very least, the slumbering old bastards will slow them down a little. Lennon Hull. What an intriguing man. I thought I had crippled him. Apparently, I underestimated him. I do know, though, that he will not ally with anyone. His blade is lonesome, and as such, anyone who comes to help him at this point will die. He no longer needs even the slightest aid. Sitting in my chair at my desk, I rest my head against my knuckle, entering a deep meditation. Unlike that of Abbott's, however, this one is purely a mental configuration. It bestows no power other than supreme focus, a manifestation of my own self-control, something I regard particularly favorably. Lennon might be the feather that signs my death. I accounted for the slumbering and even the graves becoming an angel, but they know too much. From what I can tell, they are moving with purpose, coordinated purpose, striding right toward my lodging, Harvey's estate. I'll have to prepare my traps sooner than later then. A spy must be in here somehow. That's the only explanation. Wyatt Graves appeared out of nowhere with no reports on the outer wall. Same with the Shattered Flame. He's a real wild card though. I can manipulate the child with carefully placed words and effigies. But Emmett Knox is tainted by our worst enemy. When will they understand? When? Our real enemy is the gods and only the gods. No matter what must be done to face this, it must be done. Hesitation and cowardness will only be our downfall. Maddox Atkins, Wyatt Graves, Emmett Knox, Tomas Travis, Billy Grimes, Keely Dewey, Johannes Doyle, Parker Callahan, Sylvia Harvey, Joseph Jeremiah. 10 angels are against me, and those are only the human ones. The quartet sent by the Dominions is just as dangerous as the humans. 14 in total against my 4 angels. Not very even, if I must say so. Myself, Clarence Love, Brimstone, Tyron Harvey, and my roots, of which I'm running dreadfully low. It isn't easy to brainwash and contract so many to the point they will die for me. Still, I can get them to wield Arcus to temporarily elevate themselves forcibly to the strength of an angel. The negatives of the object will likely kill them, but that's a worthy sacrifice. Counting them all, I'm hardly at 10 angels, as I don't have many roots left capable of wielding such arca. Still, though, the virtued artifacts left behind by Vincent should be enough to even the field. More slumbering might show themselves, but I reckon 3 is the limit of the estates. After all, the life-extending techniques do not work for everyone, and even then there are side effects. 4 or more is simply impossible, seeing as how many angels prop up every century. The numbers just don't allow for any more. I'll have to be careful with Tyron, though. His cousin-in-law might be able to convince him to switch sides if I let them speak. He'll have to stay away from Sylvia. The Harveys, even married in, are not to be toyed with. I should get moving now. There is little time and much work to do. If I am to live to the morrow, I must do the impossible. Standing up from my desk, I exit my meditation. Because of the transition, my vision turns bleary for a moment, but I recover quickly. Then, I continue through the vast halls of the Harvey estate before finding a spiral staircase that heads into the earth. For many years, I wondered where the elusive gate of death was. I knew humanity had dug a hole years ago to experiment with its powers, but it was hidden from us. Turns out it was beneath the Harvey estate all along. Or Vincent moved his family's residence atop it when he took power. Or he moved the gate of death. Both are possible. The man is beyond any convention or reason. Frankly, it doesn't matter, but I can use both the gate and the hole that leads to it. The best way to win without incurring tragic losses will be to force the opposition to fight amongst themselves. Considering the many different groups coming for me, I don't foresee this being all that much of an issue. I'll merely have to slow them down to independently, so they all arrive together. From there, it'll be light work. Lennon will start a fight with anything in his view. Maddox is prideful, while the slumbering are desperate. Wyatt is naive, and Emmett is rash. The other pillars, aside from Maddox, are more experienced and veteran-like in their affairs, especially Sylvia and Jeremiah. It will likely be pointless to assign any resources to the pillars. Instead, I'll focus on the first 5 alongside the quartet sent by the Dominions. There is a chance I can spark infighting, considering there are 2 demons among the 4. An uneven cast. Stoke the pygmies' arrogance while belittling the scarred demon, and they just might come to blows. Beyond that, though, I must prepare myself. As I stride down the spiral stairs, I check the vials on my belt. Many think coiled steam is my most incredible creation, capable of going toe-to-toe with the lumens, but they have no idea. The vial infuser is far better. It can synthesize and inject any serum I may need. Even actual serums, though elixirs, are too difficult to do on the go. I'd need far more congealed and purified dark light for that. Still, from rejuvenation to invigoration to defensive properties, Vial Infuser can deliver it all to me. It can even bring me back to life, given that I don't have my head crushed or removed. That mixture, though, is a one-time thing. There is no getting a second, as I didn't make it at all. It simply hangs at my belt, found long ago in a ruin. Creating one of the worst outlaws ever known was worth such a thing. I'd trade a dozen phantom pains for the revival fluid. It is only such a shame that the other ones in the ruin were destroyed besides the one Vincent already used. After many minutes of inspection and careful mixing within the belt, I reached the bottom of the stairs. They are long, and that is an understatement. But when I stand in the hallway that leads to the gate of death, I cannot help but feel sleepy. It's almost as if it calls me toward eternal rest. I shake off the feeling as I stride forward to the hole that has been filled all the way at the tippy top by concrete and stone. A short inspection verifies my thoughts, as I like to be absolutely sure. It'll work. Then, I turn around and smack away the drifting spirit nearby with a flourish of ether that spreads from my hand to prepare my plan, growing on its own. The gate sometimes lets through these feeble things, or more so, it attracts them from the surface. I don't think anything actually comes through it onto our side. My feet stand back on the stairs as I head up, As I do so, I pause for a single moment in thought. The gate of death is so odd. No matter where you dig, you find it at this exact level. The ground here has only ever been damaged by Vincent, but even he would have to spend years and years to shave enough rock to get any deeper. I know it is the work of a god, but it can't be the work of just one. Just one wouldn't be able to be so intricate and well-balanced between all facets of death. Death must have had help creating her realm. I wonder, which god did it? 398, Baki of Pain. Saren Braveheart Grimes. My soldiers and I fight valiantly, barricading ourselves amidst the dense, onyx-stoned buildings of our city. I've lived here all my life, and I won't let this scum come and take it from me. No matter what, this is ours, not theirs. I don't care what they want, what they feel, or who they fight for. This is my home. Raising my Colt, I take quick aim, flowing ether into my hands as I strike down 2 distant bandits before darting forward and cutting down another. Gunfire echoes through the narrow streets as we defend against the relentless onslaught of bandits and pirates attempting to plunder our home. Despite our efforts, some of the marauders prove formidable, claiming the lives of a few brave soldiers. I stay in the front, guiding the newer soldiers and those who have fought less than I. After all, I am a 6th sigiled. If I am to cower, then who will stand up? Certainly not those angels. I glance right as Eugene is cut down, and I swiftly avenge him, blood flowing down my arms. Before I can even kneel to say goodbye to my dying friend, a chill weaves its way down my spine. Looking left, I see the source. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure emerges on the street through the dust and debris, an ominous aura surrounding him. Nothing dares to approach the man without meeting an invisible force, be it people, ether, or bullets. Yet it seems more like disintegration than mere deflection. Squinting through the haze of battle, I discern that everything in his path is effortlessly cleaved in two by an unseen blade. Yet, the man simply has 2 swinging sleeves. There are no arms attached to his torso. Fear grips my heart as I recognize the man walking toward us. A primal terror settles in, for I know there's no escape from this human-shaped monster. Lennon Hull, the only non-angel the estates could never buy out or threaten. Even the great Edmund Dudley retreated to the frontier to be left alone. Lennon simply ignored the threats or killed any that came for his hide. Not that he's so low anymore. Desperation seizes me, and I scream at the top of my lungs, ordering a hasty retreat. Before I can fully process the impending danger, I catch a horrifying glimpse of my lower body rolling away, severed from the rest of me. My heart thumps powerfully, and I lash out with my blade, a final act of defiance, only to lose the feeling of my hand. Blood soaks my pupils as I crash to the ground, turning into many segments. The pain doesn't even register within my mind in time. Darkness takes over my vision as all my men and family members, even if distant, embark on the same fate. I can only close my eyes and accept my death to the bladeless monster. Jackie, wrought steel Dewey, standing resolute on the wall against my orders to retreat sent by my grandmother. I pick off bandits with precision, my shots finding their marks effortlessly. I won't let them take my city, my home. The Angles are too willing to let destruction come for a final victory. I don't want to lose any family or friends. The chaos of war surrounds me as some soldiers die nearby, but my focus remains unwavering. They aren't a statesman. After all, there is no point in caring for them. More frustrating, however, there are a few elusive foes, either too swift or shielded by ether, that evade my gunfire. Suddenly, a figure strides forward, an unsettling calm amid the turmoil. Anything in his vicinity is effortlessly cleaved in two, sending a shiver down my spine. As the realization hits me, I sputter out a single word. Dominion. Panic grips me, and I immediately turn around to run. Memories of my grandmother Keely Dewey's tales flood my mind. The gravity of the impending threat bestows my mind with the agility to throw my ether together in a quilt of well-practiced skills. Beneath my feet, the wall rumbles ominously, and fright sets in. The once sturdy wall crumbles with a thunderous roar, a cascade of dark stones relinquishing their positions. A diagonal slice, as if a godly hand had severed its foundation, leaves the wall in ruins, sliding away like a defeated giant. In the blink of an eye, my instincts kick in, a desperate sprint backward, the air thick with dust and the echoes of destruction. The collapse unfolds in slow motion, an avalanche of stones and debris hurtling toward me. With every ounce of strength, with my ether bolstering my form to that of steel, I leap off the crumbling edge, the world tilting and disintegrating behind me. Midair, time seems to stretch, the chaos frozen in a suspended dance of destruction. And then the heart-stopping descent, the thud of landing against the ground on the inner side of the wall. The impact jolts through my bones, yet survival courses through my veins. As I rise from the settling dust with adrenaline, ignoring my weary bones, though, a towering figure approaches. He isn't that tall or that physically imposing, but it's his ambience that halts any and all resistance. Lennon Hull strolls through a war as if he is going for a simple walk. A loose coat hangs over his shoulders, the arms flapping in the wind. If I didn't know any better, I'd guess his hands were in his pockets. If it were any other man, I'd scoff and call bullshit. But here he is, effortlessly cleaving through the remains of the wall. Less than effortless. He walks, and the bricks split. The authority of a dominion is absolute. I crawl backward, endeavoring to run away with all my might, but all I manage to do is what is equivalent to a baby's pace. The bladeless monster strides toward me, finally speaking a word. "Pleasant to see you again, Jackie. The last time we met, it wasn't that enjoyable of an affair for me, was it? Yet, isn't today so positively charming?" Keely Onyx hand Dewey. With a crashing wave of destruction and panic, I land beside my granddaughter as she stares at the man before her. Dirt and stone yield to my fist, and I stand to my full height, towering over the bladeless monster. For a man, he isn't all that tall, though I do recognize that my height is abnormal. Lennon Hull's face shifts to meet mine, a thin smile on his lips. I can't help but feel a slight shiver run down my back as I force Onyx's body into motion. My whole frame holds the identical toughness as the durable rock around us, and I take advantage of that, pushing a dozen skills to propel me even further in stature that would kill me without my Zill. I can't believe this young upstart can put such fear in me. He's been an angel for what, 6 months? And he already has a virtue and a dominion? Billy is a dumbass if he thinks the graves of this generation is more important. This man, he's a second Vincent. There are no other precedents such as this. Not even the primes before the old bastard had such a meteoric rise. None of them were beaten down as heavily, either, to be crippled beyond all metrics and yet, Lennon Hull clawed his way back from the abyss without any fingers. Lennon Hull, I have an offer if you are willing to hear it, but at the very least, spare my granddaughter for me. Jackie's eyes widen as she sputters out a thing of shock, but I wave my hand and close her mouth with a carefully placed thread of ether. No skill, just manipulation to a high degree. Why are you off? Lennon's eyes narrow as I try to salvage my granddaughter's shortcomings. Don't mind her, Lennon. She doesn't know what is at stake here. Still, the man doesn't reply. I take it as a positive note for now and deliver what my organization can offer. If you join those of us who have recently awoken to kill Eli and the other miscreants here, you could be upon the covenant we make after. We all must work together to reach godhood, so that we can kill the one below. Without total cooperation, however, we are doomed. And Eli has been secretly killing my family and those of the other estates to keep us down. We do not want him here any longer, as he only grows more tyrannical. I finish my offer with a relieved sigh, happy that I got it off at all based on how Lennon is said to be. I've been slumbering for decades, so I could only catch up on so much. When I was last seen alive, this young man hadn't even been born yet. And so, I wait with bated breath for an answer. Lennon Hull's bottomless pupils swerve from me to Jackie, then onto the city behind me, primary. The movements are slow, gradual, and calm. The least talented angel ever holds, perhaps, the greatest strength a power ever has. He is more mighty than me, that's for sure, but that doesn't mean I can't kill him if I must. I know many tricks and skills, but he only has his dominion and Zilturn power. Adding on his missing arms, there are weaknesses to exploit. Had he still been able to wield a blade, though, Even Eli or Ed couldn't have stopped him. Marshall too. Damn. Still can't believe that tough bastard kicked the bucket. I wish he had accepted my marriage proposal back in the day. My thoughts swerve only for a moment as seconds turn into nearly a full, suspenseful minute as I stare at him. Fires burn around the wall from his devastation, and gunfire only grows more consequential. But I let all that pass me by. This is far more vital to the birth of the God-seeking covenant. Still, Leninhull only returns my stare. Coldness runs up my legs, into my spine, then into the base of my skull as I see how his eyes change. Then, with finality, he speaks with such a tone that I know I won't be able to save my daughter's daughter. With every word, he ends up a bit closer to us despite not taking a single step that I can witness as I'm so bogged down by his presence that only continues to surmount. Were it not for the Deways, Edmund could have trained many more students far away from war. You all have gotten countless of my friends killed. Your family and those you ally yourself with are a plague onto these lands. Lenin, bladeless monster Hull. But I will not kill you all for those reasons. I will kill you not for revenge or righteousness despite how this world so badly needs a reset. I will kill you all because I can, just as you did to those you could before. I plunder a step toward Keely, a legend long thought dead, as she backsteps, dragging her granddaughter with her. The wrinkles on the Onyx hand's face are less than I would expect for someone nearly 90. She sputters out a quick defense, and I retaliate with a single sentence before she falls silent. I thought you were a kind man, Lenin. What happened to all those you have saved? Many more will live if you side with us. I am not a good man, and I will never claim to be one. The rumors of the slumbering must have been true. These figures are wise and deceitful. Too bad for them. I am all out of patience. I've held my steel for too long, letting them push me around. I yearn for blood, and so does my dear, long-gone Dia. I will kill and dismember each and every one of your god-awful families. I will free the Shaws from the binds you have placed on them as you hunted them down to a single man. I will find whatever sick things you have done to the people of these lands and eradicate it. I will do it without remorse or hesitation. And you? I will pry you limb from limb without even considering your offer. No kings or lords will ever reign within humanity ever again, even if their tendrils come from the shadows. The only title a man should have is upon their obituary. I stride more and more at Keely with the purpose of cementing my resolve into the world at large. And with each word, the ether inside my body grows more ambitious. Monster beats with a life of its own, parts of my body gaining strength and agility unnatural even to me. It is an odd feeling, a new one, a welcomed one, and I relish the sensation. Keely tosses Jackie behind her and screams with a howling fit of horror. Then, she charges toward me with reddened eyes. Run, Jackie, now! Lenin, Hull, you will do no such thing. You will die here without making it another foot into my home. This has been rigged from the start, Lenin. You will never succeed in your goals. Neither will Eli. A smile falls onto my lips as I take a breath, and in turn, time slows. My veins bulge, my eyes redden, and my legs begin to tremble. Monster delivers such virality that I struggle to withstand it for a moment. Without two arms, the effects are even more pronounced on the rest of my frame. Nevertheless, I meet the woman's gaze with my own, admiring, for just a single moment, her courage to face me head-on. Good. I prefer it when others cheat. Makes victory more satisfying. Still, within a single step, I bring the tremors to bear. All things within me are subject to my authority. As I take my step, however, Keely is before me, her body just as empowered and strained as mine. She raises an arm to swing her destructive fist at me, the flesh blackened into dense stone by her ether. As if moving my arm, I glance at her hand and heft my soul. A.H. A scream echoes through the air as Keely tumbles in reverse. I move to follow her, but pause as she sticks the landing, twisting to face me again. Her arm is not removed. Only a cleft is upon the stone of her arm. Interesting. I was not aware there was a human with defenses that could reach Marshall's height to withstand my dominion. Even if it is only a single blade, my feet kick outward, and I dart toward her, lashing with my soul. Dozens of slashes are born with inevitability out of my dominion, marked not even by space itself. Keely stumbles, taking each and single every strike without dodging any. But it is not without injury. Unlike other humans, though, blood does not fall from her wounds. Flakes of onyx clutter the ground with every slash. You damn it. Keely retreats further as she retrieves something from her back. All the while, I slash. Again and again, I cut at her with my soul, and my dominion orders it so. Chunks and chunks of her body fall bit by bit as I don't give myself time to ready one large enough to end her immediately. I meant what I said, limb from limb. Nevertheless, the object she pulls from her back gives me pause. It is a long gourd shaped like that of a drinking gourd, yet it is suffused with rotting blackness. So, I aim for it with a slash, but Keely puts her body in the way, taking another hit. I'm not sure what this thing is, but it's definitely an Arca. I'm not naive or arrogant enough to believe I'm immune to such effects. Again, I endeavor to cleave it in twain, but Keely doesn't let me. She catches a slash with her onyx palm moments before it hits the gourd. Just as I had heard of her in the past, her hand is far more resilient than even the sturdiest steel, resisting the attack without a mark. I find a mirrored smile on her face. It's not hard to block if I know where you're aiming, Lennon. Now, let's see you suffer. She boasts the gourd from her possessions, and a sense of foreboding washes over me as she delicately rubs her fingers over its top, activating the powers of the Arca. The name of the long-lost Arca echoes in my mind, the gourd of suffering. In an instant, the atmosphere transforms. Endless sensations invade my pores, flesh, and every orifice. A malevolent force, a concoction of pain, sorrow, grief, anger, and sadness, all facets of suffering, swirls inside me. Shock renders me slow to react as my senses are overwhelmed with every negative emotion like relentless, crashing waves. I fight against the torrent of emotions, but the weight is too much. I crumple to my knees, and the intensity blurs my vision. Desperation claws at me as I witness Keely, the one who unleashed this torment, succumb to the same overwhelming force. She collapses to the ground, mirroring my descent, though more profound. Seconds pass as blood trails out my nose, eyes, and ears. I cough out a section of flesh that I recognize as my lung. The gourd of suffering. Artifacts formed into objects are obscenely rare and are a magnitude above others of the same caliber. Nevertheless, I fight the pressure but buckle underneath the weight. It is all-encompassing agony. Every memory of loss, every personal failure, every person I've ever watched die, it all comes at once in a tidal wave of pain. Keely, however, falteringly stands after several moments. She coughs out toward me, stepping toward my fallen form as I attempt to bring my soul to meet her. I fail. It took me 10 years to learn how to embrace the suffering from the gourd. You are too confident, Lennon. Not all things can be brute-forced. Even the old man knew when to retreat. I stare up at her as she gets closer and closer, each step seemingly more straightforward and effortless for her to make. The angel, newly awoken from her slumber, raises her palm toward me. I grip my teeth, meeting her palm with an explosion of emotion, forcing my own being to meet the gourd of suffering. Emotion is what drives the soul, and the soul motions the ether. At the core, it falls to feelings. Against the sorrow, I stand undeterred, promising to bring vengeance. Against the grief, I waver slightly but regain my clarity by remembering my mentor. He lost far more than I ever had to lose, yet he never faltered. Against the wrath, I embrace it, twisting and melding it to fit my very own. Every other negative, I either face head-on or contort to aid me. I have lived a life of suffering, as that is the only way I could reach this state. Keely would never understand, born as she was. Her hand pauses in the air, trapped by a dozen simultaneous slashes. I witness her eyes flitter open in panic as more surround her whole form. I earned every inch of this power with suffering. All you do is sharpen the blade. You were born with a mighty weapon. I toiled endlessly for mine. That is the difference. 10 years of suffering for you? This is every day for me. Keely Dewey's hand falls to the earth, landing with a clank of stone on stone. She leaps backward, realizing that she has failed, but I pounce. My body refuses to move, but my soul endures the suffering with its head held high. As she runs away, leaving both the gourd and her granddaughter, I slice open her back and remove her left leg, mirroring what I did to her right arm. Nevertheless, she escapes my reach just barely, falling to the ground and crawling away like that of a toddler. Still, I cannot move. The gourd of suffering assails me constantly, preventing a modicum of motion from my body. Yet with every moment, I grow accustomed. Gradually, I quit accepting any of the emotions that it rips from the depths of myself. Instead, I rear my own force against it all. The relentless tide, like a sea of falling stars, wades a path to my mind. I could break the gourd with my soul. I could remove this pressure upon me at any moment with a few slashes. But Lennon Hull gives no quarter, and there is no better foe to sharpen me than myself. I will keep this thing. It is now mine. $3.99. Too big for his britches. Wyatt Graves. Adrenaline, both beset by ether and my flesh, courses through my veins as we sprint through the open estates, our footsteps muffled by the thick grass beneath towering trees. Gunfire echoes in the distance, a haunting melody as Earl struggles to keep up, even with his jumper, against our speeds. Still, the night falls even darker as midnight descends on us. The moon casts long shadows, revealing the urgency in every stride. Our destination looms not far ahead, a colossal, ancient mansion that rises 5 stories into the night. As we approach the grand estate, my eyes are drawn to something other than the extraordinary building that has housed generations of Harveys and dozens of angels over the past millennia. I can stare only at one singular thing. An enormous sword, taller than the mansion itself, is thrust into the ground with its hilt pointing towards the sky. The moonlight gleams off the ancient metal, tinged with a color unlike any other, and an unsettling shiver runs down my spine. I'm immediately overcome by a rush of memories, a vivid recollection of an old dream. I stutter to a slow walk that only decreases in pace further and further as I realize where the blade comes from. The vision from the sigil. It's here. I couldn't see what the monument was in the vision, but I can recognize it here. As if to quote that memory, a spark of pain assails my mind as I fall to a knee, half my sight distorting into another realm. The sword shatters into countless shards that soar through the air, only to reassemble itself with an ethereal glow. The vision flickers in my mind, superimposed over the reality before me. I come to a sudden stop, my companion slowing to a halt beside me. Earl grabs my shoulder softly as I place a hand against my skull. The monument stands as a convergence of past and present in my mind, but the second we come to a stop, I notice other figures nearing the mansion. Looking left, I find Maddox with 2 others behind him, both leveraging dark blue chains, yet having magenta objects within their arms. Bastard. He was hiding things. Makes sense, I suppose. Next, I glance right, discovering the quartet, as we've come to call them. Timimi, Nados, and Nodra, and Bemela crunch the ground underneath their feet as they approach. They are united wholly, more so than any other group. I wonder what they've been through to become so close. Nevertheless, ahead, exiting the mansion before us is a lone figure. Eli Weiss, in his genuine flesh and blood, strides out from the mansion. His violet fetters glow haphazardly as he greets us all with open arms. Squinting, he seems to have some kind of belt with vials placed all over. I even notice metallic wires poking out from his fancy clothing. He's acting nonchalant, but it's obvious the underground tree is ready for a fight. He's got all his tools, probably even the living ones on standby. It's about to start. My hair stands on end at the back of my neck, and my hands clench into the form of claws, Blodwin's instinct coming to town. Welcome. This is the home of all primes. It has simply been the abode of the Harveys for a century. I am glad to introduce you to its lodgings. Though, I know few of you are here for anything other than my head and title. That is fine. But remember, you are not the only one who greeds for my things. Eli smiles proudly as a 5th group emerges, but unlike all the others, this one is made of a single figure. A disheveled, bleeding, and broken man stumbles into the clearing. He is missing both his arms and wields no weapon. Yet, he's the one that gives all pause. A lump halts itself in my throat as I see him, Lennon Hull, once more. He is so different, like a reforged blade. Eli Weiss will die tonight. If you seek his things, so shall you. Lennon's announcement to the world hangs with silence as its only response for several moments. Then, Timmy laughs, covering her mouth with a gauntlet of steel. Oh ho ho, Mr. Hull, and pray tell, how will he be dying tonight? Or any of us, for that matter? I quite desire his Arcus, as you could imagine. You are the only one showing up like that. Aha, you already seem almost dead. I observe quietly as Lennon doesn't respond. His gaze simply slides over me, then moves on to the rest. It seems as though he hardly recognizes me. I do notice how Timmy stares at me. However, after glaring at Lennon's lack of care, the hate is unavoidable, while Lennon's emotions toward us all seem apathetic at best. As tensions rise, Eli simply smiles. I squint, wanted to say something to change the direction of this, but Maddox beats me to the chase. He always is a step ahead. Now relax, Lennon. We are all here for Eli. Why don't we kill him together? That which comes after can be crossed when we arrive at it. I nod to Maddox despite my own personal hatred of the man. He's right. Eli is the more significant threat here. I lay my focus on the underground tree, taking a short step forward. At the same time, I shove Earl back with a harsh whisper. You're not meant for this. Retreat to where it's safe. The anticipation of battle courses through my veins as I channel my ether, fortifying my body with breakneck and struggler's defiance while also shaping the substance into deadly chains. Earl bobs his head, shooting away with his jumper from the imminent danger. Bonfire and I position ourselves for the impending fight, careful to stay close with a shared nod. Maddox takes the first step forward, heading toward the doors of the mansion. Lennon follows without hesitation, and the quartet uses their individual prowesses to defend themselves as they advance. I approach the door gradually with Bonfire several steps behind me, not wanting to be the first in the fire, but in an instant, everything turns blindingly white. An earth-shattering explosion engulfs the surroundings, the shockwave propelling me backward with an unstoppable force. I soar through the air, disoriented and battered, my senses overwhelmed by the deafening roar and the onslaught of flying rubble. I spin head over heels a dozen or more times, thrashing for any sense of reason. Pain assails my form, but it all fades to a dull hum with a grunt from my partner. Blodwin does what he can to help, as I merely endure. Colors and light flash before my eyes, a disorienting kaleidoscope of destruction. It is as if I was the subject of 1,000 of Earl's bombs at once. As I crash into the unforgiving earth, pain shoots through my body, piercing through Blodwin's haze, and the world spins around me. Seconds pass as I try to return to form, but I only manage to reach a kneeling position. Coughing up blood and bits of my insides, I rub my chest. As time passes, I feel better and better, but the apparent bends in my flesh and bones are not natural at all. The only part of me that escaped unscathed was Earl's arm he made for me. The steel has, at the very worst, scrapes that delve 1/10 of an inch deep. Through the lingering dust and debris, a figure emerges, wielding a menacing great sword that slides along the dirt covered with rubble. The noise is what brings me to consciousness, the awful scrape eliciting a dangerous charm. Blinking rapidly, I attempt to realize who this is, whether it is Maddox or not, but how they raise the blade tells me it isn't the Sea's shadow. My vision is still blurred, but the imminent threat compels me to muster what strength I have left. I thrust against the ground, darting to the side with a hasty arbalest in my palms as 1,000 pounds of force create a crater beside me. Rolling away further, I stumble to my feet, the left missing wholly and the right bent unnaturally. I stagger again from the odd positioning as the blade heads back from me, defying its weight. I have only a moment to investigate my foe, but in that split second, I recognize them by their chains. They are tightly wrapped around their chest and forearms with a magenta glow. Brimstone, or at least that's what Eli called him. Who knows if that's his real name? I thrust my right hand into the way of the great sword, allowing the blade to clash against Earl's creation. I meet my opponent's gaze through his hooded mask as we collide, but I'm overwhelmed by force almost immediately. Stumbling back with my arms thrown off balance, Brimstone reaches out toward me. I sidestep, but the man's arm extends as if made of cotton, grasping around my tattered shirt. I wrench away from him, the shirt ripping quickly, but before I escape him, he tosses me behind while twisting all the way around. Again, I tumble, sharp stones cutting open my flesh as they are not made of ordinary materials. Before I recover, bone covers my skull just as a blade meets it. This guy. My brain shakes within my skull, but I get it under control. Rearing my head back, I shove him off, the force placing great stress on my neck. As I focus on him through the lingering dust, Potom covers my greatest weakness while I inhale a deep breath. Freedom seems to fill my bones to their marrow, but the fog doesn't lessen in the slightest. Still, between my heart beating in sync with Payne's Forge and Blodwin's help, I manage to dodge the man's next swing. Barely. Rock stabs into my flesh once again from the sheer impact speed. I twist, deflecting more steel with my arm against it. Lily also joins in, realizing that we can't as easily run from this one. Petal Shield adds just that extra amount of defense to my arm, letting me block with both and not just one. As I stagger to the side from deflecting a strike, the chains from my flesh re-emerge, the ones created earlier destroyed from the explosion. I don't even have time to consider why they were so hard to recreate after they were broken. My living manacles stab toward the man, but I watch in surprise as his flesh and bone twist like rubber, evading each strike. All the while, his skin begins to glow red as if heating up. I dart toward Brimstone, slashing with the scythe blade within my prosthesis. I angle it so it comes underneath the rest of my manacles. But the angel flips the great sword in his hand like it is a mere dagger, halting my blade with a clang. He stares down at me as I attempt to brute force past his strength, believing in Earl's creation, but the swordsman simply kicks his blade with his giant boot upwards. The human, almost tall enough to be a Nahalo, shifts with such alacrity that I could almost wonder if he was Virgil. A blade nearly slices my chest in half vertically before embedding itself in the hardened bone on my chin from Potom. The force flips me as searing hot pain laces my front. With my living manacles, I manage to stabilize myself, but it isn't easy. Brimstone is already upon me once more. I dance on the edge of danger, my bladed arm poised for offense while also ready for defense. Lily rests within my left hand, but I hesitate to shoot her, even with the extra bullets. We only have 4 left after using one to test her strength. But as the fight lengthens with this 7-foot behemoth wielding a great sword who shifts with such unnerving speed, I place my finger on the trigger, waiting for an opportunity. He matches every move I make effortlessly, and I am constantly on the back foot. Brimstone strikes come with unrelenting force, the sheer power of that massive sword overwhelming my attempts to counter. All the while, he grows faster and faster as a dark red glow emanates from his veins, an unsettling heat accompanying each swing. It's like with every movement, his momentum grows. Brimstone, it makes sense, but where is this speed coming from? And the toughness? Eli must have given him Arcus. Desperation sets in as I dodge and retreat, managing only a few fleeting strikes against his formidable defense. The clash of metal reverberates through the air, and the weight of his attacks threatens to bring me to my knees. Still, I could push myself further, inhaling another gasp, creating a ballista, or firing Lily. Blodwin has to save his ether for healing, or when the battle reaches a calamitous high. But no, I need to choose one. He will kill me if I hold back any longer. I thought I could save some of my skills, both for the sake of not wasting the ether or opportunity, but to also save them as aces against Eli. Even if he's a genius, he wouldn't know about my new ballista or my additional gasps. Sighing internally, I choose a lesser evil. I can give up a skill surprise effect, but I cannot waste Lily this early. I holster Lily as I force my mind to comprehend and make something real that doesn't exist. Madness lingers where the powerful gather. Since my ascension to angelhood, madness has been more difficult to control, but here it is easier, and I take advantage, constructing a larger ballista than before, identified by Earl when I told him about my new Limit 6, far more extensive and tougher figments. It is shaped more like a crossbow than a simple hand crossbow, but it doesn't make it any easier to wield. A blade comes soaring for me the instant I have it formed, and I raise the weapon to block Brimstone's steel. A shattering squeal runs through my ears as I roll against the earth once more. He can't break through my defenses, but his force still leaves me reeling. Gritting my teeth as he charges me, I pull the winch back in a hasty kneel, hauling the wire back on the crossbow. Another shattering illusion of me doing this exact thing sparks in my mind. The sigil. How did it know? How did it see the future? I don't understand. However, due to the vision, Brimstone swings for me again before I'm done pondering or pulling back the string. Unlike the rest of our fight, though, he switches things. Mid-swing, he slaps the blade with his free hand to redirect its momentum, sending it toward my legs. I dive with the crossbow, but I'm too slow. He slices through my living manacles with his emergent force as the heat has finally built up to a level that leaves singed motes of dust in its wake. My right leg, from below the knee, sinks to the earth as I kneel painfully against the blade embedded in my left leg. I stare at the man as he rears his hand back, the gauntlet fist primed for my skull. Closing my eyes, I simply pull the ballista's winch back further. Darkness fills my vision as I feel a massive, blunt object crash into my spine. Coughing out the air I breathe in due to the impact, I glance behind me. The monument. The width of the sword is 10 times that of my body, and up close, I cannot see the top due to the dust that refuses to leave. I don't linger on it, however, even as another vision covers my eyes, shattering into 1,000 bits of light. I act upon the vision, doing as it asks. Brimstone charges for me, but I simply take in the ephemeral sensations. One breath fills me, the ether spreading and loosening my chains. But it is not over. Just as the vision displayed to me months ago, I obey and copy its actions. I breathe in again, holding my open chest with my fleshy hand. The inhalation comes with a boundless sensation of joy and relaxation. Strength fills me to the core as the air and the ether within it surge into my lungs and body. Then, the ether sinks, melding with Blodwyn and even Lily. Huh? Why haven't you shot me yet? I want to join, please. Ignoring the high-pitched and pleading voice, I reach down and grab the ballista as bone reforms, covering the jagged holes in my skull. Then, the bones sink further, guarding and regenerating the cavity on my torso. With a single heft, I ready the crossbow. Gazing forward, I see Brimstone only a foot from me after all this. His sword is already heading for my neck, seeking to crunch through the bone. I should have just taken Lily's help. I was too arrogant, thinking that I could defeat such figures by holding some things back. It's smart to hide things, but I have to know better when to let it all out. I may be an angel, but so are they. And they have all been them for way longer than I. Never again. Just because I beat an angel as a mortal does not guarantee my victory. As I cement my mistakes within my mind, liberation activating on its own with instinctual ether, I lift the ballista. The motion is slow in my vision, but it still occurs, just as Brimstone still nears me. His blade grows more prominent and deadly in my eye as it is redirected into my heart after shattering the bone protecting it. Still, the tip of my crossbow is not aimed at him, for he is too swift after heating up so far. Even with Savok, Blodwyn, and I might be too slow. He endeavors to rip the blade out and swing again, but Blodwyn wraps around the steel, preventing the man from simply escaping. Tendrils of flesh escape the gaping hole, intertwining with the metal as they seek out the man. Brimstone hesitates for only a fraction of a second, but it is enough. I sink my finger around the trigger, and then the man's chest vanishes into a mist of blood, or at least the region around his heart. A gaping hole, the size of a desk, emerges, and Brimstone's magenta glow fades instantly. The man sinks to the floor without strength as he dies, leaving me with a great sword in my chest. I fall backward, twisting the steel as I collide with the monument. Deep, raspy breaths come from me as I curse myself. So stupid. I should have just put in total effort and killed him as soon as I could. Now I wasted ether and fuck. I won in the end, but shit. Gritting my teeth, I attempt to push myself off the steel, but I can't. I slump against the cold surface of the monument, impaled by the merciless greatsword. Blodwyn tries to help, but he can't either. as he stuck for the time being healing himself. Weakness suffuses us both from my breath's fading, being the primary cause for Blodwen's inability to save me. My vision blurs from blood loss as the dust and smoke cling to the air, obscuring the figure that emerges from the chaos. A sinister smile gradually forms on the stranger's face, revealing himself to be one of Maddox's two companions. However, I don't see the artifact he was wielding before. At the same time, he appears uninjured. I push myself again, but still I cannot move. Living manacles surge forward to defend me, but he doesn't care too much. An angel ripe for the picking? No. One ripe after leaving a present. Maddox was right. The depths of the storms truly do have the best bounty. Nothing personal, kid. Gotta feed my kids, you know? I got way too many. The bandit steps closer, brandishing a wicked, serrated dagger, his words a mocking thread of cruelty. Despite my weakened state, I brace myself for the final blow with my chains, guarding myself as I can while using my left hand to aim Lily. But the man moves like a serpent, avoiding my chains and my sluggish hand. I inhale another breath, wanting to push the exhaustion until later. But just as the blade descends and I open my lungs, the bandit's head rolls off his shoulders, thudding onto the ground beside me. Blood trails the head's moving form as I follow it with my eyes before moving on to the new arrival. A new presence emerges from the shadows, with a floating, menacing scythe dripping with crimson. But the scythe is familiar. The figure steps into the dim, clouded light, and I catch a good glimpse of the weapon. Hand scythe is... The scythe twirls before it hovers beside the figure, who kneels beside me with the speed of Kai Vincent, a faltering shadow. No, faster than that. Then they pull down their mask as I struggle to speak with a sword in my chest. Just in the nick of time. Let's get that sword out of you. I smile so widely that no one would believe I have a sword in my chest. Magenta chains intertwine over Virgil's body, but they fade in and out as if they refuse to exist on this plane. However, I know it is only a quirk of his sigil, not a bad sign. My heart beats around the blade as even Blodwen excites himself. Virgil! Yeah, buddy. He's back. 400, licking lead. Virgil helps me to my feet by ripping the blade from my heart after confirming I'll be all right with it extracted. Then, the instant I'm standing again, I wrap my arms around him. Somewhere deep down, I was worried he was gone forever. Relax, Wyatt. You knew I was coming back. I just had a few things to do first. I smile and nod at him as I relinquish the hug. But as I step back, Virgil glances down, only to curse at the blood all over his dark fabric. The sight gives me a good chuckle. Damn it. Red makes it harder to blend in. Anyway, I've been hauling after you guys as fast as I could, picking up trails here or there of where you went. It took me almost a full week to get here from Kingstown after I, paid a healer for my leg. I saw some nasty stuff on the way. Bobbing my head to his words, I understand what he means. He must have seen all that Maddox and his men were doing, or at least the aftermath. I open my mouth to tell him about what's happened, and to look for the arc of the man had, but a twisting shadow to my right draws my attention. I shift and stare at it, still inhaling heavily from the fight. The shadow, however, vanishes the moment I catch notice of it. It seemed familiar. I couldn't even see the chains due to the smoke. Or maybe they were simply hidden. I could see Virgil's from even further away. My friend notices my odd composure and places a hand on his scythe, facing the direction I am. Something out there? Squinting, I can't find anything. Wait. There it is again, only this time it is on my left. I shake my hand for silence, the signal Virgil taught me, and he nods in comprehension. Then, together we creep forward, following the shadow. The smoke, however, is dense, so obscuring that the shadow is near impossible to follow. Only via Virgil's training can we keep up, following the footprints in the ground that are hardly even there. It must be a man, not too tall or large either. Seconds tick into a full minute before we emerge from the dust, but I stop myself from exiting it entirely. Instead, I peek out with only a single eye as I find the shadow's form, not just to be familiar, but rather known. Tyler Shaw. He was with Onyx, right? The last Shaw is what she called him, a semblance of respect she holds for very few. I know the family is noteworthy, but what does it really matter to be in a state if there is only one of you? Regardless, she did say that she freed him, And from what I've learned from Elizabeth and the other estates seem to despise the Shaws. Still, I've learned my lesson of being overconfident. Holding Virgil behind me, I watched Tyler Shaw, the thin and lanky man with a surprisingly fit frame, step out into an open field surrounded by hedges. I don't let anything but the tip of my pupil stick through the smoke. It must be formed from some kind of skill. And based on the hedges, we've gone in the opposite direction from the mansion. As Tyler peers up at the open moonful sky above, another figure appears. This one I also know. Billy Grimes, cradling his rifle, steps out of the fog from the other side of the smoke. Spitting out something from his mouth, he stares at Tyler. "Quite bold of you to come here, Shaw." I observe the interaction with Virgil as Tyler's feet grind into the stone below. I can see the boiling rage within the man as he opposes Billy. He must be insane. A mere sixth sigiled against Billy Grimes? He almost fucking killed me. Nevertheless, Tyler Shaw is fearless. "You killed my father, Billy. But I am not here for revenge. It is past me. I've come to terms with my livelihood. Someone stole the things left behind by my ancestor. I am here to take them back. And then, I am here to use them." I bite my lip as I realize he's talking about the cube and the hourglass, things that Onyx took. The latter was gifted to me. The falling lead laughs aloud as he raises his weapon to face Tyler, the bullet primed with a deadly promise. I don't move or show any amount of action. I don't know this man. Not worth getting my ass kicked again. Though with Virgil, no. Priorities. I need to find Bonfire and my mother, then kill Eli. Aha! And you think I have it? Or that Weiss does? Tyler Shaw, a man whom I've heard nearly nothing of other than from Onyx, doesn't bat an eye at the barrel pointed at his brain. "Perhaps you have slowly eradicated my family in fear for our powers. The shadows have come crawling back, Billy. It has been so long since they swooned that it appears you all have forgotten how needed we are. Perhaps you all thought the items would be enough." Tyler's opponent scoffs and steps diagonally, not moving the sights of his rifle away from his prey. Billy seems to be indulging in Tyler for his own amusement. Meanwhile, I try to think of why they are so important. The Shaws. What makes him have such confidence? Why would we need those things? We have you, don't we? The conversation takes a weird turn that I don't fully comprehend as Tyler strides toward Billy, ignoring the threatening lead facing him. "You do. That is why you cannot kill me. You all hold a little hope that should disaster strike, my family will pull you out of the dirt. It has happened once. Why not again? Such ideas are stupid. Graves are for the ground threats. The Shaws are for the darkness." How comical. The last Shaw places the barrel of Billy's gun against his head with a smile. As if utterly insane, he mocks the gunman. "You cannot pull the trigger, can you? I am the last Shaw. Remember that. Let me pass. I have business with the Prime." With disbelief, I witness Billy curse and lower his weapon, deigning not to remove Tyler's head from his torso with a single shard of flying steel. Then, Tyler strides forward, entering the clouds on the other side of the slumbering. When the man leaves, however, it opens Billy's senses fully. I see his eyes dart all over. He must still feel a pair of eyes on him. He's so alert. What the hell? I shift backward, moving finally after so long of sitting entirely still, but I make the slightest bit of noise as blood drips from my hands onto the ground. A bullet immediately graces my presence, slamming into a spot where the blood hits the ground. So that's it. His vision is terrible, but his hearing is excellent. I glance over at Virgil to discover the man is already gone. Knowing what he's doing, I dash forward toward Billy since he's found us anyway. Lifting my prosthetic over my head to protect my skull, I meet the man's bullets head on. I surge forward with ether bursting through my flesh, determined to close the gap between me and the relentless gunman. More importantly, though, I am bait. Still, in the back of my mind, a worry lies as my ether saturation builds dangerously. For now, I ignore it, relying on burdenless to pull me from any worst-case scenarios. Instead, bullets fly with a ferocious speed, each shot a lethal contract reverberating in the air. Unlike Johnny, who uses pure skill to aim his weapon, Billy seems more devious. I think he might be an augur. Something just itches me toward that thought as I raise my prosthetic arm as an improvised shield, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught. The metal clangs awfully and leaves me with stumbling echoes on each impact, my right arm taking a brutal beating. But the moment Billy realizes that he won't get my brain, he switches his target. Next, the gunfire tears through my flesh, and I feel the searing pain of each bullet. My sides, shoulders, chest, no part of my body is spared from the relentless barrage. The prosthetic arm holds its ground, absorbing the punishing blows from stray bullets, seeking to take advantage of a possible falter. Despite the wounds that Blodwyn rushes to regenerate from, capable of killing any man or angel I know, I form a smile. Earl's inventions can keep up. I knew it. I knew it. He wouldn't be left behind. He'd catch up in his own way. I just wish he could also catch up with his sigils. Perhaps when the right god dies, he will. As I near the gunman, inching through the storm of lead, precisely what I've been waiting for occurs. A scythe practically materializes out of thin air by the gunman's side, the gleaming blade lunging toward his neck with deadly precision. Time slows for a heartbeat as I watch the steel edge toward Billy's throat. But the man isn't aged for no reason. Despite the impossible speed of the scythe, Billy flips his rifle over to meet the blade. The old, worn rifle clashes with Virgil's scythe as they become equals, both of the two unmoving. Yet, Virgil's scythe is unmanned, and a dagger zooms for the base of Billy's brain behind his skull directly from the shadows. Before I can even close the miniature gap that remains, Billy pulls the trigger of his rifle while aiming it slightly behind him. Another knife sinks for Billy's neck, too, yet the marksman spits at the metal. The projectile holds just as much power as the bullet. Steel rebounds off steel as he lands the bullet against Virgil's dagger and spits against the other, sending the man reeling. Still, a final card lies within my friend's arsenal as a shadowy spear gores the old angel through the stomach. Billy's eyes broaden in surprise as the spear is formed straight out of the man's own shadow from the moon. I didn't know Virgil could do that. The spear then rips its way out, bringing vital organs with it, but it doesn't manage to retrieve the heart or lungs. The other organs in an angel's body will only lead to a slow death, not an instant one. All the while, I'm still barreling toward the man, and he retreats in pain as Virgil and I both press him from two different directions. Billy fires with seeming discordance, only for the rounds to make Virgil and I get in each other's way from dodging. Did he miss on purpose, or enough for us to dodge? Odd. I deflect another bullet with my right arm, staggering in the act as I send living manacles after the man. Still, he dodges and darts away, just agile enough not to die. The Grimes moves as if he knows exactly where my chains will go. Only Virgil is able to get beyond that, likely from his mask, and his tendrils of night stab right for the man again. At the same time, I reach for Lily. This is getting old. This man will be a recurring threat if we don't deal with him now. Before the darkness reaches him, though, another figure rushes from the cloud of lingering dust, bloodied but angelic in nature. It's an old woman with flesh as dark as the onyx stone of this city. She grabs on a Virgil's spear of night and crushes it with her bare hands, shouting at the man behind her. "Billy, we don't have time for this." Billy Grimes sputters out some blood as he replies to her with a curse. "I know, Keely. Not everyone is just willing to die. Dumbass." Virgil and I share a glance as the blood in my body stabilizes, Blodwyn sending me a warning that he's getting tired. I wipe my face from the crimson liquid on it and sidestep to my friend. "You need to know when to retreat. I always tell you that you are too obstinate." "Fine. Where is the hole?" "What hole?" I hold back from attacking as a second is joined. This Keely seems wounded, but she did just snap Virgil's ether like it was a string. Plus, Virgil's best when he doesn't have to face someone head-on. I listen carefully to their conversation as Keely stares back at us, wanting to know what they are talking about. "We settle this another time, Graves. Weiss is more important for now. It's in front of the mansion, Billy. It's what came from the explosion. Reeks of death, so it must be it." I blurt out a question as they slowly slide away, Billy bleeding terribly all the while. He'll have to either find someone capable of healing his wounds, or he'll be out of any severe fights for a while. The Grimes didn't seem to possess regenerative capabilities like Virgil or I. "Death? What are you two talking about? Tell me, and we won't press Billy shooting at us." Though, the grudge from earlier isn't done yet, Billy. The falling lead greets my words with a grimace, still holding his guts inside his body as Keely responds for the two of them. She pushes him away from us into the fog before vanishing entirely into it. Eli laid a trap. Seemed to work. It also blew up a bottomless hole. I'm not definitively sure it is what I think it is, though. Again, has the stench of death. See you there. The two fade into the smoke as the gears turn in my head. Hole. Death. Onyx said there was a gate of death here in Onyx Gate somewhere, but the entrance to the underworld has to be profoundly deep into the earth. So, it could only be at the bottom of the hole. I'll let Virgil know my thoughts as he bandages up the slight injuries he got from the fight, mainly scrapes from stray shrapnel. Billy's bullets pack a hell of a punch, after all. Virgil returns his ideas as well. Sounds like you might be right. You think Aniwai will be there? I nod, certain. She will be there. How she will be there is the only question. My mother might be hiding within the dreams of a creature or entering on her own. I'll have to wait and see. For sure. Should we follow those two? Virgil twists his head in thought before nodding. He points to the slight demarcations in the stone beneath us. Yeah, probably best. This fog isn't going away anytime soon. We'll have to find bonfires soon, too. I bet Tomas is on his way as well. I follow the man's lead as he dives into the fog, watching the trail and guiding me this time. As I traverse the dense, impenetrable fog with Virgil, each step feels like a venture into the unknown. Before, I was surprised and shaken, but it is incredible how much this veils my senses. Even temper and echo hardly do anything. The realization cements my thoughts about Billy's sigil, definitely an augur. Still, my senses are on high alert, attuned to the faint traces left by those who trod this path before me. If whatever went behind is born from a power, then Eli must have made it within his laboratory or something. Careful not to provoke Billy and Keely any further, as we don't want to fight them as of right now. Virgil and I maintain a cautious distance from the lingering tracks. Yet we can't let them get too far ahead, or we might miss out on something important. So, instead, we choose to navigate the balance between pursuit and self-preservation. Abruptly, the oppressive fog yields a thin veil, revealing a precarious edge. I step onto the fragile precipice, greeted by an unsettling sight, an abyss that defies comprehension. The chasm, a void of complete darkness, gapes before me, seemingly devoid of any bottom. I nearly fall into it, but a firm hand yanks me back onto the ledge that is hardly 2 feet in width from the fog. As I stabilize, I nearly gag from the whole smell. It is like death, a putrid stench, reminiscent of decayed flesh. And what I can only imagine is the rotting lasting for the passage of eons, wafts from the vast emptiness below. Nevertheless, I can't focus on it for too long. My attention is drawn to the figures that line the perimeter of the hole. I find Keely and Billy on another side, entering the dust again. But just as before, figures meet in a circular manner. Only, there are less of us now. Maddox, this time without his 2 men. A slight smile stretches onto my face, as I know Virgil is the reason one of them is missing. Timmy, without either of her 3 in her quartet. I can only hope they are all dead, but I know better. They must have just been separated like I was from Bonfire. Lennon also emerges, the most unfazed by the whole circumstance. He arrived alone earlier, and as usual, he is still alone. I meet their fleeting gazes before a man with a cane comes from the opposite side of the hole from me. Eli Weiss arises from the hole as he claps haphazardly, still holding onto his cane during the act. And as if he were a jester, he bows to us all. Welcome. You 5 are the first to dock. Come, join me in the abyss, if you will. Things are a little different this time. However, as Lennon is obviously tired of the old man's shit. The bladeless monster bolts across the hole, leaping the grand length with a silent grunt aimed directly at Eli Weiss. He moves with such speed that I only see his initial location and final landing. But when he crashes into Weiss' position, the old man is already gone, falling into the abyss with open arms. Lennon twists with anger and stares down at the underground tree before the Prime earns his title, entering the depths of the ground. Awkward silence reigns for several moments before Maddox sparks up first. Well, I suppose we better join him. Huh? Who would like to go first? Lennon? Wyatt? Timmy? I share a subtle moment with the other two named as we all stare at Maddox Atkins. But the sea's shadow only grins at us all. His smile is so broad, it would be impossible for anyone to replicate without splitting the flesh. Well then, we'll just wait. Maybe Eli is on the run. At this rate, he'll escape without anyone getting what we want. For a one-wrinkled spine, the figures, barely visible in the lingering shadows from the fog bearing down on us, share a collective moment of hesitation. Virgil and I join them in the indecision as we stare at each other. Do we jump? I whisper to him as the others seem to consider what to do as well. My whispered deliberations blend with the noxious scent of decay emanating from the abyss. But Virgil doesn't seem to know what to do either. The shadowed man does have a string of considerations on the circumstance, though. No, we at least can't be the first. It's obviously a trap. You know that. I know that. They know that. Eli knows that we know that. So, I don't know what will happen. Someone will have to follow. Or else, as Maddox said, Eli will get away. I doubt he'll run away to never be seen again. But every minute he has is another he has to prepare. My teeth shift against each other as I realize that Maddox isn't just being a coward. He's inciting someone else to take the risk for him. The pressure on my teeth only surmounts as I keep a watchful eye on the unfolding scene. My senses heightened by both my ether and the adrenaline rushing through my flesh. Blodwyn is silent, however, recuperating while he can. Though we are quiet, not all around the chasm are. Maddox, driven by a self-serving impulse, attempts to persuade us to take the plunge into the mysterious void again. The desperation in his voice echoes, competing with the eerie silence of the abyss. We're running out of time, people. Every second we waste is one where Eli is organizing some devious scheme. Someone, jump! As moments stretch into an agonizing indecision, the stench intensifies, saturating the air. The oppressive odor forces a collective grimace, and I witness the internal struggle etched across their faces. No one, not even Lennon, seems to want to jump. Timmy appears to be the least willing, as she keeps glancing behind her, as if searching for the rest of her quartet. Without the other three, she is utterly alone, inhuman and alone in the depths of our home. Should know. I turn back to Maddox, right as Lennon spits toward the slight edge he stands upon. Then, he sprints toward the edge with an audacious leap to break the deadlock. A daring plunge into the unknown. Maddox, you're really itching to die. Lennon roars out a threat as he falls, his clothes waving from the pull of gravity. I follow his descent, observing how he swiftly vanishes from sight, swallowed by the infinite darkness below. It's like something down there is obscuring both our sight and the skills we formed from ether. The remaining threats lining the hole, including me, lean over the hole to garner as much information as we can, but there isn't much to be had. Something does happen to Maddox, however. The provocateur, who had tried to goad the others, kneels beside the abyss, attempting to glean insights from the void just as I. However, the abrupt appearance of three deadly weapons disrupts the sinister tranquility. A massive silver pistol, a thin but lethal dagger, and a heated iron pole converge, poised menacingly at the provocateur's form. The first is upon the back of his skull, the second unto his carotid, and the third is primed upon his eye. Everyone freezes in shock as Virgil and I step closer together, careful for another ambush. Yet none arrive, as even Maddox doesn't lash out in anger. The fog managed to hide the three pillars as they met together upon Maddox's flesh. However, they don't strike. Instead, Clarence Love speaks to the sea's shadow. Beside the silent scorpion stand Joseph Jeremiah and Parker Callahan, two of the remaining pillars, members of the estates, either through birth or marriage. The sight throws me for a loop, even as Clarence Love opens his mouth due to his devotedness to Eli. I can't believe he's betrayed the man. The only reason he'd be with the estates is if he gave up on the underground tree. Jump, Maddox. Fight Lennon for us in the abyss. Or you'll do it severely injured. I stare at Maddox's face as he shudders in anger, frustration, and frenzied hate. His eyes twist to the side, meeting Clarence dead on. It seems the three aren't confident in killing Maddox, even with all their weapons upon his vitals. It is always so hard to read you, Love. Like a skinwalker, You have 1,000 faces, a million voices, and infinite thoughts. Very well, I'll take the plunge. It is safe enough for me, at least, seeing as Lennon didn't show any signs of death after falling. Maddox moves forward ever so slowly, while Clarence nods sharply. Still, the three angels do not lower their weapons. And for good reason. The instant the sea's shadow falls into the abyss, the very moment gravity takes over, he twists with blistering speed, throwing a haze of seawater behind him. A spray of bullets and different echoes of ether, including Clarence's many daggers and Parker's shifting lumen, that is Steel Horde, strike Maddox. With a strangled cry, the Virtue falls into the abyss, taking Parker Callahan with him as the spray of water forms into a lashing whip. As the pillar refuses to drop his lumen, he shifts it into a spear to strike Maddox with after shooting him with it as a pistol. And so, both fall into the abyss, vanishing into the dark while continuing their tussle. Steel Horde is a versatile lumen, but against Maddox, it is simply not nearly enough. Clarence doesn't jump after him even when Joseph suggests it, refuting the man's idea of helping Parker. Instead, the silent scorpion stares me in the eyes. Then, he shifts to gaze at Virgil and teeming as if tallying up the forces before him. The look he gives us provokes me to ready myself for a fight. However, it seems Clarence does not want one right now. Jump, and we'll have no issue. Eli is the goal, remember? If you help us, Metal Witch, we'll even let you go after. I have spoken to your father in the past as a messenger for Eli. He wouldn't want his only daughter to die here. Taimami's body vibrates with an unknown emotion, likely either fear or anger, but she quickly brings it under control. I meet Teeming and Virgil with a nod, and the latter speaks for us. I don't like the pygmy by any stretch of the imagination, but desperate times call for desperate measures. What is down there? Clarence squints, narrowing his tan brows toward us. He's getting annoyed. Is he in a hurry? Definitely. But why? Is he? Wait, I think he might still be working for Eli. The way he speaks is too calculated. That has to be it. The gate of death. And Eli Weiss. We have to kill him before he crosses it. Clarence's words spark a flurry of questions from me as I can't help but ask. Our circumstances don't even affect the rate at which I inquire. He wants to go to the other side? Why? Does he know what he has to do to pass? Will the fall hurt us? Joseph Jeremiah, a muscled but stocky man, waves the heated poker in his hands, the very one he is named after, the scalding iron. He points it at me without concealing the threat at all. Boy, if we knew, we wouldn't even tell you. Jump, or I'll have Billy come back for another rematch. This time, Clarence and I will join. I stare at him, and Virgil shakes my shoulder with a whisper. His hand lacks only force, but I can feel the knives hidden in his sleeve. He's fully decked out for this. They're just bluffing. They can't risk the manpower right now, even with the slumbering. This is your call. We can stay and regroup with Tomas and Bonfire, or we can jump. What will it be? My eyes fall onto the cavernous hole before me, extending profoundly into the earth. It's so dark, I can't even see 20 feet into it. As I do so, however, Teeming, in her damaged armor, strides forward and walks off the edge. See you down there, Graves. I am the better candidate. Come down if you'd like me to prove it. The unshakable pride of the woman throws me off slightly as she, too, joins the darkness, leaving only Virgil and me up here. The only issue is we are here with Joseph and Clarence. They might not be willing to fight us, but am I willing to let anyone else steal my revenge? Am I willing to give Eli the chance to escape? Can I let anyone else take the responsibility? No. This is something I have to do on my own. But Eli knows that. He set this all up. I know he has. He had to. The bastard is so meticulous in all his work and planning he'll have prepared for it all. But that means I simply have to overwhelm his preparations. He probably expects me to stay. Weiss knows I've grown and become more capable, less death-hungry. Yet, because he expects me to stay, to at the very least, wait for backup, that means I should do the exact opposite, right? It's so fucking confusing. Rocks crumble beneath my feet, falling into the darkness as if goading me forward, but Virgil's hand still rests on my shoulder. He isn't forcing any decisions or putting his thoughts out there. He knows how important this is for me. So, he's simply here. I've taken so many risks, gambling against death, that I should be dead by this point. Eventually, my luck will run out. I know this, I know this all too well. As always, when I am indecisive or anxious, I wrap my fingers around the calming grip of Lily's metallic frame. The cult greets me with a smooth flow of ether, relaxing my mind while interjecting her own. Go for it. We're here with you. They can't beat us. Blodwyn agrees with a grumble, managing to voice his own thoughts as well quite intricately for the quiet Arca. Despite having a voice he can now use, he prefers not to use it, instead enjoying the ride. You are not alone anymore. You can never be alone. His words are slow, grainy, and thunderous within my skull. But despite their inhuman nature, they bring me comfort. They bring me comfort because the words he speaks are true. I can't let him get away. I just can't. I've let so many things slip, and some force their way into my soul so profoundly I don't even want them to leave. I lost Edmund within the underworld. I failed to save Edward. I can't do anything to help Bonfire. Abraham is missing in some dark ridge of the world. Something deep within my core pulls me ever so slightly forward. It yearns for freedom, not just that of the physical, but the mental as well. It goes to my very soul. It's not something I can simply refuse. It more than simply craves. It demands freedom. It requires me to relinquish any and all burdens and restrictions. It wants me to become something more than the sum of my flesh. My foot slides forward ever so slightly, cracking the rock beneath. Yet, before I depart the edge, I pull myself back just an inch. This is it, the siren's call that affects angels. I can recognize it, but that doesn't make it any easier to resist. Still for this thing? But this one thing? Snatching revenge for all those who deserve it? Ridding the world of a man so prideful he thinks only his crooked paths are the way forward? Clearing a way into the underworld to see my father? It's worth one last gamble. After all, even my sigil is wanting it. Others try to resist the call, but perhaps I should latch onto it. After all, how else will I get closer to it? I doubt Vincent made it as far as he did without listening to the call. There must simply be a balance. I cannot lose myself. If you catch me doing something I wouldn't usually do, stop me. I don't give Blodwyn time to question me before I face Virgil. Down we go. I take a step forward before leaping off into the abyss. And, not even a beat behind, Virgil is right there by my side, his clothes hardly even flapping from all the steel hidden within them. The initial leap sends me into an engulfing cloud of darkness, an impenetrable veil that shrouds my surroundings. The pungent odor of decay is thick and oppressive, solidifying the unsettling ambience. My instincts are on high alert, ready to detect any potential threats in this abyss. As I pass through the dense cloud, the darkness shifts after only a moment of blindness. It becomes penetrable, though not without difficulty. The fall continues, and I brace myself for the unknown. Stale air envelopes me as I navigate the peculiar sensation of freefall within a hole. Walls are around us, not too far but not too close, lined with sharp rocks that fly by hazardously. Then, the landscape morphs again. The air thickens, taking on a substance that feels akin to water. I recognize the shift as the world around me transforms once more. The descent, though slower than in the air, remains unsettling. Amidst the ethereal darkness, I spot two conflicting series of chains far below. Two individuals, locked in a dance of water blades and a resonating steel sword, engage in a mesmerizing battle in the open air. Eli is on the back foot from Maddox's strikes. Lashes of water, flying whirlpools, and awful thunder attack the current prime, but Eli Weiss hangs on. The underground tree quickly proves while he might not be Vincent's rival, he is no slouch either. Tendrils of steel emerge from Eli's clothing, deflecting attacks while a dozen other dazzling constructs defend him. Weiss tosses out flasks that explode into fire, some that turn into unbreakable steel, and others that create the same impenetrable cloud as above. The dynamics of their movements defy the constraints of gravity, each twist and turn an unnatural spectacle. But it doesn't last long as Lennon comes from below, leaping off the wall to counteract gravity. He slams into Eli from the back, throwing the man off balance. I watch 1,000 cuts emerge on Eli Weiss' form, only for the belt on his waist to contract, injecting the fluids into his body. And with the injections, his flesh regenerates before Lennon even reaches the other side of the wall. The battle, progressing at a blazing speed, surprises me wholly. But as I get close to teeming in the air, the scene only turns even more insane. Virgil even audibly gasps beside me as Lennon switches targets, chaos incarnate. Lennon rebounds off another wall, darting for Maddox as the sea's shadow endeavors to take advantage of Eli's injury. The captain of the rising tide hardly has the time to turn around to stop the bladeless edges that seek his life. Sparks of steel flash off Maddox's blade as he plunges into the other wall, tons of rock falling from the impact. Lennon follows through even as Maddox shouts at him in rage and confusion. "Eli is the target, Lennon. Why are you after me?" Lennon stops on a dime, somehow from flying toward Maddox in the air. He still falls like the rest of us, but in the darkness, he stares Maddox in the eyes. This is a battle of blades, not a drunken clash. This is not yet over. I wish you all dead. Save a few. I catch Eli smiling below them, diving deeper as they confront each other. He knew this would happen. Of course he would. He does his research and planning. Plus, knowing Lennon's record, the two have probably met long before any of this. Lennon's mind is so unpredictable that it circles right around to make sense. Still, Maddox tries to reason with the man. Why? There are more important things? Lennon laughs aloud, his voice echoing into the abyss with such a joyful tremor that it is opposite to everyone else inside it. Even the deathly sensations are opposed to that laugh. You need a reason to fight, Maddox? I don't even know what to do as I hear Lennon's wild claim. He doesn't need a reason to fight? That, you madman! Maddox shouts out at him while striking back, but Lennon simply smiles and replies with a bladeless slash. A building-sized section of the wall crumbles off as we fall past it. Virgil and I twist in the air, using our ether to evade the debris together. Still, Lennon's voice resounds through the chaos as if he is a part of it. You are just as mad as I. There is no reason to deny it. You are the same as me. We were born this way. We were born to fight. No creature reaches our height without it. That desire, that pride. I shatter a boulder falling toward me with my living manacles, only to see Maddox get hit even deeper by Lennon. The bladeless monster kicks off the falling wall to dive even faster to catch up while the pirate still tries to reason. Stop this, Lennon. The madman hears nothing but what he wants. No, you have always wanted to fight. It is as much as us as our sigils are. We fight as if it is the only true way to gain power. It is what we all desire deep down. Power. It seems as though only I understand that. Fight. Clench your blade and cut me down. Show me your steel. How else will we shed our mortality, Adkins? Lennon and Maddox quickly fade into the darkness in their clashing battle, leaving Virgil, teeming, and me with Eli. I catch the manipulator smiling broadly before steel coils from his body extend into the wall, slowing him down so we can catch up to his speed. The coiled steam, the only lumen not created by Arnold Pilner. My eyes squint at it as I realize that the cables are fewer in number than my living manacles, but far more robust in speed, size, and strength. Still, from what I can see, there is no escaping this fight. Virgil leaves my side, fading into darkness as he flickers away. I trust him to survive on his own and help with this fight, but just as I draw Lily to face Eli, the underground tree calls for teeming. Metal Witch, daughter of Tanyuan, help me kill these two, and I will give you coiled steam. I will also give you the blueprints for it. Additionally, I will teach you the method that your father has hidden from you. I glance to my right, assuming that with all her courage, she will disagree, but she doesn't. She only curses the man. You stole that blueprint from Steelarm's library. That was our old creator's. Ah, but fine. You managed to build it, after all. Better than what I'll get for killing you. Plus, I want to know what the hell you're talking about, human. Indecision strikes me as I levy the blooming spider lily. I could shoot one of these two right now. Eli would be the best if I could kill him with it, but based on what I know of the man, he probably has contingencies in place. Meaning, I should shoot teeming. Just as I raise my arm, knowing that my companion never missing, the bullet instant into the soul, a scream from above shakes the world, bathing it in fiery light. I will cook your testicles. Then, in an instant, a ball with a majority of silver flame with hints of dark, human tinges hurtles past me, teeming, and the flickering Virgil to collide with Eli Weiss. In only a fraction of a second, the two figures dive so deep that I can only see a candle-like flame emanating from below. Bonfire? What the fuck? My confusion costs me as a ray of light comes from above, stabbing into my left wrist. I drop Lily, but she bursts out with petal shield, abyssal ichor gluing her to my hand and preventing her from falling into the abyss. Glancing up, I see three more figures falling to rejoin their leader. 402 Yeeth, Enodra, Bemela, and even the cowardly Nados dive toward me, their faces angled down in order to face the least amount of resistance of the air-like substance around us. The threat widens my eyes, and I flip through the four figures rapidly before settling on one. It's an instant decision, one that takes place in only fractions of a second. Lily can only kill one at a time before digesting the vitality that she consumes from the creature. So, I need to choose one to shoot. And it's not Teeming. She's a threat, but I don't think she is the biggest one. No, that trophy lies with Bemela. The way her eyes stare at me, chilled and heartless, warns me of her strength. She's grown the most of them all since I last saw her. Their interaction with Bonfire must have hardened them all in a way, but none more so than the demon of ice. Plus, she wouldn't be alongside Nados, a demon that even Onyx has mentioned to me before if she wasn't supremely talented. Nados is, after all, Leviathan's chosen prodigy. And something tells me I won't be able to hit the demon of light. My arm twists through the air, aiming up at her while the three dive to aid Teeming. A quiet voice in my mind, Lily, tells me to shoot, but I wait. I wait until they get closer to pull the trigger, lessening the chance of something stopping the round. I'm confident in Lily's ability, but there are many things in this world that I do not understand. So I wait until they're close enough that Teeming hollers for them. Focus on the graves. I'll look out for the hidden one. Nados, you too. Light beams from Nados as he illuminates the dark, cavernous abyss, but it still doesn't reveal Virgil. The man is likely still in the other world, keeping one foot in reality. But as the light fills my eyes, I meet Bemela's and pull the trigger. I can see her face contort in alarm, yet all she can do is throw an avalanche of ice between the two of us. It falls with calamitous strength, threatening to crush my puny size. The blooming spider lily cares not for such obstacles. She seeks only life and the soul. As always, Lily's report of gunfire exists with only the barely heard fall of a petal. It's not even audible within this disastrous place, but I sense it nonetheless. Fueled by a force beyond the physical, the bullet that only at my current strength can I even perceive pierces through the crystalline barrier without leaving a mark. I don't see the bullet impact Bemela, but I can feel it. A visceral sensation overtakes my limbs as Lily unleashes a river of flickering darkness, a spectral link that connects Bemela and me. As the ethereal current flows, life is siphoned from the demon and forced into my bones. A surge of revitalizing energy courses through me, a wind of strength that breathes life into my weary form. She even sends some to Blodwyn, earning a groan of relief from the Arca. The darkness becomes a wellspring of power, knitting together my worn-out essence. Yet, it is not infinite. Lily shouts for me before falling silent as she tends to the brewing vigor she has siphoned. I think I got her. Watch out, though. Demons have loads of life to spare. Give me one moment. I'll be out. Simultaneously, the weight of the Colt in my grip shifts, and I discern that a bullet has vanished from the chamber. The once heavy firearm now feels lighter, signaling the loss of one of the 4 bullets that had remained. I'm left with 3, but the sacrifice is a fair trade for the newfound vigor coursing through my veins and Bemela's potential death. I suppose she needs a little to digest the vitality of a demon before she can manifest. Still, Bemela's ice falls for me, and as I hear her companions shouting in surprise, I extend my living manacles, grasping on the wall for a moment to pull me away from the tumbling ice. I slide past the icy exterior before it crashes into the wall below me. I kick off the wall, but still end up with fragments ice slamming into me as it impacts and practically explodes off the wall. Lifting my prosthetic in front of my face, I crash through it all, flipping in the air after the collision. As I recover from the impact, blades and shards of steel soar after me, Timmy screaming her lungs off while holding an unmoving body. She actually seems upset. What did you do? I blocked several shards with my chains and my hands, but they just don't stop. At least the other two of the quartet seem far less angry. They still are, though. Perhaps I misjudged Timmy. Maybe she was the most caring of the four. Beams of light tear through the air toward me, and I have no chance of dodging or deflecting them. Burning holes appear in my clothes as the radiance sears into my flesh. Fortunately, it doesn't go too deep. Unfortunately, there are many more to come. I flip over, facing my back to Natos, who is above me, and stare at Timmy. Looking closely, I find that Bemela isn't dead. Her chest is nevertheless moving, but she seems significantly weakened. Her limbs are limp and flailing through the wind. At least Lily got her out of the fight. Tilting my head toward Timmy, I dive toward her just as those above me did to reach me. She glares at me with hate, but does the same, entering the depths as fast as she can. All the while, she hurls steel at me from her flesh that orbits back around faster than either of us to stab me in the back. It's brutal by itself to protect myself from her, but Natos only manages to make it more difficult. To give me some reprieve, a lithe girl appears beside me, grinning despite the light piercing through her skull. Lily frowns as she yells at Natos. "Hey, that hurts!" Lily waves her hand, firing leaves composed of some kind of water, forcing the three above to use Natos' newly formed web of light stretched around us to catch them. Onward, even with Lily's help we fall. Seconds transcend into a whole minute of deathly freefall as the heat tears into my skin. An odor's on my tail as well, but she's a close combat fighter. Fortunately for me, only someone like Lennon could manage that here so smoothly. Twisting, I deflect a thrown dagger from Enodra, the force far beyond that of Timamy's usual blades. As I do so, however, I hear a strangled cry from below. Again, I flip back over in the air with my living manacles. There, I discover Virgil wrapping an arm around Timmy as he plunges a dagger toward her chest. His side strikes on its own, spinning through the air toward Timamy's stomach. Virgil's appearance is out of nowhere, like that of a reaper of death. He comes and goes as he pleases, unbeknownst to any. Still, Timmy is not one to die so quickly. Metal explodes from her form, and blood is drawn from her chest and her leg as she barely redirects the disastrous scythe. Timmy panics as she escapes from Virgil for a moment. Nevertheless, even escape isn't without a cost, as Bemela's throat is open from ear to ear. Timmy is unable to mourn her companion, as there is something more pressing: her decaying leg. She doesn't hesitate and digs out the rotting flesh from her leg with a scalpel. The pygmy must know that the scythe is from hand, meaning she is aware of the terrible trait of it to detonate other wounds. What I didn't know is that if you create a new wound over the second, it doesn't work at all, and she's fucking pissed now. Get him Natos! After the failed execution of the PYMGY and the successful one on the demon, my friend attempts to enter the shadows with a flicker, but a ray of light encloses him. It seems to freeze him in this reality, not letting him enter another. My heart skips a beat as I realize that Natos is Virgil's worst possible enemy. At the same time, I hear the whistling of fire and the vehement clash of blades from below. We're almost at the bottom. I dive for Virgil while the light stabs into him, ignoring Timamy's frenzied retaliation. The radiance eats into my back as I fall into the way, and before we crash into the ground, I wrap my arms around Virgil, flipping in the air. Lily, above us, cares not for gravity as she keeps attacking them all, preventing any full-force strike from hitting me without some sort of deterioration. Expecting the fall to break every bone in my body, I warn Virgil of what to do next. I can tell he's trying to listen, but his mask is already burned off, and he seems to struggle to use any of his ether in the presence of Natos' light. Cover me while I heal. Johnny, Iron Consul Caldwell. I stand before Canyon's bed, holding the old man's hand. I am not alone inside his bedroom, though, a shabby place that is unadorned by anything other than portraits of his family. Laura, along with many of Canyon's other descendants, line the walls. They're almost 50, What a family spawned by this great-grandfather. He is their linchpin, their rock, their lifeblood. I listen carefully as the aged man speaks to them. You wanted me in here? I will do so with respect. My hands are clasped behind my back, my head bowed, and my eyes lowered. I am sorry, Lysandra. I am sorry Steph could not have lived as long as I did. Your mother. She was the most wonderful woman I have ever seen. The day she died, the greatest light in my life left. I wish to see her now, even if it's within the gullet of death. Take care of the family. Keep Laura grounded. Being a sigiled is never good for the mind. The furious mountain's face remains calm even as he addresses his family upon his deathbed. His eldest child, Lysandra, nods for the rest of her family, promising to do her best. Depressingly, though, his children are still quite aged. Lysandra is almost in her 60s. Without a sigil, she's not all too long for this world. Another decade at most, I'd bargain. Tears fall from her eyes. But it's not just hers. Every single person in this room, from Lysandra and her siblings, who are in their 50s, to Laura's youngest sibling, who is barely 10. They all bawl their eyes out. I simply stay quiet on the side of the bed. That is until Canyon stares at me. His eyes are hollow. The mighty things they were only a few months ago are now faded and feeble. It is demoralizing to see just how much time ravages even the most potent figures. I meet his gaze with a nod, but he cannot return it as he is so weak. 2 months ago, I'm confident he could have killed me with a quick fight, but he was holding on with all his might. Now, he has let it go, deciding to go peacefully with his family. An honorable choice. I don't think it is one I could ever replicate. Watch over this city of mine, Johnny. Keep them safe. Keep her safe. I trust you with them. You are a guardian, just as I. We have failed countless times, lost countless friends and loved ones, yet we never laid down our blades. I entrust them to you. Canyon inhales a deep, hearty breath, one wreathed with ragged coughs that send Lysandra into a panic. Canyon gets his daughter off him by shaking his head slightly. I raise a hand to him, but his eyes and words tell me otherwise. I'm fine. We are wretched things, Johnny. Men who fight against the darkness in a world that doesn't give a shit about us. But there are people in the world who do. Hold your head high. Keep that Colt ready. The threats that are to come will not be light. The battle at Onyx Gate is in full swing, but the war for humanity has only just begun. I'm only disappointed I was born so late. I nod to the man's wise words, feeling them to my very depths. Then, he pivots his eyes toward Laura, his protege, the only member of his family to take after him. She's good, strong enough to be famous throughout the territories without her grandfather's name. But she's not quite there yet. Don't give up, dear. Tighten your fists, steel your gaze, harden your heart. Sifs don't buckle or waver before death, not even their own. Do not show even one extra tear until I have passed. Not one. Canyon's words to his granddaughter are few and relatively callous, but he quickly turns back to me. Place your Colt upon my skull, Johnny. What? I cry out in shock while Laura jumps toward Canyon, only held back by her uncle. Canyon, however, simply smiles at me. You will take my sigil after I die. Maybe not today, perhaps not tomorrow, but someday. Heathers will live on. All the most influential figures do. I do not want the sandy waves to take me. It is a coward's way out, I know, but I've always found comfort in the sound of a gun. My eyes fall on his family. Many of them are crying or shouting at their patriarch to change his mind, but Lysandra merely nods toward me, holding on to Laura. Sighing, I unholster Fate's sealer and place the barrel before Canyon's forehead. The old man meets his end without a hint of fear, only acceptance and hope. Take my artifact after I die. Use it to defend my lands until you can take the sigil, Johnny. When you do, Heather will guide you onward. She has been gone for many years, but I reckon a new host will breathe some life in her mind. I cannot wait to join my beloved. The last time I gave a mercy killing, I closed my eyes. It was a close friend, Nathaniel. He was going to die, stabbed 12 times and bleeding out. But he was hurting so bad, I put him out of his misery, since there was no morphine to help. Do it, and Johnny, no matter how miserable, keep the finger on that trigger and the barrel pointed in the right direction. If no one else is to save the world in their petty disputes, it shall be us. The world is not the land we live on. It is the people, the children. Do not let them die. This time, I keep my eyes wide open, even as the blood and brain matter splatter into them. Muffled cries fill the room as the sound of fate's sealer bounces off the walls, post-sealing the man's fate. I gaze into Canyon's face, finding that only a tiny hole is posited into his skull, even from fate's sealer's mighty round. His defenses, even upon death's door, are unbelievable. Without this lumen, there would be no way I could even hurt him. A bashing of my back forces me to twist around as Laura screams at me, hitting me repeatedly, but without any real force. I grasp her wrists and hold her still, gazing at her. She glares at me with anger, her voice losing motion with each word. She loses energy with each strike, as if she doesn't mean what she is doing. You killed him. You killed Pa. How could you? He helped you so much. You need to calm down. Take some days to mourn. Then you will see things with clear eyes. Come see me then. I will be waiting. Laura sinks to the floor with an audible plop, and Lysandra holds her while looking up at me. She is disappointed, but she knew what was going to happen today. We all did. Leave his body here until the Arca appears. He won't decay. Not with a body like that. Just clean him up. I cannot. I stride out of the room, barely managing to keep my cool, and close the door behind me. Then I breathe in and out several times. Slowly, very slowly. My heart is beating at a dangerous rate, threatening to burst, and I clamp down on it, gradually bringing it to a more reasonable level. The act takes an unknown amount of time, my eyes gradually clearing out the tears I didn't realize were forming. Another legend is dead. How many remain? How many more will remain after today? I continue after my small episode of anxiety, stepping through Canyon's abode and into the street. People walk all over even though it is night, having not even a semblance of a clue that their guardian has fallen. A few glance at the blood on my clothes, but recognizing me, they move on with their nights. The sky above is dark, echoing my insides. I turn away from the streets, heading toward the Sif graveyard, where the stairwell exists. No one notices or takes heed of me throughout my walk, and in mere moments, I stand beneath Gravecross as a whole, striding toward Heather Graves' corpse. Something here is simply calling for me. I reach the skeleton after stepping beyond the streams and the mushroom trees, finding the body unmoved, just as before. But as I step up to it, the steel surface becomes reflective. It glows with some kind of power as I see myself inside of it. I cannot help but stop to regard myself. The dark corners in my eyes, the weary face, and the depressed look. Blake left days and days ago. I couldn't stop her. I wanted to, but I couldn't even bring myself to try. Without her, my days have turned into nothing but training, practice, and teaching. Skysword is doing well, though. She does want to rename herself after me, however, swapping to Skyshell. I don't know if her parents will let that one slide. I run a hand across my face and over my hair. I'm getting old, aren't I? Bits of gray are beginning to display themselves at the roots of my hair. Wrinkles peek out from my eyes and cheeks. Even my bones start to creak in the morning without ether to support them. How long until I'm one of those legends, just waiting to fall? Is that all I want to be? No. My brows furrow as scenes replay in my mind through the mirror-like surface. All the wars, the echoing and resounding gunfire, the clashing blades and spears, the rumbling ether, and the trembling powers. I used to run at the sight of an angel on a battlefield, getting as far as possible from them. Now, I am them. A whole lifetime of struggle, death, and violence roar through my mind in only an instant. It has been an unbelievably long road. For every triumph I grazed past, a dozen died. How lucky am I that I have survived to this point? How unfortunate am I as well? My fists clench the dirt beneath me, the soil escaping between my fingers. More and more sights rush through my mind as my aging brain recalls it all with perfect clarity. From the first gun I ever drawed to the first man whose life I ended. It flashes ahead to my wife's death and halts for a moment on my daughter's. A shuddering gasp leaves my throat as the memories take a leap, plunging right into when I received my absolution. Pain starts to soak into my mind as they skip forward again, the visceral memory of a figure more important than I could ever be shattering the sky. The repercussions wash over me as if I was the one struck by that fist. Then experiences that were not mine scream haphazardly past my brain. Scenes of nearly 100 years ago, of a lone young man facing off endless foes from every direction. He trains incessantly, fighting nonstop. The instant he recovers from one battle, he moves on to the next, always alone, always without the comfort of another. He is a loner, a solemn warrior, guided by the voices of the dead. He swiftly grows more robust and mighty than anyone expected, even capable of rivaling the greatest prodigy. Still, after a grand battle, a close one, too, he loses, ending up with part of the endless within his form to forever plague him. I stumble backward as all of Canyon's fighting experience melts and melds into mine. Then, it continues further, adding that of a millennia-old spirit. These, however, are aged and weathered with missing parts. Still, the battles waged by Heather Graves give me boundless insight into Ether. Ether and war, every aspect of the two, from hand-to-hand fighting to firing a gun. It all coalesces and adds together. I fall to my knees, holding my head as a pair of voices resounds within my skull before fading. I am Heather Graves. You shall take after me. You shall inherit my might. The steel of life will take yours once you pass in exchange. I am Canyon Sift. You shall take after me. You shall inherit my might. The steel of life will take yours once you pass in exchange. Cradling my trembling brain, I realize why Canyon was so mighty in his youth. He wasn't just taught. He was bestowed the act of fighting. He was handed the way to manipulate ether, the way to battle almost every foe, and the weaknesses of every race. A fit of laughter bursts from me as I crumple onto my back. It goes from my core all the way to my nose, and I can't stop it. Vincent fucking Harvey, you absolute monster. Your rival was a mishmash of a 1,000-year-old dominion and a man talented enough to become an angel without her. And that nightmare combination lost to you. I see now. I only wish I had gained more than how to fight from these memories, particularly on their specific skills and plasmic or solid ethers. But I suppose if I were given it all, my mind would implode from the information. Sighing, I place my hand upon my Colt, enjoying the comfort of steel. Perhaps over time, I can come back and learn the ether portions. This war has only started. I think I should be the one to end it though, or at least try. Some things that we must do start with a simple wish. And of right now, I can only wish to be enough to stop the gods, the demons, and all the other threats that are breathing down our throats. But I will turn that wish into reality. 403. Latish. Blake, Death Guard, Nightingale. Through the dense fog, my team and I press forward, surrounded by the ominous silhouettes of bandits, outlaws, and guards. Visibility is nearly non-existent, but my senses are heightened, my movements guided by an unnatural strength pulsing through my veins. The heirloom Johnny gifted me before I left is not just felt, it is coursing through my veins. Bonebeak, Edmund's old heirloom that he gained in an old war with his father, dives into a person's bone marrow and strengthens their very blood, increasing their vigor and physical strength. It is positively perfect for someone like me. And with each step, I navigate the swirling mist at the forefront, my sword drawn and poised for combat. Tomas darted away from the rest of our group of Elizabeth, Primrose, Dakota, and me when the explosion happened. So, in his absence, I have to take charge. I don't hate it. I only miss Johnny's reassuring Colt. A bandit lunges from the shadows, wielding a crude claymore, at most a first flam. My instincts kick in, and with swift precision, I deflect the strike, my blade cutting through the fog like a phantom with the ghastly trail of the ghost embedded into it. As the bandit reels from the impact, I seize the opportunity. Lunging forward, my grasp tightens around his neck while I slide the blade in my hands between his ribs, and a surge of vitality courses through me as I siphon his life force, replenishing my own strength. Since becoming a sixth sigil, my ability to steal vigor has only improved further. Lifesteal it now is as I've improved it further with Willful Strand. Before the man can comprehend the draining sensation, my deathly grip tightens on my blade, extinguishing the last breath from his lips as I rip the steel out. He didn't have much vigor to steal, but it was enough to make me energized. The man falls to the ground with a thump as Primrose catches up to me, staying close to Elizabeth and the fox. She glances down at the body before nodding to me. I inhale a deep breath as I feel the echoes of exhaustion leave my body. Sure, ether saturation still remains, but when I can trade physical injury or exhaustion for using ether, a little goes a while. But the mist shrouding the battlefield holds more challenges. As I stride forward again, still heading toward the center of the fog, a sudden dagger appears from the mist, aimed at my neck. In a quick, evasive dive, I twist away, and from the depths of my chest emerges an undead. My blooming power, death defiance, screeches to life with the newfound techniques I've developed. Instead of simply pulling from below, I can store the undead in my body, but only if their souls are mostly shredded. Limited intelligence, but an instant ally. I keep these figures alive far longer than even death can. Its skeletal form, with hanging flesh that hardly covers all its innards, intercepts the dagger with a bone-chilling clash, sparing me from the lethal strike. With a sideward retreat around my undead guard, I assess the situation, my sword already on the move. As I move away, a ghostly apparition materializes. I call upon one of my stored ghosts, a haired skull, its ethereal hair-like hand reaching out to trip the wielder of the dagger. The attacker stumbles to the side, and seizing the moment, I thrust my sword forward, piercing his neck. The man coughs out blood with a shocked face before I rip the claymore out of his throat. Red stains the ground as I notice Primrose had her own ambush to deal with. She killed the attacker, just as I did. The fog amplifies the haunting silence of the battleground as their bodies crumple to the ground. Come on, we need to find the others. I shout for the two behind us to catch up. And they do, sticking close to Primrose and me. Primrose slides beside me, the fog hardly visible enough to see 5 feet away or more. Based on how far we've walked, we should be close to the estate by now. Should we turn back? If we run into an angel, neither of us, nor us together, can take one. I don't think I'm far from angelhood, but I'm not crazy. We meet our eyes quickly before I continue forward. The concern is in my mind as well, but I cannot let it stop us. I promised Johnny that I would survive, yet I also made a promise to myself a long, long time ago. I'd see to the end of the estates. Some things are more important than one's life. This is one of them. We continue. This is too important. If we find one, I'll buy time. I'll pay the price. Primrose's gaze stays on me for several moments as I can practically feel her thoughts. She is one of the most selfish people I know, so she probably has issues understanding what I'm saying. Nevertheless, she nods, lining up beside me as we continue through the fog. Very well. I need to drag Earl out of this fog. Anyhow, I select not to comment on her words, finding them to be curious as well. Elizabeth is relatively quiet behind us, not providing much information since we entered the fog. She knows she can't do much here. Her only weapon is a long-distance gun. Still, through the thick fog, I press on, the weight of my claymore and ghosts a comforting presence against the uncertainty of the shadows. More threats come, but this time, they are coordinated by a set of guards. The ambush is relentless, with attackers emerging from all sides. With minor panic at the thought of Elizabeth getting struck, I wield my ghosts as ethereal restraints, binding several assailants in chaotic and disorderly assaults. I know they won't last, though, as my ghosts cannot fight on their own. So, I also command the undead under my command to rush forward. I can't spare the ether right now to pull any more from below, but this single one is a relentless force, confronting another guard of primary while I face down 2 adversaries at once. They advance toward me, and not wanting to waste time as I hear Primrose and Dakota join the battle, I sprint toward them. The long sword in my hands extends beyond a mere swipe, gleaming with a ghostly aura as it strikes true. The first guard barely manages to block the ghost that emerges from my blade, stumbling back. As he does so, I pounce on the other while my ghost returns to me, shifting haphazardly through the air. I reach forward, letting the man crash his axe into my side in exchange. Bones crunch and crimson spills, but my hand touches the man's flesh. His eyes widen as he feels it. The pull of death. Lifesteal refills my tank of vigor as I send it to both reinforce my frame and regenerate my flesh. The man trembles, standing only with the help of his axe before I stab my hand into his skull, the ghostly glint on my hand allowing my fingers to act as steel. He falls to the ground, and I take his partner down in only a few moves. Then I look around, finding the battle almost over already in the other places. Dakota is mauling a guard while Primrose stands over the bodies of a guard I distracted and another that she killed herself. Most surprisingly is that my undead from Death Defiance managed to kill one of them himself. Only one remains, but he runs into the fog, abandoning the fight. Then, a sudden explosion echoes through the mist, a jarring disruption to the eerie silence post-battle. The rumble nearly causes me to stumble and lose my balance. But in return, a surge of urgency courses through me as I recognize the sound, knowing it could only be the work of either Earl or Eli Weiss. No one else uses explosives that I know of. I wave to Primrose as she, too, realizes the sound and follows me, not wasting a second. We sprint with haste toward the sound, just fast enough for Elizabeth and Dakota to keep up. Another explosion resounds, louder this time, and I know we're close. As I burst onto the scene with the fog receding, I witness a skinny man with a gun far too long for him, darting away from a falling hammer, only to pivot and raise his rifle towards the armored threat. The heavily armored foe raises the grand hammer once more, seeking to end the man. I dart ahead to help, but I don't need to. Earl reacts swiftly, and I hear the sizzling charge of hidden power, a prelude to the impending response as he whips the barrel toward the man. In a blinding flash, the world turns momentarily white, and when the color returns, the threat is obliterated. A basin-sized hole now resides in the man's chest, evidence of Earl's powerful storm. What a weapon, indeed. I forge ahead, falling to a knee to check on Earl, whom is lying on his back, as I notice there are several dead bodies around. Multiple are missing legs, chunks of flesh destroyed by explosions. Some have holes in their necks, suspiciously similar to the holes the jumpers put into buildings. But only 2 in total have the giant wounds that are telltale of the storm. Are you all right, Earl? Any injuries? The bespectacled man, missing his glasses from the chaos, shakes his head, still gathering his bearings. I stand and offer him a hand as Primrose, Elizabeth, and Dakota all end around him. I'm fine, just disoriented. Thanks. Earl takes my hand and joins us, trembling only slightly from the battle. I watch the orbs in his sockets glaze over the dead. He seems traumatized. Is this his first time killing a human? No, but I know it is likely the first time he's blatantly pulled the trigger on one. He'll get over it. He's too rational not to. Still, I should ease his mind. It's fine. They were. Earl nods, cutting me off with a swipe of his hand before striding forward past the bodies. His tone is cold, but it's obvious his voice is forced and not at all like that of Leninhall. That monster shelves lives like a librarian does books. I know me or them. Let's go. I got separated from Wyatt during the explosion. I acknowledge his words and follow, relaying what has happened to us. Tomas left us at the same time, running forward to help. Have you? My words are cut off again as we utterly leave the fog, finding a familiar frame only a foot from us before a bottomless pit. A muscled yet lithe woman crouches with wide legs, her eyes covered with a cloth, and the most dangerous claymore in the world at her hips. Quakes. The Comanche woman doesn't turn her face to greet us. She doesn't need eyes to see. Instead, she holds a rock aloft in her right hand, rubbing it consciously against her fingertips. I came here for revenge. Lennon came for spite, and because he merely wants to, Maddox came for power. The slumbering came for authority. Why are you all here? Elizabeth takes the lead, answering the perilous woman. Quakes, or Kate, is not ostensibly cruel or evil, but she is risky to be around. She is driven by revenge. I know what it's like. I saw Dragoon's killer for years. I never did find him. Still, it consumed me for multiple years before I finally gave up, not seeing a way I could continue living in the swamp utterly alone. I see that same sting on Kate. She has gone all in for this. We came here to remove Eli Weiss from power. More accurately, though, we are here to stop a more awful figure from taking his place. Eli Weiss is bound to die today, with everyone after his head, but we don't want whoever remains to be worse. Kate smiles, her head finally turning ever so slightly enough that I can see the corner of her raised lip. Still, The woman laughs, tossing the rock into the abyss with a flick. I can only assume you brought more with you than this. Is Caldwell here? Marshall's son? What about the graves? I shake my head to the first, but nod to the other two as I answer her. Johnny is staying in Gravecross for now, but Wyatt is here. He's an angel as well, Bonfire too. Tomas is also here, but we don't know where. As for Wyatt and Bonfire, I can only assume they already jumped. Kate nods slowly before her partner's words enter our minds. Mia speaks calmly and slowly, but underneath, I know she simmers with the same hatred as Kate. This one has, ironically, always been more kind than her counterpart. Sounds about right. I can sense that their minds were here earlier, and I feel two more rapidly approaching, only one that is familiar. Can't tell who it is yet because of the fog. Prepare yourselves, and don't tell Kate that I told you this, but be careful around her. All she wants is revenge right now. I don't want her to hurt any of you, so watch out. I give Mia a mental nod as I turn my attention outward, searching for the incoming two. I raise my blade and cover one side of the group while Primrose protects the other. Kate simply remains crouched. My attention is drawn to a sudden commotion on the other side of the hole as a bear is sent hurtling out of the dissipating mist. It tumbles along the edge of a massive abyssal hole in the ground, desperately regaining its balance with its claws before succumbing to gravity and plummeting into the abyss. In an explosion of ether, the bear undergoes a swift transformation, morphing into a bird that soars to the side just in time. A new creature emerges from the fog in pursuit, a hairy, muscled being reminiscent of a rougarou, hurtling into the ground where the bear-turned bird would have been. The impact shatters rocks, creating a tumultuous cascade that sends the creature spiraling into the abyss. However, the hairy creature exhibits a resilience beyond expectation. With a mighty kick off a rock, it propels itself back to the surface with astonishing force. It lands with a deafening roar, barely managing to block a swipe from the returning bird, now transformed once again into its bear form. Tomas, transfigured by his power, endures the hit from I don't know who or what that is. Tomas strikes back, ripping open a lasting laceration upon the bear's form. The battle between the two only grows more heated as we can do nothing but watch. A battle between angels can only be joined by other angels or absolutely exceptional forerunners, or a fellow with a potent weapon. Beside me, Elizabeth and Earl both line up their rifles, aiming at the bear. The instant the former fires, however, the bear turns into an eagle, forcing the bullet to miss entirely. Then, it reshapes into a cougar to dodge a slash from Tomas. Earl shoots as well, only to miss. This must be someone with loads of experience. There's no way it's a Skinwalker, even if the traits are similar. Is it? No way. Is Johannes Doyle still alive? I thought the shapeless figure died 40 years ago. I don't have much time to think, as another figure emerges from the clouds in a burst of shadowy daggers. Lines of steel embed themselves into the bear. It yelps in a grand spur of pain before shifting into an old woman covered in blood. She stumbles forward before transforming into an ant, barely dodging a dagger, so blue that it crackles with electricity along its edge. The obvious claymore or artifact sinks into the earth as lines of arcing lightning shoot for Johannes, the figure recognizable for a moment from old posters. Tomas retreats, confused by Clarence Love's actions, as the silent scorpion goes in for the kill. However, he doesn't quite grasp it as Johannes tosses out what appears to be a leg bone. It suddenly expands in size to that of a house, preventing Clarence from finishing off the angel. Instead, Eli's right hand resets, landing on the balls of his feet while addressing Tomas. Meanwhile, Johannes falls to the abyss. I can hardly move as I'm frozen in shock by the events. We went almost an hour without finding a single angel from us entering Onyx Gate to finding 4 in a minute. He is down there, Tomas. Kate, take the leap if you wish to fulfill your goals. Wyatt and Virgil are already down there. Lennon and Maddox, too. Even the other races have taken the plunge. I'll be waiting. Kate stands finally beside the two of us. Clarence's eyes glance at her for a moment before he steps to the edge of the hole. Quakes rushes forward, a hand on Demon's Bane, but the silent scorpion waves and takes a single step, entering the darkness below. The wielder of the greatest lumen screams to the sky in rage, but she doesn't jump quite yet. She turns to us. "You coming, Tomas?" The man, altered by his power, gradually returns to form, and I step toward them. Tomas's many cuts and bleeding wounds heal quickly, but not fast enough. Still, he nods to Kate. "Of course, these 5, however, will stay up. Only angels should come down here." I bite my lip, wishing there was something more I could do, but there simply isn't. So, I wish the 2 good luck before they also jump into the abyss. Tomas, even during his jump, salutes us during his fall. Group up with Richard and Denise. Then, they are gone. Sighing, I look to Earl as I feel just so useless. And the man has an idea to help us all. I know we all feel the same. Surely an angel or 2 has died here. We can find their body and guarantee their arca. They might even have weapons for us to use so that we can join the strife. We all nod and leave the edge of the abyss back into the fog as soon as possible. None of us are built for that crazy shit. But as we walk away, I can swear I see something in the fog. Squinting, I see just the slightest bit of a man's shadow before it vanishes. Shrugging, I walk away, but I freeze still as I hear the shifting of rock behind us. I gradually turn around as the last in the group, but I find nothing changed with the whole. Not good. 404. Acreocracy. Wyatt Graves. I plummet into the abyss, clutching my ally tightly in my arms. Determination floods my senses as I brace for impact, hugging my friend close to shield them from the impending fall. Squinting my eyes, I reinforce my body as much as I can using ether, with Blodwin helping as well, preparing for the inevitable collision with the marble floor below. Of course, it's fucking opulent. The descent is rapid, a blur of motion and wind rushing past now that we are so near to the floor. Despite my efforts, the impact reverberates through me, knocking the wind out of my lungs. The pain is momentarily eclipsed by the realization that we've reached the bottom, our bodies landing on the cold, unyielding surface. Still, it doesn't hurt nearly all that bad. The fall must have been affected somehow by the substance in the air, reducing the pull of gravity. Nonetheless, Virgil spins his frame off me the second we land, reaching a crouch in only a moment. He stands in a 3-point figure, 1 hand and 2 boots stable while he investigates our surroundings. I, however, need a moment to catch my breath. As I inhale, the echoes of the mighty forces clashing nearby fill the air. The cacophony of their collision serves as a backdrop to the unfolding chaos surrounding us. A shout comes from Maddox in the distant tunnel lit by torches on the wall that reveal the shape and look of the whole bottom of the abyss. Everything is ornate within this circular room of marble. I stagger to my feet, feeling the whiplash of Maddox's voice. "What are you doing? Do you want to die? This will only hurt us both. Are you that vengeful?" I can't see the 2 men, but I can hear them quite clearly. A vibration in the floor alongside a returned exclamation is Maddox's response. "It is not death we should fear, Adkins. It is never living. Fight. Kill me. Live. Stop your foolish attempts at manipulation. Live until none can stop you from living. This is our rematch. No one will stop us. It is not about vengeance. It is about life." The entirety of the colossal hole trembles before Lennon's attack, and as it does, I stumble to the side and notice a kneeled figure beside me. "Bonfire!" I call out to my unresponsive friend as he emanates a silvery fire, its ghostly glow casting a dreadful light in the abyss. My heart detonates with worry as I recognize the threat this flame poses. There's a palpable sense of malevolence in the air, and the flickering flames hint at a power that transcends man. Bonfire, the mother below. She's digging into him right now. Do I have to? I might, but that's a worst-case scenario. With a trembling heart, I stride closer to my friend with careful, cautious steps. As I near him, I discover a syringe embedded into his neck, with remnants of a deep black liquid inside it. Concoction or serum? No, it is an elixir. Hidden within the depths of the vial for the instrument are hints of silver, something I've never seen before in the 2 lesser versions. Eli stabbed Bonfire with an elixir, and I now know why they are so rare. Concoctions, serums, and elixirs are made from Motherbound. Somehow, someway, They must be. Nothing else possesses such a pale darkness. That fucking bastard. I reach out for my friend hesitantly, but as I reach forward, the remainder of the quartet lands behind me. I twist my head back as I see Timimi, Enodra, and Natos immediately recover from the tumble and sprint toward me. Virgil is nowhere. There he is, emerging behind Natos. A dagger flies for the man's neck as a scythe cuts for Enodra, distracting the Nahalo. At the same time, a dozen sand edges seek Timimi's life, piercing toward her skull. Help Bonfire. Get his mind right. I'll hold him off for now. Virgil calls out to me as light covers him. The man retaliates desperately with falling rain, sending waves of gunfire toward Natos. The demon conjures a pane of light, breaking upon the fourth round. Still, it gives Enodra enough time to stand in front of her companion, soaking up the lead for him with her mighty armor. Still, the carcass takes a beating from Illumin. It won't last all that long. The moment after the gunfire emerges like a series of cannon fire echoing inside this vast emptiness. Bonfire finally moves. His head rises to meet mine. My friend's left eye is utter silver, swirling with darkness. His right eye, however, is closed and flinching as if in pain. Before I can even react, the man bursts forward toward me, igniting himself into a terrible flame. My heart pounds in my chest as I face my friend grimly, a puppet to the whims of a vengeful god. I dart to the right with a spring of ether from Arbalest, barely dodging the heat. I roll on the ground, facing Bonfire once more as the silver fire bursts forth from his form in such a way that it creates a shadow of a figure behind him. The flames dance in the shape of a many-legged spider while spewing an invasive heat that seems to melt and spread upon everything it touches. Is that what the mother below looks like? A massive spider with endless legs? Then that thing I saw in the cathedral, was that her? No, it couldn't have been. It must have simply been some kind of manifestation. Forcibly, I yank my attention back to the present as the air crackles with the intensity of the flames, their infectious heat reaching out like hungry tendrils, consuming all in their path. Together, the flames expand like they have lives of their own. Nevertheless, I refuse to let my friend fall to this god so easily. Bonfire, Emmett, wake up, fight it. I know you can. Push through the haze. My shout doesn't seem to do anything as Bonfire presses me again, even hotter this time. Blodwyn recognizes the threat and covers my skull with the bone of Potom before I can even ask. Alongside his aide, Payne's forge beats with extreme force, delivering power with every motion. I dance and weave, desperately evading an explosion of scorching heat that threatens to engulf me. Yet, my relief is short-lived, for the silver fire catches on the marble floor beneath, behaving with a sinister intelligence. It spreads with viciously, burning that which should not be flammable, as if it has a mind of its own, creating a maze of fiery barriers that threaten to trap me. Breathing in, I devour the ether in the air, siphoning it all toward my body, expecting it to diminish or outright douse the flames. I nearly double over in surprise. For the first time, a gasp of mine does nothing. My focus wavers for a moment as I glance at my friend, still in the grip of the god's control. I leap over a burgeoning wall of flame, shooting out living manacles to latch on a bonfire as I call out to him again. Emmett Knox, wake up! I can't save Abraham without you. Despite my attempts to call him back from the abyss, it becomes painfully apparent that nothing is working as he charges me again. Even my chains do nothing, melting before they can even reach the man. The parts that hold on to the heat only manage to spread the flame, causing me to release the ether. If anything, Bonfire's frenzied state intensifies from my attempts, his movements growing more erratic and dangerous with each passing moment. I need to do something. But what? What can I do to help him? Fueled by a desperate determination, I continue to dodge the encroaching flames, the heat licking at my heels. My every move is a calculated effort to both evade the fiery onslaught and reach out to the friend lost within the god's control. Meanwhile, behind me, Virgil fights a 1 versus 3 in a situation just as perilous, if not far more so. I glance back, finding him pushed back just as I am from the combination of the three. NATO's light honestly does fuck with Virgil's ether far too much. An innate counter, it would appear. Additionally, I keep retreating, not finding anything else to do. Can I do it? The question is postponed as I back into Virgil, the two of us meeting. As we do, my friend slides 3 things into my hands with a whisper. I found these in the wastes. Frozen's pack of playing cards. Clumsy's 2 earrings. Maybe they will help, but if they don't, you need to prepare yourself. I cannot win this fight alone, even with my zeal. Then, Virgil slams into me, forcing us in the opposite direction as a cloud of steel pierces into the marble and flames eat into the steel. Staggering, I hold the objects in my hand as I call to Bonfire, waving them at him. Bonfire, look, you remember these, right? Can you see through that eye? It's Frozen's cards and Clumsy's earrings. Look at them. Don't fight me. Fight her. The cards and earrings make Bonfire stumble for just a moment, as the flames cease their advance for a tiny, barely noticeable instant. Still, I latch onto that hint and approach my friend. You will not die today, Bonfire. Show me your flame. I want to see the beautiful fire you can create. Not this silver thing. This isn't you. I get within a few feet of Bonfire as the inferno calms and the heat dies down. His lonely, open eye peers only at the ground. My hand extends toward my friend as he shudders, his shoulders shaking and buckling under an invisible weight. The moment my hand touches his frame, though, he flips his head up, opening both eyes to stare at me. The left is still devoured by the darkness, but the right is radiant. It is clear. It is unblemished, save for the bloodshot veins. Emmett Knox, however, does not utter a word. He only glares at me with shambling lips. I lean close to hear his words in case sound does indeed come out. But when I get within an inch, I only hear words and sounds in tongues that I do not know, tongues that should not exist. I peel back as heat emerges from Bonfire's throat. Opening my eyes wide, I immediately comprehend what is about to happen. So instead of diving away, I sink toward my friend. I wrap my arms around his neck and shoulders, pointing his mouth toward the night sky above. Heat washes over me from the brilliant flame that is born above me. And at the same time, a radiance joins the abyss as I hear panic from the trio. Virgil is using Shadowless. I haven't seen it yet, but despite how much I want to bask in the fruits of his hard work, now is not the time. Burns appear upon my shoulder and back from the fire that isn't even touching me, only spewing past me. But I hold on as Blodwyn guards my skull and brain. I claw for any idea, anything that may help, but it is my companion who delivers it to me first, not my own mind. Join his battle, like you did for Virgil in the sands, like I have for you against Dominus, or whatever its name was. A thin smile shrieks onto my lips as I recognize both the risk and the apparent nature of it all. Insight. To do this, I won't be able to control my body. I remember the last time I fought the mother below in my mind. It was not even close to easy. I'll have to put my trust in Blodwyn. Can you handle this while I'm gone? Blodwyn waits a moment to answer me before I feel my heart pump with determination. The Arca giving me his answer simultaneously. Yes, go. It is my body too, my friend as well. With his guarantee, I bestow the job to him, reaching for Bonfire's mind. Ether flows to my eyes as I take in the form of my friend, allowing insight to bloom. In an instant, I lose shape and form, my vision spiraling into darkness as I relinquish the grasp over my body. Most insights keep the control of my body to some extent, but some don't. I haven't figured out exactly how it all works, but I knew this one would paralyze me. I think it has to do with the power of the one I'm looking into. What I find myself looking into is a harrowing landscape from atop a scorched mountain, an endless sea of corrupted figures and assailants, each one a manifestation of the mother-bound my friend has been waging war against within his mind for the past several months. The sheer magnitude of the inner battle overwhelms me, freezing me in shock for a moment. When I fought, the numbers were just as endless, but the bodies. There are so many, legions of dead motherbound, still spewing out the dark light of their kind after their death, line the vast burnt plains. The corrupted entities claw at the center of Emmett's consciousness, their distorted forms striking at him without end. Yet, I can't afford to be paralyzed by the grim reality. Without hesitation, I sprint towards Emmett as he continues to rage against the horde, the dark flame of humanity burning within him. The fire born of his flesh, a dark yet somber black, holds the motherbound at bay, but he is vastly overwhelmed. Even if his very soul seems submerged in earthly fire, the godly horde is unending. As I approach, the silver hordes of a similar but more ominous darkness close in on me, as if finally noticing my intrusion. Emmett, refusing to succumb, fights with a fierce resilience that sends shivers down my spine. A grand fire emerges from his frame, extending into the skies of his mind far beyond the clouds. Like an endless pyre, he seeks to devour himself to kill all these beings. I close my eyes only for a moment as I set myself to fight with him, but I'm still so far away. In only seconds, everything changes as the motherbound lunge toward me. Unfazed by their madness, I wade into the horde, my movements a whirlwind of strikes and evasions. In battles like these, I've learned from Abraham and Onyx that the strength of one's mind is just as important as how they use their skills. Living manacles explode outward, stabbing countless figures as I rush forward, kicking, pushing, and leaping beyond any that I can. However, some are a different breed amongst this horde, dangerously powerful, and all I can do is navigate through the chaos, weaving around them. Those must be the fallen, the angels of the mother below. But why aren't they attacking us? Surely this is the perfect opportunity. Could it be that if they are killed here, they too die? Is that why they are careful? It must be. But still, she must have angels far beyond us. Why do I only see Magenta chains? This is all so confusing. There must just be some kind of limit to her power. She is still asleep, after all. Perhaps the elixir makes a direct connection between her and the dark light within Bonfire? If that's the case, I need to figure a way to remove that connection. Nevertheless, I don't have any idea for now, so I fight relentlessly toward Bonfire, aware that each step forward is a step into the heart of the war that rages within my friend. The stakes are high, unlike any of the games we used to play together, but I refuse to back down. However, as I navigate through Emmett's tortured psyche, the extent of the internal war becomes painfully clear. The landscape within his mind mirrors the devastating aftermath of an apocalyptic conflict. As far as my senses can perceive, while my living manacles protect me, the earth is scorched and desolate, a barren wasteland marred by the relentless onslaught of the dark flame. Mountains stand as skeletal remnants, their once majestic peaks reduced to ashen spires. Rivers, once lifelines, now run as streams of molten silver, their courses warped by the searing heat. The very fabric of the earth is faded, drained of vitality and color, echoing the toll of the protracted battle that Emmett has fought. Bonfire has endured this nightmarish existence for months, clinging to survival in a realm that mirrors the bleakness of his internal struggle. The scars of the war are etched into the landscape, and it becomes apparent that his resilience has come at a dire price. Every single day, Emmett loses just a little bit more of himself. If his personality wasn't so emphatic, I believe he would have long lost the war. And as I get closer, I see that there are veins of pulsing dark silver in the sky, as if injected unnaturally into this mental scape. That's from the elixir. Inhaling a deep breath, I kick the earth as powerfully as I can, layering a dozen arbalests together. The damage I feel is not to my leg. Instead, it's mental, a spike of pain as if overextending my mind emerges. I ignore the pain, locking in onto my friend as he, too, notices me. A grand smile falls onto his face, even as he kicks away a melting figure. I land beside him as the fires contort and twist, shrouding me protectively. Bonfire is the first to speak, pointing toward the horde. They will never stop coming. Never. Until we kill them all. Once they die here, they actually die in their bodies as their brains explode. At least, that's my guess, as none that I've killed have ever returned. And I find the idea of their heads exploding funny. I meet his gaze, incredulous by his nonchalant explanation. He doesn't even seem all that worried. Are you okay? You're trying to kill me out there. Was it always this insane? Emmett Knox shrugs, annihilating another wave of motherbound with his dark fire. He then faces the angels that hover ominously in the distance. I know, I'm trying to get out, but it's not easy. Before, there weren't any angels and far less base and wondrous than there are now. Whatever Eli did to me opened that connection I had even further, allowing multiple times more through than before. I gnawed, clenching my fists together in frustration. I wish I had done more for him. I wish I had thought of this before. Well, what can we do to give you control back to your body? My friend smiles and points into the distance, his finger landing upon a shattered, rupturing crack in the atmosphere of his mind. We need to close that. I stare at him and let out a nervous bout of laughter. And how do we do that? Bonfire glances at me through the side of his eye, both unblemished in this place. Then he puts his hands on his hips, the limbs unscarred, unlike the real world. Luckily, he's cleared out a substantial portion of land, giving us a few moments of peace. Well, we need to get past those 8 angels. Beyond that, I don't know. We can do it. I know your soul is mighty strong. That's what matters most here, not the mind, but the soul. I've heard enough whispers and offers from the bitch to know that much. I rotate my body to face the horde as the angels line the peaks of the nearby shattered and broken mountains, staring down at us. Squinting, I realize that not a single of them is human in frame. All are some other kind of race, whether with wings, claws, or horns of some sort. Still, they're all humanoid in shape. The soul, huh? What did my sigil do again, right? The soul. It seems I'm uniquely qualified for this. It's too much of a coincidence. The philosopher. What is it really? Why did I get it? Does she have one too? No, I doubt it. I would have felt the resonance by now, nor does any of her abilities align with mine. But still, is it truly just a coincidence? I find that hard to believe. 405, looking to die. Wyatt. I rotate on my heels and face Bonfire one last time as he clenches his fists, brilliant darkness building within them. I can feel the sweltering heat, but it creates no light. Instead, it devours it just as it burns. Yeah. Emmett Knox smiles, his lips spreading vast and joyful as he addresses me. Then, he strides forward toward the horde. Thanks for not giving up on me. But all people have the same end. We all die. When the time comes, do not hesitate, my friend. Do not hesitate. I know what I am becoming. Not even I can hold it back forever. And with his words, a grand blaze detonates from his feet, hurtling him in the air. I react instinctively, my chains lashing out to latch onto him. And unlike in the real world, his fire is unable to burn my living manacles. It would appear my soul is far more robust than his. I soar through the sky, attached to Bonfire nearly 10 feet behind as he practically flies, not even having to turn into a pure flame. As we pass through the air, reaching above even the nearby small mountains, the angels of the Mother below react with complete hostility. Over half a dozen angels come for us, but Bonfire only speeds up, the flame growing even hotter. It shifts to an even more emphatic hue. As he does so, the pyro screams through the air for me. Hold him off me. I can get us there, lickety-split. I don't even have time to question the man's insane strategy, as one is already upon me. This angel has 2 leathery wings, each veined with asymmetric radiant silver and black that allow it to be the first. Its claws, however, are what draw my full attention. The chitin-like nails extend far beyond the claw as my chains lash out, deflecting one hit before its other hand grips onto a living manacle. And like another passenger, it rides along with us as the others attempt to catch up. The high wind slash through my hair as I recognize this thing's threat. Here, in the mind, things work differently. If the soul is all that truly matters, staring at my hand, I force a creation into a shape. A large crossbow forms in only a second, and I rear the winch back with 1/10 of the usual effort. The angel continues to claw its way up my chains like that of a ladder, all the while striking at me. I let it continue, aiming the ballista as it does so. This thing must not know the power within this. But how could it not? A flash of motion appears by our side, and I react as swiftly as I can, bringing my ballista to bear. An impact hits my conjured weapon, and I'm sent spinning, pulling Bonfire off course as he shouts in pain from the sudden jerk. Meanwhile, my head shakes and swims as I recover, only to feel a hand sink into the bone and flesh of my ankle. Peering down with rumbling vision as my ballista is cracked, hints of light seeping out, I find a leather-winged angel digging into my flesh like I'm a mountain that's climbing. Below, there are two more angels sprinting over the valleys at incredible paces, necks turned up to stare at me. One holds rocks in its hand that I connect with the thing that impacted me at a velocity far exceeding bullet, while the other spews acidic spikes that sizzle through the air. Flipping through the air as Bonfire writes us, the spittle passes by without harming anything, but this damned thing on me won't let go. A searing pain surges through me from its claws and my flesh, but I can't afford to be incapacitated. With each twist and turn, I engage in a mid-air struggle with the relentless assailant. I breathe in deeply, feeling the surge of power fill me just as I imagined it would. The battles of the mind are so odd, and if I am to ever do this again, I must have Onyx teach me more. Regardless, I flood that power into my fist as I slam it against the leather-winged angel, creating a faux explosion. Its head swings back from the force as a shockwave of air nearly throws Bonfire off balance again. In retaliation, the claws move from my ankles to my calves, reaching for my knees. Staring at this thing, I quickly realize it's like me, tough as nails. It doesn't appear to have any evident ether manipulation or bizarre powers, only speed and endurance. Gritting my teeth, I repeat my previous act, hoping it will break through its defenses with a bit more oomph. My focus, however, remains on protecting my friend. Utilizing my living manacles that bind us, I manipulate them with my mind, creating a barrier against the onslaught. It's difficult to control them as I do since I don't want them to simply defend me, but after just a few moments, they seem to learn on their own. A net-like shield forms around us in the air, absorbing the acid that flies for us and deflecting the speeding rocks just enough to prevent them from killing us. Again and again, we are slowed or driven off course, but Bonfire rights our path every time. His flames rapidly develop, increasing in temperature and force with every passing second. Another angel nears us, flapping its wings dangerously as I'm locked in a close combat with this leathery one. Neither of us can truly damage the other. It can stab into my flesh, yes, but it can't go any deeper than that. My bones block it entirely as its internals do the same to me. Damn it, if only Lily or Blodwyn were here. The former removes my weakness of a lack of raw power, while the latter can forcibly elevate all of my prowesses. Shaking my head, I shatter the ballista against its head, reforming another one as I let it bite into my neck. I can feel the dark light seep into me from its jaws, yet I let it think it has won. Behind its back, I aim the crossbow form from my soul and squeeze the trigger. The air implodes as the bolt moves so fast that it cannot be hurt until it reaches its target. One angel falls from the sky before it ever even reaches me, the fluffy wings fast, but not nearly fast enough to keep it alive against Earl's genius. Nevertheless, the dark light within my flesh proliferates like a plague, and I have to gather all my resolve to fight it back. Until I get back into my body, I can only hold them back. Rapturous isn't working here like it should. All it does here in Bonfire's mental world is hold back the flood. I grab the leathery-winged angel's head and press it against my neck, locking it in place with a dozen living manacles. Then, taking a split second to focus on it away from Bonfire, I use the chains to tighten its own fetters. The angel slows and wastes away in strength in only a moment. Glancing up, I realize we aren't all that far from the tear in the sky resembling a sutured reality. Around us, however, are more angels. They're catching up as Bonfire is slowing down. He is tiring. The looming rift becomes a beacon of hope as I call out to Bonfire. Faster. You need to go faster. Bonfire doesn't reply to me, but I can tell he is doing all he can. Pure infernos surge from his feet, the boots long gone even in this plane of existence. Gouts of infernal blaze echo from his hands, providing even further lift. Moments pass as I continue to use the chains to hold off the angels, but they quickly become too much for me, and I take a risk. The living manacle that is tightly enclosed around Bonfire's leg pulses as I command it to lighten the man's fetters. I watch as his magenta chains recede slightly, loosening ever so barely. and then the world shudders. In an instant, we traverse 1,000 feet, then another 1,000 as we soar toward that rift. Bonfire stares down at me as the two of us get within just a few hundred feet of the shimmering thing. It, even from here, doesn't seem real. It's like a floating stitch in the sky. Rivers of sickening essence flow out of it, contaminating my friend's mind. Dark light. Bonfire reaches down and pulls the link that connects us. His physical strength is unbecoming of him as I slink beside him instantly, the angel still upon me. But not far long. Emmett Knox extends his hand, clasping his palm around the angel's skull. I watch the thing struggle in fear, thrashing about as it slices open my skin, even in its weakened state. Then, the flame emerges, devouring the creature's head and turning it to ash after only a few seconds. Cries come from below as one of the figures on the ground shouts to the sky, its voice reaching all the way up here. She is watching Wyatt Graves. You are hard to see, but not impossible through your companions. She always gets what she wants in the end, and she wants you so badly. A strong soul. That is all she has ever wanted. I discount the man's words as idle rambling and listen to my friend instead as Bonfire grabs my shoulder, ruffles my torn clothing from the bite with a slight chuckle. You best head back. I can handle this now. Thanks. Again. You sure? I twist my head, pressing for clarification. Bonfire has proven to me his might time and time again, but I don't want to lose him. It's not an underestimation. It's simply a caution. Yes, now go. You have things to do in the waking world. I'll be a few minutes, I'm sure. I nod and relinquish the pull of ether for insight. Even as more angels approach Bonfire, I choose to believe in the man. He hasn't ever let me down before. A bloody tang in my mouth is the first thing I taste as I come to my body. The world spins and rotates in my vision as a figure stands a scarce few feet before me. I slowly recognize who it is from the unblurring image in my eyes. A cane, gray hair, weathered face, different colored eyes, arched back, belts of vials, a dozen metal snakes from his back. Eli Weiss. It would appear you have come back to us, little Graves. I was wondering when you'd realize the futility of saving that boy. None can resist the mother below. It is a miracle he has lived as long as he has. My teeth grind as Blodwyn speaks to me, and feeling returns to my body as I gradually force my body to a stand. Bonfire went limp after. This one is strong. Be careful. He already broke Potham. People are coming now, though. All human. I nod to my companion as I inspect my surroundings before answering. Eli does always seem to prefer to talk than to draw blood. Searching around, it would appear Blodwyn delved deeper into the tunnel while I was unconscious. This tunnel, however, has many more paths than I thought. Trembling impacts and emphatic shouts come from one path, while a silent beatdown comes from another. Lennon and Maddox are the former, while Virgil is the latter against the trio. It is as you say, Bonfire is lost. But you're why he lost so early. I point the blame at Eli while hinting that my friend didn't make it. It would be far better if he didn't know just how resilient that flame is. Eli nods with an aged wisdom. I can already tell he's buying time for something. Probably for Bonfire to wholly turn, or for more of his plans to come to fruition. Two can play this game. I'll wait until my friend wakes up, and then we can take him together. It is a shame. The boy had so much potential. I often looked at buying his services, training him, and preparing him for the future. Too bad he had less ambition than a sniveling child. It stunted him too dearly, and whatever genius he had left was lost within those wastes the instant the mother below touched him so closely. As for you, it would appear that your potential is even higher, and you are resistant if not immune to her meddling. I realize Eli is hinting toward the dark light being expelled from my body by Rapturous. Nodding, I let the time pass. I'm under no illusions that I can kill a man such as this by myself. His not attacking me, however, is suspicious. I should figure out why. What can I say? I'm quite stubborn. The underground tree chuckles softly, bobbing his head up and down as he moves his cane to the side. Indeed, you all are. Have you met your father yet? Wyatt. I shake my head back and forth, feeling my body knit itself back together with Blodwyn's aid. This man kicked our ass while I was gone. Bad. What is he waiting for? Those above? Maybe. If they're all human, though I can only foresee them wanting to join me in killing Eli. That must not be it. Weiss nods again, sagely and profoundly, as he turns around, walking down the hallway. He trails his cane behind him as the coiling steam collapses in on itself, the lumen relaxing its danger. I thought so. Your family is so bizarre. Come, follow me. I've spent many, many hours researching your family's past and your origins. There's the bait. I'll have to be careful here. I remain close behind him as he moves. I don't let the man's words sway my resolve, but I do listen. I want to know where we come from, my father and I. And what did you find? Eli Weiss, the most informed man in the world, the most extraordinary mind of all of mankind, an inventor and schemer that makes even Earl seem like a child beginning to learn mathematics, smirks at me before turning a corner. Not a damn thing. The oldest record is of a man named Hartright Graves, the name given by the first himself. Where he came from, though, has no record. No mother, no father, not even a birthday. I squint closely in confusion as a sudden aura of mortality wilts heavily in the air. I am utterly torn away from my thoughts of my family as I take in the structure. Before me, and beyond Eli, is a behemoth of a gate carved from enduring stone. I cannot help but gloss over the canvas of intricate designs, each line etched with the echoes of long-forgotten stories, long-faded lives, and long-gone deaths. This entrance to the underworld is unlike the other we had seen. It stands not as a foreboding portal adorned with skulls, but rather as a tamed gate. No morbid ornaments line the entrance, but the presence of death is unmistakable. The atmosphere, thick with solemnity, carries the weight of countless departed souls. Rather than the macabre symbols I'd expect since I've already been to a gate of death, instruments of science and measurement line the walls beside the gate. They must come from Eli. I glance at him as the candles around us ignite, providing a soft illumination to the scene. The light reminds me of what I was thinking. Then, if we have no origin, what do you know? Eli places his hands on his hips as he peers toward the gate of death, evidently taking in the sight as well. Eli's countenance forces anger into my bones as he seems to care little about the current situation. The fervor only deepens as I recognize that this is probably a facade. This thing is always so enthralling to look at. What was I right? Your family all have a tomb, something missing from an average human. Also, you all have bodies more in line with beasts than any other race. Tougher than demons, yet possessing the ether's saturation to advance at a blistering pace. You all share it. But the most peculiar thing is that I've never seen a pregnant Graves in any of the history books. I open my mouth to ask a question as a body shatters through a nearby wall, rolling a dozen times before coming to a stop not all that far from Eli, and peering closer, I recognize the garb and the scythe that came with him. Virgil. I dive toward my friend as I witness the light from his body fade, but as I do so, a force pulls at my leg. Twisting back, I discover Weiss smiling at me grimly. This is a war, Wyatt. I spoke to you simply to gauge your standing. I have now found it. The cave we're in shifts rapidly in my vision as I slam against a wall, rocks falling alongside my impact. Coughing, I fall onto the ground as I notice the trio saunter through the hole Virgil was put through. None are unwounded, though. Virgil wasn't simply losing the fight. Tanumi's armor is filled with punctures that almost look as though they have broken through, while blood laces her frame. Natos is missing his left hand and stumbles haphazardly. Enodra is the least injured, merely blundering after Timemi. Gritting my teeth, I stand as I hear the pygmy speak to the underground tree. We'll just watch this one, Weiss. No interruptions. Do your thing. Through her visor, I can practically see the pygmy beaming with a smile. Bitch. Eli Weiss nods as he steps toward me, a syringe in his hand that he stabs into his own arm. The blue liquid sinks into his flesh before squirming its way along his veins. Sounds good. You're learning, Timemi. I see hints of your father in you. Opportunities abound. You must take them when you can. This bastard, he's working with the other races? I dash toward the virtue as he shifts his attention to Virgil, my friend holding a gash at his side as he struggles to stand, his legs weak and fragile after his zill. The cost of Shadowless is that all his ether leaves him. Even the passive effects of his sigil are gone. He becomes as weak as a typical human. Sure, his physical strength and skills are leagues above even the most accomplished unsigiled, but it weakens him nonetheless. And in a place like this, that's a death sentence. So, I need to buy him time as well to recover. That's all it comes down to, huh? Time? Time for Virgil to get his ether back. Time for Tomas to show up. Time for the estates to backstab Eli. Time for Lennon or Maddox to kill the other. Bone grows onto my head as my heart accelerates, the pain forging the hard material quicker than ever before. And in synchronicity with Blodwyn, we both push our skills further than usual. My heartbeat reaches over 1,000 beats a minute, pumping blood like no other creature alive. The sheer speed heats up my body to what feels like a boiling point, only adding to the emotions I press into my heart. The first step I take under Tsavuk, a combined zill between Blodwyn and me, shatters the marble floor, and I reappear in front of Weiss with a thundering shockwave. The old man, however, expects me. All of his metallic arms catch the blade from my prosthetic while I notice a glowing pink in his eye as he focuses on the steel. An ale. Eli brings his true arm up while the other holds onto his cane to tap the arm blade looming before him. He smiles as if proud before opening his mouth. What a lad. But you are not enough, Graves. I used to spar with Marshall on a daily basis before he grew old. Everything he's taught you. Let us see who arrives to save you. 406. No lily livers. Eli's grin only continues to widen as a figure appears behind him, the man obviously noticing him. He speaks to his assassin without even turning his head. Each venomous word tightens the bite I have clenched already. What timing, Clarence? Take care of the one on the floor for me, will you? I'll deal with this one. I breathe in again, siphoning ether into my body as my chains loosen even further, and I allow that to spread to Blodwyn. Our heart beats with a thunderous rhythm as I press down upon Eli with even more force, spewing out hate. You bastard! Eli twists away in response, using his cane to center himself as he dodges the blade on my arm entirely. Then, he points the cane toward me. Immediately, that part in the depth of my soul shivers, and I arbalest to the side in response, moving without any care for my own body just as Edmund once did. Bone shatters from my speed, going far beyond my body's constitution, but it's worth it. A projectile slams against the gate of death, originating from the cane. I notice a dent in the stone out of the corner of my eye. My jaw nearly drops because I know how durable that thing is. Even Anwy said she couldn't leave a scratch in it. But I don't have time to remain shocked. Clarence steps toward Virgil on the other side of Eli, so I dart toward the assassins as fast as I can, ignoring Eli. I want the bastard dead, but not in exchange for my friend. A dozen threads of steel lash out at me in response as Eli idly reloads his cane, pushing a ball of purple steel down the barrel. Meanwhile, he steps at me, proving that he doesn't need the cane at all. Moving with the speed only allowed by Tsavuk, I slide under the metal cables and bat the others away while I sprint for Virgil. Yet as I get close, the ground beneath my feet twists, having me fall into it. Kiro's dust. How? I rip my feet out of the stone that melts onto me, but it's not even close to being fast. Each movement is beset by 1,000 pounds of force, slowing me to a crawl. Eli aims his cane at me while I'm stuck in the stone. Raising my right arm, I feel where he will shoot, thanks to Shiver, the hint in my soul. The prosthetic shields my heart and Blodwyn as I layer living manacles over my arm. A force so mighty that I lose my breath. My footing and my sight collapses onto me. I roll dozens of times over before I come to a stop, only a foot from Virgil. Earl's arm that he made me is badly dented, but it's not broken. A mocking voice shifts to genuine surprise as he compliments my dear friend. You thought each ale was a singular thing? No, my boy. Most angels have two eyes, don't they? You see. Oh ho ho. What a lad indeed. Clarence. Eli calls to Clarence as the man stands over Virgil and me. One blade set into a reverse grip while the other is dangerously pointed ahead as he cautiously assesses us. He's just like Virgil, never underestimating a foe and always giving it their all. The silent scorpion nods, and the underground tree sets him a condition that makes me stare at him in awe. When I die, you shall guard Earl Garner. Protect him with your life. Make sure he can rise as high as possible. The boy has an even greater mind than me and far better luck to make use of it. Clarence sputters. The assassin is brought to a stammer because of Eli. As he speaks, Virgil grabs my attention with a slight tremble in 3 of his fingers. Then, too. What do you mean, sir? I thought. All men die eventually, Clarence. It is only a precaution. Now, let us remove these 2 from the equation before the Covenant arrives. Eli strides forward as Virgil, beside me, coughs up blood. The tightly robed man clenches his fingers and gradually gets up, meeting my gaze with a nod. Then, his eyes split over to Clarence. He's going to fight the silent scorpion, and he wants me to hold off Eli. All right, I can do that. His fingers turn to one that is trembling, and I prepare my ether again, building arbalests in my feet. As Eli raises his cane toward me again and Clarence dives for Virgil, my friend's fingers cease their shuddering. An arbalest moves me out of the way of the bullet just in time as Virgil flickers through Clarence's dual daggers. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I see the silent scorpion toss his stiletto-like dagger into the air. It hovers for a moment before hurtling toward a random direction. Virgil reappears right in front of the dagger, hastily forced to flicker again to save himself. In response, the stiletto carves a basin-sized hole through the cavern wall before twisting around, reappearing through another similar-sized hole. I can't worry about my friend, though. I have to focus on my own battle as the ground continues to wrap around my flesh. And to make matters worse, Eli comes in close to kill me himself. His coiled steam wages war against my living manacles, a lumen versus my newest skill, and I quickly realize that I'm not up to the task. The slicing claws at the end of the threads clench tightly onto my flesh, snipping open holes, but I make my way toward the man, even while fighting the very ground below me. Eli Weiss seems to have no weakness. His ails slow and harry me while his coiled steam leaves wounds that add up swiftly and prevent my living manacles from doing any serious work. The man himself is even fast and durable using those vials at his hip. Earlier, he was hurt by Lennon, but a single vial removed the injury. Furthermore, his cane is beyond durable, matching Earl's prosthetic strike for strike. It must have bestowing strand or something of the like flowing through it to be so empowered. That would make sense. Eli is a virtue after all. Sweat rapidly begins to drip from my body as I struggle to resist the man's overwhelming solidity. I stop pressing forward and instead fall back from the man's army-like effect of having no weaknesses. Gradually, I fall back as I realize that Virgil and Clarence have disappeared into a side path. Even the trio has vanished as Eli tosses me into a corner with a shot of his cane. I bring myself to my knees with a grunt as Eli suddenly appears in front of me, his body coming in and out of reality as his other eye shimmers a dark, virulent purple. He can teleport? Fuck. A fist is thrown at him, but the older man catches it with his cane and deflects it to the side. Then, he throws me back against the wall, holding my neck with his closed palm. The current prime meets my gaze with a low, almost imperceptible voice. Stay quiet. Do not move. Just listen. I know you want me dead. Temper your anger for a moment. I flex my strength just once and realize that the man's force is above mine. How? I look all over the man, only to find a cord of red liquid seeping into his sides. The liquid reminds me of pure, unadulterated force, like that of a shot of pure adrenaline. He's drugging himself. That's how he's keeping up. But how? What fucking drugs does this? My mind briefly flashes back to Sakate and how he died. There are substances in this world that push one beyond one's capabilities, but not only are they not without a dire price, but they are absurdly scarce. It does make sense that Eli would have them or be able to make them, though the information lord that he is. I fall limp, letting Blodwin recover for a moment as I let the man speak. This could be a ploy, but he already has me against the wall. The only way I get out of this is with Blodwin and me practically exploding from the force of Tsavuk and several combined gasps of ether. Eli Weiss nods slowly, keeping his voice direly low alongside ether, which creates a current for the noise to directly enter my ear. Still, I have to use listen even to barely hear his whisper. I like you, Wyatt. far more than any of the others who have come from my life. I do not want you dead. Plus, it would make your father seek my life. I am one of the few who knows how he really is, which is viciously vengeful. His deal ends with his death if he breaks it, but he would take that certainty for you. Why survive now to die later? I raise an eyebrow as he continues, holding my neck against the wall. Eli's arm bulges and strains while the other fiddles with something under his clothes. The position we're in counters how he speaks, the calm and composed nature of the man. I will soon be the target of over a dozen angels. No, I already am. It is unlikely I survive. I am willing to take the chance, though. I am not a gambler, but I must. There are no other ways to gain a dominion other than to find oneself in a moment of unrivaled despair. It is in the lack of authority and power you find yours. Remember that. Eli doesn't stop talking, only taking a break to put emphasis on his words. I nod a slight motion, the angel holding the rest of my head into a deadlock. If you're careful, you can survive this, Virgil, too. I've always been quite fond of the man. Clarence is deathly perfect with his knives, but your friend is better. I've seen it. I know you've glimpsed it too. This is all to say, choose your allies wisely. But if you do indeed come for my life, I will defend myself. Even if I do like you. The man releases his grip on my throat, backstepping enough to separate himself from me. Then, I hear Lily warn me. More are coming. Eli Weiss smiles profoundly at me before joining Lily's call-out. Well, hello there, you three. Wherever should the rest of the Covenant be? The underground tree turns around while stepping to the side, revealing a group of three to me. I instantly recognize their faces and frame. Sylvia Harvey, Parker Callahan, Joseph Jeremiah, the slick slider, the hungry hog, and the scalding iron scowl at Eli and at me in turn. The Harvey, who has turned on Eli, spits out pure venom toward the older man. Her skin gleams with an acidic light as she steps forward, the other two pillars following her closely. Your little fucking rat killed Johannes Weiss. This will not go unpunished. I flick my eyes between the two forces as I rub my neck, the bruise gradually fading. Joseph stares straight at me, and I notice him nod very slowly before shifting his gaze to Eli. This is a lot to deal with. I want Eli dead, though. Regardless of what he thinks of me, I will make it so he is dead. The last hour is proof he cannot live any longer. He's made so many people fight between each other while having a fraction of the forces. It's like he exists to order chaos. I give Joseph a slight nod. His lips so imperceptibly move I wouldn't know it was a smile other than the gleam in his eye. Eli, however, chuckles, facing both the three pillars and me. He has done his job, Sylvia, and we both already knew how this was going to go. You'd try and recruit all you could to take me down, only to fail because the truly powerful are independent. They do not want to ally with whoever, only those they deem worthy. Sylvia squints as she flicks her eyes at me. They did try to recruit me for this, huh? That Grimes. Where is he? The slick slider gnashes her teeth while prepping to kill Eli, drawing the hook blade she's so famous for. Is that so? What about Richard Lang, the blinded man? Why did he refuse to help? If you know so much, tell me. Eli's lips stretch ominously as he points above, motioning toward the surface so far beyond us. Richard Lang listens only to the man who beat him. The blinded man has followed the fading primes into Pain Peaks. Who knows if he'll ever return? Lennon is uncontrollable. Maddox is too shrewd for his own good. Tomas, who should be here any second, follows his father's last words far too closely. The non-humans here would listen, but they have their own goals in their wretched hearts. In this one, we all know graves follow no compass but their own. Heads bow until they dislike the strain. Harvey and the common folk, as you prefer to call them, have been bent over for too long. My skin crawls at his words, and something deep inside tells me he is lying. Instinctively, it's my sigil itself guiding me toward the truth. What is the truth, then? What is Eli lying about? I think it's about Richard Lang, and that shard of worry sticks with me. Still, I feel myself stand a little taller as I'm finally recognized among these influential figures. Just a year ago, they wouldn't even deign themselves to look at me. Now, I'm a pivotal figure just as they are. Sylvia presses further into the featureless room while Eli backs up, nearing the wall. The moment all three enter the room, Sylvia sparks up a conversation with me, still staring at Eli Weiss. I know you hurt the old Grimes fellow, but you help us with this, and all is forgotten. Harvey's word. I open my mouth to agree, seeing no reason to, but I halt my action as I remember Eli's words. Choose your allies wisely. He's right. These people will backstab me the first chance they get. I'm a Graves, in a state just like them, but that didn't stop them from fucking over the Shaws. My father and my own personal power may keep them from turning on me, but I need to start thinking big picture, the long-term stuff. After today, everything will change. Why make allies with such people? At least Lennon doesn't do betrayals. He's batshit crazy, but he's upfront. He's honest. If I am to choose an ally beyond those I already have, I suppose an honest monster is better than a dishonest man or woman. Still, that doesn't mean I should disagree. I just shouldn't put any heart into it. There is also the chance that a few of them aren't as bad as I imagine. The old ones definitely are, though. Sylvia? There's a chance she's not as rotten. Nevertheless, I'll keep my eyes open. I give Sylvia a nod just as pounding footsteps emerge from the hallways. A brilliant surge of light, followed by a well-built man with twin swords, sprints down the hallway, stopping just on the other side of the three pillars. Tomas. Bonfire. The underground tree's jaw hangs open at my friend being alive and well, even as the blaze from Emmett is far more silver than they used to be. It's no longer half and half. It's closer to 70-30. He's losing the battle. How much longer does he have? I don't know, but I'll be with him the whole way. Now the sides are relatively even. Tomas, Bonfire, and me, Sylvia, Parker, and Joseph. And finally, Eli is on his lonesome. When they enter, Eli claps, and my skin crawls at the noise, remembering all the other times. I raise my prosthetic in preparation, but Eli doesn't cause an explosion or cave in. Instead, he shakes out the looseness in his muscles. Now, this is a party. There comes a time when a man can no longer run. And I must say, you six, I am thrilled you are all here in attendance. Now let us be. Eli Weiss. A doubled overlaid voice cuts through the air and halts Weiss' words as the wall beside Sylvia shatters, tumbling out two figures locked in combat. Sylvia leaps away from the wall, putting her arm before her two companions, and I back up as well. To my surprise, the slimmer figure that comes rolling out is Quakes, with her blade already submerged into another angel's stomach. A shocked gasp from beside me tells me who the other one is. Cousin. Jarvis Harvey kicks away Kate, even as her blade rips out a mountain of blood from the man. Vincent's great-grandson of a direct lineage, who all thought was only a sixth sigilled, rolls toward Eli Weiss. He sputters out blood as the older man reaches down, a syringe emerging and stabbing into his flesh. What are you doing to him? Sylvia rushes forward, and I won't stop her. She practically glides across the marble floor full of rubble, but is halted by a cobalt blue great axe that extends precariously from Jarvis' hands, resting upon her neck. Sorry, cousin. You know I do jobs for money and rewards. Eli simply has more to throw around. Promise me an axe. Back away now, or we'll have to fight. I don't feel my great-grandfather would appreciate us reducing the 3 to 2. I pause utterly, frozen by all the people appearing out of nowhere. Are this many human angels all along? What the fuck? What were they all doing? Twiddling their fucking fingers? I inch forward, rage building inside at all the things that have been simply allowed to happen, but Eli manages to calm me without even trying to. Easy, Jarvis. You haven't been an angel for long. You're not her match, nor the Wendigos. Deal with Tomas. I'll take the others, okay? I'll still make you a lumen after all is said and done. Jarvis' seeping wound closes before my very eyes as Kate brings her blade to bear once more. Nothing will stop Quakes as Demon's Bane points right for her target. Vincent's great-grandson shrinks back in poorly concealed fear of Kate, while Eli steps forward in retaliation. Eli Weiss laughs jovially before pulling 2 eyeballs from his pockets and crushing them with terrifying swiftness. He meets Kate and Sylvia, the 2 women close enough to hit him, should they swing with a smile. The old man is utterly fearless against all his opponents. I'm beginning to see why Marshall respected him despite all that he's done. He's scum, but he is not without his virtues. For '07, Eventuate Iron. Maddox sees Shadow Atkins. I feel the calluses on my non-dominant hand thrash against my jaw as I slide the dripping blood from my nose off my face. All the while, my right hand doesn't budge from Ocean's tempo, and my eyes don't lay off Lennon. Instead, the grip tightens, my fury rising with every second. This fucking bastard. He's ruining everything. I had so many things prepared for this. Lil Par couldn't come this deep inland. But that doesn't mean I didn't have extra forces. I made deals with practically half the world for this. The Grayskin's High Prince promised to come, but I can't signal him with anything other than Eli's blood. The southernmost race is odd, but their innate ability to manipulate blood and shadows is incredible. And Gianth can teleport to any blood spilled near his own blood, even from thousands of miles away. The vial in my pocket is the connector. There are other scenarios like this, but fucking Leninhull, NWYN, the Evernighted Edge, is too scared to show his ugly mug after he saw what Lenin did to Karn. Karn's greatest rival amongst the demons doesn't possess nearly the same metal as the Nahalo Spearman. And I can't even get close to speaking to the other demons because of this fucking bastard. My teeth grind as Lenin's hair waves in the air, the unopposed smile on his lips practically mocking me. He's doing this on purpose. He plays the dumb, meathead swordsman, but the only thing he is unknowledgeable about is ether. Edmund did not train any incompetent soldiers. I'm not afraid of a fight. In fact, I'm confident I'll win. Lenin has been an angel for less than a year. Even if he has managed to procure a dominion, he won't be able to stop me. Plus, Autumn should be laying down that vat of water any second now at the top of the hole to help. But I won't win without some sort of loss. Lenin is strong, very much so. In the best case scenario, I'll be exhausted after our fight. The worst case, I may lose a limb or two with those bladeless slashes of his. But I can't dawdle any longer. Eli Weiss has the sigil I need. I need to be the one to kill him and take it, advancing to the 9th sigil. Still, I don't have my dominion yet, but I'm virtually positive I'll get it today. There is no way such a battle doesn't deliver it to me. A deep breath fills my lungs as I give the approaching man another once-over. Lenin's missing arms were a thing I lorded over him. Perhaps I should have just killed him. No, I definitely should have. But who could have known Lenin would awaken a dominion outside of a fight? Absolutely unheard of. I twist the cutlass in my hand, the long saber-like blade echoing the currents of air around Lenin. Only with Ocean's Tempo's trait to sense air pressure can I even remotely predict Lenin's attacks. They come from nowhere but his soul. But still, they have signs of origination. If I had my own dominion, things would be easier to counter, but alas. Sprinting forward, I toss my ether out haphazardly, knowing I can't pull any punches with this man. A tailwind thrusts me ahead, the air accelerating me to an unseen speed while crashing waves form around me. A vortex of water begins to form within the air above for later use. The water protects me like a cocoon as the air shimmers to my right ever so slightly. A bladeless slash cuts into my water, but the liquid slows it enough for Ocean's Tempo to meet it. Nevertheless, the force of impact sends me reeling. I stumble to the side, corralling a lake's worth of water from the very air with vortex, a difficult thing to do on its own, to block another duo of strikes. I quickly fall into my own rhythm as our dance of blades begins amidst the clash of elements, the cutlass in my right hand deflecting yet another wave of violence. My left hand, clenched into a fragile fist, weaves through the air, pulling all of the droplets of moisture from the cavern. They swirl and converge, forming a miniature tsunami that snakes and undulates at my command. It soars straight for Lenin as I dive at him. Yet, the man, with a simple nod, cleaves the 20-foot-tall wave of consolidated ether in half as the waves turn to sparkling surges on each side. Insane. I even imbued lightning ether into that. The plasmic ether's effects are not enough to outpace this man. The bladeless monster is left unscathed as he steps forward. Curdling my fingers, the waves answer my call, twisting backward with a life of their own. Between the wave and me stands the swordsman without arms, a paradoxical foe. His soul-forged blade, unseen but undeniably lethal, lashes out independently of his body. I twist to the left, forced into a slight kneel from the sudden strike. His dominion is exceptional, not that I've faced very many. Still, it is only another obstacle to overcome to reach my goal. Immortality. I want to live forever. I want to be invincible. I want to never have to war. Another onslaught comes, a swift and unpredictable movement of the soul-forged blade. I raise my cutlass and conjure a watery shield along the blade, the fluid barrier absorbing the spectral impact. Then, I flex the invisible muscle between my hand and my claymore. A shriek of lightning bulges out, lashing into the air toward Lennon. The clash reverberates through my bones. Still, I wade through the forces, even as I watch Lennon cut the lightning bolt in half. The bladeless monster smiles, his face lowering as I can only see the top of his pupils. I always wanted a claymore like that. Beautiful, powerful, lively, electric. I suppose it's a bit too late now. Or is it? The madman slows for a moment, and I shout at him, trying to stop this fight as soon as possible. With every second, it seems less likely, but I can't just give up. Things would go so much better for the both of us if you just turn the fuck around. We can still end this. I'll let you have the claymore if you help me kill Eli Weiss and the Covenant. Lennon Hull raises his head as I approach 20 feet, the striking distance for Ocean's tempo. When swung, the blade has air that extends far beyond the steel. However, a chill runs down my spine as Lennon's eyes don't even meet me. They phase right through me as if focused on something else. Something greater. This is a duel, Maddox, and there is but one rule. One shall live. One blade will be broken, and the other shall be sharpened. His words rile up the sea of anger that I've kept deep within my veins. Insane. What got into him? Just a few days ago, he was a lost animal, directionless, and without power. And now, fuck. I let it all out as he charges toward me with gleaming eyes and shattered marble beneath every step. A blade of his comes for me, and I swing mine in turn. But before we even make contact, I retaliate with a deluge of water, shaping it into a swirling torrent that surges toward my opponent. The liquid force collides with the intangible blade, creating a momentary clash of elements. It's a brief respite, but the soul-forged slashes persist, each one carving through the air with an eerie precision. Only to meet my steel. Pure, blue-hinted lightning screeches out alongside the horrible wail of crossing blades. This time, however, I don't deflect his blade. I press forward, the cutlass in my right hand guiding the way as the lightning surges up and down the metal, shattering his intangible blade with a yawp. Then, the air from the blade continues, opening a gash across the man's shoulder. Lennon bleeds just like any other man, yet he is unable to touch the wound like the others. Water dances around me as I dart forward, forming protective barriers and fluid blades that deflect the ethereal onslaught. Finally, I'm close to the man, close enough to strike. Yet, with every step I take, I earn another wound. The soul-forged blades pierce through my defenses, leaving trails of ethereal pain in their wake that rapidly shift to clotting blood. My movements become a delicate balance between offense and defense as I swing for his neck. Still, I'm not close enough. As he learns to cut, even the wind followed by lightning. This isn't normal. Dominions shouldn't grow this fast. Gritting my teeth, I press on, covering my own flesh with water to help lessen the pain and heal me from my wounds. Closing the distance with another lash to my back, I unleash a torrential wave, aiming to engulf my adversary from behind. The liquid is submerged with my ether, and trickles of lightning are hidden beneath the surface as well. Lennon responds with a kick backward. To any other being, this would look so simple and weak, so feeble. But to me, I see the very air shudder under the wake of his movement. A collapsing wave of force rends my wave in two, but I already knew that would happen when I sent it a moment ago. As his leg is raised, I dive in, cutting for the outstretched limb from 100 different directions. Lightning, water, air, and even my blade itself meet upon the man's pant leg, seeking to remove a third limb. Lennon, bladeless monster hull. A lethal threat hurtles toward me, aspiring to cripple me from one of my few defenses left, my speed. It is clever, a carefully concocted strategy by Maddox. He always has been a tactician hidden beneath that facade of cruelty. So, I shut my eyes as the elements eke toward my flesh. I've been on the back foot since Maddox decided to put his all into the battle. I expected this. The only question is, am I weaker than when I lost my arms? Or am I stronger? Am I better with a physical sword, or with only my soul to guide me? It must be my soul. I let time pass, delving into myself. If I am the blade, then the blade is me. I must temper myself. I must hone myself. I must perfect my blade. Inhale. In the calm, storms brew. In the storm, the calm is the most fatal. I can still the thunder to a murmur. I can halt the waves to a trickle. I can pause the hurricane to a breeze. I am a blade, unfazed, rain held down upon me, and it will be met with not with steel and blood. It will be bisected by flesh and bone. Exhale. My flesh falls to the earth, the steel of Maddox's claymore cutting into the marble below as my leg rolls along with it. Not a mote of pain or surprise washes over me. Calmly, like that of a still patch of ocean caused by the intersecting war of a half-dozen seas, I raise an invisible hand. I can practically feel every vein in the arm that bears that hand. I can grasp onto each muscle along the shoulders that creep into my back. A blade can have many forms. It is formless in essence. All it must do is its job, to kill. That formless hand clenches around a shapeless, intangible sword, identical to my long-broken partner. Dia. She is 4 feet in total length, slightly short for a bastard sword such as her. But I've loved her since I first got her. A slight whisper comes to me from some hidden part of the blade. I will fail you. Of that, I'm sure. I can only smile at Diameter Maddox backsteps, the fear in his eyes evident. But he ceases his retreat after only a step. Instead, he presses toward my outstretched, phantasmal arm as I reply to my claymore. I have learned a valuable lesson from this man, and it is because of that I must attempt to teach him one as well. He cannot run forever. He cannot reach the peak without putting it all on the line. My dear Dia understands. I am sure she does. I know, but that is the only way we grow stronger. Every time we break, we are forged ever more durable. I will fail you too, Diameter forevermore. I swing my arm outward like I have done 1,000, no 10s, no 1,000,000 times, just as I have cut into open, unblemished air 1,000,000 times in training. 1,000 times a day, just like all the others, I cut toward Maddox Adkins. The Vitru contorts his body in a panic, doing everything he can to dodge the strike. Rivers of water crash against my Diameter, tornadoes of air slash against my Diameter, thunderstorms of lightning strike against my Diameter. Still, she holds, even with cracks and blemishes. Finally, she meets Maddox's own blade. Dia comes to face with Ocean's tempo, and for a tiny instant, I hear my blade creak worryingly. I will fail you. I let the words wash over my mind as I hold my faith unaffected. I press upon Maddox even as the squirrely man attempts to retreat. My lone leg restricts the force I can summon, yet Maddox cannot simply run. Still, fate seems to deem him fortunate. Deep, trembling pain racks its way through my body, mind, and soul as I watch Dia break once more. Her fragments shatter into 1,000 directions. Yet as she breaks, Ocean's tempo suffers a visible crack across its edge. Maddox and I are both catapulted from each other from opposite forces, his waves and my claymore. I roll along the soggy marble, bleeding profusely from my leg as I grasp for her again. My vision shakes. It trembles as I slowly lose the calm. My heartbeat trembles erratically, reminding me that, in the end, I am only a man. No matter what I tell myself, it will never be true. There is a sword, and then there is, I will fail you. That is fine. A bolt of lightning soars toward me, but it is weaker than before. Maddox's lightning comes from his blade. And you heard it. Again, I waver outward, and the lightning is split on each side of me, leaving me unharmed. No one has ever broken a lumen before. Nothing has. My arm stretches out and hauls me to my single foot into a stand. I stagger and use to the feeble balance. Maddox stares directly at me before peering at his lumen with a tight squint. Shall we end here, Lennon? You have proven yourself a mighty foe. That is what you want, yes? What do I want? I gaze upward as I still feel Dia's handle upon my missing hand. There are many things I want. Yet, what do I want most of all? Do I want to save the world? Do I want to make it a better place? To remove all the threats from humanity? No, not truly. Those are the wishes of my mentor, things I will do if given the chance. I do not want to disappoint him, but there is a more significant crisis, disappointing myself. Do I want to help this man before me discover himself? To become more than a broken shell of a man, the one shattered by misfortune? I will have given the chance, but it is not my priority. What do I want? What? I want. Maddox nods toward me, as if telling me to spit it out and give up. He doesn't understand. No one does. I came here for my mentor, lying to myself about my true intentions. I can only hold it for so long. I do not want to save the world. I want to be the strongest being alive. I want to cleave gods with a hand and remove all threats with a blink. Why? Why do I want this? What could possibly make the depths of my soul seek this? A challenge. You seek the most difficult road. To prove yourself to yourself. To prove that anyone can become anything. If you can do it, so can anyone. After all, Gia's voice overlaps with Edmund's as I realize neither is real. They are only figments of my own insanity. Yet, what is real matters not to me. Their wisdom is true, and that is all that matters. They have guided me faithfully so far, never straying from the path. I am but a common man, no special lineage or talent, no family or gifts to guide me. Only this blade here and myself. Right now, Maddox Atkins is the strongest human alive that I can face. Eli is even more squirrely than he is, and not as strong up front. Furthermore, gods do not count, and Killian Graves might as well be dead. The sea shadow gives me a bizarre look as I realize I spoke aloud. Blood trails from the third limb I've lost, possibly for eternity, as I stare down Maddox Atkins. And I want to kill you. The man's eyes widen as I swing Dia again, launching myself forward with a tightly condensed monster upon my only leg. The force is so profoundly focused due to my missing limbs that it almost counteracts the fact I'm missing a leg. Maddox raises his blade alongside all his other elements. They strike at me from a myriad of positions, stabbing into my flesh of moisture, gnarling my skin with scars of lightning, and assaulting my bones with the wind. In the end, our blades meet again, his only way to protect himself against mine. And again, Dia shatters, sending me bounding away in a heap of blood. I will fail you. Again, I stand, summoning the strength I only have in my dreams to swing Dia once more. She reforms, stronger than before, and meets Maddox's blade again. Still, we fail. Stop this, Lennon. What are you doing? Dying to break my blade. Again, Dia forms, and again, I swing, kicking myself forward with what little energy I have left. Maddox is getting nervous. He wouldn't speak otherwise. This time, though, Dia isn't the only thing that breaks, for a deafening wail marks Ocean's tempo's demise as both Maddox and I stagger backward. Yet, a blade forms behind me to catch my momentum as I bleed all over. Hopping with a single leg, I grab the blade, feeling Gia's grip upon an intangible hand. This time, she is confident. Nevermore, even if I break. I nod with a vision that alternates between being grayed out and far too colorful. And then, I swing her once more, cleaving all of Maddox's defenses in twain. Nevermore shall I lose. A body falls in two halves before me, a shocked and indignant scowl on the sea shadow's face. Blood pools, staining the water that he had ripped from the air during our fight. If we fought on the ocean, I might have lost, but here, I prevail once more. 408, dog soldiers of mud. Virgil, flickering wraithbone. Two daggers dance in my hands, swift and precise despite my latent exhaustion, as I mentally command the hovering carnation to anticipate and respond to Clarence's every move. Every inhale is like fire within my chest. At the same time, however, each movement is carefully calculated and perfectly timed. Yet a blade, hand, leg, or elbow blocks me every time. Clarence Love is not an ordinary adversary. Amongst all the threats I could have chosen to face, the silent scorpion is my mirror. We fight the same, we act the same, we even talk the same. The battlefield is almost like a dance floor where each step is a calculated strike or a fluid parry. Carnation, the scythe from that angel Wyatt and I killed back in Blackreach, meets Clarence's dagger-shaped arca as I slide underneath it, striking for his leg with both blades. In return, Clarence flips backward, disengaging entirely, and chucks out a series of knives toward me. I deflect multiple before trudging toward him. The sweat that seeps from his face is the same as mine. I can see it in his eyes. I know the feeling. Both of us have left a trail of fallen foes before crossing paths. We've both already killed today. We've killed many. An angel or more for him. I'm exhausted from using Shadowless, but he is in a similar position. Our battle has been a slow burn, even from the moment it began, yet neither relents. As our blades clash, the air sizzles with tension that only rises as the war beyond us grows more heated. Eyes lock in a silent understanding of each other's prowess. Then we disengage, deep, rasping breaths coming from both of us. Clarence nods to me, uttering his first words since his appearance to me. You learned everything a dam could, and then you surpassed them. I must say, I am proud. I squint in the brief moment of respite, and Clarence notices my confusion. He flips the legendary Arca in his hand, showcasing it to me. I saw it earlier, but at the moment I can finally admire it for what it indeed is. Sire's Stiletto. The peak of artifacts shaped into objects, the rarest kind of artifact. The dagger is hundreds of years old. No one even knows who or what manner of creature created it. There is a straightforward truth. It can pierce anything. I was given this as a gift for my efforts. You see, I was the one that devised the methods of war, combat, and training for the damned. After all, who would know best other than the only man to escape from the estate's first dam program? Everything you know, from your knives to your guns and even your movement, it all comes from me. A well of anger and hate rouses within me. This is him. This is the one who created the awful, gut-wrenching regimens I had to go through. My fists clench around my daggers as Carnation shifts just a bit in the air. But I force down that anger. It will only get me killed. I know what he is doing. It's precisely what I would do if I had more information about him. Goad him, get him to strike. Baiting out a weakness is one of the very first lessons. I walk sideways, circling Clarence as we speak, searching for a vulnerability. Is that so? If you came from a similar program, then why do you follow them so closely? Clarence's eyes tighten for a moment, as if hiding some story, but he quickly recovers. If I hadn't explicitly been watching for a hidden reaction, I would have missed it. I do not follow the estates. I work for Eli Weiss. I correct the man. You kill for Eli Weiss. Clarence nods, a bit of sadness tinged in his movement. That is correct. Simply the world we live in. Some people need to die, and I do the killing. My breath slowly stabilizes as I feel a bit of my ether saturation fade. It isn't much, but it's enough to not worry about killing myself again. That near miss with death in the waist taught me the horrors of going too far. Still, the suffering was not without reward. I both recover faster and can withstand far more than before that shit show. And am I one of those that has to die? The silent scorpion hesitates for a moment, shifting to the balls of his feet. I immediately raise my weapons as I can tell what he will do next by his body's position. He must realize he will not find an opportunity with words. Perhaps. Legs kick off the marble simultaneously, and we're off against each other. Our movements are a blur of steel, and I attempt to seize an opening the moment we reach. He dives forward with Sire's Stiletto, and I carefully let my dagger meet his, careful not to cross edges. Blades interlock as I slide mine down to have my wrist hit his wrist, and as our eyes meet, I toss a kick toward his leg. Yet, he anticipates our ankles meeting in a momentary stalemate. Swiftly adjusting, he twists his leg, attempting to trip me. I, however, slide to the right, leaning just low enough for the hovering side to slice toward him. The gleaming blade arcs with lethal precision, a silent executioner for any other foe. Clarence, caught off guard for a split second, maneuvers to evade the side's reach. As he does so, he flings his second dagger into the air, and it soars straight for my neck. I contort my body, barely dodging the tip of the dagger as it clatters against the floor behind me. The fight rages on, teetering to a slog of exhaustion, and fatigue claws at the edges of my stamina. My hands, each wielding a dagger, are a blur of calculated strikes with dripping blood and sweat as we nick each other. My poison versus his poison, our training against each other's as we gradually tire. Carnation, the scythe, hovers patiently nearby as I knock on the door of acute ether saturation. I can only move it one more time. I have to save it for a finishing blow. As time passes, Clarence and I both use less and less ether. At this point, I lower my physical enhancement, relying only on my passive bonuses from my sigil that extend to my form. Still, because of our statuses as angels, we move at a rate that would blind any mortal. My opponent, equally weary, mirrors my movements with a fluidity born of perfection as we both slow, but don't lose our edge. The daggers in his hands become extensions of his will, as do mine, and the air is punctuated with the tense sounds of air punctured and clothes scathed. Suddenly, we lock blades once more, parrying each other's strikes with a barrage of metallic clashes. The pointed dance evolves into a flurry of quick footwork and nimble dodges, each of us probing for an opening. I spin left, lashing out an elbow as he returns a kick to my stomach. I flip my arm around, catching his leg as Clarence hurls another knife at my eyes. In a sudden burst of energy, the threat of a dagger in my skull fueling me, I duck under the blade and shoulder Clarence, creating enough space to throw my own knives as he stumbles. The gleaming blades sail through the air, 8 in number, 2 for each nook in my fingers on my open hand. Yet, Clarence gracefully dodges, displaying an agility that belies his exhaustion as he leaps to the side, batting aside the extra I set to predict his movement with his flurry of motion. Seizing the moment, he counters with another swift throw, aiming to pierce my defenses. In a nimble twist, I evade, feeling the whoosh of the blade and the heat upon my cheek as it grazes the air beside me. A small red line falls from my cheek as my mask falls to the marble below. A moment of silence, and peace reigns as the cloth hits the floor. Clarence Love squints at me as if finding something remarkable. I let out a hearty gasp of air, attempting to buy even a second as my eyes trail the dozens of knives stabbed into the marble around us. You don't have to follow Eli. You can be your own man. You must know that what he does is too much. There are better men to follow. The silent scorpion earns his name as he shakes his head and darts toward me. Not a single noise comes from the man, even as he sprints toward me. Still, with every passing moment, we slow. He sent you here to die. So what if you kill me? What about the others? How many does he expect you to kill? You are but one man. The dance continues despite my words, and in a daring move, Clarence persists in his charge, not deciding to feint at all. I let him come close, locking my knees as I duck below his daggers and twist my body, throwing him off balance. He sinks a reverse grip blade toward me, but it's not the Arca, so I shift my form just enough that the tip grazes off one of my hidden blades. The tang of steel buys me but a moment as the collision earns me a crimson sprawl along my arm. Seizing the opportunity, I perform a skillful throw, sending him sprawling to the ground. But as if defying gravity, he rebounds with astonishing agility, leaping off the ground with only his hands. Nevertheless, he is now in the air. With my right arm, I reach over past my new wound and draw the single dagger etched with blood. Then I launch it toward Clarence. This is not a simple fight. Ether might not be the main component, but we are using every aspect of our forms. Our hands, our legs, our elbows, our heads, hell, even our shoulders. Everything is a weapon to Clarence, and for me, it is no different. And all it does is manage to make the actual weapons that much more deadly. Clarence shunts his hand to deflect the dagger, but even the sire's stiletto is too slow. After all, its owner is exhausted. The blade sinks 2 inches into the silent scorpion's chest as he falls to his knees. I do as well, clutching my own chest as I seek desperate air. Each wheeze is punctuated by darkened blood, the poison leaching my strength even with my resistances. My lungs burn of exhaustion, but I cannot simply relax. Together, in synchronicity, we kneel in misery and fatigue. I raise my head, peering at my peer, asking him a lone question that I would hate to answer. But I do so because I just have to know. How many tonight? Clarence inhales a deep sigh, ripping the blade out of his chest as he laughs slightly, seeing the purplish tint on the metal. He knows it's poisoned, just as I know the ones he's hit me with are as well. Funnily enough, we are both highly resistant. Angels? 4. Other? No idea. Hundreds? I nod to the man, astonished by his efficacy. An assassin is worth a dozen of any other kind of soldier. I was taught that a long, long time ago. How many were human? The silent scorpion continues to break his silence. 3. All estate. You. I answer him as I gradually rise, feeling sensation return to my body as I fill it with air again. 1. Ding. Clarence chuckles softly, an odd sound that reminds me of a canary's cry of some sort. Without knowing, I know this is a very, very rare noise. Impressive for a newbie. I laugh right back at him, tracking my feet after myself. Every step is a hassle on its own. Yeah, pretty impressive for an old man. The pillar shakes his head, rising to meet me. He flips the stiletto in his hand, dropping the other dagger. Then he glides the tip of the stiletto along his palm. Blood sinks out and forms an identical dagger, though this one is see-through and carnadine. I'm not that old, barely 45. I got a whole lot of life to live. I dart toward him, kicking off the marble and sending him one last offer. Then don't live it under a tyrant. This makes Clarence pause in his tracks. His eyes hover over me as the air in his lungs exits excruciatingly slowly. The daggers in his hands tremble lightly as he posits me a query. And you? You follow that boy. Why? Will he not be the same? Lusting for power? At least Weiss knows what kind of monster he is. He fights against it every damn day. I've seen it. He might be cruel, but he is, at the core, human. A little piece of me shudders as I think back to all the shit I've done for Wyatt. The things I'll never tell him. The attackers I've killed while he slept. The trackers I've hunted down and removed. The informants I've threatened to an inch of their lives. The weeks I've gone without sleep to let him rest. I've done so much dark shit that'll never see the light of day to preserve his light. The glimmer in his eyes every day he wakes. I cannot let him ever lose it. I was so worried he'd lose it if he fought Ryder. Duels like that change someone forever. At least he doesn't seem to have changed for the worse. Why? Why have I done all that? It's simple, and it's not. The only monster inside Wyatt Graves is the one that has been forced upon him. He is still a child, pure of heart, even if tainted in soul. He fights vehemently for what he believes is right, and nothing will stop him. He is a force of nature. Clarence nods deeply, poking toward me lightly with his dagger. From our distance, however, it means not a single threat. MHHM. And what if that force of nature believes in something that is wrong? Will he change his ways? Or will he stubbornly ram us into the abyss? A leader must be wise, but they must also be willing to change course. I bite my lip, wanting him to see the point that so few are willing to. Must there only be one leader? How many can say they are both physically and mentally powerful? It takes decades of experience to ever wield these daggers like we can. Not even Weiss can boast that he is unrivaled in intellect. The only pillar to support the current prime wipes the open wound at his chest, sealing both the poison and his blood inside with a scrap of his shirt. Then he counters me. Exactly. Weiss knows his limits. He knows when to halt, when to charge, and when to think. He is madness harnessed into intellect. He is needed to destroy the gods. Desolation shall be our spear, and Weiss mind shall be our greatest shield and support, just as he always has been. How else could we have survived while Desolation was off on his merry world trip? Eli Weiss and his mind kept us alive. I sigh, feeling exasperated. Some of his points are true, and that is the worst part. Wyatt is stubborn, and for the most part, that is a good thing. Yet if he happens to be overcome with the call or goes off the deep end, things could get bloody. So, what is this? What is today? Are we all supposed to die for some grand plan? Clarence Love shrugs, even the right hand of the prime, not knowing the whole story. Yes and no. Today is a gamble as the estates and the angels they've sought to hide finally lash out alongside Maddox. Everyone has been biding their time for Desolation to die or be wholly gone. Now that he is warring against the gods on his lonesome, they have struck. Eli wants to reach his dominion today. If he doesn't, he will die. I laugh, finding a man of such planning to be reduced to a simple gamble to be absurd. Really? Come on. This has to be some kind of trick. Stop lying. A gamble? With Weiss? All I hear is horseshit. My mirror shakes his head, lowering his hood finally to reveal his shaven face and severely short-cut hair. His skin is tanned the same color as the desert sand, even the flesh upon his dome. At a point in life, things can no longer be certain, even for a man such as he, Virgil Boone. You will understand when you reach that point. All the best must gamble should they wish to become better. It is a law of nature. Even desolation is no different. Deal with the devil, or you are dealt with. I can only clench my daggers tighter as I flex the stream of live ether that connects me to carnation. I'll have to kill him. I already knew that, I suppose. I just didn't. I'll tell you what. I can't promise much, but I'll leave you, Wyatt, Tomas, and that crazy pyromaniac alone. The others? I know we agree. They are awful. Together, I think we could cut the numbers down massively. What do you say? I return Clarence's gaze as he offers an open hand to me. But I can't take it. No, Eli must die. He has done far too much damage to this world, to our people. How do you not see that? Clarence flips his hood back and forth as he strides away from me, holding his stomach as blood trails behind him, leaving footprints in the white marble. He raises a hand backward to me as he sheathes his stiletto in its lodging upon his hip. As he walks away, though, I see that his eyes do not leave the floor, as if he is frozen in contemplation. Perhaps he doesn't believe as stalwartly in Eli as I thought. We have all damaged our world, but few can fix the rot after. Weiss is one of them. Try all you want, Virgil. We need the genius. You know better than to bring personal feelings into a coming apocalypse. The second collapse is upon us. Would you rather a child or a wise man lead us? I'd rather the old man, even if his hands are bloodied beyond any means. I want to attack him. I want to stab him in the back. I want to end Clarence's life, but I don't. He's the one who walked away from this fight, not me. Plus, just as he says, I cannot bring feelings into this. He promised not to hurt any of us, only those from the estates or other organizations. Ironically enough, an assassin's word can be trusted more than all others. When we say we'll do something, we'll do it, and nothing, not a damn thing other than our death, will stop us. So, I trudge after him, limping all the while as we both seek to rejoin the fight in our unique way. I wonder how it will be. I haven't fought alongside another damned in a long, long time. 409 Calamity Jane. Wyatt Graves. A shadow practically whizzes past me as Jarvis Harvey saunters after Tomas. A blue-tinged aura surrounds the man, and I strike out at him with the scythe blade from my prosthetic. The edge, however, slides right off the aura with the sound of clanging against steel. The bluish color wobbles slightly, yet before I can slash at him again, the man is already past me, and I have no time to worry about him as the world turns white. Dozens of high-pitched, screeching noises ring out into the cavern, bouncing off the marble and re-entering my skull. Alongside the cacophony of hell are sudden flashing lights more radiant than even Vernon's brightest light when he was alive. I stagger backward, the pain lashing through my eyes as I seek out a way to peer through the ocean of white. The blood streaming through my body accelerates once more as Blodwyn reactivates his Zill, and in return, our hearing amplifies. Through it, I can see once more, though the sight isn't all that good. Tomas is already out of the room. A suspicious Ruger-sized hole in the back wall is shown to me through the echoing blasts of noise. The sheer level of noise makes it difficult to view everything as I hold my head, the pain only continuing to rise. Nonetheless, only two beings in the room are unaffected. Eli Weiss, of course, seeing as he is the one causing the awful clangor. And Quakes. No, she is affected, but that woman has never needed her eyes. She has a single one that is far, far better. Mia is a guide more accurate than any instrument or sense. The two in one body, just as Blodwyn and me, cut at Eli Weiss with what appears to be reckless abandon, the precision hidden underneath. Kate's body heaves with effort of every motion, and she moves with such alacrity that I can't help but be surprised. Mia's might is shown again and again as she holds off Eli's coiled steam, the wires unable to stab the woman. Instead, they are thrown off course or directly held still as Quakes cuts the wire with the blood-hungry demon's bane, and Mia uses her power to leverage psychic force. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of continuous flashes and concussive screeches that tear through my senses, I stumble through the disorienting battlefield toward Kate and Eli. Rapturous helps a little bit, but there isn't much actually in my body to remove. Most of the effects are continuous. Even as they break through another wall, with the former throwing the latter through the wall with raw mental force. The world around me is a maelstrom of dissonance, my sight and hearing bombarded by relentless shocks. Yet, I manage to navigate through the cacophony, relying on Blodwin's aid to find my bearings. Gradually recovering from the initial shock, I sprint toward the fray, entering the tumultuous skirmish between the old man and the swordswoman. Yet, as I do so, I have to be supremely careful. The aftermath of Weiss' continuous light is evident in the fallen figures around me, some writhing in pain, others crawling forward in a vehement struggle against the noise and light that follow him into the other room. Kate, undeterred by the sensory assault, persists in her relentless assault. I catch up to them, observing for a moment as I build my ether. The strain upon my mind is not light, and I'll have to use burdenless soon. Despite that, I hold on for a better time as I admire Quaket's growth since I last saw her. The swordswoman's attacks are a flurry of motion, slashing, stabbing, and utilizing her mind to throw bricks or slow the old man. She is the only one here, including Eli Weiss, who is utterly unaffected by the noise, as even the old man has a pair of goggles on with cushions upon his eyes. The battle unfolds with rapid intensity as the woman maintains a relentless offensive, her rage, hate, and desire for vengeance unmatched. Some of her energized screams even tear through the disorder. The old man, slippery and resourceful, counters with an array of tricks every time they clash. Eli twists his hand just as I get close, vanishing from view as a simple brick takes his place. I search around, already knowing he can teleport, only to find the man right behind me. I contort my whole body in rapid alarm as his cane points toward my head. Before he can pull the trigger, though, a marble brick slams against the side of his head, thrown with telekinetic muscle by Mia. Weiss takes the hit directly, stumbling backward as I leap at him. Quakete is already on her way, too, but Eli is just too agile and unpredictable. Again, he teleports away, but this time, he swaps places with Quakete, leaving my charge falteringly halted. I practically trip over my own feet as I search for the man, now where Kate used to be. I grit my teeth as Mia speaks into my mind, warning me and giving me advice. The noise and light are both Arcus. This transposition is an Arco as well. Or, I think, it could be one of those ales. Blodwin will learn how to recognize them soon. This one is Crike's Pandemonium. It is as old as the Thunderbolt Titan. Do not use any projectile weapons. Only commit to an attack you can stop on a dime. Otherwise, I reply to the mental connection she set up, understanding her lengthy words wholly. No, Lily. Not that she's ready anyway. Regardless, I don't want to repeat Edmund's death. This means he'll swap it and hurt one of us. Got it. Hands, swords, and knives only? With Blodwin's sight of sound that can pierce through even the madness, I witness Quakete nod. Mia also replies to me as we both go back to back, watching Eli Weiss step around us. The old man's cane smacks upon the rubble without any discernible sound due to the concussive noise from him. Joined with Kate, our movements fall into a rhythm of shared purpose as Eli darts toward us, the old man's frame a false facade of his physical prowess. Our shared hatred of this man comes together as I let Lily slide into my left hand, her ether preparing to strike on its own. The rounds aren't ready, but she can still do damage. At the same time, I pull back the blade in my arm. I need to be careful with how I attack. I'm not as dexterous with the arm blade as I am with my hand. Still, how are we going to kill this bastard? He has so many tricks up his sleeve. The old man constantly shifts his position as he approaches us, like a flickering shadow. The teleportation affects my vision the worst as I can only hear him if he makes a sound, and the effect of the Arca somewhere on him produces no noise. Nevertheless, I hold confidence that we can win. He can't keep that noise up forever, nor the light. All Arca bear a price, just as all powers do. Eventually, the cost will overwhelm him. Whether it's blood loss, headaches, dizziness, or something more insidious like organ failure, it'll reach him. Kate's claymore trembles in the chaotic light when the man nears, and I dart toward him, expecting him to swap places. Yet he doesn't. As I hold back my strike, Eli Weiss grins, sinking down as he unleashes a shot from his cane straight to my gut. I double over as Quakete follows up, cutting vertically to bisect the old man. Despite her speed and the brutal frenzy coming from Demon's Bane, Weiss flips his hand, and I swap with him. Her blade stops a fraction of an inch from my neck, only to redirect itself toward the underground tree without a moment's notice. Coughing, I wipe my stomach as the bullet from the cane falls out, replaced by flesh and blood. Sending a silent thanks to Blodwyn, I rejoin Quakes. Damn, if she wasn't so acrobatic, I'd have lost my head. Shaking the thing still there, I refocus. Time passes as the old man eludes our grasp with every strike, swapping places with us, as if the air itself were his canvas. The clash is practically a dynamic puzzle, constantly rearranging itself, and Eli Weiss is the puzzle master, able to put the pieces wherever he sees fit. Wires materialize from nowhere as he vanishes from my sight, snaking through the air with malevolent intent. One moment, they are invisible threads, non-existent. The next, they solidify into deadly strands as coiled steam reaches for my life. Kate and I can't land a single hit, nor can we even commit to a full attack without the fear of hitting the other. Realizing the impediment of fighting together, I try to back away, but Eli Weiss won't let me leave. He assuredly recognizes the advantage he holds with multiple people to transposition with. Nothing seems to work. A calculated stream of attacks meant for Weiss only strikes empty air, and suddenly, he emerges from an unexpected angle, thrusting his deadly cane. I don't manage to dodge this one, either, basically eating a bullet as it collides with Blodwyn's mask of bone. I tumble head over heels backward as I feel the cacophony let up and the light die down. Once more, I can see properly. Still, the light has its after effects, forcing me to squint as Kate charges the man once more. Turning left through the open hole in the wall, I find Clarence Love creeping into the room of fallen and struggling angels. My heart skips a beat as Bonfire is the closest to the silent scorpion, but the man strides right past him, heading for Joseph. The implication of his arrival is not lost as a furious rage rises from the depths. The scalding iron rubs his eyes and ears as he attempts to stand, only to feel a dagger slide within the crease of the back of his neck. I shout for them all as I watch the light leave his eyes. Watch out! Clarence is killing Joseph. My howl of alarm gets some motion between Parker and Sylvia, but still, the two are hardly able to move. Yet, they don't have to as a flame engulfs the region for a moment, forcing Clarence back. It singes Sylvia and Parker, but it's evidently more of a warning than anything as Bonfire gradually returns to his feet. The man doesn't even have his eyes open. Clarence retreating gives the two angels just enough time to recover enough to gain their bearings. Sylvia nods to me before rushing in my direction, hauling Parker with her as she gives the unmoving Joseph a firm nod. The scalding iron is dead, a fact confirmed as I witness his chains vanish. Dismay overwhelms me for a moment as yet another legend is dead. I don't feel sad purse, but it certainly is a negative emotion despite him being an enemy. And before I could do anything to help, two figures crash through another wall. Only one of whom I recognize is hiding behind a woman with blackened flesh. Billy Grimes and the powered woman with him move to kill Clarence. Gunshots resound as Clarence strides forward, meeting a bullet with the stiletto dagger in his hand. I freeze as my hate only continues to rise, unsure if I should join the two in killing Clarence or focus on Eli. A shadowy foot kicking the side of Billy Grimes' gun to divert it from Clarence answers my question. He's still alive. Good. I was worried. Seeing that Virgil is fine, I run back toward Eli now that more are joining the fight. Bonfire is right behind me, his hands blazing with a potent silver flame, only the depths of the heat charcoal in color. All the while, Quakes has been facing Eli, only receiving saliva and Parker's help in the past few moments. We all converge together on the old man, even as he continues to swap places. However, the cooperation between all five of us against Weiss is far from seamless. I can't wholly trust Sylvia or Parker like I can Quakes, while Bonfire is simply an awful person to have to cooperate with. He's strong, but none of his attacks are something that can be readily harnessed. All in all, while providing more threats to Weiss, we also offer the old man openings to escape and retaliate. As the skirmish unfolds, tension simmers beneath the surface of our alliance, creating fractures in our attempts to corner the underground tree. Sylvia is pissed at Bonfire for almost burning her, while Parker glares at Kate for nearly cutting his head off. The old man exploits these divisions, slipping away just as we believe we have him cornered. I don't let my eyes leave either of them, even while attempting to kill this man. Still, exhaustion slowly sets in, both for Blodwyn and me. Stepping back slightly for a reprieve, I hear a distant clamor through Blodwyn's enhanced hearing. Tilting my head, I feel a seismic rumble jolt the cavern, a mere prelude. The marble wall virtually bisects itself with a deafening roar, creating an opening in the cavern. A rush of air accompanies the event, stripping away the old man's left ear as he attempts to evade the impending catastrophe. Yet he cannot entirely dodge it all, as he cannot activate his Arca in time. The whirl of air is simply that fast, faster than a thought. Suddenly, a man without arms emerges from the newly created opening, sprinting into the fray with a bloodied figure. Furthermore, he is so bloodied that the missing leg is less of a concern. The cavern halts in silence for a moment as Leninhull comes forth. The implication of his arrival is transparent and without any room for potential fault due to his personality. He has killed Maddox Atkins. I don't know what to do for a second as Lennon pounces toward Eli. The old man is barely fast enough to swap positions with Sylvia, who can hardly defend herself from Lennon's careless slash. Seeing them attack, I get into motion. Watch where you're fucking aiming. Lennon doesn't even give the pillar the time of day, rushing right for Eli Weiss with a bloodied smile. Looking closely, I track the bastard's missing leg, but he walks all the same. How? Blodwyn answers. Soul. Dominion. It is altering itself to act as arm, leg, and blade. I nod slowly, hardly understanding, as the battle only grows more heated. Sighing, I breathe in deeply, tugging on the muscle of burdenless to emit the misty ice from my body. The saturation within my form vanishes in a moment, removing all hints of mental fatigue and the leftover ether from overuse. At the same time, though, Blodwyn reaches deeply into my bones, taking heed of a skill I crafted specifically for him. Excavator has the ether shoved into my marrow ripped out as yet another burdenless comes to fruition. This time, though, the mist emerges from my heart. The mist is blood red and fades into the air as Blodwyn releases a sigh of relief. Then, I sprint ahead just as a familiar figure struts into the room of chaos. I nearly fall over myself as I stare at him in awe of the feeling that surrounds him. Tall, short hair, with a rapier at his hip, a tiny scar below his right eye, and the aura of a shadow. It's almost as if he's not here, yet he is. Squinting, I feel a familiar sensation that I just can't place. Tyler Shaw stands amid a battleground where only angels should tread. I stare at him as he watches the others attempt to kill Eli Weiss. His head twists slightly, pointing his nose directly toward me. We have met before? Have we? Interesting. I sense that our time has crossed. I never forget a face. For a moment, I think I know what is happening, that this man is the vessel carrying my mother. But the truth immediately shifts as I see a familiar brook echo with a phantasmal image behind the man. Eli Weiss even shouts at Tyler Shaw despite his struggle to survive. Shaw, think carefully about what you are doing. Do not do it. I raise an eyebrow in total confoundness as Tyler Shaw smiles, displaying a fearless attitude. He strides right past me toward Eli, walking directly beyond Sylvia's shocked face. The sixth sigil continues even as Clarence's living but unmoving body ragdolls into the room. I spot Virgil flicker behind me as Billy Grimes returns, threatening Tyler Shaw. Return to your home, Shaw. You are not meant to be here. Do not do it. Tyler Shaw spins slightly, meeting the gaze of every single angel while I'm still lost in the moment. What is happening? The Shaw pauses the entire battle as even Lennon gives him hesitance. I'm the last of House Shaw. The family you all treat like dirt has kept the shadows from the past from devouring us. You have hunted us down like dogs, yet you kept one alive in case the shadows returned, a mistake. Dying has never frightened me. Tyler Shaw sidesteps Eli Weiss coiled steam with an alacrity that belies his stature. The curious thing is, though, that the slumbering don't stop him, nor do the pillars. Only Weiss attempts, and he fails as the other angels protect him. Nonetheless, the last of House Shaw doesn't cease his words, even as the Prime endeavors to kill him. I care only for the goal that has eluded my family for millennia. When you fall into the river of time, Weiss, pillars, slumberers, cast into the darkness of oblivion, realize that the sands you reside in are the very same that live within my veins. Not all Shaws are dead yet. A man is not measured by his life, nor is a lineage. They are measured by their start and their end. Tyler Shaw finishes his words as the man literally vanishes. And the instant he does, I remember the multiple times I thought I saw something in the mist. It was him, Tyler Shaw. But how? I have little time to ponder as the phantasmal image of the river of time behind him grows more distinct, but it doesn't feel dangerous. Instead, the sand spread out from the image, wrapping around Lenin, Quakes, Virgil, Bonfire, and I, those who are here specifically to kill Eli Weiss. Confusion grips me as time literally slows, similar to how the hourglass worked. Only this time I can move. It's not quite as powerful, though, at most crippling the passage time to half pace. The man turned into time speaks to me through the sand, and most likely, the others who gained his boon. Kill them all. Give our race a reset. Do not end today with only the tree's death. Let this be my family's final gift to humanity. Take lead, Graves. You are like my family. We have been chained, beaten, and slashed in numbers due to fear. Take lead. As I consider Tyler's words, the Shaw, someone I hardly even know, a man immediately takes advantage of the last Shaw's vengeance. Leninhull swings for Eli Weiss with his intangible blade, and the old man is just a tad bit too slow this time. Half of Weiss' wires are cut, and a gash goes from the man's shoulder to his hip. Liquids seep out of him as he funnels more inside with his belt. But the rest of us pounce despite the surprise appearance of Tyler Shaw. Even the slumberers and pillars help, but I keep my eye on Billy Grimes. To me, he's the most significant thread after we kill Weiss. I know little about the Shaw and less about his family, but he's right. Today cannot end simply with killing Weiss. So many lives depend on who wins this fight. For now, I toss away that thought, though, and rush Weiss, feeling everyone to be significantly slower than before. No matter what happens after, we have to first kill the old man. 410 Shirk Steel. The cavern reverberates with the collective assault on the shifting old man. Nearly a dozen of us, allies and erstwhile foes alike, converge on this bastard. He teleports frantically, appearing and disappearing with disorienting speed. Eli Weiss manages to force us to friendly fire each other, but it is not enough. All of us want this asshole dead. No matter how many artifacts he pulls out, he will die here. We all sense that as he steps back further and further into retreat. Still, he is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. In one hand, he blasts outwardly with that cane while the other hand pulls a tiny spine from his pocket, the whole structure having to come from a miniature figure. Nevertheless, it possesses a magenta glow upon its fetters. The moment the spine is revealed, everyone surges in a double action, striking Eli with all we can. Lenin unleashes a half-hundred slashes. Quakes stabs with Demon's Bane and Mia's Mind. Bonfire blasts enormous infernos. Sylvia cuts the wires with her blade and frosty edge. Virgil swings his scythe at opportune times, and I release a ballista at the old man after using Burdenless. Even with Tyler's odd boon, we still aren't able to put the old man down quickly. We're faster, swifter, and more deadly, but it's just not enough. The battleground is nothing but a storm of chaos, with Arcus and angels firing off domineering forces. Slowly, Eli is pushed through the halls of the underground cavern. The baby's spine finally meets Demon's Bane head-on as Eli is abruptly cornered, and a bizarre wave of ether is released, freezing Kate in place. It is a cruel manipulation of time that locks her in a motionless stance. The only reason I even know the element of the Arca as the bone shatters to nothingness is that pieces of sand fall off Kate like those Tyler bestowed. Yet she is still frozen, even if she is slowly being freed. Regardless, the old man's desperation becomes apparent. He cannot seize the advantage, for the rest of us press on with relentless attacks. Lennon guards the woman fiercely, as if protecting his goods as a merchant. There is no kindness or care on his face, only a future desire. If I didn't know him better, I'd worry he would do something unsavory. All that man wants is a fight. He cares for nothing else. Though they're fairly close, closer than anyone else is to the monster, at least. It's not impossible he does it out of compassion. Eli Weiss, once the epitome of mockery and superiority, is now utterly silent. No words, no moans, or groans escape him as he fights to survive. His focus is singular, and his every move is a calculated response to the onslaught. Even as blood drips from his body and sweat slithers down his flesh, he is serene. It's a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. This is the real him. This is Eli Weiss, the most extraordinary mind in the world. The focus he must be able to reach is unrivaled. Despite being outnumbered, the old man doesn't only lose footing. He lands attacks, damaging everyone in his own way. My ribs are crushed in during one particularly nasty shot with his cane, but Blodwyn recovers them after a few moments. Virgil gets a hand broken, Sylvia has her scalp ripped open, and Bonfire is hit with a kick that sends him into the floor. As time passes, I only grow more and more impressed with the old man. I thought, after all the other angels I've met, someone like this, calculating, deceitful, and creative, would be weak in a fight. Didn't Marshall say he was stronger than Eli, too? Wait, he probably was at least at his peak. Undoubtedly, in his final moment. Not one of us, not even Lennon, has quite reached Marshall's final punch, but still, this isn't what Marshall alluded to. Eli's ability to contend with a far larger group is both awe-inspiring and vexing. Between the Arca, coiled steam, the cane, and his vials that are constantly supplementing him, he is far greater than what Marshall must have thought him to be. He hid his strength, not just for days, but for decades. He might not be Marshall's match in a one-on-one, but with his tricks and manipulations, he is perfectly set for such a war. Yet, as the battle wears on, the relentless barrage takes its toll. Weiss gradually slows, his movements becoming more sluggish as the vials that sustained him begin to empty. The tubes that delivered healing, speed, and strength begin to break, one by one, and the old man's once invincible facade crumbles. The relentless assault has depleted his reservoir of tricks, leaving him vulnerable. His teleportation slow, his landed strikes fall in number, and the ones that strike true of ours grow in number and lethality. Still, he doesn't fall quite yet. That doesn't mean he won't soon, though. I dive forward, the bones in my left hand shifting under Blodwyn's focus into a spear as he hides our ether. Lennon darts to Eli's front as I go to the side. The bladeless monster swings a formless sword, cutting through the last of Weiss' syringes. The old man stumbles back, even while retaliating with the cane. As he does so, I jab toward his side. The underground tree reacts wildly, thrashing the cane toward me, but a shadowy form catches it with his hand. Virgil, open mouth, gasping for air that doesn't exist, my friend bears the weight. That leaves my bone spear sinking into Weiss's side. It's not the first wound that he's taken today, but it's certainly a meaningful one. Eli brings forth a final object, sweltering with an aura that nearly blinds me, one in the shape of a pendant attached to a pitiful string. It rests in front of my eyes for only a fraction of a second, but then the pain arrives, the pure, unrivaled agony of glimpsing into a god's true might. I thrash and fall backward as Eli sputters out a quiet laugh. Knew you could see it. While I'm contemplating the best way to gouge out my eyes and what the hell that thing was, I hear Weiss get skewered by another. Sylvia, you bastard, what did you do to my cousin? My vision only begins to return as Eli is tossed backward, blood showering the slick slider, only for Quakete to join in. She removes his left arm, the one carrying the pendant. Mia must have noticed its importance. At least the two of them are back in the battle now. I didn't think that artifact would last forever, but it went on for too long. Nevertheless, I keep my right eye closed, the one that has peripheral vision of the pendant, while Kate swings for Eli's head. Yet the swordswoman misses. The underground tree unexpectedly falls to his knees, gasping for air mid-dodge, a revelation that beneath the veneer of his formidable mind, beyond his tricks and over all his artifacts, he is still just an old man. It's a moment of realization, a testament to the inevitability of mortality. The once silent cavern is now filled with the echoes of a relentless battle that quickly dies down to nothingness. We all stand around his kneeling form for just an instant. The fractions of seconds that pass are not enough for anything meaningful to take place, as we are all repositioning or preparing to attack, but a voice cuts through nonetheless. Would you like some help, Weiss? I can call my father here if you would seek his help. You would only have to serve us for the rest of your life. Leviathan can make the contract. Above, upon the ceiling, rest Timemi and Nodra, and Nados as they stand on structures created by the pygmy's metal. Immediately, Lenin swings upwardly, with only a nod, but Anodra, clad in Nado's light from the demon's outstretched arm, deflects the hastily made formless blade. Eli glances up as he coughs out blood, catching Sylvia's lethal blow with his remaining palm. The blade cuts deeply, nearly severing the hand, but he endures the weight successfully. Standing, I come closer to finish him off, but as the man speaks, a wave of pressure fills the air. It brings me to a stop, and it originates from the pendant beside me. It is pure, raw ether, brought forward without form or function, but authority nonetheless. It simply exists and brings all to their knees, except for Eli, as the old man tosses Sylvia's claymore aside. How can I make such a deal? At my side walks hope that humanity will surmount all its adversaries. In the face of all that insists I turn back, that I betray, or that I kneel, I carry on. This is my oath. I have been a coward my whole life. Here, I'll make a stand. If I do not, what authority would I ever wield? That of a coward? Of a rat? Blodwyn beats my heart in a continuous rhythm, heightening the pressure instant after instant. But it doesn't matter. I can't move. Squinting, though, I find Lenin gradually getting up. His knees are creased and shivering, but they are moving. Looking even closer, I see a translucent aura around him, his very chains expanding in a gaseous-like state. His soul. No, his dominion. That's what's letting him move under this. Again, I try to move, only to fail. Instead, Eli Weiss runs a hand over the open hole beside his heart. The old man stands and walks toward Quakete. His steps are slurred, feeble things. But he reaches her before Lenin regains his footing or the old man loses his own. I spent all my life earning riches, but when I die, I cannot take anything with me. Wealth and bought power are nothing but dust when the winds come. Death cannot be stopped. Wealth does not matter, neither do the tools we use. We leave the world empty-handed after the most precious treasure is dealt unjustly. Time. The old man bends down and taps his fingers on Kate's forehead. And the moment he does, I see that same translucent aura cover him as it does to Lenin. Only Weiss is far more extensive and more condensed. It encompasses Kate like a bubble as a second one covers her head. Quakete's eyes widen as it seems like something has happened to her. But it is now that Lenin stands holy. As with all other times, he swings no blade, but the air moves in accordance. However, Eli has nothing else to protect himself with. No more tools, no more artifacts. But it doesn't matter. He raises his hand and clenches his fist. I see his dominion shift just as Lenin's does, and the two clash, both souls intertwining as Eli's soul does something peculiar. It moves just as Mia's power does. Can Eli also manipulate things with his mind? Makes sense, I suppo. A sudden shift in the old man's dominion sends invisible shockwaves through the cavern. As it engulfs me, I see a mirror block out the entirety of my vision and shatter into a million pieces. In that fragmented reflection, I witness a lifetime of struggle, failure, and determination unfold before my eyes. The mirror projects the silent oath Eli Weiss once made to the world, the promise of a naive young man that he would make it better. But as the awful scenes play out, the oath becomes cracked, shattered, and twisted. The young man, once full of hope, discovers the harsh truth of reality. Cold, dreadful, and near hopeless. Dead bodies line Eli Weiss past, stacked up more than any person I could ever imagine. It is a literal mountain of people who have died for him to reach this point. He had little talent, far less than even Lenin Hall. He could hardly even sense ether, let alone use it. Only through decades of experimentation, struggle, and sacrifice of others did he reach this point. Unlike Lennon, he did not brute force his way to power. He schemed, lied, and cheated every step of the way. The negativity of all that death swims around me. Pain clouds my mind, rendering me utterly still. I'm trapped in the reflection of the shattered mirror, drowning in the weight of the old man's torment. The onslaught of emotions and memories becomes overwhelming, threatening to consume me. Yet, in the midst of the darkness, a blackened hand emerges, pulling me out of the swirling abyss. The touch is a lifeline, grounding me in the present. I grasp onto that hand and blink away the echoes of the old man's past, returning to the ground of the cavern. Focus. I nod to Blodwyn as I realize he is the one who saved me. But at the same time, I find Lennon against the rocky wall, his neck shrinking as if being choked by an invisible force. Opposite him, Eli stands with a raised hand. My eyes flitter to Kate as she is still frozen, her mouth agape and nearly comatose. Looking at her, I remember Kate's power, Emia's power, mirror and shift. Eli just used both of them. Oh no. Is that? Lennon sputters out air, gasping for life as intelligence returns to his eyes. The fucker broke out of mirror all on his own, even when bolstered by Eli being the one to use it. At least I had Blodwyn to save me. What a monster. Still, he's against the wall as spiderweb-like cracks emerge along the rocks from the sheer pressure Lennon is under. Eli's mind breaks bones and shoots blood out from the swordsman's body. This is going bad. So fucking sideways. I clench my teeth and try to stand again, only to fail, my muscles not just refusing to move, but being unable to. Not like this, damn it. It's that fucking pendant. It's outputting so much ether with that weird feeling that it is able to keep anyone without a dominion from even moving. What can I do? Bonfire and Virgil are both still out of it. So are the pillars and slumberers. Even the non-humans have fallen from above to land on the marble floor of the cavern. What can I do that they can? Glancing around, I see the dense ether suppressing everything. It even suppresses Lennon and Eli. But their souls are able to prevent the ether from affecting them in the way of their dominions. Souls. Souls. Living manacles. I reach for the skill, giving birth to the slithering chains from my flesh and soul. But they can't even leave an inch from my arms. It's not enough. I need more power. More condensed ether. Living strand is not enough. I don't think plasmic ether would be either. This ether, it's almost fucking solid, like a blanket over us all. My eyes catch on my surroundings once more. There is condensed ether all around me. Huh? Eli steps toward Lennon, choking the man to death as the underground tree's sliced-off arm flies to him. It attaches to his amputated arm as sewing needles come from a pack. While executing Lennon, Weiss performs surgery. I thought Maddox would be my greatest threat, as I could easily see him reaching a dominion under the Primary's effects. But you exceptional doesn't even begin to describe you. Your sheer existence breaks what I once knew. You have given me the internal strength to fight against death. Against death. The underground tree stands right before Lennon as he raises his other hand. It clenches slowly as the surgery isn't complete, but the pressure on the armless swordsman missing a leg nearly doubles. I must thank you, Lennon Hall, the human who shattered every limit, broke each and every rule. Not even my dear friend Desolation can boast that he withstood the Primar as a power. You are a once-in-a-millennia talent. No, that is disrespectful. This was not talent. There are no words. Truly, to describe what you have done in words is impossible. Seeing you rage, war, and beat yourself against reality, against fate, and against your own cards has given me the courage to overcome my own. I inhale a deep breath as the man speaks, siphoning as much ether as I can into my lungs. I immediately cough and choke as it's like breathing in logs of wood. But I continue, even as my chest burns in pain. My lungs contract again, siphoning even more air. Lennon's death isn't something I necessarily want to prevent. The man will surely come after me eventually, but he cannot die now. Eli said it himself. He's the biggest threat. He's the second strongest person here, even missing 3 of his 4 limbs. With all of them, there is no doubt. Eli would already be dead. What have you named your dominion, Lennon? I would like to know. A final respect, if you will, from a man who rarely practices such things. Eli Weiss lessens the force for a moment, allowing the bladeless monster to speak. And he does so, even if he rages with each of the two syllables in defiance. Diama. My lungs attempt to push out the ether as it tastes and feels nasty, like something I shouldn't touch. It's not invasive, only far too dense and powerful. But I don't care. I grasp it and yank the ether toward my chains. I contort it, forcing it to obey me, not taking no for an answer. Pain explodes within my skull, and yet I continue. As Eli breaks into laughter, thick, knotted, and curling chains come from my skin like malformed bones. That is so fitting. The name of your first sword, correct? I see. They should be meaningful as they come from our deepest parts. I shall call her Icarus, then. It is after my daughter, Lennon. You can cut anything, but me? I can do so much more. I just have to be careful not to reach for too much, lest I blow. My worry and paranoia of his dominion explode as I toss my chains not toward the man himself, but instead the primar. Inhaling even more as I feel my brain practically implode, I wrap the warped living manacles around the pendant. I command the fetters to weaken the thing, to tighten around it, to allow the others to move and fight. Before I even do so, as if in preparation, shiver ominously contorts my whole body into the fetal position. Still, I wrap the chains around the pendant without faltering. The pendant, a source of ether with freakish allure, seems to resist my efforts. It retaliates, not out of conscious decision, but as if driven by an ancient force, something far more ancient than any artifact I've ever seen. It makes Anawai's few hundred years of life seem like a baby. As I struggle against the pendant, the world fades to black, and in the void, a colossal creature emerges. It's a crocodile of unfathomable size, a behemoth that towers over me to such an extent I'm not even sure how large it is in this void. Nevertheless, its scales glisten with a muddy sheen, reflecting the eons it has weathered, and its eyes blaze with an intensity that hints at oceans of knowledge. The crocodile's presence is both majestic and foreboding, something I recognize instantly to be a god, or from a god. The pendant, I realize with a shudder, is not just a mere trinket. It is an object hewn from the corpse of this thing after it died. Every scale, every ripple of its powerful muscles, seems to exude an ancient authority that transcends the boundaries between mortal and godly. The chains strain against the weight of the pendant, an attempt to shackle a force that predates the very concept of mortality. I practically fall to my knees as it merely stares at me. The force of the ether from before multiplies, and I stumble all the way prone. Even my eyes sink to the ground from the weight. Yet the chains hold. The force is towering and absolutely unstoppable. But it has no master, no mind, and no direction. It simply is. 411 Snapperhead. I yank the enormous manacles with all my might, but they don't budge even the slightest bit. They refuse to. This being, this long-dead god, is far beyond my capabilities to control. And yet, I can hold it down, even if only for a few moments. As I bear the weight, I feel something inside me crystallizing. It's hard to describe, nigh impossible to pinpoint, but I relish it. Against the planetary weight upon my mind, I tremble with exertion as I am compressed more and more profoundly. As its authority, its dominion crashes against me, I feel something inside growing as I refuse to submit. Abruptly, however, my vision sputters and the chains break at their very seams, though not from my own malfunction. A whirlwind of pain surrounds me as I end back in the fetal position. Fire races up my spine into my skull before circling back around as I see Timimi standing over where the pendant once was. An object rests in her hands as I watch her lips curl up, her helmet already distorted and half broken off to reveal her face. Grunting, I urge my body to move, but it doesn't. The remnants of that blaze in my body holding me down. Before I know any better, though, a concussive shock knocks me rolling as Kate lands beside me. Even Lennon scrambles to a stop on the other side of her, as well as bullets fire from Billy Grimes and infernos wash from Bonfire. Everyone is back up and moving. We can still win this. Mia, however, is not as optimistic. This is good as shit, Wyatt. Somehow he's locked Kate and me out of our powers. And now he's using them. Don't let him touch you with all 5 fingers. And watch out for his last vessel. Kate and I got all but one in the past few months of hunting. I should have warned you earlier, but I was too lost in the battle. I nod a smidge in understanding as the lack of vessels finally makes sense. I had been wondering where they were, but it would seem Quakes went on a vendetta-fueled spree of murder. Well, not really murder. Why am I getting sidetracked? My eyes lock back on a teeming as Lennon and Kate rush forward, still roaring to fight. They sprint at startling speeds for Weiss, even as he holds a dozen bullets in the air from Billy Grimes with his mind. He twists and throws them at the two with nary a swipe, forcing Lennon to bring his own dominion to bear. It's teeming. No, it's that pendant. It hurt me. My soul. It harmed my soul. Onyx warned me about that, right? I think she did. I shake my head, attempting to get it working right, as a pair of hands pull me to my fight. Looking to my left, I find Virgil's face right beside mine. He whispers succinctly despite bearing many words, keeping his voice low and indiscernible to anyone but me. Should we run? This isn't going too well for any of us. If Eli steals your power, with how much you've bolstered it, he might kill us all in moments. He's already shown to be able to use multiple at once. I consider his thoughts for a moment before I remember another fact. There is still someone who has not joined this battle in any fashion. Onyx, where is my mother? There is zero chance she is already in the underworld. Not only is there no way she sneaks past Eli in such a manner, I don't believe she would leave me like that. She needs me, plus she has been more caring lately. I wouldn't dare to say she is motherly, but she is at least attempting to hold me in any sort of regard that is above human in her mind. It's the most I think I can ask from someone as devoted as her. Onyx is here somewhere. No, my mother is here. We only have to get her to join the fight. What do you think she is doing? I propose a question to my shadow as Virgil disappears, flickering toward teeming, who is turning toward us. A dagger sinks into her skull as metal explodes out of the woman's head in defense. An oversized scythe tears through the air just in time to protect Virgil as he hangs onto the weapon. Virgil retreats to me as teeming eyes us and then stares at the object in her hands. She weighs it, lifting it up and down before smiling. Then she nods to Anodra and Nados. Leave us be, human. It is time to go. The Primar is better than advancing for now. But we are not done. Not even close. Wherever you go, I will find you. And with that, the three hurry off, running right by Virgil and me toward the abyssal hole that let us all down here. I give them an odd glance as they take the absurdly powerful and bizarre object away. I don't have the focus or effort to spare, though, so I merely let them go. As I do so, Eli Weiss manages to corner Billy Grimes, even under the attack of all the other angels in the cavern. Weiss, with one hand behind himself to shift away attacks, claws Billy Grimes' skull. The whole hand clenches around the old man's forehead, and then Billy Grimes convulses before falling to the ground. Eli then twists and catches a bullet with his mind. Immediately, I feel the entire cavern's tension switch. Sylvia screams into the open air, while Weiss retrieves a dozen bullets from his side pack, where he had been storing all that he had caught. Hide! Billy's power is acceleration. For only the slightest instant, I wonder why that would matter. Then, my brain connects the dots. It's so apparent that I dive to the ground, covering my brain with my prosthetic as Virgil flickers in preparation. Shift, and something that accelerates normal bullets to the level that they could pierce even Blodwin's bones. This had to have been his plan the moment he awoke. That dominion. He's collecting the perfect combination of powers. Mia's for control, Billy's for power and purpose. And then I suppose that Kate's was simply because she was there. What do you want next, then? Virgil. Eli hasn't teleported in a while. I bet the Arca has run itself dry, or that he cannot use it anymore. The best defense I've ever seen is to simply not get hit, which Virgil is beyond specialized in. The instant I come to the conclusion, the hail of bullets finally arrives as Eli hurls them outward with the same force as my old ballistas. Holes appear in every wall around us. Some, like Lennon, manage to cut the bullets, unimaginable feats to all others. Yet, the majority of angels are struck at least partially. Bonfire stumbles to the floor as a chunk departs his side and another leaves his hip. Kate tumbles against the marble without her or Mia's powers to defend themselves. Sylvia has half of her jaw removed in a gruesome graze, while Keely Dewey manages to withstand the blows and only slides backward. Parker Callahan, however, is also put down, the pillar slumping to the floor without motion after a hole emerges in his chest. As for me, a hand reaches out from the void, pulling me in with him before puking as rays of iridescent colors blind me. I immediately close my eyes, knowing better, until I hear the sounds of the cavern again. It all takes place in less than a second, but the body collapsing beside me in pure exhaustion tells me that things are not ideal. This is going bad, real bad. It's just Lennon, Keely, and I. Virgil is grasping at the marble dust, practically praying to stand once more, but I shake my head and lay my hand on his back. He needs to stop. I got this. I give him assurance that I can't afford to give, but the older man nods with belief. Then his eyes fade as he falls unconscious. Virgil has so much trust in me. The raw knowledge places a weight upon my shoulders as I stride forward, each footfall a lesson in determination. Without that pendant, I can rejoin this fight. For stand in a triangle, 3 of us now surrounding Eli Weiss, but we are all exhausted and near unconscious. My vision is constantly flickering and wobbling, but I know they're all just as bad as we, in synchronicity, take a moment to recover. Lennon has a single limb left, just one leg. The amputated wound has been sealed by curdled muscle, the man closing it through sheer force. Still, his eyes are lidded, and his skin absurdly pale. He has very little left in him. Keely, a woman I didn't know existed until tonight, stands even worse off. She has all her limbs, but the black ether that protected her is utterly faded. The zeal that guarded her against any and all damage is gone, leaving her susceptible to the very next strike. Not to mention all the already open wounds dribbling red ichor onto the stained marble. And Eli Weiss, the man himself, is not much better. His cane is gone, forcing him to be slouched over despite his grand might. The underground tree coughs profusely before shifting his eyes over to Keely. But I know the man. I know what he presents is not what he will do. If he wants to kill Lennon, he needs to be able to entirely dodge those strikes, for blocking them is not enough. The only way is Virgil's power. Despite my thoughts, though, I'm not sure if I can stop him. The only reason I'm even standing amidst these 3 is because of Blodwyn. Keely is an old angel, gifted with high saturation and varied techniques, and she joined the battle late. Eli Weiss has a whole sigil above all of us, on top of all his tricks and whatnot. I'm positive he used an elixir at some point in time to reset his saturation too. As for Lennon, he is simply a monster. Enough said. Nonetheless, I stand beside my friend, allowing manacles to burst from my form. They are slower, thinner, and more lax than before, as my soul has been damaged, but they emerge regardless. Eli Weiss notices this, his pupils trailing over me, and despite him not showing it, I know he has realized that I know. Seconds pass in unadulterated tension before Weiss unexpectedly makes the first move. He sprints right for Lennon, diving toward a possible death. I watch as both of their dominions contort, but I stand still, knowing better. Get your ass moving, Graves. Keely shouts at me, but I ignore the woman. She follows after Weiss with enough momentum to puncture holes in the marble below. Lennon swings formless blades at Weiss, who barely manages to deflect or catch them with his stolen power. Then, just as Keely steps past the incapacitated bonfire, Eli finally reactivates his artifact. The man swaps places not with Keely, but with Bonfire. My heart practically bursts out of my chest as I watch Bonfire, by the slightest smidge, not get decapitated by Lennon while Eli Weiss tears his fist through the back of Keely's chest. The same effect that surrounds Billy Grimes' bullets encompasses the genius hands, while Mia's power also bestows a greater force as he rips out the angel's heart. Keely falls to her knees, wide eyes and starkly colored, before having her fetters fade to nothingness. Another angel is dead. It is such a shame most can only have one power. The combinations, they are near limitless. Shift and snap are wonderful. I might just keep them forever, but that's a bit more complicated, huh? My eyes wrinkle as Lennon steps toward me, circling the man while using an invisible sword as a cane. I can see it via his dominion shifting underneath my side of chains, but to everyone else, it would be a mesmerizing sight. If anyone else could see it, that is, I inquire into Eli's words, wanting to know more about his dominion. The man does like to speak quite a lot, so I simply hope he indulges me. And how many can you take? Eli's lips rise a tad, as if mocking my question. He shakes his head with an answer. No, no, no. I'm not going to tell you anything. That's not how this works. Figure it out on your own, kid. We're enemies, remember? Instead, Lennon is the one to answer me, as he ends up on the other side of Virgil's sleeping form. The bladeless monster, despite what most think of him, is not stupid. He's fought enough battles to be able to analyze any foe. Marshall might have defended Bent for decades, but he didn't fight every single day for those many years. Lennon? I worry more about the days he doesn't fight and instead loses himself in training. All dominions have limits. We're not gods, after all. We're not even demigods. He's a halfie, and I'm a Cordy if that makes sense. I'd say 5. 5 powers. 10 when he grows again. Maybe more later. Dominions can grow after they are acquired. After all, unlike powers that are limited when becoming an angel. Eli Weiss lets out an indecipherable smile as he questions Lennon. I, however, take his word as truth, no matter what the rat will spit out. And how did you come to such a conclusion? Lennon grunts out a single word before nodding to me. Instinct. The underground tree bursts out into cackling laughter as he bends down, as if to retrieve the power from the corpse at his feet. Not knowing if he can or not, we both rush forward. I nod to Lennon as we sprint forward. Blodwyn covers my skull with bone as Tsava comes in a full swing again, pains forge at its very core. My blood practically boils from the speed, while I rapidly approach ether saturation once more. The use of burdenless from before was a great help, but it only does so much. He wants Virgil's power. Do not let him get it. Stick close together so he can't teleport to Virgil without a guardian. My living manacles will empower you. Lennon doesn't show that he hears me, but the man does. I extend my chains out to him and loosen his chains as I take a gasp of freedom myself. Ether fills my lungs as I take another, feeling a powerful force encroach on my body. Shift. He's trying to lift me. It won't work on Lennon anymore, as he can use his dominion freely without the Primar here, but it's open to do so to me. Fleshy tendrils strike out from my boots, nailing me to the floor as I haul myself forward toward Eli. Without the Shah's aid here, I reckon the two of us would be far too slow to do anything of import. Though, I do feel that boon fading. Lennon and I both move with enough speed to render sound null. Shockwaves fill the air as Eli Weiss lifts his hands, retrieving debris, fallen casings, missed bullets, and strewn about knives. Shift allows the makeshift and real weapons to hover in the air. I flex my mind, rapidly creating a towering shield out of raw ether from pure madness. My whole brain wrestles with the fabric of agony as I knock on that edge once more. Such large structures absurdly complex to make. A colossal series of impacts racks the shield, stunting my momentum. I refuse to yield, however, and arbalest myself forward. The shield formed from madness begins to crack, but I intertwine its construction with living manacles, forcing the thing to stay together. More and more collisions strike the shield, seemingly never-ending. To my right, I see Lennon's dominion moving at such a pace that I can't possibly follow. Shadows of movement are all I can see as projectiles are rapidly sliced, deflected, and removed from existence. However, Lennon Hull is just as challenged as I am. Nevertheless, the barrage eventually dies down. The lack of counterweight has me stumbling forward before I release the pressure on my shield, leaving it to crumble without the aid of my soul. Gazing at Eli Weiss, I find him kneeling, gasping for air as Lennon surges to kill him without a moment of hesitance. But he's slower than all other times, missing a leg and after hours of fighting. The underground tree raises a hand as I spot a ring on his hand, finally noticing it. The thing is purplish-white and shatters as the old man twists his hand. A surge of ether fills the air as the sigil within the ring fades into the world. But that is not where the effects end. Lennon vanishes as Virgil appears in his place in his exact position, the rules of the transposition breaking for a moment. I curse myself and the old man as Eli grasps for Virgil's falling head with an outstretched arm. I'm only a foot away, a single foot, yet it seems so far away. Liberation falls without me even desiring it with my conscious mind. Not again, never again, not him. I breathe in deeply, a vast emptiness that fills with freedom. But a single breath is only the beginning of life. A second fills my lungs, the tiny, infinitesimally segments of time gaining granularity. I think Tyler Shaw's final act is doing something here, allowing me to move more freely during liberation. Still, it's not enough. Power rushes through each and every vein in my body, branching out through the capillaries as my fetters recede further and further. But it's not enough. My vision fragments as I see a resounding choir of eyes, all of them preaching to me. The depths of my sigil within my skull flicker with encouragement, acknowledging my power to be suitable to their whims. Life begins with a breath of air. That is the birth of freedom. Life continues with a clenched fist. That is the start of freedom. Life grows with a developing body. That is the path of freedom. A third wave of air fills my lungs, and I feel something shake, something rumble within. The chains don't break, they don't shatter, but there is a hint, an element of hope of what lies underneath those chains. They do not break now, but I know they will eventually. And that's enough. My hand stops Eli's the instant before his fingertips touch Virgil. The old man's eyes turn to me, incredulous by my quickness. His eyes squint into a smile as he throws his other hand toward my skull. I realize in this split second that Virgil wasn't the goal. He wanted another twofer. I twist away, attempting to dodge with my friend in my grasp, but a mirror appears in my sight as a significant force sets upon my frame. I twist as my vision crackles and breaks, pain overwhelming me, but those fingers, distorted into 1,000 phalanges and snapped forward like a bullet, tap upon my bony forehead. Not even the path of freedom can prevent three powers from working in tandem. 412, snot to coal. My vision descends into a blinding sea of total whiteness. The abrupt shift is disorienting, and the lingering danger I was only just withstanding is erased, replaced by an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. The white expanse stretches endlessly, leaving me suspended in a surreal void. The whole place is utterly opposite to the cabin or anywhere else I've ever been. It's simply nothing. I stand without much to do as my ether won't respond to me. Here, I am powerless. Nevertheless, as the whiteness persists, it begins to distort, taking shape to form a large, featureless room. The transition is seamless yet unsettling, as the blank canvas of white transforms into an environment that seems almost too perfect in its lack of defining characteristics. Across from me, emerging from the void just as the room did, stands the old man I was just battling. However, the transformation is uncanny. Eli Weiss appears unwounded, his vitality fully restored. In contrast to the haggard figure I stared down moments ago, the old man doesn't even need the cane anymore. He is young. He is pristine. Without a slouch or stumble, the old man confidently steps forward. I raise my lone arm to meet his movement, the other gone in this place, clenching my fist in preparation. But in response to me, his lips curl into a twisted, knowing smile, an expression that speaks volumes of an anticipated victory. It's a smile that suggests he holds all the cards, as if the outcome has already been decided in his favor. That smile rouses unending rage within me. The idea of spiting the man fuels me with desire as I stride forward to meet him. There is little else I can do here, and I'm not going down without a fight. Still, Eli Weiss grins with a laugh. This is my dominion, Wyatt. Icarus, here. I will take your power until I no longer have a need of it. But seeing as how broad an application yours is, I may have it for quite a while. Truly, you are naive. Use such a thing for mundane strength? Oh, there are so many avenues of limits, not just strength. I practically growl in denial as I swing at him with a left hook, seeing as my right arm is missing in this fated reality. Eli lunges back, dodging the strike easily. I follow up with a twisting kick to leverage my momentum, but Eli demoralizingly catches my heel. The old man holds it with a TSK. I am God here, though there are rules. I cannot kill you if I want your power. Some tether needs to exist. It is all so interesting. I must say, I do wonder what your dominion will become. What? I can't help but sputter out confusion as my enemy outright acknowledges that I will not only live this encounter, but grow more powerful. What do you mean what? I already told you I can't kill you, and I'm confident that you will eventually reach this same point. The other, alongside you, however, has to die. Lennon's power has no use for me. Simply using it would shatter every bone in my body, and he's far too much of a threat. I contemplate his answer quickly, realizing that he's likely telling the truth as he tosses me back like a doll. I stagger on my feet, hardly managing to regain my footing before asking another question. Though, that question cascades into many more as I've already lost. Was he right? Is 5 your limit? Are you going to go for Blawin too? What about Virgil? Eli's lips twist in annoyance before he shakes his head. The old man steps forward toward me with a short response as I backpedal with all I can. Naive. I thought you knew better. Enemies. Why would I give you any of my plans now that you're a genuine threat? Do you take me for a fool, Graves? I swing for him again, but my arm is caught by a motion 1,000 times faster than mine. Then, a hand grips my neck while another places my hand behind my back. Eli Weiss grumbles, annoyed, into my ear. Let's just get this over with. I want to grab my 9th as soon as possible. His words only manage to make me struggle harder. I thrash, contort, twist, kick, bite, and headbutt the man. Yet nothing phases him. Only when I eventually stop, finding nothing to work, does he release me. Confused, I turn around with a readied hand, only to find him just as bewildered. His eyes look at me in horror, as if gazing at something that shouldn't exist. He sputters out nonsense while stepping backward from me. What? No soul? Oh! We meet pupils as Eli seems to reach some conclusion. He squints his eyes, finding me to be some kind of monster. So it is true. Graves do not have souls, or at least not traditional souls. Even Arca have souls that I can grasp. But yours, it is slippery. No, it is impossible even to find. I have you here, but I cannot grasp it. It simply slides right through my fingers. I open my mouth, but I find no words. I don't know how to respond to him, as I consider for a moment that he is lying to me. Perhaps he's trying to trick me. Yet his next course of action changes it all. His eyebrows sink as the man seems to genuinely feel bad. His lip quivers as the old man shakes his head with sadness and despondence. As a father, how could he? How little has your father taught you of your family, Wyatt Graves? I shrug, latching onto a possible chance of learning more from a man who has already promised not to kill me. Though I don't know for certain if that still stands after what just happened. He has taught me nothing other than that we are born with heavier shoulders. Eli Weiss sighs, sitting upon the stark white floor. He motions for me to join him, providing some reassurance. Time does not flow in this realm. Do not worry. Sit. There is time for a story. Not all violence must continue with outbreaks. I cannot take your power. It is hidden from me, just as your soul is. My dominion cannot find your soul, only your body. And as you are not a god or a demigod, your body has not yet begun to meld with your sigil, making even that connection near useless. The underground tree spouts truths to me without pause. Now, whether they are laced with lies or false sources is unknown. I can only take what he has to say with many grains of caution. Nevertheless, I listen, prodding for him to continue as the old man seems to really like me for some reason. But before we get to all that, I would like to simply speak to you, man to man. Why? Why have you come this far, Wyatt Graves? What drives you to such lengths? What ignites that fire beneath your feet? Eli's questions echo into the void for several moments with a bizarre tone. For a thought, I dismiss his inquiries, but as I look to his face, I gradually fall to recollection. He seems genuine in this. Perhaps I should be the same. After all, he is being peaceful right now, and we have the time to spare. I begin to speak, but lose my words. What am I fighting for exactly? Why am I here? Is it to kill him? No, that's not the core reason. Weiss merely nods slowly, as if deferring for me to continue. As if he'd linger here for eternity for an answer. As if his patience is limitless. Gradually, my feelings fall to an old memory. When Ma, Anawai's clone, read to me often. One of the stories was about a man living in a cave for all his life. He was scared to ever leave, but when he was forced to in an effort to find food, He found the most beautiful vista there for him. The man fell in love with the sights, the sounds, and even the animals. All the things were peaceful, lovely, perfect, but that was only on the surface. When night fell, the monsters would emerge, killing the beautiful atmosphere and much of the wildlife. The man, he felt useless in his cave while hiding. So, when the day came back around, he set himself on an impossible goal. He'd kill the moon to give the sun more time in the sky. It was ridiculous even to me as a child, but the current me has to wonder. Vincent Harvey made the god of night fall, and the one of hearth. In both cases, night and day were tangled up, messing up the regular cycle. Even now, months later, night and day are in a constant war. Every day the sun has differing lengths, some up to 16 hours, some down to as little as 4. So what is it I want to do? I think just like that man, I want to remove all the monsters. I want to live freely in a world without monsters. And that is my answer to him. Weiss nods deeply to my words, smiling profoundly above us for a moment before having his attention sink back to me. The older man clenches a fist, pointing it at the ground. Then we are an alliance, and at least something. I, too, want to remove all the evil in the world, all the danger to humanity, whether it is demon, Nahullo, pygmy, or god. I want to do more, though. Sigils, they have no place in our world. Things would be much more fair if any being could die from a bullet, croak from a simple 80 years, fall from any height, no matter how grand. I want to remove all the monsters and all those who slay those monsters, for if we do not, those blades will turn inward. You've already seen it before. We gain a little bit of comfort and we kill each other, we scheme, we backstab, and we push each other down. But just as your goal is, it is impossible. My tongue rolls over my teeth as I quickly find a response to Eli, surprised by his belief. I wouldn't have thought such a thing to be his grand goal. It just seems so pure. What is the point of our power if we can't do something impossible? Isn't strength meant to do the impossible? To reach such heights that any could wonder how any of it ever happened? Nothing is impossible, Eli, not if you think you can do it. Look at Lennon. Look at me. Look at desolation. The old man smiles with such a wide grin that I worry it'll burst as he lets out a small bit of laughter. He nods before shifting the subject. You think just like a Graves? I like it. Nothing is impossible if you refuse to hold faith in that fact. Thank you for your wisdom. I will do my best to incorporate it into my way of thinking. There is always something to learn from someone. Now let me do my part as thanks. Your father is an odd man. He is vehemently lonesome, yet positively vengeful to those who do the few he cares for wrong. He is also awful at speaking to people. You two are not dissimilar. I am, however, surprised he taught you so little of your lineage despite his love for Solitude. Even I only know a shambled-together story. Whether it's the truth, partial truth, or utter dog's hit is anyone's game. I nod, telling him to persist in his words, and he does so. I don't know how to feel about him thanking me, though. It is an odd thing. I don't dislike the appreciation, but I do hate who it comes from. My head tilts as my interest only multiplies. I've had many theories about these tombs of your family. The bits you were missing. I believe that for the majority, they are physical things that are easily noticed, like pain, bones, blood, eyes, etc. But there were a few that actually seemed to have nothing wrong with them in history, despite a few odd circumstances. And all of those circumstances had something to do with a power, virtue, or dominion, things that touch upon the soul directly. Eli Weiss points a wrinkled and wizened finger at my forehead, as if directing my attention to something far more profound. I can't look inwardly as he wants me to, but I pay extreme attention regardless. Something is wrong with your soul, but based on your reaction, you already know that. I think that your soul possesses no aura, no substance. Maybe it's hard to place the feeling. Souls aren't easy to describe or even touch. Bestowing strand is the minimum to really make use of one's soul, with plasmic ether taking hints from it. Now, I'm not optimistic about this, but from what I can garner, your soul is invisible and impossible to grasp. Blodwyn, your artifact soul is a piece of cake in comparison. The mention of Blodwyn brings my vengeance and focus to bear once more. I glare at the man across from me with revulsion as he lets out a deep, surrendering sigh. You Graves, so stubborn. Go ahead, try and stop me from taking his power. It's a good one, I won't lie. Hiding ether in such a way is genius, even if impossible for all but him. I want to help you, but you make it so damn difficult to do so. I don't want your help, I retort instantly, and I am rebuffed just as quickly. Didn't seem that way just a few minutes ago. Your own last supper, I suppose. So, go on, try and stop me from taking his power. Perhaps you'll actually succeed. If you do, I'll only manage to learn more about how my dominion functions. The next moment, my vision shatters into 1,000 panes of glass as Eli Weiss snaps his fingers like a god, deciding to end the very world. Then, I reappear inside another white room. However, this time, I'm not alone. Instead, there is another me. They appear identical to me, save for the unnaturally pale skin, red eyes shaped like for hearts placed together, and how they are missing a left arm, not a right. Blodwyn lifts that arm in confusion, finding it to move at his beck and call. I move to reassure him and settle the artifact down before Eli appears. Hey buddy, but I'm not fast enough. How intriguing. A creature so close to their artifact that they share the very same form. Like two sides of a coin. Perhaps that is simply what is needed to become an angel as a Wendigo, but I don't think it is. You two are mirrors. Both are inborn monsters, gradually taught to be good. What a conundrum. Eli Weiss's words and smug form immediately earn a burst of action from me as I pounce upon the man. I dive at him, swinging my arm with all the force I can muster, before following it up with a low kick and a twist to deliver another kick. My speed is far greater than in my realm, where I faced him earlier. Yet even then, the old man deflects and easily blocks each and every attack of mine. But I don't stop, and the flurry only grows more and more frenzied. Blodwyn can only watch as the artifact knows nothing of fighting with his actual body. Me? Marshall would not have it any other way. And so, I brawl against the old man, my right arm missing like it used to, but with determination fueling every move. Punch after punch, I unleash my left arm, focusing on kicks and transitioning from one piece of momentum to the next. I never stop moving, not even for a moment, as exhaustion and the need to breathe don't exist in this realm. Inside Eli's dominion, I don't have any normal restrictions. The god of this realm, however, merely follows along with my force as if watching me like an experiment. I don't let his intentions faze me. With each strike, I grow faster, the rhythmic flow of motion ingrained in my muscle memory. But the old man is a specter of speed, always surpassing my efforts. No matter how strong or swift my attacks, he effortlessly outpaces me, a perpetual blur of agility. Time becomes a concept that already didn't matter into something that never did as our back and forth intensifies, the volume of our clashes rising to a crescendo. The sheer speeds we reach defy anything I've ever seen before, and yet I refuse to yield. If this was in the real world, each and every motion from the two of us would leave shockwaves in their wakes. No matter what I do, though, the god refuses to be touched. A glance of Blodwyn in the side of my eye, however, reminds me of what I'm fighting for here. Even if it's pointless, I won't give up on him. Blodwyn deserves to see that I am willing to fight for him. Eli might have been mocking me when he mentioned being taught to be good, but I do not take it lightly. I believe that we are both not only born good, but born with the potential to be far more than that. This artifact, this soul, this being, it has the potential for greatness, for kindness, despite its origin. I know it can be caring. I know it can be thoughtful. I just have to show it how. I dig deep into my reserves, drawing upon every ounce of strength and agility I possess. Yet, the reserves appear to be endless. I pull, and pull, and there seems to be no end. Still, the old man outpaces me with every step. That is until his eyes widen in surprise as if he realizes something. Eli Weiss leaps away from me, finally retreating from my attacks for the first time in this realm. The old man tilts his head in bewilderment. How mighty is your soul? It has no discernible form, yet you can contend against my dominion. If you grow any stronger in this realm, no, you aren't growing stronger. You are learning how to use it. Interesting. Too bad I've run out of strength myself. Weiss doesn't finish his words, and I latch onto his rambling by diving toward him. I soar across the white canvas, surrounding us before abruptly finding his hand wrapped around my skull. My thoughts stutter for a second before I realize we are back in reality. What? Why? Why did he seize his dominion? Is my soul really enough to resist it? Damn, the philosopher really doesn't mess around then. Not that I'm in any less danger now, though, seeing as Eli Weiss has no reason not to kill me beyond his own personal interest in me. And I know the man is willing to disregard any and all attachments for his end goal. I raise my hand, still feeling that overwhelming might as I tear his to the side. Weiss groans in agony, and I kick out at his knee, breaking the feeble thing inwardly. Satisfaction runs through my whole form as the old man falls down. Before he can, though, Lennon cuts a gash alongside the man's side, nearly bisecting him horizontally. I raise my hand to bash his skull in with an explosion, but a burst of shift sends both Lennon and me sprawling away. The old man kneels with an outstretched palm, facing the both of us, even as we come to. With adrenaline still rushing through my veins, I push through the pain of shift, even as the mental force wreaks havoc on my body. The pressure grinds down my bones, having them creak and groan in ways I didn't think they could. Nonetheless, I stride onward. On the other side of Eli, Lennon does the same. His trudge, however, is far more soldier-like. I'm groaning, gritting my teeth, and practically crying out in pain. But the bladeless monster? He is emotionless, not a frown or a hint of pain. In fact, I think I see hints of a smile on his face as his wounds reopen and bones break under the weight of Weiss' stolen shift. And he doesn't even have Blodwyn beating his heart to crazy speeds, delivering inhuman levels of strength. That means Lennon Hull trained his body to reach these levels of endurance all on his own. No artifact, no crazy combination of skills, no racial advantage, just a single man's pure determination and grit. That very same feat of effort gives me the knowledge that I can break through this myself. I know I can. I've done worse. Seconds pass in strained silence, denoted only by Eli and my struggles. But the old man's power is not enough when split two ways. Slowly, ever so slowly, we both converge on Eli Weiss. And as we get closer, I notice a flash of pain through Eli's face, the man slapping a hand to his skull in agony. He nearly falls onto his face, groaning in psychic pain as he stumbles from whatever is affecting him. My heart skips as I know who it must be. Lennon and I take advantage of this slight instant, both of us converging at once without shift to hold us back. Lennon shoves an invisible blade into Weiss' back while I punch a hole through his heart. The organ is crushed simply due to my momentum of breaking his ribcage while Lennon rips that formless blade out, cutting the man in half from just above his hips. I fall on my ass as my friend collapses to his knees, positioning his hands in his lap with downward-facing palms as if worshipping a sword. Exhaustion overwhelms me and leaves my vision spinning as the underground tree spits out words of denial. A life of turmoil and preparation will not end like this. It will not. All beings have their own wills. They are their own masters. I will not succumb. My eyes widen as the old man's hand reaches forward, tapping upon a wall I didn't realize we had arrived at during the fight. The wall is made of timeless stone, and the notion of what he is touching worries me to no end. The gate of death. But just as the door opens in accordance with his call, answering the plea of a dying man, Weiss' hand falls. Still, his other hand grasps something on his belt, but before he can do anything with it, a formless blade punctures his skull. Blood and brain matter stain the gate with a faltering trail as I heave a sigh of relief. He's dead. Finally. I don't even really know what emotions to feel other than relief. A fit of laughter bursts itself from my core as Lennon quickly joins in. Both of us lie on our backs as the old man finally succumbs to our efforts. But a single footfall halts our laughter utterly. Alongside that footfall is a soundless howl of danger. Thinking there is another enemy or one last trick, I rotate my body in a hurry. Looking up, I find a towering ogre with a broad smile, covered in blood from cleaver to single eye. She drops a rolling head beside Lennon and me as she smiles, congratulating us on our victory, but with a warning. Hope that helped. This little rat, he lied about Richard. The bastard was here all along. The blind old fool was hard to finally kill, but he died like all the others. Eli, though, his soul is still around even if his body is dead. One vessel remains. We better keep an eye out, though I cannot sense it as of now. And sorry I took so long, but Lang would have changed everything if I let him run here. 413 fair to Midland. Onyx stands above me, bruised, bloodied, and beaten after killing a virtue, but she is still smiling. Richard Lang's head stops rolling before entering the gate of death, as if touching upon a barrier of some kind. I attempt to move, to stand, but I can't. I'm utterly exhausted, and so is Lennon. Both of us lie, breathing with wheezes as we desire air so desperately. My mother notices this and leans down, offering her hand. Still, I cannot take it. Then she laughs. You manage to wage such a war that the effects are echoing into a half-dozen regions. But you cannot stand after? Come, let me help. An enormous hand wraps around my arm before lifting me to my feet like some kid's doll. Then, Anawai's fingernail taps against my head. A wave of ether formed from thoughts weaves around my flesh and bones, delivering just enough strength for me to walk. That should help. It is hard to infuse ether with bestowing strand if the recipient is also an angel. Some kind of interference, I suppose. Should be enough to let you walk around, though. I wiggle my arms and legs, feeling a profound sense of weakness and a debilitating sluggishness. It's almost like I don't even have a sigil anymore, but this is better than not being able to move. Actually, looking inward, I can feel ether and a bits of a soul wrapped around my sigil, blocking it off from affecting my body. In return, that ether aids my body in movement where my sigil and self are lacking. Thanking Onyx, my eyes flitter over to Lennon, and Onyx stops my forming thoughts with a shake of her head. Nope, my bestowing strand is not nearly detailed enough to push through a dominion, even a passive one. Now, if I had soulful, her words earn a curse from the swordless swordsman. He hardly spares us a glance before falling into a slumber. Whatever, just leave me be. I'll heal. Probably. Blood trails out of his wounds onto the marble, but I don't counter the man's self-confidence. It'd be disrespectful. Still, he does need help. That leg won't come back on its own. I reach into my pocket, finding the fill I am that Tomas gave me. None of us need it. Virgil and Bonfire are hurt, but nothing permanent. I toss it down to him and walk away, as the more important thing right now is the pillars and slumberers that are here. I walk toward them with Onyx by my side, as I look up at her single eye, trusting Lennon's brutish frankness. Plus, he'll owe me a bit. Not a crazy amount, but enough to listen to me a little. I know you'll give that back to me later, Lennon. For now, we need to deal with these other angels here first. Was Richard Lang really that strong to hold you back? Onyx nods as we walk toward the unconscious Billy Grimes. Her gait is followed by a limp, noticeable because of her grand height. But the demon doesn't seem to really care, focusing on my words instead of her own pain. Yes, he was. I believe he was left behind by desolation to protect Eli Weiss, or at the very least, the city. The man listened to none but the 11th Prime. You are right. We should deal with these humans. Which would you like to kill? I slow her for a moment, placing a hand in front of her. I know that the action is physically useless, but she still stops to listen to me. Don't hurt that one, Kate, or the one with the Dominion, Lennon. My friends, too. Leave them be. As for the others, do you think we should kill them? Or should we let them live? This is the only chance we'll get to decide so easily. Will they be more useful to humanity, alive or dead? I posit the question to Anwai, as I trust her intelligence far more than mine. All of these angels were warring for domination and leadership, and while many of them are grand threats or directly oppositional to me, I don't know if they all should die. After all, at the very least, Onyx and I, Bonfire as well, are going into the underworld. I highly doubt Earl is going to want to be left behind, too. Virgil, either. With all of us gone, there needs to be someone to protect all of the humans still here, right? We can't all leave, nor do I think Earl should come with us. Onyx nods slowly, looking out at the unconscious bodies of Virgil, Bonfire, Kate, Billy, Sylvia, and Parker. As she does so, I notice the disappearance of Clarence. My senses fly into alarm simply due to that piece of information. But before I can mention his vanishment or search for him, Tomas breaks through the gap in a wall, stumbling through. His bloodied and frenzied eyes gaze across all of the forms before landing on Eli Weiss behind me. I can see all the pain, frustration, and hate coalesce into a single scream as he falls to his knees, bashing the marble with his fist. Damn it! His hand leaves spiderwebbing cracks along the floor that snake outward to the whole room. It's a miracle the floor is even together in some places still with all the damage. Onyx finally delivers me an answer as I search for Clarence with my eyes and ears, leaving Tomas sobbing in his own arms. He's not crying of grief, but instead at the fact he wasn't able to help. I know the man well enough to see that truth. He wanted Eli dead just as much, if not more than me. It wasn't his adoptive father's last wish, but I also know how Marshall felt about it. He held respect for Eli, but not how the man went about things. Tomas feels that Marshall's death was Weiss' fault. I don't disagree. I think it may be best to kill the old ones. Old humans tend to be incredibly prideful and hard to reason with, for the most part. The slick slider and the hungry hog are more likely to be negotiated with. If you want as many to be protected as possible, though, you'll have to leave someone to watch them when we leave. Estatesmen aren't really known for being loyal to any, but those with the same blood. You saw what happened to the Shaws, after all. The only reason it didn't happen to the Graves as well is because your family is too unpredictable and hard to pin down. Ironically, it's problematic to kill you all when there is just one or two. The Shaws didn't have that advantage until no more could be made. Her explanation is long, but it makes sense. I nod along with her as we approach Billy Grimes' form. I can't find Clarence, so I just assume that he's run away. After all, what else is there for him to do? His master is dead. I wish the trio stayed so we could finish them off too, but I'm sure I'll be seeing more of them soon. I simply know it. I kneel down beside the old man, taking in the vast injuries but also the healed scars. The wrinkles on their own tell a story. I give the man a short nod, a piece of respect for his power and his drive. He almost got me. I don't hold any animosity toward him, though. Not really. It's more so primed at his whole establishment. All the estates. This single man? He wasn't the start. Not nearly. Onyx raises an eyebrow as I pivot my hand up toward her. It's as if she doesn't know what I'm asking for. Knife? Anything to finish him off with? I can't really use ether right now. Too close to my saturation. My mother opens her mouth in understanding before flicking her hand, conjuring a construct of pinkish sharpness. A tiny dagger falls to my palm, only a few total inches in length. She explains simply while looking up toward the surface as a rumble reaches all the way down here. Living and bestowing in sync allows anyone with the ether types to conjure objects with solid ether. Mine is glass. Another lesson for you. Careful though. It is sharp. Her warning is well-earned as I hear it physically cut the air merely by twisting my hand. Bestowing strand, huh? She mentioned that earlier. It must be the ether manipulation for virtues. Same with solid by the nature of how the manipulations progress. I still haven't even figured out plasmic ether all the way though, so I shouldn't worry about it. Instead, I bring the handleless blade to Billy's neck, slicing a smile into his throat without feeling a hint of joy. My lips are a firm line as I stand from the power, turning to Tomas as the man gets his emotions under control. Did you kill Jarvis? Tomas shakes his head, pointing behind him. No. Jarvis ran away the moment that he sensed Weiss dying. Harveys are never simple to kill, especially not Desolation's direct line. Sylvia isn't one, but Jarvis is. In disappointment, I hang my head just as Anawai's whole form erupts with ether. She twists and darts back toward the gate of death in a flurry of power. Air warps under her speed as I see a shadowy figure arched over Eli Weiss's body. With what has to be my third wind, I sprint with all the force I can muster in my feebleness. But it doesn't matter in the slightest. The man takes a vial from Weiss' belt and stabs it toward the dead man. But the syringe never reaches as Anawai's outstretched hand holds it still at her mind. Cursing, the figure twists sideways, his arm shackled by the demon ripped cleanly off. Then, with the swiftness of a shadow, he manages to tear open Weiss' skull and rip out a shimmering, fading light. It glimmers with the color of violet, that of an eighth sigil. Clarence Love smiles as he proclaims to the world his loyalty. You may kill me, but he will live on. I cannot let him simply die like this. He is meant to be The silent scorpion never gets to finish his words as his nose explodes in a fume of blood while a blade, dozens of feet long, made of the same pink ether as my knife, enters the front of his throat and exits the back of it. Onyx continues to rush forward, breaking her construct with her mind as Clarence sputters in his death throes. He stumbles back and forth with that light in his hand, the sigil. I half expect him to take it, to bear the weight and risk the trip straight to the Mother Below's control, but he doesn't. The last standing pillar, the unlikeliest one of them all, the assassin, tosses the light backward into the depths of the gate that opened to Weiss blood. Strangling himself in his own blood, Clarence Love falls forward, only to meet my mother's cruel cleaver. I watch another pillar of humanity die as a head is sent tumbling in the air, the face upon it strained yet relieved. Then it slams against the marble, slightly bouncing before rolling against the wall. Still sprinting with all I have, Tomas catches up to me just as we meet on Niwai before the gate of death. The only entrance to the underworld that we have access to is wide open, the sightless and lightless tunnel illuminated by that eighth sigil. Clarence's body, however, rolls into that gate from the force of the cleaver, entering the land of the dead. Awestruck, I turn to Onyx, but the moment a word leaves my mouth, she shushes me. What? Hush, little one, something is coming. She confuses me only further, but as another second passes, I hear a sound. Then another, a rhythmic beating similar to that of footsteps, only there is 3 at a time. Something is coming from the gate of death. How? How is that possible? No one can leave the underworld without a crossroad or death's lantern, right? Or a heart. How is this what? 1,000 colliding questions grind against each other as a figure finally appears. They are made of porcelain or a material close to it and resemble an old man's frame. Tomas' throat growls out the name like that of a brutal wolf. Eli Weiss. The name ends with a hiss that echoes into the tunnel. A slow bit of laughter rings out as the final vessel of Eli Weiss kneels down to the sigil that was ripped out of his skull. The segments of his brain that hold it together are gradually falling apart as he lifts it up to his eyes. I want to leap through the boundary, run at him, and kill him, knowing that the vessel, at most, has 2 ales to defend himself. But I cannot. I have a heart. I cannot step through the gate. And if I wanted to use Death's Lantern to hide Blodwyn, I need to be able to move my ether. But how I stand now, I'm worried to even sense my ether, let alone drive it toward an heirloom. Not to mention, I'd still have to fight him without any weapons, skills, and the physique of an average man. I'd get annihilated by him. Tomas rears back his hand, breaking off a piece of his fingernail to shoot at the vessel, but the imprint of Eli's soul shakes his finger at Tomas like he's a kid. You best not do that, you hear? Death does not like the living interrupting her guests. Guest? What does he mean by that? Oh, right. No heart. The vessel is not a living thing. Saying it's dead, though, is quite a stretch. I squint at Weiss, the vessel hardly visible even under the light of the sigil. Onyx holds Tomas down with her gigantic palm and addresses Weiss on her own. You are quite confident for a dead man, Weiss. The perished man nods sagely, gazing down at his own body and then turning his attention to the light in his hands. I am no Graves, so I must have precautions for my entry into the underworld. I better retrieve this before she calls it a. Wouldn't want to let a reaper arrive. I take the blue-lighted lantern from the pack of my hip and hold it up to Onyx, but she pushes it back down with a single finger. No use, little one. I'm not built to fight him right now. None of us are. You'll have to wait for your rematch in the underworld. Though, he may not live long enough for you to find him with such a fragile and flaky soul. If he takes that sigil with what remains, he'll be dead very soon. My teeth grind and gnash as I watch Eli Weiss push that light into his head despite her words. He doesn't even hesitate, accepting that looming fate. The porcelain skin buckles and cracks under the pressure, but it doesn't shatter. The 8th sigil enters the dead man's head before settling. Violet-colored light still leaks out from the hole in my gaze, but I watch in amazement as violet chains wrap around the vessel's form, returning Eli Weiss to his former power. The virtue lifts his hands to the air as he shudders, the whole vessel shivering under the sensation that only he and I know. The sensation of a sigil's light gracing your skin. It's otherworldly cosmic even, but the recently killed man recovers in only a moment. Then, he strides toward us, toward our side of the gate of death. I backstep, thinking he will attack us again, but Weiss laughs with joy. And then he shakes his head with profound sadness. Thank you. Thank you all. Through this death, I have grown. 1,000 tiny coincidences and preparations all came together for the first ever resurrection not made by a god. What shall we call it? Enkindling sounds proper. Though, even this isn't perfect. Still, I must thank you all. And you, my friend. This thing of heartless porcelain kneels beside Clarence Love's body. Despite our animosity toward him, Onyx, Tomas, and I stay silent. The dead always deserve some respect. I will miss you, Clarence. You were one of the few, the only I could call a friend. I will not let your death and your life go without meaning. I know he will not judge you evenly, but I will find him, my friend, and I will make him put you on that damn monument. I furrow my brows in wonder as Weiss stabs his hand into Clarence's chest, the reflective fingers burrowing toward the man's liver. Then, in an instant, I watch Weiss shiver. His whole porcelain body undergoes a startling series of cracks that encompass his full form as his chains and the holes in his head glow a different color. They shine with a midnight purple, a deep, virulent glow, that of the dominions, that of the demigods. A grin waxes on the vessel's face as a frown comes to mine. He is even stronger now. Still, the man offers a warning as he smacks his porcelain lips together. Ah, I see. Gluskab cannot grab demigods. I now understand why they had such issues rising further. There is no lighthouse for the ninth sigil, no well-lit path forward, just shambling darkness. Why, Lennon, you two are safe from her the moment you reach your dominion. She cannot convert those so lightly. It must be why she has been asleep for so long, or one of the reasons. I'm not sure. History has been clouded in so much mist due to the Shah's ancestor fiddling with time. I stay silent, boiling with indignation and rage, as Weiss turns around, the light still bursting from his many cracks. With each step away from us, however, it becomes harder to see him until the man is gone. Nevertheless, his voice echoes along the tunnel to us all. Then, he is gone, hidden by the darkness of the tunnel and protected by the very death that deserves his soul. Something tells me that will not end well for him. Something tells me that bit about Reapers is not simply legend. A man like him would know whether or not such things are real. Good luck, Graves. I know I shall see you soon. Those above, I leave to you. I cannot cross this step, nor would I wish to. Enough blood has been shed. After today, you and those around you decide their fates, no one else. Do not disappoint me. Do not disappoint your father, either. We'll be waiting. It's going to take an army to kill them all. An army of our own gods. I know we have had our differences, but when the skies shatter, who else will you want by your side other than your worst enemy? Who else can you trust to keep up? I know you. You know me. There is a balance between hate and respect. Vincent called it. He said that it might as well be my name. Enough blood has been shed? What a lie. He's only walking away because his goal has been finished. He's a demigod now, forged without human flesh or any of its weaknesses. His final words hang in my skull as the figures behind us begin to shuffle into wakefulness. The first is obviously Virgil due to his sigil, but Sylvia is not far behind. I shift to face them all while lost. I cannot merely pull myself to this scene as Eli's echoes clank around with my thoughts. My father, huh? Is Weiss working with him? Why else would he word it like that? I have so many questions. For now, though, I should deal with this. I can hunt the bastard down after I deal with all the living. Though, you might have a point. If I am to fight the gods, would I rather do it with a man like Eli Weiss or Lennon Hall? Or Virgil Boone? Or anyone? Sure, I can put my life in Virgil's hands, but that comes with the inherent want for him to survive. Such a battle will have many, many deaths. Not to mention, Eli has proven himself to the very world as a force to be reckoned with. Nearly 20 angels came to kill him this night. Over that if I count Blodwyn and Mia, 3 of which with the might of virtues. No more than that too. Still, even dead, he's the one with the last laugh literally walking away. I hate that he might be right, but do I hate it enough to refuse it? I need to talk to Earl and Elizabeth. At the very least, Eli Weiss' death is certain. Either by the callous sands of time from his soul splitting, the pale scythe of death, or by whatever creatures he will meet in the underworld. 4:14. Rowing up Salt River. I find Virgil limping toward Onyx, Tomas, and me. His brows are furrowed even as his wounds are primarily closed. I can see the tidbits of frustration flow through him before being shoved down into nothingness by his legendary self-control. He get away? A sharp inhale precedes my answer as Onyx falls to a seated position beside the gate of death, resting her back upon the marble. She closes her eyes with little caution and places her hands in her lap just as leisurely. Kinda? We killed him, but it's complicated. Suffice to say, Weiss is a Dominion now, but he's entered the underworld. Virgil nods slowly, twisting his eyes around the room and taking in the situation. He wipes some blood off his face and stretches before following up my response with another question. How long? What? I throw my hands up in confusion as Virgil crouches down to grab one of Clarence's daggers. Sadly, that 8th sigiled one was put in its sheath when he died, rolling into the other side with his body. What do you mean, how long, Virgil? My friend chuckles lightly, cleaning a blade upon his sleeve before shoving it into hiding. Then he points to the gate of death. How long until we follow him through? You still have the lantern, right? I nod, giving him confirmation as he continues. Good. I've always wanted to see the land of the dead. I wave my hands as I attempt to slow him down, but Tomas claps a firm hand around my shoulder. What are you? Save it, Wyatt. He knows you better than you know yourself. How long until we chase him? I've heard much about the Death's Lantern. I cannot wait to see its strength. So who's all going? I fall paralyzed in shock for a moment as I look at these two. Are they giving me all this responsibility? Why? Why do I get to choose? Why don't you choose? You're better at this thing. Tomas shakes his head vehemently. The old soldier tears a shard of rock out of his forearm before wrapping the open wound with some torn clothing as he refuses my offer. Hell no, Graves. I'm not going down there, so I shouldn't make the call. I have to stay up here to get Onyx Gate back into shape. I'm not certain about the circumstances up there, but they have to be disastrous. Perhaps it's time we fulfill one of Marshall's dreams, abolishing the hunters. Tomas's words hang in the air for several seconds as I struggle to process them. The first to provide a rebuttal, however, is not one of the people standing. Sylvia stabs her weapon into the ground as the blade heavily bends under her weight to help her stand. You will do no such thing. The hunters have stood for centuries. They are. The inhuman wolf growls at the slicker slider, stomping toward her before lifting the woman off the floor with a powerful grip. He practically strangles the severely wounded angel as a greeting. They are a waste of time, an inefficient and easily exploited system. Marshall's way of training, commanding, and building was far, far superior. People shouldn't be given power because of who they're born to. All should be able to prove themselves. There should be widespread tests, recruitment, etc. Not just who the fucking estates love to sponsor or torture. With his final shout, the man tosses Sylvia to the ground as the marble cracks underneath the force. The woman, however, holds her neck and not her back. Breathing with difficulty, I watch her crawl to a half-kneel. You would be appending centuries of tradition, of history. Do you understand that? All the estates will fight it, and those of high-born are born highly, for a reason. We are gifted by birth. I stumble beside Tomas as the man practically fumes with anger. I think if I let him, he'll kill this woman. I place an arm in front of him as I take charge. I can't let him kill her. We can't lose any more today. What estates, Sylvia? For the angels, it's just you and Parker. Jarvis, too, if you can find him. Take a second. Comprehend it. Before, you had twice as many angels as you have. And we can call upon the Iron Consul if we need to. Plus, do your estates truly have such an advantage? Perhaps the Harveys do, but not all of them are as gifted. They are simply spoiled. Not to mention, only we have a virtue remaining. Sylvia grinds her teeth as I beat the iron while it's hot, stepping closer to her as I watch Virgil vanish behind me. The shadow is prepared to strike should this pillar. Listen, Sylvia. I know you, deep down, care about humanity, even if it's just your own family. Help us create a new civilization. This establishment? What do we even call it? Ugh. Sylvia cuts me off, answering with a grimace before letting me continue. The foundation. Exactly. How many even know the name of what we humans call ourselves? This isn't working. The foundation. I'm sure it was meant to be that, a foundation. Yet, no one ever improved on it past the first or the second. Help us create something grand. Parker begins to rustle as well. But I keep Sylvia's attention as she answers me slowly, her eyes flickering to Lennon, Kate, and Ony. What about those three? Where do they fit into this? A monster, a Wendigo, and a demon. And you? Are you fit to lead? Childish Graves? Sylvia presents the first few questions, and I have easy answers to those. But the last one? It stumps me. The slick slider nods with a knowing gaze as she slowly stands, helping Parker Callahan up with a grunt. See? You aren't. As for anyone else, I won't follow anyone other than someone with a bloodline worth following. And you? We need a powerful leader right now. I won't play horse to a king lesser than me. That was meant to be Billy, but her words force my own thoughts to churn and my mouth to move. I don't even understand what I'm saying until it's said. I'll do it then, but there are things I have to do first. I have a corpse to kill, a father to find, and a friend to save, and then I have to come back. Until then, Tomas will lead, and you will help him. Sylvia's face shifts to a scowl as she stares at Tomas. Her disgust is apparent, yet she doesn't lash out other than verbal probing. Nonetheless, she still addresses me instead of the soldier. Him? What if I refuse? This time, another voice answers that is not Tomas or me. A shadowy blade nicks Sylvia's throat as she twists to the side in panic, pulling Parker's concussed self with her. You will die. Better a dead enemy than a living one. I nod to Virgil's comment as he flickers away once more. But I can see that threats won't work on these two despite my dear friend's expertise. Sylvia is too prideful, and Parker seems to follow her quite closely. Are they? It's possible. I thought she married into the Harveys. Odd. Heh, I feel kind of like Earl right now with all this thinking. Though, I'm sure he could do way better. Sylvia, Parker, counting the human angels that we can reason with, there is only Tomas, Virgil, Johnny, Canyon, you, Parker, and me. Lennon he's Lennon. Kate is likely to fuck off somewhere or follow us into the underworld to finish off Eli. Bonfire. He's not quite right in the head. Jarvis? I don't know much about him, but he's impossible to find at the moment. There are only 7 of us to defend all of humanity, and Canyon isn't going to leave Gravecross. We need to unite, not divide. The female angel's face twists just as the male who's hanging off her shoulder falls into thought. Sylvia moves to respond, but Parker beats her to it. We should do this, SYLV. What? Sylvia Harvey is obstinate, but her partner attempts to persuade her right in front of my eyes. He is insistent beyond the blood dripping from the open splits on his face. It never ceases to amaze me just how difficult angels are to kill as a whole. Our bodies are far more resilient than any creature should be. Would you rather die or live? It's a simple answer. No pride is worth your life. I bite my tongue at his answer, as there is a man in this room who would disagree. Thankfully, though, Lennon Hull is still asleep. Sylvia chews on her lip before she sheathes her claymore and extends her hand toward me. I look at it in confusion as she nods. Fine then, what will we call it? This thing of ours? Liberty? I answer her immediately, already holding an answer that had been hidden within my mind for the longest time. I grasp her hand and shake it as I explain myself to her bewildered gaze. All will be free. We will welcome anyone so long as they are peaceful to our inhabitants. Slavery will not only be outlawed as it is here, but actually enforced. No more dead men or damned. Plus, humans are not the only people who can be kind. It is too restrictive. I know Rougarou, Bado, and even demons who are nicer than most humans. Everyone will have the chance at power, at a good life. I know this will cost your family much of yours, but my eyes meet her in challenge as I bestow her something I do not give lightly to acquire her trust. Earl has often spoken of a way to shatter the current regime and build a new one. I simply take from his many tirades and use his thoughts. I, Wyatt Graves, promise that this will end even better for your family. If all of humanity grows, then even if your piece of the pie is smaller, it in the end will be larger. If this does not happen, you may have anything of mine to even the scales. Sylvia's eyes ironically fall at my promise, and so do Parker's bloodied brows. The woman still presents a final question while our hands remain intertwined. Anything? I nod but put emphasis on the latter half of the word, knowing what she's alluding to do to their frenzied stares toward my cult. Anything. Living beings are not things. You may not ask for the lily. Sylvia sighs in disappointment, but the woman nods sharply after a moment of hesitance. Very well. I agree. How will things be broken up, then? What are we to present ourselves to the people of Onyx Gate? I turn to Tomas as the soldier steps up, taking his place in the conversation. He knows this better than I do. We will be generals. Ranks and titles will stay much the same, but hold different powers. As of now, we have no marshals and no commanders. The prime should be rid of. No one should be able to make any choice. All those of general and above shall have a vote for any situation, with marshals have 2 and commanders 4. Sylvia gnashes her teeth at the idea, but she only presents a possible error, not pure ridicule like I imagined. What about during war? Voting takes far too long in such cases. Tomas agrees with her judgment, yet he already bears an answer. The one who governs or defends the region where the decision must be made can do so without any voting, but they are subjecting themselves to punishment should their decision be wrong in the after. We can discuss more later. It will not be unfair. In fact, it will be fair. Fair to the effort put in and the strength one can display. Sylvia waves a hand in dismissal as well, stumbling away from the gate of death. Very well. Let's ascend. 5 generals then? Not too bad. Oh, 6 with Caldwell. I assume he will be joining, yes? I walk behind the slick slider with a hum of agreement, giving my mother a glance before walking away as she continues to rest. I'm unsure if Johnny will, but I can't see him missing out on this. Virgil follows us silently as we head toward the open hole in the ground, passing by devastation and death. I find Bemela's body just as Sylvia thinks of something else. 6. If we play things carefully, we can make it seem as though the other four are wholly on our side. Lenin and Unniwai will be enough of a deterrent for the virtues of the world. As for the dominions, only the Greyskins King is active, so I think we should be safe for a while. But as we step under the dark hole that leads to the surface, Sylvia's experience shines through. She turns and points at me, Tomas, Virgil, herself, and Parker one at a time. If we are to do this, and I don't do this half-cocked, we will need more angels. I'm certain at least 1 or 2 rose up top from the battles, but it's not enough. And that's not all. We'll need to take the Arcus from the dead to supplement our weaknesses. Additionally, we'll need a dominion if we want to stay alive longer than a year, and that's discounting the fallen gods. Are any of you confident in becoming virtues soon? I run my tongue along my mouth as I answer her. Out of us all, I think I might be the most likely. Maybe that's just overconfidence, though. I doubt Lenin's far off either, though. He might be more ready than me. I think I can do it relatively soon, a month or 2. I want to master plasmic ether before I do so, though. And then I need to find another of my sigil. It's quite rare, so I'll have to do it in the underworld. Sylvia ties her disheveled hair into a ponytail behind her head as she sticks out the front of her lip in thought. Tomas places his fingers on his chin in a similar fashion, but Virgil is the one who actually has something to add. His voice is rock solid, without a hint of compromise or insecurity. He will be Dominion within 6 months. I have no doubt. You just have to keep things running up here before he comes back. Wyatt, Bonfire, Oniwai, and likely Kate will be entering the underworld, so you'll lose a lot of manpower. It's risky, but not impossible. The former pillar finishes the conversation as she sinks a hand into the rocky wall, the stone practically acting like sand under her strength. Okay. This isn't quite what I hoped to happen tonight, but it could have been far worse, I suppose. Let's climb up. Then we'll worry about the future. Who knows? Another angel could have risen above. They probably did. I hope it's from my family, though. No hard feelings, of course. I watch her scamper up the hole as I tilt my head. Is there not another way up? Sylvia laughs with such a loud bout of joy that I wonder if she's insane. There was. Maddox ruined it. I crest the surface last, slower than even Parker, as my body is taking far longer than usual to recover. I think it might be excavator that is the cause. The energy ripped from my marrow is not slight, after all. It leaves me hollow even after my saturation is fading. But that's all right. Virgil is right in front of me, lifting me up with a shared clasp of hands at the final point. Reaching the top, I glance around, finding the foggy mist utterly gone. Destruction is what lies in its wake. However, and underneath that destruction, I find intricate defenses that have long been ruined. Bodies, those of estates men, outlaws, and martial soldiers, line the desolate landscape. This was a final stand, one that I utterly missed. Amidst it all, I spot the Harvey's guardian beast lying dead beside a group of three. Primrose, Richard, and Earl. Sylvia rushes toward the beast with a cry of alarm. On the other hand, my gaze can't help but look at the musician with uncowed shock. Magenta chains line the man's body. Yet that's not all. Primrose, the mad girl, she did it too. What the hell happened up here? I stride toward them, throwing careful glances at Parker and Sylvia as the woman pets the fallen creature, likely killed by these three here. Earl smiles such a wide grin that I know he knows. Congrats, Primrose. It seems Johnny was right when he found us both. A mighty fine eye he has. The venomous woman retaliates with a kindness rarely seen. Indeed, I'll have to thank him. Richard ain't half bad either. I see why Marshall invested in his instruments so much. How did things go down there? I explain the circumstances to Earl and Primrose as Richard gives me a nod before catching up with his commander. Tomas huddles with the other soldier from Bent as the two fall into a hushed series of whispers. My conversation with the other two isn't nearly as quiet as I learn that Elizabeth is far away, planting shots with her rifle from safety. But it's not all positive. A lot of people died. The bodies are all around here, the blood beginning to pool and leak into the cavernous depths. A lot died. Half of Tomas' men died. Again, the numbers are so low that I can't comprehend how they haven't quit or deserted yet. Though, I suppose they can't. They have nowhere to go. Marshall trained them all from the ground up. After all, they have nowhere to go but to their general's son. Few have family outside of the ones they have built within the army. Old man Phineas also died. He fell facing a Grimes with an artifact and saved Primrose in his death. I kneel by his body as I sigh, remembering how close he was to Lennon. Even Edward knew him quite well, the old man being a legend in his own right. He was no angel, but his feats are sprinkled across all the territories. I heard about him long before I met him. May I find you in the underworld, Phineas. I'll have to ask you where your wife lives. Or I can ask Lennon. I want them to be taken care of. If it wasn't for him, Elizabeth would have died too. There is so much shit that happened above ground that I half wish I was here instead. Still, while we lost nearly 100, there is more than 10 times that in the vicinity. Marshall and Tomas did not train their soldiers lightly. Each is an elite in their own right at this point. To see two angels come from this battle, it is not surprising at all. What is shocking is that there were only two. Bowing my head, I send a silent prayer to the devil for their souls, even the ones on the other side of the shattered bulwarks. None deserve hell, at least not the kind that is waiting for them within Death's gullet. May the devil weigh in your favors. Turning to my friend, I think of the undead man who was our guide through the underworld. What about Silas? Primrose scoffs as she mentions the undead. Dunno, I haven't seen him since the smoke went up, I think. That's odd. I search for him with my eyes, just as the sun rises distantly in the sky. Beams of light fall over the ruined city of Primary and the broken estate of the Harveys. Walking over to Sylvia, I hold out my hand once more. Let's go catch the stragglers from Maddox, then set this city right. How about that? Sylvia nods shortly, but her eyes glare at Primrose. Sure, that'd be lovely. Next time, could you not almost kill my childhood pet? If you did, both Jarvis and I would have something to work together on for the first time in a decade. Primrose smiles at first as I notice the mischievousness emerging for a woman she obviously hates. But that playful tone switches to surprise. Almost. I, too, gape at the beast covered in blood and ruined in every way. The thing crossed between a wolf and a ferret, 10 times larger than either, isn't even breathing anymore. Sylvia nods, walking toward the faraway walls. The stone in the distance, once tall and proud, is shattered all over. I can see still fires still waging a war on the buildings in an attempt to devour them. Of course, Vincent would not have cared to tame a creature if it was normal, especially not a sixth sigiled one. As long as it is not burnt to ash, Teeny will come back to life. A resurrecting ferret. Not the weirdest thing of today, I'll admit. 415 marooning. 3 days after Eli Weiss' death, I look over Sylvia's preparations for our new state for humanity. Or, more specifically, I peer at how she will let the rest of humanity and those who live within its boundaries of the new reality. A newspaper. A fucking newspaper. This cannot be the best way to do this. Are we really not going to show ourselves? Not a grand speech? A rallying to arms? Sylvia glances up at me from her focus as Earl nods alongside me. The three of us are the only ones in this room, as Tomas, Richard, and Elizabeth have been too busy communicating with Johnny and stabilizing the surroundings after the battles. The woman's face is bewildered, as if she doesn't understand what I mean. No, it's as if she's asking why we do something so pointless. Right. She sees the non-estates as less than her. If she's human, they are less than that. How awful to think. Someone should say something like Marshall would for his men. I know you don't give a singular ounce of a shit for these people, but they will become important. No, they already are. Earl bobs his head as he continues, detailing a wide variety of facts to Sylvia. The woman only listens to some before waving him off. Without the people, you'd starve. You'd have no weapons. You'd have no houses. You'd have to constantly fight even the lesser monsters, ghosts, and demons as they encroach on your territory. The benefits of a society to support you are enough. I'm not dense. I see where you're coming from. We'll do it. Me? You? I don't want to do that shit. And you look like a kid. No one will take you seriously. I sigh as I stare at the newspaper with grand words upon it. Eli Weiss is dead. The age of primes is over. Such a title does not even closely cover what we want everyone to know. Plus, even if it's Onyx Gate, not everyone can read it. There's a solution, though. We can have Tomas do it, as long as we stand alongside him. Maybe we can even get Lennon to do so as well. We'll seem powerful. It's not just the humans who will be looking, remember? That trio is still here. I have no doubt others are watching too. Sylvia sinks her head in thought before nodding. She rolls up the newspaper and hands it to Earl, commanding him as she would serve it. That works. Send these off to get printed. Tomas' voice can't reach the other 4 territories we still possess. I glare at her, not letting the disrespect slide. She is, again, confused at first, but I let her know what the issue is as Earl simply tries to walk away, ignoring it all. Do not speak to him like that. He is just as if not more important than you, even with only 4 sigils. Sylvia's verdant eyes flip over to Earl as if appraising him. Her pupils linger on him momentarily as he closes the door, but only when he is gone does she apologize. That damn pride. I apologize. I do not wish to cause more infighting. How soon until you leave? She immediately swaps the subject, too, preferring to focus on me. I consider pressing the issue, but ignore it since she just said sorry. That's enough for me. At least Sylvia is trying. Onyx was right. If this woman is this fucking prideful, I cannot imagine the older fellows of the estates. In comparison, her partner is nowhere near as bad. But she wants an answer on when we'll leave for the underworld. Truth be told, I want it already be gone. But all this shit has been far more complicated. Not that I'm not up for it. Helping, leading, and protecting others feels right. It's just, there are things I need to do as well, or it risks it all. I remember when Maddox told me that I must become a leader to not simply follow others. I could see now what he meant by that. The weight, the pressure it adds to a person. I've only been here for a few days, yet I already feel it. It's an invisible tension, a constant grating feeling that sinks the back and damages the knees. Yet, just as with any force, if you resist it and fight back, doing all you can, you improve. The mental is even more vital than the physical. This is a fact I've only come to learn as I grow in strength. The powerful are mentally tough and stubborn, not because they are powerful. They are powerful because they are stubborn, because they refuse to merely lie down and die, either for others or for themselves. Sylvia, however, snaps her fingers in front of my face as I get lost in thought. Hey, asked you a question. Shaking my head, I apologize and give her an answer. The decision wasn't easy, but it can only be this way. Earl and Virgil argued for hours about who should go since there were only so many slots, but the Shadow won. In the end, Earl trusts Virgil to keep everyone safe and find my father more than he does himself. 4 days. There are 5 slots, not counting myself, and I'm taking Lennon, Bonfire, Virgil, Onyx, and Quakete. Silas will be coming, too. But he doesn't need the lantern. Sylvia laughs sharply, tapping the wood of the table with her elongated nails. They remind me of her rapier and the one I used to wield myself. Great. Leaving me with Tomas, Richard, and Primrose. I suppose it could be worse. At least you're taking all the troublemakers. But that means much of our strength is leaving too. Without Lennon's presence, Virgil's creeping threat, and you, I shrug, not knowing a better way to guarantee Weiss' death and to find my father. Abraham also needs to be located. There is so much to do in the underworld, far more than the first time. How did you guys used to do this? Surely multiple pillars left on missions together? Important tasks, or whatever. Sylvia twists her fingers as she rubs her nails on her skin. The woman stands and glances out the window of this tiny house we've been using for discussions. Earl's forge that he set up is just across the street, so the woman stares right at him. Things were never easy. We'd attempt to hide the fact anyone left as a first step, but we're often found out. The only one an augur could never touch was Vincent, so the uncertainness of his whereabouts kept us mostly safe. But before him, if we were found to be missing, the remainders simply had to fight their way out. Believe it or not, most human angels died defending land, not any other cause or reason. The number that die of old age is 0. My mind immediately flickers to Canyon as she says the number, but we both know he is an exception. He should have died a long time ago, and because he stayed out of all conflicts, he gradually approached his demise. I shake my head gradually as I can only admit we are weaker than we were before. Canyon's death hit hard. He was elderly and weakened, but he was still a genuine virtue. The only human one left until his eternal rest, funnily enough. All others are either killed or have advanced. Okay, let's get this show on the road. We can't give Eli too much time to settle into the underworld. Sylvia agrees wholeheartedly and steps out of the building first, heading northbound toward the estates. She gives me a wave as she does so. I'll go try to get as many to come to the speech as possible. You go convince Tomas. I release a chuckle from its confines as Lily joins me within my skull. She doesn't know him, does she? Walking toward the encampment where Tomas has been frantically recruiting new soldiers, rationing out food, and giving guidance to those whose houses have been ruined, I reply to the little girl. No, she does not. Tomas loves nothing more than to lead. Yes, give me a day to prepare a speech. I'll have Irene set up a stage for me to speak. Who will be there? Tomas instantly agrees without hesitation, the man evidently seeing the benefits of doing such a thing. I answer his question to the best of my ability. I will. Virgil, Sylvia, and Bonfire for sure. I can drag Primrose here, too, but the other ones are iffy. Sylvia's dealing with them right now. The soldier-turned-general smiles before shifting to his deputy. The musician still bears his guitar on his back, but I can see so much more weight has been added to his spine. The way he carries himself is heavier and more pronounced. I can only imagine what he sings about now. Send out the word, Richard. There will be a gathering. Food will be given, and so will news. Rich salutes before leaving the tent, already in a rush to follow Tomas' commands. I give my friend a sly grin as I comment on it all. What's it like being Marshal? Are you holding up with all this? What about Rich? I know his old team died. The inhuman wolf falls back to a rickety chair, definitely not made for his abnormal stature. The seat creaks and groans as the man meets my gaze. It's fulfilling to say the least. Busy. All that. I don't know how he did it for so long. Nearly 70 years, few. I think I'm doing all right, though. Richard, however, he's a quiet man. Quieter than even your shadow. Virgil at least has his moments. Richard only genuinely speaks through song. Solely Gluscab knows his true feelings, but Marshall raised us all tough. He won't break. I know that much. I take a seat across from Tomas in a similarly poorly built chair as the man reaches to the side, pulling a bottle of whiskey from a long bag. In it, I can also see Maddox's claymore, Ocean's tempo. It is half broken, shattered beyond belief, but a lumen is still a lumen. Not to mention such a powerful one. I reckon it'd still, with the two halves of the broken blade, would still be on par with any 6th mark or flam. If we could repair it, though, that notion still gives it great value. You think Lennon won't fight you for that thing? He did kill him after all? Tomas shakes his head, assured, as he pours two half-fist-sized glasses with the sandy-colored liquid. That man has no need for weapons anymore. The one artifact he keeps is meant only to temper himself. Though, Ocean's tempo doesn't really fit me, even if Earl can fix it. I'm not a saber kind of guy. I work far better with short swords and my claws. Do you have any ideas for someone who could use it adequately? I lean back, grasping the glass and sipping a small portion of the burning liquid as I rack my mind in thought. I quickly churn through all the possibilities, but really, swords are not a common thing among my friends. Blake, Abraham, and Johnny are really the only ones who use swords. The lattermost, however, already has a lumen, while the missing one is just that, missing. Blake is the only remaining person who Ocean's tempo could possibly fit. Or Autumn. I heard what she did from Earl. The madwoman betrayed Maddox when she was meant to deliver a lake's worth of water into the hole to help her father. In doing so, she killed close to 100 bandits before running off. She also got her father killed, as without excess water, he was severely weakened, leading to his death at Lennon's hands. I know what she did to me during the duel from Virgil, but so much time has passed that I don't really care. In the end, I won. I just don't have it in me to feel any anger toward her. I understand why she felt so frozen, so paralyzed in choice. Still, she didn't have to run away. Tomas stays quiet as we both drink and think until I finally open my mouth. Autumn Atkins. Find her. The claymore will fit her just right. I know it will. She is flaky, but she's worth getting on our side. Her father and twin were both angels. Fair to say, she can do it also. My friend smiles as he writes the name down, adding the description I give him. Then he pulls out another series of blank pages. Very well. I'll find her if she's alive. For now, let's get to writing. I can't come up with grand words on a whim like my father. The last word hangs off Tomas' mouth with such weight that I fall silent momentarily. I miss him, truly. I stand nervously amidst a vast throng of people gathered to witness Tomas deliver a speech to the whole city that was recently scarred by the attack from Maddox. The multitude of bodies spans at least 100,000, an ocean of faces as far as the eye can discern. Tomas towers before me, in front of Primrose, Virgil, Bonfire, Parker, Sylvia, and me. Lennon didn't want to show himself here, and neither did Kate, but Onyx is also here, bearing an illusion form. Richard is beside Tomas, acting like the man's right-hand man. Still, the whole scene is thunderous with countless voices. Many of them are worried, stressed, or downright terrified. Yet they all came. So many. I didn't know there were this many people in the world. Lily gushes about all the souls she can sense, but Blodwin simply grunts at her. You knew. I ignore the conversation between the two as Tomas stands straight or straighter as he always has perfect posture. Well, except when his power is in motion. Like that, he's a hunched-over Rougarou. Nonetheless, his shadow is proud, gazing down at the vast streets and missing buildings, now moved after the attack, which grants Tomas a platform to speak to thousands at once. And the moment he begins, silence falls on the world as I can feel the ether explode from his voice. Resonant and commanding, like a sword, he pierces through the air without the need for amplification. I listen from behind him with my arms behind my back, standing as equals with the others. Hello, Onyx Gate and the people of this city, as well as those who have recently migrated here. Hello. I'm sure you have all heard of me from the past 4 days. I am Tomas Travis, son of Marshal Travis. 4 days ago, the regime that has kept the common man, or more accurately, anyone not born of an estate, down has been shattered. Liberty will now fall unto you all. Those who are enslaved, those who are forced into labor, those of you who are forced to fight. No longer must you. The city sprawls before us as a wave of shocked gasps and cries fills it all. My eyes glide over the ravaged landscape, taking in the scars inflicted upon the once thriving metropolis. The remnants of homes and structures are now stood upon by the folk, their skeletal frames from hunger a surprise to me. This is Onyx Gate. I know it's been a few days of chaos, but really? Were things not that much better here? The capital of humanity? Tomas continues after only a meager break, uttering grand words to all who will listen. No longer will your birth dictate where you move in life. No longer will a man have to be so extraordinary that they come once in 1,000 years to break through the restrictions placed upon them. Every man and woman will be given the chance for power, for wealth, for a grand life. Cheers resound from the promise. But with my keen ears and eyes, I can tell that many are dubious of these promises. After all, many of those below possess their own sigils, their own strengths, and they know nothing, not even food, comes free. They have been lied to enough, deceived enough, broken with enough false promises not to listen immediately. But it will not be easy. A dire time is falling on us. Gods are waking up to end us all. The 11th Prime has risen to kill them all, but he is not enough on his own. We must work together, grow stronger, and fend off assaults from within and without to stand tall against the tides. Many of you understand sigils. Many of you do not. Those behind me are all of the 7th sigil or greater, men and women who have surmounted all odds. You can join them with enough effort. Anyone can. It simply takes that effort. Tomas steps forward, lining his feet to the edge of the raised platform we are upon. He waves his arms out, addressing all at once with a fever-pitched tone. The mob begins to listen, their head craning and their bodies moving to hear more, to soak in every little bit. We will not fall to the threats that surround us. Many of our brethren have died. Much of our lands have fallen. But we are together as one. The estates are no more. We can do this. You can do this. Starting today, I will be doing mass recruitments. Food will be provided as I have many under me who can grow massive amounts. Plus, the estates have many years' worth of grain stored that we are breaking open. Cheers break out into the air as I can't help but smile. The people begin to chant Tomas' name, but he shouts over the noise, not letting them give him the credit. No, do not treat me as you would a king or a prime. I am but a man. Those behind me are just as I am, and together we will lead you all. There shall not be any tyrants. Should anyone reach the angelic realm, they will join us. Even those below will not be ignored. An army, a true one, cannot exist with only its general. My father knew that, and he taught me well. Praise not me, praise not any man, but instead praise humanity and praise liberty, the freedom to live as we desire. Tomas retreats slightly as he nods to Richard. The fellow soldier retrieves the guitar from his back as the chants release resounding noise. Liberty, liberty, liberty. I watch as many of Tomas' men give out bread, blankets, and clothes to those in the open. At the same time, able-bodied men and any with sigils are pulled aside and asked to join and help. Many do, but as they do, Rich plays a chord on his instrument. It echoes throughout the whole city while filling me with a deep, profound melancholy. I grasp my heart as I watch just about every other person in my sight do the same. Yet, the force doesn't hurt. The melancholy spreads into warmth, filling my whole form with a meager strength. Though the strength is meager to me, to any typical human, it would be doubling the might hidden in their form. I smile wider as I feel Rich continue, as the ether does too. The words Rich lets out into the air hold no true meaning, as they are merely noises inundated with emotion, but I feel them all the same. And to the common man, he delivers something they have never had in all their lives: power. For 16, soiled queen. Wyatt, Wyatt, come here. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes as Dakota raises his ears, I stand from the bed. Even if I didn't recognize the voice, the fact that the fox with me didn't seem to really care would let me know that it was safe. He's fallen behind in his own strength, but the big guy is mighty protective nonetheless. Grumbling, I walk to the door of the tiny house that I have been allowed to stay in until leaving for the underworld. The hell you want this late at night, Earl? It's 3 in the morning. We're leaving today, remember? Earl simply knocks on the door again with his knuckles, prompting me to move a little faster and hold onto the grip of Lily. I rarely take the holster off at this point, even asleep. She doesn't like to be alone. Please? I came up with something huge. I begin to sigh, but throttle it. Even if I'm frustrated, if he says it's something huge, then I believe him. I open the door as the man comes striding in, his hands full of objects that would only shimmer to my sight. Artifacts, of varying sigils as well. A 1st, 4th, 5th, and even a 6th. Interesting. I see why he didn't just open the door himself now. Earl huffs and puffs with effort as he releases the body parts of past creatures. A human hand, a demon's horn, a Nahalo's pale liver, and the last being a literal skull, likely from some kind of cat. The instant his hands are free, he waves them at me, spouting out ideas that I could never have thought of. So, I've been thinking for the past several weeks. Your trip to the cabin spoke about how to advance. You'd have to bring someone to your level, right? Or something along those lines? I nod, not entirely understanding where he's going with this. Dakota grumbles and crawls underneath the bed to keep the noise down as I close the door to the single-room house. Earl, however, doesn't seem to care. He continues rambling without care, first grabbing the first sigiled hand. And your sigil gives you enhanced ether saturation, right? Compared to others? That's what lets you advance faster. The only limit is metaphors and proofs. I had an idea. What if your chains, your living manacles, could share that trait? What if? I finish his words as I catch onto his idea. I could help others skip the periods where their bodies settle into the ether. But isn't that risky? What if you get got by the mother below because of it? Remember what happened to Vernon? I know you had a negative experience when you used the concoction way back then to advance. Earl nods quickly before sitting at the table, motioning for me to join him. I do so, and the genius holds the freshly decayed hand in his palms as he presents the final part of his out-of-this-world idea. Yes, it is risky. When I went there, I left as soon as I could, and it was beyond creepy. But she can't just corrupt you. She has to actually touch you. I don't see that rule changing even in the cabin, and you can join me with insight. Your skills are uniquely capable of helping others break their limits. I can already feel it. It's going to take years for my ether saturation to rise. Even though I've completed my metaphor, thanks to my previous leaps and my own lack of talent. I brew in the silence after his words as I contemplate them. Instinctively, I brace my chin with my metallic hand, considering this idea of going to the cabin with him. That's if this whole thing even works how he imagines it to. I can see it though. My chains do increase the saturation that settles into someone's body when I tighten their fetters. But the opposite is also true. Using them slows my own saturation growth, though simply using them counteracts part of that effect toward myself. But on another, they wouldn't have that issue. Is that really what it was asking? For me to help others ascend? That doesn't make much sense. Why would helping others help me? I thought sigils were all about yourself. Why wouldn't? He's probably right, though. So what? Can we get you to the 5th sigil tonight? What are all these other artifacts for? Earl twists his hand as he tosses 2 of the artifacts to me, the hand and the horn. They land on the table as I grasp them awkwardly, but the man soon explains. For later, if someone needs that boost in the future, like Elizabeth or whoever, the hand and horn have 0 negatives as long as you do not manually flow ether into them, so they can be carried long distances. These 2, however, are for me. I'll try to get the 5th sigil right now, and then I'll attempt to solve my metaphor before your departure. I sink a tooth into the inside of my mouth as I worry for my friend. His eyes are practically lit ablaze with determination and fire. Is he being too hasty? I know things are going to get rough soon, but do you really need another sigil? I mean, aren't you? Earl tilts his head as he groans at me in frustration, not banging the table, but tapping it in indignation. Of course, I need another sigil. I'm making weapons to fight angels while being limited to steel strand. I'm not as talented as you in ether. I can't figure it out without my sigil helping. I have so many ideas, but I'm restricted in what I can do as I tire myself out constantly. Plus, who knows what sigil skills I'll get to help. And I don't want to be defenseless. Eli showed us all how I could be mighty. A combination of tricks, feints, and tools at the right time and place could change it all. I nod slowly as I finally agree. He's right. As he is now, a single unlucky bullet can kill him. He's too vital to die like that. While I am gone, I want him to not only be safe but helpful. I want him to be himself, to put his mind to work. Okay, want to start now then? Earl inhales a deep, hearty breath before relaxing his frame. The man sinks into his chains as he closes his eyes into a kind of meditation. Yes, use your chains. With shut eyes, he speaks, clasping his hands around the artifact shaped as a liver like a prayer. I extend a hand toward him as I funnel my ether outward, my soul reacting to the attempt as it shifts into outreaching chains. Living manacles graces Earl's flesh as he flinches before returning to the relaxed state. Now it's my turn to breathe in profoundly as I mentally pull at Earl's chains, lightening the load he must bear. I watch as Earl's head bobs up and down as if feeling the change. but it's not enough. More. Almost there. Tightening my jaw. I heave with more effort, the ether flowing out of me as I approach my limit for how much I can aid another. With this, Earl's hands clench. Taking a dagger, he prods the liver before opening his eyes. Use insight now. I do as he says, gaining another pair of eyes that stare right back at me. With this, I can feel Earl's general emotions. The excitement is laced with dubious confidence. Underneath it all, however, swims a profound curiosity for everything. Additionally, I gain some of Earl's many gamblers' sensitivity to fate. I feel many threads connecting everything as Earl breaks open the artifact by ripping out the sigil into himself. Simply to open the artifact, he stabbed it with a fifth flam dagger. I see a bright light for a fraction of a second before I'm no longer sitting. Now, I stand in a dark cabin, only a single foot from Earl. I turn to look at him, just as I feel a shiver cross over my spine. Something is here. It's watching us. Earl, however, doesn't seem to notice. He smiles and boasts to me. It worked? Yes. I wonder how this would go if the lighthouses didn't exist. I know the cost will be having far lower saturation than others as I've already dealt with it, which is probably why it's taking so long to advance at this point. I might be stuck with advancing behind you, Wyatt. So, lead the way? I haven't been here since it. Shut the fuck up. I let him ramble just a little too long, as I'm far more invested in the creeping sensation along my skin. Earl raises an eyebrow at me. Noticing my alarm, I immediately grab his hand and pull him toward the broken section of the cabin. Something is here, watching. The lighthouses are reaching the very end of their lifespan for being with us. And we did this, attracting even more attention with this experiment. I knew something was wrong. I can probably handle whatever happens. But this place is always an unknown. Earl apologizes as we step onto the road made of light. Only this time, the road is constructed of multiple layers, not just one. It must be based on the person with the sigil. Nonetheless, I don't spare any attention for all that. Instead, I trudge forward with Earl in my grasp, watching for any threats. Well, it's not all bad. Your soul is strong, remember? And if it's her, then she couldn't convert you before. It should be fine. I can only admire Earl's confidence, as he was never put in that position. Bonfire was corrupted because he took the step too early. His ether saturation wasn't up to the task. Even with his connection to fire, the pyro would need a few more weeks to acclimate, but he didn't wait. This? It's worse. Or maybe not. Angelic things change so much. Maybe. I fall into a silent focus as Earl's breathing is the only sound in the air other than my own. The ethereal pathway seems to glow with a surreal radiance beneath our feet as the emptiness of the void around us is both captivating and unsettling. But I forge ahead. Minutes pass as the feeling in the back of my neck only grows. And just as it reaches a new height, a flicker of shadow in the corner of my eye alerts me to a series of phantasmal figures that emerge within the void. Squinting to discern their forms, I'm taken aback as I realize they are spiders, strange and otherworldly, with 12 eyes each, 12 legs too. Adrenaline courses through my veins, urging me to quicken my pace along the luminous bridge as I pull Earl with me. The spiders, dozens in number, move with a spectral grace as they advance toward me. They traverse the void with webs of dark light, as if they have never needed ground. And despite my best efforts, they quickly catch up. As they do so, though, the 12 eyes, centered on the absurdly large forms, open into mouths. Earl Garner, she has been waiting for you. I can visibly see Earl's spine crinkle in a shiver as I step in the dog-sized spider's way as it lunges toward him. I slam it horizontally with my fist, and it literally explodes into a crackling light that spreads out in every direction. Get back! Earl listens without hesitation as the light settles into darkness on the road. More dark light, of course. Yet, screams of pain fill the void as the spiders open and howl. Strong, strong, angel, angel, how, how. They repeat themselves as I take the opportunity to go on the offensive. My movements are swift, a desperate attempt to remove the spectral creatures before any more appear or they recover. Each punch from me breaks one into pure dark light that falls onto me, but I don't cease for a moment. I push ahead, even as the spiders lunge at me. The air crackles with tension as the spiders converge, their multiple eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity. As I kill the 10th, though, I feel a weight finally show itself in my flesh. My movements slow as my thoughts do as well. The arachnids laugh with their eyes and eye mouths at my plight. Yes, yes, fall, 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 fall. The bridge beneath me pulsates with the rhythm of my hurried steps as I finish them off as quickly as possible. It's not hard to do so, but the implications of my slurred motions when I kill the 30th one are plain and clear. The dark light is invading me, but I don't hear any voices yet. I stride back to Earl and explain the situation. The Brainiac quickly presents an idea as we continue toward the tome. I think because you are an angel, your soul is more robust, so it can't invade as effortlessly it would be, plus your enhancements to your soul. Those spiders, I think I've heard of them before. Soul Eyes, said to be able to read anyone's true name at a glance. They went extinct hundreds of years ago. She must have a stock of them somewhere to throw them at an ascender like that. Nodding along with him, we continue as I feel my fingers gradually regain their whole motion. It's going to take hours at this rate, though. Maybe days in this place. We continue onward, even as Earl spouts more thoughts. It is interesting how she sends creatures here, though. She must only be able to send souls, which is probably why she uses those spiders. They have more powerful souls than most humanoids, including humans. This lets her easily overpower non-angels. You, however, maybe. Let's just get to the tome. I want to get you out of this. Way too fucking lethal for you. Earl brandishes a grin as he bops me with his shoulder. It's okay. Sure, I could easily get converted, but you'd never let that happen. I trust you, more than myself. Plus, I'll still have to do this at least one more time. I shake my head at him vehemently, just as the bridge rounds to an abrupt end, like that of a collapsed road. Before the edge, however, is a raised platform with a book atop it. No way, we aren't doing this again. Earl shrugs and heads toward the book while I stick to him like flies on shit. His hand extends to the tome, and it opens to him with a flurry of pages. Only the sound of flipping pages is not the only noise in the void. Not much choice. After this, I think I'll be stuck with your method. I sigh and turn away from Earl, focusing on protecting my helpless friend. And in the void, clattering footsteps resound from the broken side of the bridge. Shifting around to face it, I raise my hand, prepared for the threat. With squinted eyes and braced knees, I watch a human, one dressed in a silky smooth robe, walk upon nothing but darkness. It is a woman with heels, a tiara above a silver veil, and more jewelry than I could ever imagine on a person. Yet, despite being a true and pure human like Earl and I, this person's eyes are nothing but swirling mists of dark light. What a pleasant surprise. Ma's been searching for you, Graves. You are one tough pickle to find. Most others she can just pluck out, even asleep. But you? Something is hiding you. You're interesting indeed, even with a damaged soul. You can banish those little ones away with ease. I shove Earl with my hand, forcing him to hurry up reading. But as I do so, I realize he's staring dead at the woman, entranced. No, fuck. I step toward her, cracking a knuckle as my eyes flash with might-night purple. It's only partially there, the fetters upon this woman, but they are indeed there. The distance must be weakening her. Nonetheless, this is a demigod. Who are you? What do you want? The stunning woman smiles underneath the veil, the grin extensive enough for me to see. She points at herself before directing her attention to me. Oh, me? I'm gorgeous, Mother's favorite. But don't let Eldest know that. He's always so grumpy. What I want? Well, I desire what Mother desires. You. She oh so desperately desires you. There are many she likes, and you are near the top. My foot shuffles backward as I feel that smile tug on my very will. It's like an invisible nudge, shifting me toward nicety and amiability. This must be the peak of con man. This must be charisma, so beguiling that no one can resist. Why does she want me so much? I ask another question, as she's not attacking me yet, or doing anything worse than freezing Earl. Gorgeous's lips grow fuller, their color diving to a blood red as she laughs slightly, tilting her bead to the side. My heart skips a beat before I slap my chest, keeping it stable. The hit doesn't do much other than feel like it's helping, though. Oh, that's amusing. Isn't it obvious? Your soul is gorgeous. I can't even see it despite traveling this far away. But from its power, I know it must be. That's not all. She adores those with potential. Oh, look at me running my mouth. That's enough information spat out. Come here, child. Don't you want to be a man? Gorgeous calls for me to approach her with an open palm, grasping sensually at the air. A flash of pain in my skull brings me back to reason as I find myself 4 steps closer to her. The fallen demigod pouts her lip in disappointment. Let him go. Then we can settle this. Beyond the veil, Gorgeous squints her flawless eyes, bearing the swirling pupils toward Earl. She tilts her head in the other direction, playfully, before nodding in agreement. That is a worthy trade. No running now, you hear? 417, into the 3-legged mare. I sense the absence of a body behind me as I'm left in this realm, a shattering lighthouse, all alone with what I can only assume is one of the Mother Below's most influential followers. A demigod? And, based on how she spoke, there's at least one more. Shaking my head, I stare at Gorgeous' veiled face. She releases nothing but a welcoming smile as she steps toward me with an inviting hand. An invisible, featureless force hauls me to join her, but I don't. I lock my knees and tighten my hand into a clenched fist. The minor motions, however, take all I have to perform. You said we were going to settle this. Are you reneging on our agreement? The voice is so smooth, so slippery that my head twists to meet its waves. The faint jingles of jewelry only add to the mystique, making it even harder to resist. You will leave my friends alone. Let them acquire their sigils peacefully. I demand this of her, knowing it to be useless. I just have to hold on to something, and Earl's recent embarkment is the closest thing that comes to mind. Gorgeous steps closer, approaching the distance where our arms would touch if we were to both extend them. If she was here in person, and not reaching across potentially thousands of miles of space, I'd have already lost it all, I think. Oh, well, I don't believe you have the strength to enforce that. You don't have the strength to do anything, Wyatt Graves. To me, to my mother, you are but a small dog. Not quite an ant, but not enough to pay more than a glance of attention to. Is that so? She must mean I was an ant at one point. Then, a slight smile crosses my face to meet hers. I notice the mother-bound demigod tilt her head curiously, the motion attracting my gaze irresistibly. Nonetheless, I stride forward, landing my step face-to-face with the being. Really? Then why do you all want this dog so badly? Is it because I have the potential to become much, much more? Or are you scared of my bite? Gorgeous releases a tiny giggle, one that makes my vision shake and swoon. At the same time, she lashes toward my neck with her hand like that of a viper. In response, I catch her palm, moving faster than I even expected, faster than I ever have in the real world. We both pause as I hold her dainty wrist. My eyes fall to the porcelain color for a moment before I rip them away. Gorgeous, however, has her eyes tightened, no longer having that playful gleam. I see. The sigil of souls is quite the opposition to my sigil of charms. Philosopher, perhaps I can't touch you here, but she can when she awakes, and she's not the only one. Know this, Graves. You are not the only one with a powerful soul. Eldest is busy now, but when he's done with your father, my whole vision shatters into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors with her fading words as she snaps her fingers in her other hand before I sit once more at the table in my house. Earl is practically shivering in fear as I stare at him. Not even a moment has passed since we left. You all right? I place my hands on the table to stand, but my friend answers before I can push the chair back. Yeah, better than all right. My worry accelerates its pace as I immediately walk around the chair to him. As I reach for his shoulder, Earl's eyes twist to face mine, and their normalness relieves much of my concern. You sure? We just had an encounter with a Dominion. Earl slowly nods his head as if still stuck in a deep, profound train of thought. Then he raises the skull toward me. Again, I'm ready. Loosen my chains. We need to go when they least expect it, right? That woman's appearance and subsequent temporary power over my mind gave me insight into my metaphor. That one I took was a scholar, and the answer is so simple. Though it helps she showed it to me so quickly, I raise an eyebrow at him as I can't do anything other than ask him what he means. His words make sense, but they leave out a crucial part: what his metaphor was. It asked about which would take one the furthest, depth or breadth in their steps. At first, it's obvious: depth. The grander one's power, the further they can go, right? But it's more complicated. The wider a foundation, talent, and potential, the further they can go. That is breadth. Knowing 1,000 things and focusing on one is far better than focusing upon the only thing you know, as the experience with the others will help you with the one. I can only nod as he seems so confident in this. My insight is still within his mind, and from what I can tell, he's excited but not being controlled in any way. This is just him. He's not currently manipulated to speak like this. He's simply excited to grow stronger. But at the same time, I can tell he's not physically well, pushing through sigils as he deals significant damage to him. Still, if he is confident, then we can continue. Extending a hand, I loosen his chains once more. They relinquish and provide the man's strength of body, mind, and soul, but it's not enough. Earl grits his teeth as I watch him pull out a syringe. A serum, the higher form of concoctions. I brought this in case we needed to use it for the first one, but I heard the whole conversation between you two. We need to get me as high as possible before that eldest returns. When he does, the lighthouses will be barred from us forever. I sigh and agree with him wholeheartedly as he stabs the tip of the syringe into his arm, piercing a vein. The pitch-black liquid enters his flesh as I remember the suspicious points of the liquid. Shaking my head, I simply focus on helping my friend. And seconds later, we are in the cabin. Only this time, I feel no gaze staring down upon us. We are alone. Truly, we walk the path again, only much calmer. What do you think the repercussions of doing this will be? I press my friend on the risks he's taking. After all, advancing ahead of time is risky for everyone. For the vast majority, it's an instant death sentence. Even with Earl's tricks, there will be a cost. Earl nods upon the multicolored road. His eyes glide over the void, the darkness returning his blisteringly swift thoughts. They will be steep, but it will be worth it. A single advancement would probably just make me weaker than others at the same sigil in terms of ether control and mastery. Physically too. That's fine though. Scholar has already made my brain so much faster. I think nearly 50% faster. I was torn between getting a Nidal or Trapper for my 6th, but I settled with the former. I'll do the latter for my 7th if I ever get the chance. I remain silent as Earl continues one of his ever-so-long rambles. He goes on a bit of a tangent, but pulls it back to the actual question relatively quickly. A Nidal should let me work far longer and more efficiently, even if the skills it provides are useless, which I doubt they will be. A second rapid advancement such as this will make me seem like a toddler compared to other 6 sigils in ether control, but I don't need to catch up. I just need to be good enough to make what I must. I don't expect to fight directly like Eli, after all. I can also surmise that for a little while, my ether saturation will be so bad I can't use much ether without going over the edge. The natural flow within a 6th sigil is enough to worry a 4th sigiled system. My head bobs as I understand roughly 90% of what he said. Despite it all, a specific point stands out to be against all the information he presented. How many different sigils do you resonate with? Like Gambler, Shaman, Craftsman, Scholar, Nidal, and Trapper. What else are there? Earl shrugs as he provides a non-answer. Don't know. I'm only confident I resonate with Trapper because it was a past option. Beyond that, based on other occultists and mentalists I've met, I can only assume that I'd also resonate with those. Damn, I only have a single word of reply as the tome reappears in our sight. I merely watch Earl tread up to it as I think back to what Johnny told me about a year ago. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but it went something like this. Most people resonate with 1 sigil at most. The rare few can do 2 to 4. Incredibly rare, 1 in a million are those who can do more than about 5 or 6. As for doing 7 or 8, couldn't tell you. I have never heard of one. People, in general, can resonate with almost any sigil, but an individual is highly restricted. I wonder what dictates if someone resonates with a sigil. Is it their personality, their interests, or is it something deeper? Is it perhaps the soul itself? I don't know. Earl's eyes take in the information left behind in the tome as I am lost in thought, wondering what allows him to have such a breadth of sigil. I feel it might be his own boundless curiosity, to experience and master everything he can. As Earl smiles in wonder, I feel something in the depths of my body gradually vanish. It's subtle, but easily noticeable. I think the original meaning was for one to reach the angelic as I have, but I think it instead merely requires for me to push someone beyond their true limits. And something tells me, something primal and instinctual, given to me by my sigil. It tells me that without my aid, Earl's journey would have ended at the 5th sigil, that he would have no future beyond it. Taking in his smile, I feel the joy of helping him just as he always provides me with weapons and tools. And I, too, smile, for all I need to do is find another philosopher. Time to see death, I suppose. Earl, Miracle Maker Garner. Shambling toward the departing party, I heft the cane at my feet carefully, using it to leverage my own feeble weight. The 6th sigil I took did more than affect my ether. My own body is weak, like that of a malnourished man, though I'm gradually improving. In a month or so, I should be back to normal, physically at least. To get my ether manipulation up to snuff, 3 months at least are needed. But that's fine. I could do plenty as I am now. More than before, that's for damn sure. Still, I think I will always be beneath a normally ascended human. Not that I care. A polymatha? Interesting. Very, very interesting. The 5th sigil was an erudite. Unfortunately, I don't have an absolution or anything to add a prefix to that, but it's plenty for now. I watch Wyatt do a last check of his bag, alongside the tools I prepared for him. A replacement arm made of the sky's bane found in the armories of the estates, as well as enough explosives to blow a village to kingdom come. That last little bit is a secret weapon I've made, a small ball the size of a bullet, capable of leveling hundreds of feet of rock. In the corner of my eyes, though, I notice Virgil triple-checking his blades, the 100 or more knives on his body a constant shock. While Lennon and Quakita bicker about Demon's Bane, I amble beside my closest friend. He glances up at me before shoving a sleeping bag deeper into his pack. Make sure you don't get sidetracked. We need you back as soon as possible. Okay? Who knows what will happen soon? Get your father, kill Eli, and find Abraham, hopefully in that order. Wyatt nods without responding verbally. As he is focused, I lean in, whispering while molding the ether of the air around his ear to hide the sound from anyone else. The new skill, Whisper, is one I thought of only recently. Scholar Sure does give a wide range of applications. If you cannot come back quickly, find a way to bring us to you. Abraham can probably do it if he's still alive. Remember, you are living. Those down there will not see you as a priority. I step away as I finish, because Elizabeth enters the demolished and heavily distraught cavern before the Gate of Death. It truly is something special. Maybe I can find a way to get around it? No, not anytime soon. Eli had to die to get through it. After all, and using him as a gauge for difficulty is pretty sound. Elizabeth runs up to Wyatt, so I shamble to Virgil as he finishes up his preparations. The former assassin nods to me silently while pulling his mask up over his face, leaving only his eyes to be seen. Pivoting my weight onto my cane, I reach behind my back and present a mechanical contraption to him. It looks more like a bear trap than anything else, but it's not. It's a splint of sorts. After what happened in Blackreach, I thought of something to help you with. I know you're not very durable compared to others, but this should help. Put it around a broken limb, whether arm, hand, or leg, and it should mold to fit it, acting like a splint. Plus, watch out for Bonfire. I hate to say it, but he's becoming a weakness of Wyatt, the man whom many of the common folk in Onyx Gate now herald as the coming of death. A shadow of life smiles with only his eyes. It's a lot of emotion for him to show, though, especially to someone who isn't his family. Thank you. I'm sure it will be vital to our survival if it's genuinely that versatile. And I'll keep an eye on him, guide him the right direction if need be. I nod to him, assuring that it is as good as I claim before stepping aside to a loud-mouthed fellow. A skip of my heart threatens to reveal what I whispered to Virgil, but from Emmett Knox's tone, he wasn't listening past my mention of an item. What about me? You make anything for me? Sighing, I face Bonfire, a broad smile on his face, as the man's hair is now turning silver from the old black. He's dying, slowly but surely. I can't help him. Not at all. It's all about his soul, but that doesn't mean no one can. I'd wager that if Wyatt could reach a level of strength to combat the mother below, he could save Emmett Knox. As Gorgeous said, only those with divinity can hold her back. I just hope he's fast enough. Luckily for Emmett, I did prepare something for him. Reaching into my pocket, I give him a tungsten telescope with a quartz-like crystal on the inside. The material on the inside focuses light and, subsequently, heat as well. Yeah, I made it earlier today. Actually, the new sigils come in handy with the knowledge of the elements. This should allow you to focus your fire better. I used it with the heat in a forge to burn a plank of wood hundreds of feet away. I think you can use it way better. Bonfire lets out a childish grin, one that extends a bit too far on his lips to the point that it is creepy. Nonetheless, he takes the focus happily, bouncing it from hand to hand. Awesome. Can I use it now? I shake my head at him with a heart that hurries along on its pace with the thought of him using it indoors. How about you wait a little bit? Oh, Lennon brushes past me toward the gate, plopping down by the open entrance to the underworld as Quakate apologizes on the swordsman's behalf. Sorry about him, Earl. Did you manage to extract the ales from Eli's body? Her question makes my left eye crinkle in response. The ale, whose name I am unaware of, is the one she mentions. However, I can only use teleportation if I'm willing to risk death in my current situation. Yeah, there is bad news though. The eye that let him teleport is nearly depleted of the remnants within it. He must have used it a lot in that fight and prior to it. Kate laughs, nodding up and down profusely as Mia joins in the conversation, entering my mind too. He sure did. What a coward. I tell you, make better use of it, okay? Sucks that the arca he used for teleporting was broken. Can't believe the rat had two things for it. I return an uneasy smile, as I know I'm going to be just as cowardly. I try to come up with a response, but Wyatt's mother saves me from having to do so as she strides heavily into the cavern. Weaponless and without tools, she rounds everyone up. All right, we're heading off now. Little one, use Hira's lantern. Stepping slightly back, I observe quietly as the blue light of the lantern washes over everyone. Wyatt's eyes fall over Virgil, Bonfire, and Unniwai without worry, but they quickly turn to Quakate and Lennon. By putting your heart into this, you are placing your life in my hands. Do you understand? Is that something you are willing to do? Quakate nods sharply, both minds answering as one. Yes, better you than anyone else here. Lennon, however, is a tad slower. He shifts his lips in thought before he stares directly at Wyatt. The armless man places a condition. I do not trust anyone with my life. However, we can make a contract. I will put my heart into this, and you will not use it against me. In exchange, and as thanks for before, I will aid you in any single fight you want. Contract? Oh, right. I overlooked the fact that angels can appeal to the devil to write binding oaths. The god won't look at anyone lower, though. It's as if they are either too quiet to be heard or not important enough for the figure to care about. Wyatt agrees instantly. Good. He's grown so much. This is not a deal you say no to. Getting Lennon Hull to join you for a fight? Dearie me, the two of them could take down any virtue alive. Maybe even a dominion. If Wyatt holds that promise until they are stronger, yes. I'll have to tell him that. Lennon will undoubtedly want to kill a dominion or a god in the future. But with this, we can point him in the most advantageous direction. The contract occurs shortly and succinctly as the others place their hearts into the lantern. I swear, upon the Arbiter, that I will not harm or coerce you in any way with the Death's Lantern. I swear, upon the Arbiter, that I will aid you in a fight of your choice against any foe, in any place, in any time. The deal is enclosed as I sense waves of ether fill the air with a profound solemnness. The whole cavern shudders for several long seconds before the ether coalesces into two objects, a pair of tiny matching balances hanging at the end of necklaces. With that, Lennon places his heart within the lantern as well. And when they are all finished, a seventh figure emerges. Silas paces right past them all, heading straight into the gate. The long-dead man can't seem to wait any longer to return to his resting place. Wyatt glances at me while the others turn to Silas, the man not responding at all. I give him a quick explanation before pushing him toward the gate. He's been severely depressed lately. I think those with the gift of undeath have their minds affected after being away from the underworld for too long. Watch out for him. He's still our friend, only lost. And Hold on to that fight. We'll need it later. After my words, Wyatt enters the dreadful open gate, waving toward Elizabeth, Dakota, and me. As the seven fade into the darkness, Elizabeth sighs heavily. Once again, he leaves us. I return the exhale, feeling a deep-seated weariness as I can only agree with her. Though I don't entirely share her sentiment. Of course, it's been a long time since we were in that wagon. His enemies are no longer wolves and ghosts. They are demons and gods. Do what you can to help. Elizabeth's eyes flicker with tears as I meet her gaze. She peers at the floor while Dakota groans in a knowing sadness. They both just want to help. I'd have to say I'm the same. But why? Why can't we keep up with him? I try so hard, and it's just never enough. I lay my hand on her quivering shoulder and pat her back with the other as tears begin to leak from her eyes. Fortunately, no one else can see her down here. We can't have one of our greatest commanders crying like this in the open. As I do so, I feel a connection that I didn't notice existing in the first place waver, like a tether to the abyss. Squinting, I find a thread, one with a magenta glow, connecting me to the gate of death. Wyatt. He spoke about how I fulfilled the condition for his next sigil. What kind of proof needs you to help another? I think I get it now. He's either gaining anchors to tie him down or vessels to pull strength from. Maybe it's simply a better tutor to practice on someone else than yourself. My thoughts run at the speed of lightning thanks to my newest sigils, so Elizabeth doesn't even notice the sidetrack. Nonetheless, I curse myself for the distraction. This is important to her, to me. I know, but he was already ahead of us. How are we to ever catch up when he moves so fast? Maybe when he comes back, he can help us some more, but in the end, it's on us. I need my absolution, or I'll sit here all my life. Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale, then get to work. Train until your bones break. If you want to keep pace with him, you'll have to be as crazed as Lennon fucking Hull. The only response Elizabeth has to my words is walking away, clenching her fists into tightened balls of indignation. I simply allow her to walk away, knowing I cannot follow her with my cane. While her footsteps echo vanishes in the cavern, another emerges. Tomas. He was watching this the whole time, giving him a side eye. I demand something impossible of him. Not even Edmund, the greatest teacher in the world, could do what I'm requesting of him. Still, I demand anyway. Make her strong. The inhuman wolf smiles with his canines, releasing but a single nod. Of course, she's willing to break for this. You know that, right? I return the nod, not willing to meet his gaze. It hurts so deeply to do this. She might kill herself in doing this. I'll just have to do what I can to stop her from dying. Yeah, I do. Break her until she cannot break anymore. It is what she wants. I'd be an awful friend to refuse that wish of hers. Tomas' feet then vanish, as he only ever allowed me to hear them, because he wanted me to. My eyes remain on the darkness of the gate of death, as I ponder whether it is all worth it, this mad dash for power. It is a dumb thought. It has to be, otherwise who would even attempt it? Why would anyone ever fight if it wasn't absolutely needed? 418 Broken Wind. Wyatt Graves. I'm back. A crumbled skull shatters into 1,000 pieces under the heel of my boot as I open my eyes to the vast, seemingly never-ending darkness of the underworld. But things are different now. As those behind me catch up, the blue lantern's light heading the passage and opening, I peer into the horizon beneath the surface. Far, so far in the distance that I could only describe it to be the same as mountains amidst the periphery of one's vision, I see a crimson wall with a large round structure beneath it, reaching halfway up the wall. Only with my eyes, the ones that have been improved twice by my sigil, can I peer through the vast clouds of darkness, still careful not to look directly upward. The crimson wall, however, seems to be undulating like a living creature, but it doesn't possess any chains, so it cannot be won. Immediately, I know what it is. It's the weir, or the weirs, the entrance to hell. Bonfire collides against my shoulder as he stumbles on a skull, breaking me from my amazement. I regain my balance quickly, but as I gaze around, nothing seems to be familiar. I turn to Silas, and the undead nods as if knowing what I am about to ask. Yeah, it's different. We came out at a different place. Maybe that's just how the Gate of Death works. I'm not sure, but we're still in the old fields. The new fields shouldn't have these skeletons from before the war started. Shaking my head in bewilderment by the mystical nature of the gate, I shift to my mother. Her eyes are focused in the direction that the wall of undulating crimson is in. I prod her with a finger to gain her attention. Onyx, do you sense him? Killian? Anawai's head dips slowly, the glacial pace of her nod irritating, but her excitement rapidly grows. Yes, but he's hard to feel. It's like he's here, but he's not. At the least, Killian is alive. Let's go. Lennon butts in as my mother struts forward in a hurry. I watch as an invisible, formless blade hovers in front of her neck. The swordsman stares at her and me with ruthlessness. Return my heart, and this is where we shall be separating if you are after something other than Eli. Quakita nods as well, both the woman and the artifact in agreement. The swordswoman sidesteps to Lennon, one hand on her claymore's hilt, as if this is about to come to blows. The duo tries to be courteous, unlike Lennon, but it falls short with the current threat. The same for us. Eli is why we came. Hopefully, you can join us when you are done. I raise my hands to calm them, even as Virgil vanishes into the rifts between realities. The assassin does what he pleases, but I know he's careful not to push anything too far. Relax. I gave you a promise, remember? Graves don't break those. Here, I hold the lantern out to Lennon as blue light washes over us, and I release the grip I have on the heirloom. My ether recedes from the hearts of Quakita and Lennon. Curiously enough, though, Kate's is underdeveloped and injured. Interesting, did she lose hers too? And it didn't heal all the way? Nevertheless, my thoughts do not matter as the two immediately set off when their hearts, in a glowing flame of form, return to their chests. With incredible speed, they rush across the depths of the underworld in search of their prey. They are nothing but a madman and a madwoman, thinking they can kill him with just the two of them. With 10 times the number, we failed. I don't hold any contempt for them, though. They have a goal, and they will succeed in it. I still want Eli dead, but after killing his real body and forcing him into a lifeless vessel that will eventually fade, I hold less of a desire to do so. Firstly, I want to find my father. I want answers from him. I need the answers. So many questions still swirl in my head every day. What am I? Really? Who am I? Who gave birth to me? So many things I've heard over the past year, and more, have made me suspect of my lineage in life. I don't know what to think anymore. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The bastard left me alone with a demon, even if she's better than all the others. What kind of father is he? Virgil reappears as he sheathes a dagger, letting his scythe fall to hover behind his back as well. Then he raises a hand, offering a question. So, where to? And who is going to be carrying Silas? The undead in question immediately scoffs, facing us with derision. I don't need to be carried. We could be at heights in 2 days. Bonfire scoffs, arcing his fingers over his eyes in a seeing motion over the horizon. The pyro laughs at Silas before apologizing. 2 days? Whatever you can do in 2 days, I can do in an hour, slow ass. That was a little rude. Sorry, voices and all. Sighing, I put a hand in front of Silas as the fires within the sockets of his eyes are lit with a fire more fabulous than usual. With my other hand, I motion to Onyx with a beckoning gesture. If we want to be fast, can you carry Silas, Onyx? We should probably stop by in Heights. There are allies that we could have joined us if they wish. At the very least, they'll be hospitable. Old friends. My mother groans in displeasure before lifting Silas off his feet with her very mind. Ether swirls in the air before she leaves, heading in the direction that Silas pointed out when mentioning Heights. Guess we better follow? Their abrupt departure flusters me. Thankfully, Virgil is here. He pats me on the shoulder with a stifled laugh. Yep, beyond the colossal stone gate, the entirety of the path to Heights is guarded by imposing gargoyles and macabre skulls, their eerie presence diminishing as the desolation of the underworld unfolds. Sadly, none of the gargoyles are living as Onyx was, and all these skulls are forever dead. It seems like less and less of the little man's fellows are still remaining. My lantern casts a feeble light, revealing only a small, limited area amidst the engulfing darkness. Of course, I can see fine, but without any moon or sun, it feels so off. I forgot just how odd it all is down here. It's just wholly unnatural. There is no trace of a sun or moon. The perpetual night of the underworld is all-encompassing. Unlike the surface world, where at least one of the moons, Ology and Muha, graces the night sky nearly every cycle. Here, absolute darkness reigns. While running with ether coursing through my veins and Blodwyn aiding me, the desolation of the underworld truly unfolds, showing much of itself to me quickly. My lantern casts a feeble light, revealing only a small, limited area amidst the engulfing darkness, meaning everyone else has to stay close until we reach the new fields, where there are lights. As I blisteringly sprint forward, the echoes of my movement are accompanied by only a single pair of footsteps behind me. Onyx floats with a threatening pace, slowing herself to be within the lantern's glow, while Virgil's boots are utterly silent. I only hear bonfires crackling fire alongside his footsteps amidst the tranquil dark. The ground is littered with unmoving skeletons, forming grim mounds of forgotten battles. Broken and rusted weapons lie strewn across the desolate landscape, remnants of conflicts lost to time. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay, and with every step, we get further and further from the gate of death, as well as its traces. It takes only about an hour until the swarthy fog fades to a line of torches lit by a pale flame. They hold back the fog, yet there are no buildings behind it like the first time I was here. Instead, there is a vast swathe of land with some outcroppings in the distance. And many miles away, I see two towering spires surrounded by shorter constructs. The heights of hope and the depths of depravity. Silas takes a moment to regain his bearings from the rapid movement before pointing toward the spires, agreeing with my thoughts. He even appears to be less furious over his predicament and far more accepting. Fuck it, keep going. That way should take us to heights. Again, we dart forward as a group, heading toward the most prestigious and only city of the underworld that isn't home to depravity. As we hurtle across the dried rock, I spot many undead going about their duties, either delivering messages or training. They all, without exception, gape at our group in surprise as we swoosh past. As angels, it is so much easier to travel. Not only are we dozens of times faster, but lesser creatures tend to leave us utterly alone. No stray demon or creature of the underworld even approaches us along our journey. For a land of the dead, it is quite a peaceful run, I must say. Just as I begin to take in the breadth of the City of Heights, a crawling sensation worms across my skin. Immediately, I halt my advance and extend chains to my side, halting the others as they follow my lead. As I do so, I search around frantically, investigating all the rocks around for any sign of life. Yet, a bright light appears only a few feet away. Squinting with a hand to block out some of the radiance, I discover that the light is on the opposite side of an eye patch. A salty beard lies underneath the flaming white socket as the middle-aged man before me clears his throat. I was not expecting any guests, especially not those from the surface. Who are you? I know you. You're the kid, Johnny's little ward. I step back as, behind me, all of my companions, even Onyx, are utterly still, paralyzed even. One-eyed Isaac takes a footfall toward me while the light from his eye pulses even more luminously. He holds out a hand toward me before letting it fall unceremoniously. Incredible to think, less than a year. I sense excavator within your bones. Did you bring the tome? I nod, barely able to make the movement as Blodwyn is frozen too. My heart is narrowly beating as the only two thinking beings here are Isaac and me. Johnny told me a long time ago about this man, this undead, but he didn't truly know the limits of his strength. He warned me of what it would take to remain here in power for centuries. The strength one must possess has to be unrivaled. Still, the gunslinger was confident, due to the inherent drawbacks of the undead, Isaac would likely fall short of the dominions above. But nevertheless, this is a true dominion, a genuine demigod. Midnight purple fetters intertwine with his form, focusing eerily upon that eye patch. Isaac returns the gesture of a nod toward me, raising his hand once more. May I have it returned? In exchange, I shall pay you an equal sum. It was a gift, but I see it has already been used to its fullest extent. I heed his kind demand and reach into my pack to bring out the book that Johnny gifted me upon his own mastery of excavator. Yet, As Isaac takes the bound thing, I still hold a question regarding it. What do you mean the fullest extent? Isaac, the single vibrant he has left shivering underneath his presence, gazes over me as if looking to the surface. He thanks me while answering my question. Thank you, truly. There is one who would like to learn it, but it is difficult without Lewis's genuine teachings. I can replicate the words, but not the meanings. As for your inquiry, Caldwell took the book for himself, and he took it for you. Seeing as you have learned it, returning it to the archive is fitting. I nod to him as I turn and motion to my unmoving companions. They are utterly still. The only way I know they are still alive is by the chains that still encompass them. Even their hearts, within my lantern, have frozen. What about them? Why aren't they moving? Isaac laughs as he turns around, waving with his hand as Virgil, Bonfire, and Onyx gasp for air, clutching at their throats frantically and falling to the floor. Silas, not needing to breathe, simply claws at his eyes, the flames of undeath somehow slowed by Isaac. You can see it. I know you can. Look a little deeper. Find me when you are ready for your reward. Otto and Marion would like to see you. The two are quite the combo. As Isaac strides away, the long dusty coat that follows him billowing in the windless air, I realize what is happening. The muscles around my eyes tighten as ether flows into them, and for the first time since my advancement, I have to manually peer with insight. Usually, the passive enhancement is enough. It was plenty to see Lenin's dominion. But Isaac Erno, the supreme of hope, the one-eyed, righteous firmament? I fall to my knees, my very breath stuttering by the sheer magnificence of the soul around me. I attempt to grasp some meaning, some form, some function, but its vastness leaves hints all over my surroundings. That's what it is. Around me, like an ocean of pure willpower, waves of energy stream from Isaac's form, undulating and pressing against all of us invisibly. As I peer closer, I find the ocean, the fabric of reality wraps around my arm in a testing motion. The tightness surmounts as I feel a piercing pain, and I rip my arm back, the waves in the fabric quivering before immediately recovering. Now this is a real dominion. Lenin's is weakened by the fact he's only a power, just as my power was shackled as a mortal. Even Eli was restrained by his position. Isaac is gone, vanished, absolutely missing by the time my brain shuttles back to work. Nonetheless, I'm still the first to recover. Onyx is the second. She stumbles forward and places a palm upon my shoulder, the weight of the massive limb resting lightly. Still, by her trembling knees, I can tell she's not at her peak. That was interesting. I was not aware there were figures of this caliber beneath the surface. Isaac, he could easily go toe-to-toe with Tanyuan, Etern, and the king of the Greyskins. Even against the lords, I don't know if he'd win, but it'd be close in a one-on-one. You know him, yes? I nod slightly, only knowing the man indirectly through Johnny, who dealt with him. I was never actually there to see him, too busy being unconscious after my fight with Edmund that nearly killed me, a common occurrence back then. But it would appear the ancient undead remembers me, or at least the impression I made. Kinda? Johnny knew him, and I guess he spoke about me? Either way, if he didn't attack us, I think we're good. Even if you're a demon. That was my worry, but I figured you'd disguise yourself or not enter the city. Anawi raises a hand to her chin, and Virgil wipes at his neck, silent to the powerlessness he was just under. Bonfire, however, is oh so very vocal. Bullshit. We're angels. How can he just look at us like that and paralyze us? I sputter out a hearty chuckle as the walk to heights continues. He doesn't understand, does he? This is only the beginning of the journey. Even if the remainder of the road is short, it's utterly vertical. Bonfire, come on. You know the difference between having a dominion and not having one is massive, just like that of a power. Virtues are essential, too, but not as much so. Plus, demigods have so much more power and experience at their disposal. Also, without a dominion to counter it, a virtue to help you withstand it, or something else, the difference is doubly so. Do you have any idea how old Isaac is? Hundreds of years old. Hundreds. He has learned thousands of skills and practiced for millions of hours. Bonfire pouts as we stumble through the wide-open walls of heights. As we do so, Onyx shifts her form with an illusion, but I spot a violet glow upon the top of the wall. A voice hails from above, stopping Onyx from hiding her authentic form. No need, demon. You aren't the first to ally with humanity. Just follow the rules, and there will be no issues. You hear me? Onyx's head turns up to the wall that extends more than 30 feet high with a smile. Then, she nods, brushing past everyone else to enter the city first. I hear her speak under her breath with the amazement only one with the intellect, such as her, could have. Incredible. So many figures of power. It's like a whole nother world. I wonder how it all works. This gift. Maybe I should try to receive it. No. Focus. Killian. I grin at her mind going off track, as it proves she's no different from me, prone to accidents, distractions, and being forced to readjust in the middle of important moments. She just controls it way better. I stride past her, guiding my mother through the bits of heights that I remember, going straight for a specific place. Above in the sky, the two pillars extend, not that I ever gaze too far up. She's there. Death. I know it's her, and I sincerely don't want to risk dying to her, just for seeing through her facade. Those behind me follow, without question, as I move with purpose. And in just a matter of minutes, we arrive at the very thing I have wanted to see since Ben's fall. My eyes scan the heights of hope, dearly wishing to see a particular set of names. And a wave of relief, yet also sadness, washes over me as I see the names of multiple fallen mentors. Edward Dudley, Edmund Dudley, Raymond Bolton, Marshall Travis. The placement of the name on the tower means just how much they did for humanity. And as I scan the list, counting the names below Marshall, shock grips my heart. The Old Man, Vicar Vemier, Lycan Dewey, Marshall Travis, Eleanor Granger, Lazarus Hem, Heights of Hope. Liquid drips from my eyes as I find my mentor's name emblazoned onto a pillar for all to see for the rest of eternity. And not only is he on it, the Old Man is fucking third, only behind Lazarus himself, the man who built the territories after the first and second died, and Eleanor Granger herself, the woman who kept the underworld from falling long before Isaac took her place. I wipe at the tears as Bonfire points out something else. I also take heed of Edmund's placement on the ladder, likely brought to such a level because of all those he trained and the power that they have gained because of him. I don't see Abraham anywhere. He must still be alive. I don't see Alexos anywhere, either. You think he's an undead? I shake my head at Bonfire. There is a chance he's down here, but he'd be at depravity or apathy for sure not here. There is a chance the illusionist is down here, but he wouldn't be anywhere nearby. Some part of me, though, hopes that when Lily released him, he never made it down here. Swathes of undead brush past us, staring at our group with awe and hate, the latter toward Onyx. Yet in my eyes, few of the people have any amount of true power. These are the undead that die quickly and aren't likely to come back. Where are all the powerful ones? Like Birdie? I know there was the guard, but besides them, no one else has been here so far. Something must be up. For now, though, I step forward and place my hand upon the stone, tracing Marshall's engraved name as if it brings me closer to the Old Man. I can almost feel the waves of air detonated after his final punch. A punch. That's all it was, and he shattered the sky. But there is more than that. Decades of war, of turmoil, of protecting millions of people fly through my mind. The personal strife, loss, and agony that the man went through brings a shudder through my body. Despite it all, when his contributions are counted, I can feel there is something more important that Marshall did for humanity. It's the people he left behind and what he means to them. The hope he instilled and the fire he drove into those like me, like Tomas, like Richard. It's the greatest accomplishment. Lennon and Kate bow their heads to a man like this. Even Eli Weiss himself wishes this old man were still alive. My eyes also don't fail to notice the other names. Lazarus and Lycan. Those are the third and fourth. Vicar and Eleanor are former supremes. But who is Raymond? And if Louis Fern was so great, why isn't he on here? Anywhere? All the primes are near the bottom, and so are other figures like Ed Summers. But Louis Fern is nowhere to be seen, like a phantom. And there is not a chance in hell he wasn't an angel. So, that means it can only mean one thing. 419, Bogtrotter. I stand before a set of imposing double doors, uncertainty knotting my gut as I contemplate the impending decision. The office beyond houses an old man of unimaginable power, capable of ending my existence with minimal effort. For now, at least, I hope to reach his level as quickly as possible. My eyes flip to each side, finding what I see to prove his strength even further. No guards stand watch, and the castle-like structure exudes an eerie quiet, disrupted only by the sporadic movements of couriers. I separated from the others to come here. I need to do this, even if it is risky. Taking a deep breath, I finalize my decision, recognizing the magnitude of what awaits. The reward I've earned hinges on this encounter. I don't know what it will be, but no supreme would give an unfitting boon. With hesitant determination, I wrap my knuckles against the cold surface of the door, steeling myself for the unknown that lies beyond. There is always a chance, no matter how slim, that he is not as kind as he would appear. A second passes before the doors pull themselves inwardly, opening for me to enter. Inside, I find a single man, the middle-aged undead with a lonesome burning eye. He glances up at me from the paper on his desk before nodding and standing. Isaac trudges around his desk toward me. Good. I've been waiting. If you had taken any longer, I would have left. The demigod's hand brushes my shoulder as he practically pulls me to follow him. I don't resist, knowing that it'd be futile. I do, however, ask a question that I can't help myself from doing so. The nervousness is already gone, forgotten and washed away by that pale light in his socket. Why would you have left? It's only been a few hours. The one-eyed sighs, his great chest heaving up and down in fatigue as I follow him through the grand halls of his abode. There are tapestries upon the walls of magnificent battles, incredible conquests, and heart-wrenching defeats, too. Everything is ornately designed despite resting within the land of the dead. She is waking up, you know that. With that comes more demons. In the past millennia, many of the demons that invaded have been under her control, but the majority of demons were of their own mind, attempting to escape hell. That is no longer the case. Her dark light is most influential near her body, which Louis Fern, many centuries ago, deducted to be somewhere within or below hell. So, I nod along with his words, understanding what he's saying. The demons are losing their own fights within hell, which spread to us? Isaac's head bows deeply. We continue walking as multiple couriers with letters and maps at their sides salute the Supreme. And me. The latter throws me off slightly, but I ignore it for now. Exactly. When you were here before, it wasn't so bad. There were more demons, sure, but that was because the wars within hell were pushing more to expand out of hell. Now that the majority of demons are motherbound, things have become far more desperate. The old man's feet fall with more significant might as he finishes his words. I stop for a moment, feeling the gravity of his words. My mind flashes back to the warning I received about my father from Gorgeous, how he was in threat of dying. I didn't take it to heart then because of my father's renowned might. But now, how desperate? Isaac shakes his head and continues, motioning me to follow him down a set of stairs. Before he explains himself to me, he calls out to his assistant, simply speaking to the empty air. Stanley, could you go get the twins for me? I don't hear a reply, but Isaac nods, shifting his lone eye onto me. Depravity, you may know it as depths, has fallen. I've fell with her city, probably the only respectable thing she's ever done. The only survivor was an illusionist with the devil's luck. Not that anyone has seen them lately, though. Apathy is under siege now. Soon, so shall Heights be under the brutal scalpel. Worst of all, Warren is nowhere to be seen as of now. That leaves just me, the only demigod to protect it all from falling apart. My pupils stare profoundly at Isaac's form as his fetters tighten with his very words. The expectations, responsibilities, and centuries of war have placed a visible, to me at least, weight upon his frame. I bite my lip as we pass under an open gate, deeper than the underworld's surface. What will you do? Isaac doesn't give me an immediate answer. Instead, we walk a bit further, letting our footfalls be the only noise. Still, I don't let my eyes leave him even as I begin to see empty jail cells. Then, occupied ones appear. Inside the cells are not humans, but instead beings of other races, Nahullo, pygmies, Bado, and even demons. All of them hold at least 5 sigils, considerable fighters on their own, an army in their entirety. Yet, None of them speak. They only watch. Gradually, an idea of what is coming appears to me. This is quite familiar. Then we step down another set of stairs, as if in an open cavern, the rocky ceiling high above. And the moment we do, I feel a film pass around me, striking me with a peculiar, yet familiar sensation. Stock still, I halt my pace as Isaac answers me. I will do what I have always done, place seeds in case I fail. I learned from Bertie and Otto that you have a rare sigil, to say the least. I managed to capture one for you. Well, that's disingenuous. I capture all those with rare sigils in case they could be useful. And this one is, my heart accelerates as I can physically feel the resonance appear with the steel door sliding open before us. My feet move independently, desiring freedom from even my own form. Rapidly, I sprint and walk interchangeably as I try to regain control down the steps. Isaac is right behind me, laughing all the way with some joy. Quite the resonance you have there for it to pull you like that. Never seen that before. I can't pay attention to him. My mind is clouded, no, broadened by the connection, and I rapidly end up breathing heavily before a barred door. Inside, I discover a woman in a meditating pose, her skin a charcoal black, yet her eyelids a luminescent blue. A demon with magenta chains. An angelic demon. From here, I can sense it. She is too. Not that I can take both at once, but this is the first time I've ever found something with more than one of my sigil, right? I rack my mind and memory, but it's hard to focus on anything besides her. A hand falls upon my shoulder as I reach for the steel wheel that keeps the barred door closed. Flicking my eye to the left, Isaac's flaming gaze exists with a lucidity that brings me back. Grab a hold of yourself, Graves. You have risen so quickly that it threatens your own independence. Sigils can distort the minds and souls of those who possess them. Hold fast. Hold strong. Hold yourself. Do not lose that which makes you human. You are not a sigil. You are a man, birthed by a mother, with the purpose of living, of growing, of ascending, not merely existing. Stay unnatural. Do not fall to nature. Even if it is the heavens themselves that threaten our minds, we must remember who we are. The words stabilize me as I regain my bearings, no longer wobbling on my own toes like a drug-addled maniac. Isaac then places his hand upon the wheel, turning the heavy metal with little force, the weight apparently nothing to his undead frame. As the door gradually opens, the demon inside recoils, leaping to the back of the cell. Leave me be, I freak. I will never serve humanity. I will never sign a contract with your devil. The words confuse me for a second, and then I remember that Onyx was allowed into heights. Captured demons are likely either killed, recruited via force contracts, or saved for future sigils. Like this one, I stay silent, still partially enraptured by the demon, as she too turns her gaze to me. She falls utterly silent as we share a subtle silence. Then Isaac breaks it by striding into the cell. You shall be serving us nonetheless, Schwiel. And with that, I witness the dominion of a demigod once more. The soul of Isaac, his chains, and the aura around them contort, distort, and meld together with the atmosphere. They expand, reaching out and becoming vast waves that control the fabric of space. The eye patch on his face wobbles as if a dense wind buffets him, but none of his waves come near. Schwiel cries out in horror as she is pressed to the ground, her face exuding blood from every pore. The Supreme of Heights only has a single raised hand, his palm marginally closed. Then, the man nods to me. Go ahead, finish her. Take your next step. I let my eyes linger on the demon for several seconds before I heed his command. I don't feel sympathy for this woman, only pity. Reaching forward, I let one of the 4 blades in my right arm extend, sliding it deep into her paralyzed heart. And I don't even have to reach for anything. In an instant, I am pulled to where I should be. Once again, for the 3rd time in a single week, I am back inside the cabin during its final days. The light is weaker than before, and the void is much darker. The hints are apparent. I'm only safe here because of my soul's strength. Anyone else would see this to be just as risky as getting an absolution. Plus, with killing a demon from hell, shouldn't I arrive at the fiery pits? Not doing so means things are messed up and not working as intended. Sighing, I begin the traversal of the long bridge to the tome. The journey is silent and uneventful. It is as if none of the Mother Below's children have the time to waste on me. Soon, I arrive at the tome, granted by Glusgab, for what must be the final time. I can feel it in my core as I extend my focus onto the indecipherable pages. I will never see this book again, at least not in such a literal way. Soon, the Mother Below will wholly close the doors to the lighthouses. After all, obfuscating the way forward and blocking the only way to learn how to advance will do much more for her than possibly converting those who attempt. Soon, all sigils will be blind on their own paths besides those under the old god. Your eighth sigil toward limitlessness. With every footfall, the climb narrows. The martyr, the intrepid strife. The sacrificer, the oblator, the cursed without any other option. Able to bear the hurt, the fatigue, and the ill of others. Bearing the burden of another is a relieving task, one that strengthens the body, mind, and soul at once and forevermore. To remove limits, you must experience limitless toil, but it is not without boon. You shall create these own boons more than any other. Nevertheless, the only gain you receive is those you are willing to endure. An absolute boon stands, my dear martyr. You are worthy and you are virtuous, far more than you are simply meritorious. The two combine, bolstering the soul as the sigil melds even deeper. Your chains have become even more robust, akin to the most rigid, most unbreakable steel, just as your soul shall yield to none. Gradually, the flesh turns to the soul. May your journey, filled with tyranny, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I pause in my reading for a moment, taking note that this one is much shorter than the last. Though, I suppose it makes sense. The jump to angelhood is far more important than from power to virtue. Nonetheless, the abilities granted are starting to make sense with what is asked of me. I was asked to aid others in their ascension, effectively bearing their pain and struggle for them. It makes sense like a trial run for this. Yet, I don't know the full details of what martyr will entail. Regardless, the enhancement of my virtue will likely be vital in the future. I've been using living manacles continuously due to their strengths. It seems that usage will only grow. Turning back to the tome, I continue. A martyr bears the weight of others in order to improve themselves. A single being's trauma and might are not enough in the face of limitlessness. Only your eyes hold yourself aloft, but there are things you cannot see without others. You must understand what lies at the very end, not just for you, but for all. Only then can you set yourself upon an impossible task. You must experience death in another's stead, or else this is where you shall end. But that is not all. Authority. You must find yours if you wish to grasp the hem of a divinhood. To continue, my intrepid strife, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I pull back from the tome, lowering my hand as I settle in the thoughts in my head. But as I do, I hear a distant caw, like that of a bird. Twisting to my heels, I search the void, discovering nothing. Shrugging, I return my hand to the tome, but again, an instant before I leave, I hear another thing. This time, it is a warbled voice. I open my eyes as widely as I can, scouring every which way for the voice. But then, it appears in my head. Not just that, but the image of a fiery hellscape with magma all over and a winged creature burst into my skull. Squinting, I peer through the foggy heat and see a disheveled and malnourished Abraham as his words slowly gain substance. Onstag, W-I-T, Wyatt, help, please. I can sense you here. Please, take my hand. The burst of noise into the otherwise stark silence throws me off, not to mention his sudden appearance. I recognize the danger Abraham is in by the panic in his voice and the desperation in his face. For a second, though, I hesitate. Can I really leave like this and go to where he is? I don't want to, but I can't just watch my friend die before my very eyes. I call out to him, wanting to know more. Can you wait just a second? Abraham, as if unable to hear me, simply calls for me again. Help, Wyatt, please. This is far too urgent. I cannot just leave him on his own like this. I have to answer that call. Sighing at the fact I may not be able to return, I extend my hand, leveraging my mind to follow the same motion, and the next thing I know, I'm in an entirely different reality. 420 high water. Abraham Runt Ulrin. My legs vibrate rapidly, tapping the coarse, obsidian-esque rock beneath me. The energy in my body has faded, but the anxiety still reigns. Soon I'll fight again. I've slept twice. That means between a week and 3 months. That's a long time to be stuck here. Damn, I'm not sure. But the shadows on the edge of the room are taunting me, like little faces smiling at my misery. I turn my head, trying to ignore them, but the bars of my cell contort with their metallic inlines, mocking me even more. Ah, shut up. Stop smiling. Fucking devil. I should never have taken this deal. Now I'm talking to myself. How stupid am I? Sure, I'm perhaps stronger than I was before, but does it matter if I'm condemned to hell? A prolonged sigh leaves my lungs as I resign myself to it all. Psst, runt. My eyes flicker to the side, assuming the voice is of my own imagination, but it's not. Squinting, I find a short, red-skinned humanoid creeping around the corner of the room from my cell. What in the hell is that? I think that's a nain rouge, but I'm not sure. What? It tiptoes over toward me, remaining low to the floor as it shoves a plate of food to me. Cut up flesh, still wearing scraps of whatever clothing the being had on upon its death. A demon most certainly. It's not even cooked, but I'm so hungry. My mouth waters in anticipation as the short creature taps its fingers together excitedly. It bounces from foot to foot, landing only on its shoeless toes, which are only 5 in total, seeing as some have been removed. Would you perhaps like to work together? I can't help but furrow my brow as the thoughts of hunger are washed away by pure focus. Ether whirls within my mind as I get my brain thinking and moving. 1,000 possibilities of what he is offering flow through my mind, but he continues before I land on the one he presents. Would you like to kill Her Majesty Woodworm with me? Immediately, I shake my head vehemently, assuming this is some kind of trick. But this nain rouge doesn't take no for an answer. Its voice grows in volume as it shakes the bars with frustration. Come on, do you think it's any better for me? I'm misfortune made real. Even if I don't have any of those sigils, they still hate me. She ate my favorite toe yesterday. I can't ask anyone else but you. You're strong even if they make you seem weak. Please, if you help, I can help you take the leap. Again, I want to refuse, but I stop myself as it offers the last bit. I could not, under any circumstance, care less about how a demon lives its life or its woes. But if it can help me advance, then this might be worth it. How so? What even is your name? The critter prances from his uneven toes to the balls of his feet as the anticipation mounts in his body. The eyes of the critter widen to show the totality of its beady red eyes. I don't have one, but my first sigil was a philosopher. That means I can help see the way forward for you. It's why Her Majesty Woodworm hasn't killed me yet. The nameless one trails off with saturated sadness, and I feel a bit of it rest within my chest. No name? What the fuck is this place? It really is hell. How does something live without a name? Poor bastard. He even has a sigil like Wyatt's that's useless for combat at the early stages. I shake my head at this nain rouge though. I don't need guidance forward. At this point, I just need another sigil. I have my proof and my absolution. I don't need guidance right now. All I need is a sigil. Mentalist, preferably, with my words. The nameless one smiles with an eerie grin. Then it holds out some kind of jar with a flickering light within it to me. You see this? It's not a mentalist, but I can trade it for one. Just give me a few hours. I stare at the see-through jar with the utmost surprise. A sigil in a jar? Is that even possible? My shock evidently shows. Do you humans not know of these? Capsules? When a creature dies, we put their sigil in a capsule. It stops artifacts from forming and saves sigils for later. Doesn't give the benefit of a naturally absorbing one, though. Not that I've heard of anyone who has done that besides Her Majesty. Anyhow, biting my lip, I nod to the nameless demon. I don't have many options here, and if this little thing wants out just as I do, I see no reason why we can't work this out. 2 days. It's been 2 days, and that nain rouge still hasn't appeared. I barely survived another fight. Another 6th sigil demon, though this one was speed-oriented. I hardly was able to even see it. Practically bleeding through my pores, I slide down the wall of my cell, finally giving up the weight. Perhaps it was just my imagination, after all. A nain rouge? Wanting to help me? A jar with a sigil? Too outlandish. I could never be that fortunate. Psst, you still ail? Huh? I flip my eyes around, searching for the voice, but I can't seem to find it anywhere visually. Scratching at my tumultuous ether as my headache spikes further, I discover the nain rouge on the other side of the wall behind me. It's real? I'm alive, I reply with the only thing I can. After I do so, the nain rouge gleefully responds. Yes, I knew you'd survive against Geln. Here, I got it. I just had to do some things in exchange. No one ever does a fair deal with a nain. A little part of me feels for the demon as we are in similar circumstances, but I wash away that sensation in favor of focus. We may both be slaves, but I cannot die here. I need to get out. There's so much for me to do. I need to avenge Bonfire first, and then I'll head home. I want to see my mother's grave again. Gathering my resolve, I stare at the bricks like a madman. So, how are you going to get it to me through this wall? The nameless demon grunts as I hear the bricks in the wall shift slightly. Then one pops out as a jar follows it. A scampering of feet is all I hear after a quick, wishful promise. If you need anything else, I'll try. But it's not easy. Get stronger, please. No misfortune in the pits. I watch as the jar rolls along the black stone before halting against my ankle. Bending down, I pick up the jar, finding a lever on the front of it. Twisting the lever, I feel it open wide, revealing the beautiful sensation of resonance inside. With a quick grasp, I take it into my hand, unwilling to wait any longer. Yet as I do so, an imperceptible scale appears beside the jar, revealed only to my mind, not my eyes. It tilts down, as if favoring me, before the light is stolen, only to be replaced by another and shoved toward me. And then, the darkness fades to a new place. A fiery, burning hellscape even worse than the literal hell. In every single direction I could possibly pick, there is lava, coiling magma, and outstretching dark fog above. I stand upon a small island of rock, not yet melted by the heat. With surprise and alarm, I twist every which way, hoping to find something, anything, but there is simply nothing but fire and brimstone. The devil, what did he do? That balance. He's fucking with me again, isn't he? The fiery pits, huh? I should have figured I'd never see the round table again. For how creepy it was, I much preferred it over all this madness. My feet shift on the rock as I realize that even the stone beneath me is heating up. As it does so, a bright light appears beside me before being enraptured by a shimmering darkness. My heart sinks at the sight as I bear witness to a demon with expansive, alabaster wings. They face me with open arms, inviting me to the embrace of something that I could never agree with, even in this terrible depth. Come, child, join the All-Mother. I'm gonna have to say no to that one, lady. The bountiful skin held hidden by shaped rock tells me of their gender, but it doesn't relieve me one bit. In fact, I only grow more nervous, more anxious, with a pounding heartbeat, as I know how awful this will be and how little my chances are. I step to the side, circling the angel as I present a question of my own. Perhaps with some information, I can weasel out of this. But I might consider it if you answer some questions. Why are you here? How are you here? What is your name? The demon twists to face me, her clawed fingers clasping together like that of a prayer. I can't reach into her mind here like I would in reality, but I can still tell that she is not opposed to my words. I can still play her a little if I'm careful. I am Ireful, the third of my siblings and the last child of her divinity. As for why I'm here, isn't it apparent? To recruit those with potential to our great family. As for how, well, that's equally obvious. The All-Mother now owns all the so-called lighthouses. Anyone who enters can now meet us just as quickly as waving to a neighbor. Though in these pits, it's been that way for quite some time. Gluscab's divinity held out for the cabin the longest. My brain accelerates to the peak of what I can do without ether as I immediately understand that this creature is far more powerful than I could have imagined. A child of the mother below? This thing has to be a dominion, at least, right? Fuck, I'm so fucking dead. Or maybe not. If things have been like this for a while in hell, then surely all the demons should be overflowing with dark light, but they aren't. From what intel I've gathered, Woodworm is waging war against the Loyalists or the Motherbound. And she's not alone. There are at least 4 more demigods who have joined her in her defense. Yes, defense. That's all it is. I'm among the few excitements the demons within Harlot's Grove can enjoy because of the ongoing war. They still can't help but send allies to their death, though, at my hands. So stupid. I guess they must just not see things that way. To the demons, their entertainment is just as important as their lives, just as their prides are. Nonetheless, there must be a way out of this. How though? Do I have to fight her? No way. I'd lose. Is this a game of tricks? Of charisma? Of simply surviving long enough? I don't know. But what I do know is that a muscle in the back of my mind is tingling. My power. The devil took my nightmares, which prevented the use of my power as it stemmed from them. But here, I can feel it again, and it's yearning to be used. Was it not based on Naimares? Was it based on something else? Dreams? No, this isn't a dream. Wait, I think I know. The collective consciousness. That's how these lighthouses get us. It has to be. That means I can touch it, meld it, to call others to my stead. My nightmares might be over, but daymare is something far more profound. Before this grand demon, I close my eyes, searching inwardly. And as I look into my own being, I expand, my mind going far, far beyond the confines of the self. Purposefully, feeling the connection closer than ever before, I dive into the sea of minds that exists within reality. It is easy to interact with another when they are close, as proximity matters just as the physical world does, but I can overcome that. I've done it before. I just need to do it manually this time. With that dive, I quickly discover a bright, incandescent light in the distance, shining 1,000 times more radiantly than any other, even as Ireful questions me. Whoever this is, they must also be in a lighthouse. What are you doing, half-breed? How she addresses me only adds to the force I throw before my search. And in the vast darkness, most lights only amounting to that of a match, I find a glorious pyre burning to the endless cosmos of minds and souls. And, feeling it to be oddly familiar, I yank on that fire, hauling it toward me with my mind. But it doesn't react at first. Desperate for aid, I can only plead, beg, and scream for their help. Because without their aid, I will surely die. My shaky hands and trembling lungs tells me that I am outclassed here, and I do not want to become something other. I hear pounding feet as Ireful strides toward me, suspicious of my actions. She reaches out for my eyes as I open them in a panic. Her hellish nails stab right for my pupils, the obsidian things growing large in my view, but a metallic arm has its fingers tightly wrapped around her wrist, preventing the fingers from gouging out my eyes. Wyatt, Abraham, we both surprise each other as the demon's shock is a whole magnitude higher than both of ours. The Graves, however, doesn't hesitate for a moment, as if he's experienced something akin to this. He pivots his hip and leverages his whole body's strength to throw the demon to the rocky ground with a grand rumble of force. I then watch as he extends his palm, only for nothing to come out of it. His confused face elicits my explanation as Ireful backtracks, staring at Wyatt with hate. I didn't actually pull you. Daymare isn't working. Neither is Nightmare. But here, in a lighthouse, I can still use my power. My friend nods as he stands in front of me, holding himself with more confidence than I've ever seen. At the same time, he drops a bomb of importance on Mel, finding something to be even more important than this battle. Bonfire is still alive. He's infected with dark light, but he hasn't lost yet. I'll do what I can to help him, though. Maybe now I can. Wyatt strides forward, and I open my mouth to warn him of Ireful. Yet, he doesn't seem to need it at all. The demon is the one who is actually afraid. Graves, eldest is almost done. You were lucky today. My friend laughs jovially, flicking a thumb behind him to point at the endless magma. Yet I know that is not what he motions to. Funny, I already heard that once today. Then, Ireful scowls and abruptly vanishes, leaving behind a torn tablet of stone on the ground. I immediately move to it, knowing what it is despite never seeing it before. Upon touching it, my mind is full of knowledge and new things. A part of you has been sealed away, dealt to the highest bidder. It will never return. All boons have a price, and all exacted prices have boons. Blessed by the devil. Your 7th sigil toward partiality. You're no longer wondrous. You are no longer a feeble creature. Wings have grown to send the angel into the skies above. The sigil and the man have begun their fusion. You have taken a leap beyond your race. Humans hold nothing in common with one, such as you other than birth. Nahalo have never borne something akin to you. Anyway, the Noct Noetic, the righteous mind of balance, able to punish those who tread upon the amoral path. A single mind with a piercing justice, following no point of reference but their own within the sea of consciousnesses. Alone, yet a spire of solidity amidst the lava. The mind and cause have fused, capable of intertwining for force. You have achieved a metamorphosis of being. Many struggles and triumphs have led to this point. Gods, beings above any caliber known, have tossed their wills to witness your shift. Once more, your mind, your brain, elevates its position. Thoughts shall be swifter than lightning. Yet with each thought shall come a physical might should it be willed. One absolute boon yet exists for my dear Noct Noetic. A soul is something to be cherished. Yet to you, many are sources of nightmares. With the dreams gone, there is a gap to be filled. Such space is left that for a mind to make the journey through reality, it no longer has to be alone. Nor does the distance have to be quite so distant. To turn a body into thoughts is not an impossible task for one such as you. May your journey, filled with brimstone, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I turn to Wyatt as I hold the piece of rock inscribed with unreadable words. He stares at it with wonder, just as I did moments ago. The younger man, however, smiles wide with a joyful question. Are you an angel now, Abraham? I nod, answering him succinctly. The joy is impossible to hide, but so is the sorrow. As I am stuck in hell, I believe I am, but I'm in hell. I may never see you again. I am sorry. I should never have made a deal with the devil. Wyatt's head sinks lowly, but he gradually raises it up. His smile doesn't leave even with my news. I can tell he is shaken. Still, he doesn't let it show. That's okay. I'm in the underworld right now. I need to find my father anyway. And it seems he's at the weirs, the entrance to hell. I'll find you. We'll find you. Then, we'll go back to the surface together. His hopeful dreams bulge out with such promise and self-confidence that I can't bring myself to dash them. I'm in the deepest part of hell. There are thousands of miles of motherbound-owned hell between the entrance to the underworld and me. I won't let him continue talking about the possibility of raising my hope too much. Somehow, the devil's words have sunk deep. Despair has become my home. This little reprieve has been enough. My eyes turn back to the tablet as Wyatt reaches out for me. A noetic uses the prowess of their mind to create justice, to right the wrongs of themselves and those around them. The strength of justice is directly proportional to one's belief in the amoral. To rise higher, to become more, much is needed. But first and foremost, you must sentence a being to penance that would otherwise sentence you to death. To continue, my Noct Noetic, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. I follow the words and return to the cell. My whole body begins to crack and warp with strength as I feel my sigil interact with my mind and the much deeper part, the soul. Stepping forward, I immediately grasp one of the newer parts of my sigil, a skill I can use. Ether twists and winds from my forehead, my core, and ends in my eyes. The pinpoint of my pupils is the position on the other side of the cell, and for a moment, I feel unrestrained without form, and in the next moment, I am beyond the cell. The handcuffs I was wearing, alongside all my clothing, are gone too. Slightly embarrassed, but unexplainably excited, I grab my clothes through the bars and redress myself. It would appear I have gained 2 skills with this. Well, my power has grown even further, becoming short-distance teleportation using my mind as a medium and long-distance using others' minds. Immediately, I reach for a distant soul with daymare, knowing that I can unearth it. Yet, no matter how long I look, I find nothing but a film over my surroundings, hell. But I don't stop. I push harder, endeavoring to break through whatever force isolates hell. Then, a flash of pain and the slam of a gavel pushes me to my knees as a grandiose vision overtakes mine. A coliseum, filled to the brim with witness stands and jury rows, stands to overlook an awful arena where a lone man fights against a demon. Then another, and another, and another. Time passes rapidly in my vision as it begins to crack as the man glances up at the sky, finding me with his cruel eyes. The next thing I know, I'm wiping at my eyes, swiping the blood onto the floor that they have leaked. Damn, I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. If it were, there'd be a hell of a lot more demons on the surface. That place must be what keeps us in here. The name comes to mind despite the fact I've never heard it before. The Crimson Court. Regardless of the blockade to my freedom, I smile and stride toward the door. Before, there was no hope, but I now have a destination, a flicker of emotion that connects me to that man. And I have a way to escape. Teleport. I could do some shit with this. 421. A grown chickabiddy. Wyatt Graves. My feet return to the bricks of light that construct the bridge leading to the tome within the cabin. I take only a moment to breathe in deeply, resolving myself to both find Abraham within hell and to also hurry to my father. It seems as though he is being overwhelmed at the weirs, the gates of hell, seeing as this eldest is almost done with his job of killing him. Extending my fingers, I leverage my mind onto the open pages, taking note of the increasingly more complex sigil that lies inside the seamless script. More eyes have been added, yet even more links of chains have come to surround the pupils. Instinctively, as if a brush of cold air washes across me, my spine shivers, and then I find myself staring right back at Isaac. The mighty Supreme raises a hand, patting my shoulder with a smile. Good, come. Your two friends should be here soon. Still blinking the heat out of my senses from the fiery pits, I follow Isaac out of the cell. But as I do so, I peer backward for a moment, and where the demon used to be, there is only a silhouette burned into the marble-like floor. I step behind the man, letting him lead, but I don't forget to press him on that particular piece of oddness. What happened to the body? Isaac's brilliant eye radiates its luminance in my direction for a moment before answering. Even with an open mouth, he continues heading back to his office. Oh, that? It happens when resonances are so high and another sigil is imbibed. It erases the previous body, allowing the sigil to meld with you more easily. A soul is extensively damaged when their sigil is taken as an angel or with resonance such as this, another key reason why angels cannot be brought back by Her Majesty Death. At least, not anymore. I fall silent to the information as we trudge our way back. Together, we enter the main hall of his abode or the main building of heights, and there, I find two near-identical men standing together, the main difference between the two being one is living and the other is dead. Otto widens his lips into a smile as he finds me, a familiar face amongst all the others with the gift of undeath. His best friend, however, Marion, raises an eyebrow toward me. The undead doesn't know me as profoundly as the other does. Nonetheless, I stride forward and take Otto's open arms into an embrace, the same kind hunters and martial soldiers often use. I pat him on the back, so very glad to see him once again. We quickly end the hug as I stare at the man, Otto slinking up from behind him. Magenta chains, the both of them, a feat far more impressive for the dead one. Otto's fetters seem to be localized around his hands, while Marion's are so evenly spread that I've never seen anything quite like it before. It's bizarre, though I quickly remember all the things Otto said about him in the past, and simply nod. He always said Marion was good at everything. You too. You look great, angels and all. Otto snorts, dismissively taking the compliment. The man could never simply be praised, could he? I didn't travel with him for very long, but I did learn plenty about him. Independent, reliable, quick thinker, yet not the most cheerful lad. Even with Marion, it seems that it's his natural disposition. Of course, you think we'd be any less down here? I mean, Marion's been getting the golden treatment from Isaac. I'll just get whatever the leftovers are. The other redhead, with smoldering orbs of white fire, shoulders the other roughly. The image reminds me of the very first time I ever met the two within a building inside Rustbank. These two haven't changed a bit. Huh? Always them against the world. Oh, shut up. You always beg me to relay what he says and to read the damn books to you. Dumbass. At least you can read now. The two immediately devolve into a verbal brawl as Isaac's remaining eye vibrates. I notice the movement, and the man nods slowly, walking away. Before he goes, I shout at him, "Thank you, but there is something you should know." The middle-aged man, who has lived for many more lives than what that would entail, twists his head slightly. Recalling the recent interactions with the mother below's children, I toss him a warning and some information. My father is at the weirs, fighting the demons and the bulk of the motherbound, if I had to guess. Should he fall, things will not end well for anyone here or above. Hell will break loose. Isaac pauses for several seconds, the thoughts moving in his head at an unknown pace, as even the two idiots beside me calm. With fists raised at each other, they turn and stare at me in surprise. After all, they both know my father. How strong is your father? The Supreme responds with a question to my words. For a few beats, I don't know how to answer. That is until Anawai's many idolatries come to mind. I'm told he's the best, second only to the man who ascended. I have never met him myself, but I have no reason to doubt it. After all, he was the one who pulled the primes back to the surface for the great battle. Again, the Supreme takes a while to answer, both the idiots utterly mute. When he does, though, the one-eyed waves his hands, bestowing a great responsibility to me. He speaks calmly and slowly, as if he is not in a rush at all to get somewhere. Then you shall save him. At the 8th yourself now, and your companions as they are, you would feel the force rarely seen down here. Do what you can to bring your father back. With another Dominion, we could put some serious work in, especially one that would listen to reason. If hell breaks, we will simply hold the gate of death. Better that than to lose all those who can fight. Oh, and take those two with you. Time for them to get some real experience. I know not the mechanism that devil uses to hold the weirs, but should we all fail, well, you can imagine it yourself. With the final word, the soul of Isaac warps in every which way before the dead man vanishes from my side in a plume of scarcely concealed ether. Clouding my eyes with my fingers, Otto gapes with an open mouth. It's Sigil? What the hell, Wyatt? Are you some kind of freak? And experience? What does he mean by that? We've fought plenty. Is he fucking with us, Marion? The more intelligent redhead shakes his head and gives me a concealed smile. Obviously, he knows that Otto can be difficult. No, Isaac can see that Wyatt has been through far more than we have. Ignore that he is younger. Experience does not come from years, but instead from pain. I'd like to go with him. Killian Graves is a man of many mysteries that I have looked up to for a very, very long time. I wince when Marion mentions pain, and Otto simply sighs, turning into that frustrated man once more. Grumbling, he taps me slightly with his knuckles. Alrighty then, let's get moving. You said your dear old dad is in trouble, right? Can't leave him hanging. Signed to match Otto's noise, I head toward the exit as another thought enters my mind. There is someone I was expecting to see that I haven't. Bertie, where is the chief? Did she die? Bertie, where is she? My sudden halt in motion has the other two nearly step into me, but they are far too light on their heels ever to truly muck up something that badly. Fortunately, Otto's tone starts bright, not saddened. She's fine, just at apathy. Her power is far too useful during a siege, with the barriers and such. I don't think you'll get to see her until we get back, though. If we do, Marion smacks Otto on the head, cursing the other redhead. Otto rubs the back of his skull sheepishly, turning silent at the pain. Dumbass, you die, and you don't get revived. For a second, the conversation sinks to an abysmal low as Marion glares at Otto, but the latter creases his lips into a smile. Well, that means no matter what happens, you'll have died more than me. Huh, Otto won. Huh, fuck. Were Bonfire and me ever that bad? I hope not. Two more? That is fine. Oh, I remember this one. Yes, he can come. The other two. Good job reaching my stature, little one. I believe you. I am. Anwai's words trail over themselves as she kneels, looking me directly in the eyes with her massive pupils. After a few attempts, she properly releases her emotions. I am proud of you, just as I expected from Killian's son. Now, let's go and find your father. Her words make my chest feel warm. It's a kind of fuzziness that I haven't known since I lived together with Ma. Raising a hand, the fleshy one, I press it against my heart lightly. Otto and Marion are nearby, conversing with Silas and Virgil, while Bonfire sits quietly, lost in his own internal battle. But as Onyx shifts back to her full height, a little bit of annoyance remains. Do you have to call me little one? I'm not that little anymore, am I? Onyx guffaws. her great big chest rumbling so loudly that the rocks and bones on the open earth of the underworld vibrate. We're 10 minutes out from Heights, but I have no doubt they heard her laugh. Still, the angel doesn't reply to me. She hides her answer as she orders everyone to march, still taking charge despite not being the only 8th sigiled in the group anymore. However, Onyx sure does still have seniority, as I haven't tested any of my new skills. I should get on that, preferably right away, before any fights ensue. I'm sure Virgil's up for it now. Damn it, Wyatt. You're growing too fast. It's hard to keep up. I grin at Virgil as his diving sand edges shatter against the defending fetters that are wrapped around me like a cage. Virgil sprints around me, darting to my right side with his scythe curving for my right. The moment he sinks to wedge a dagger toward me, the tightly bound and constricted chains explode outward. Virgil adeptly parries the chains that lunge for his face and chest with his 2 daggers. But there are too many to protect his whole body. I hear cracks and can physically feel the injuries emerge in his arms and legs through the chains as he attempts to flicker, only for the chains to nullify it. He's tried a dozen times, but after the reason enhancement, the chains are no longer simply made physical. They still possess some metaphysical properties, striking even that which is untouchable. Now, if he manages to flicker wholly into the other dimension, he's safe, but the transitory period is what is dangerous. In the corner of my eye, I spot the others watching us fight. It only spurs me on further as Virgil refuses to back down, leaping toward me again. Despite knowing it's not him, as he can't possibly be that dumb, I slice at it with the blade from my prosthetic. And as expected, it's only made of ether, the night whips forming a silhouette that somehow can hide from even my sight. It must be the work of mask. Squinting, I flow ether into my eyes, and then the silhouette reveals itself to be a fake to my eyes as well. The magenta fetter's now nothing but ether. It seems this is an awful matchup. I have no doubt he'd kill me in an open setting where we could run, hide, and ambush, but like this, a forced duel? He's toast. After all, I'm not alone. Up, 8 o'clock. Teaching Blodwin how to call out directions was a brilliant move. One that even I am surprised by the fact I came up with it. Swiping my right arm with its blades toward Virgil's appearing form, I inhale a deep breath. All the night whips and sand edges, even the reforming silhouette, are dispelled and ripped to pieces by the swirling air. With this, Virgil loses his edge in the air. Still, another footfall ends with a place for him to step. He pivots, soaring over my head as I send my chains to meet him. The living manacles strike his stomach before he can manifest any night whips to guard himself or vanish into his other reality. Blood falls to the ground as I frantically haul back the chains, worried that I hurt my friend. Virgil falls haphazardly to the ground, but manages to spin, landing on his hands and knees. I sprint to him as he coughs out some blood, one of the fetters piercing his lungs. I can see his smile hidden behind his mask, but I don't care for that as I grasp his shoulder. And, without meaning to, my mind moves my ether on its own. It swirls to my chains as my chains turn phantasmal, invisible to all but myself. They curl around Virgil, and with a great fawn of ether stemming from my mind, a pure, concentrated shot of pain rends me in twain. I collapse to my knees, bleeding the exact wounds that Virgil had before as his injuries are now gone. Martyr? Yeah, Fucac. That's gonna take some getting used to. Virgil's eyes scour my form in the exact same worry I held for him a moment ago. That is, until Blodwin does what he does best. The open wounds quickly fade, replaced by new flesh, new organs, and new bone. The quiet man pats me on the shoulder as Silas laughs darkly beside me, walking up here during my cursing. The undead speaks only the positive marks of my advancement before falling silent once more. Well, now we don't have to worry about healing, huh? Otto cuts in, wrapping a hand around the Shadow's shoulders. I'd say, Virgil wins this one? Everyone in agreement? I don't have it in me to answer, as the pain must be multiplied many times over from what was inflicted. I've been hurt before, but this feels more like when I had all my flesh burn off fighting Hura than getting stabbed. Bonfire joins in and agrees with Otto as Virgil gives them a quick glare that shuts them both up. Yeah, I mean, it's the last one standing, right? Virgil's standing, but Wyatt is pissing himself. Makes sense to me. You. I can't even get out the words. Instead, I fall quiet. Virgil sees my suffering and moves to pick me up, but Onyx waves her hand, shunting everyone away from me with her mind. Otto and Marion still stare at her suspiciously as they've been fighting demons this whole time, but they don't move antagonistically. Leave him be. This was supposed to only take a minute. Instead, we will rest for an hour. Otto picks up the slack, shouting back at Onyx as Virgil and Bonfire nod quickly and soundly. Silas doesn't even look at the demon, simply falling onto his ass. You said we were in a rush? Why not just leave now? He'll be fine. The kid's tough. I was only joking. Onyx single I freezes Otto in his place. The man with the power to turn any object into a deadly blade is unwilling even to raise a finger. Marion pulls him to a seat on the rocks to save them both from any humiliation. My mother then crashes onto the rocky ground beside me. She is silent for a moment as I groan in pain, holding my stomach direly. As the pain gradually fades, she points my attention forward, showcasing that we are at the peak of a large hill, perhaps even a small mountain. For a long while, hundreds of miles at least, we can see the terrain rumble over the underworld. In the far distance, now that we are out of the old fields, we can see that fleshy wall quite clearly. The gargantuan construction beneath it, however, is still hard to pin down. Something must be blocking my sight. I can only hope Onyx's eyes are good enough to pierce through that veil. I expect her to say something about my father as we rest in silence, but she doesn't. She keeps her distance from me, several feet between our seated positions, and the demon doesn't look at me. Still, she shows her care in her own way, spouting a string of words I wasn't expecting. I have all her memories. Turning to face her, Onyx still doesn't turn to me. I don't even know what to ask as the agony rides through me. Nonetheless, it's been several minutes, and I'm gradually regaining my physical control. All my personas, when they die, I get their memories. Some are stronger than others. The more I see you, the more time I spend with you, the stronger they get. The deeper they sink into my psyche. Onyx reaches toward me with a giant index finger, but it taps against my forehead so lightly, in the exact same way Ma used to when I had a headache. The moment she does, ether sprints through my brain, the fire in my veins doused by water and lowering the incredible piercing pain by several notches. With it, my vision clears as well, and in that vast distance I see, beyond even apathy, a set of doors, at least 1,000 feet in height, that bear witness to a grand circular building. They are barely opened, just enough to see a bit of red light within them. The door shakes, they rumble, they squirm, but they do not open. Deep down, I know something is fighting behind those doors. The instant my mind turns to my father, my mother admits something to me. I am sorry. There used to be love in my heart only for one. I see now that there are many kinds of love. It is not something we demons know very well. Yet, I am not one to stay stagnant. I grow. I learn. Unlike my peers, I am not unwilling to look at the other races to see their benefits. And this, it makes me feel warm inside. I like it. I like it a lot. You will always be my little one. So I will always call you that little one, no matter how tall you grow, no matter how far you run, no matter what you become, whether it be a god or an abomination, you'll be my little one. Onyx falls silent. The ogre's lone, I staring outward at the bulging doors as I feel the warmth she mentions. The hour stretches endlessly as I sit with her. The longest stretch we've ever spent so close together. She's right. It's nice to have family.